The story begins over Antarctica, with Invincible carrying a man with a bomb strapped to his body, claiming the man ruined his afternoon. He throws the man with everything he had, clearing enough distance between him and the powerful explosion. The blast was so powerful it sent him flying into the snow below, but he recovers unharmed and gets up, claiming that if he keeps this up, he is going to give himself a heart attack. This happened 4 months ago, and Mark is now home in the bathroom reading a comic book. His mother bothers him, saying that he needs to stop reading and hurry up or he'll miss school. He finally finishes and goes downstairs, telling his mother that he even has 10 minutes to spare. He asks her if she knows where Dad is, but she hasn't got a clue. He didn't come home last night, but when they turn on the TV, they see him in Taiwan fighting a dragon monster. When the class is ended, Mark's friend William asks him if he wants to hang out tonight at one of their friends' houses, but Mark says he can't because he works at Burger Mart after school. Mark goes out to throw the garbage, but he puts a little too much force into it and sends the garbage flying into the air. He is pleasantly surprised to see that his powers have finally started to develop. It was about time. Later at home, his mother prepares dinner and says they should start because Nolan isn't coming. But she is wrong because her husband flies right in and sits on the chair. Debbie asks Nolan if he took care of that dragon in Taiwan, and he says it was easy once he found out who was actually controlling the thing. Mark tells his parents that he finally got superpowers, but both of them seem unimpressed. After dinner, he sneaks outside and flies for the first time, remarking that even if he falls, he should be unharmed because he is invulnerable. The next day, he decides to test his new powers and picks the perfect moment. While 3 robbers are running away from the police, he ambushes them and knocks them out effortlessly, while one of them asks if he is trying to stop them or rob them. Even though he does a good job, his suit makes him look like a robber himself. But nevertheless, his father, who watches the whole thing, is impressed. He asks his son to follow him, and both of them fly away, heading toward a tailor shop. Inside, they meet an old man who creates suits for superheroes, and he gives one to Mark to try out. Mark isn't impressed, saying he doesn't like the yellow color and feels that he needs something more personal. The old man says he can try to build something more tailored to him, but he needs more suggestions and ideas. Sadly, Mark doesn't even have a name for himself. The next day in school, Mark thinks about a hero name for himself and can't focus on the class at all. When the class ends, the professor asks Derek to stay behind and talk for a minute. While putting his books inside the locker, a bully is picking on one of the kids, but Mark intervenes and asks him to stop. The bully is annoyed that Mark has the courage to say something and pushes him, but Mark doesn't back down and slams him against the locker room. This gets him into trouble, and he is sent to the principal's office. The principal knows the guy is a bully and tells Mark he should have called a teacher instead of attacking the guy. The guy is twice his size. He isn't invincible, after all. A group of thieves attacks the local savings and loan bank and steals a lot of money. They quickly run outside and head to the other side of the street where they have the car parked. But Mark is waiting for them, dressed in his suit and levitating their car in the air. He tells the robbers they shouldn't bother shooting him because he is invincible. Chapter 2 begins with Omni-Man telling his young son the truth about his origins and why he is different from the rest of the people. Nolan was born billions of miles away from Earth on a blue planet called Viltrum. Their race of people is called Viltrumites and is very similar to humans, but they can fly, move at super speed, and possess great strength. Their planet achieved the perfect global society. There was no illness, no murder, and no war. Their council took it upon themselves to look after less developed planets and help them develop to their level of advancement. They created the World Betterment Committee, which had the job of overseeing other planets and helping them develop faster. Omni-Man worked for this committee, traveling from planet to planet searching for the ideal world to add to the development program. Earth was rejected because the world seemed too primitive, but Omni-Man liked our planet and how diverse its people were and decided to stay behind. He wanted to protect Earth until it reached a level of advancement worthy of joining the Viltrumite program, but soon after, he met Debbie and fell in love with her. Nolan continues to tell his young son that one day he will develop superpowers just like him and asks him if he understands. But Mark is only curious if one day he is going to fly. Next, we see Mark in his bed, unable to sleep and thinking about his newfound powers. He notes that he can fly now and decides to test his powers more. He flies from his window high into the air, enjoying every moment when he sees someone moving on the ground. One of the Mauler twins has just robbed a toy store and is carrying a large game box on his shoulders. Mark wants to stop him, but he is caught off guard and sent flying into the wall. He wants to retaliate, but a big explosion stops him. The teen team arrives and Rex Splode tells them to stop fighting or the next explosion is going to be even bigger. Mauler immediately attacks them and destroys their flying bike, but Mark is able to catch him off guard and knock him out with a strong punch. Robot compliments Mark and says he did a good job, while Atom Eve says he looks familiar. Robot introduces everyone, saying it was nice meeting him, but they have to leave after picking up the Molar twin. The next day, Mark sees Atom Eve in school, and she realizes why he looked so familiar. They are both in the same physics class, but they never spoke or noticed each other. Eve tells Mark that the teen team is following the case from last night, and he is welcome to tag along if he wants. He says yes, and they change behind a dumpster, while Eve remarks that it's easier to just fly away because people don't look up very often. Robot was busy all night and says he wiped Mauler's memory and set him free just to see where he was going to go next. The three of them jump on a flying bike and follow Mauler to an abandoned warehouse. Inside, his twin asks where he was all night and what happened to the game box. He needs those processors to power an army of robots. The teen team hears enough and springs into action, attacking the Mauler twins before they can activate the army of robots. They incapacitate the twins in just a few seconds, and Invincible asks if it's always this easy dealing with villains. Meanwhile, in Twin Pines Mall, a teenager wakes up on one of the benches and is shocked to see a bomb strapped to his body. The bomb explodes, killing the young man and destroying a big section of the mall. The next day, the high school principal gives a big speech, saying that 3 students are missing and advising everyone to be cautious, saying they shouldn't go anywhere alone and should report anything suspicious to the authorities. Mark tells Eve that the 3 missing students probably deserve it because they are bullies and jerks, but Eve says they were always nice to her. Mark calls her clueless, saying that they were nice to her because she is an extremely attractive girl. She appreciates the compliment, but tells Mark she is dating Rex Splode, but he isn't implying anything and thinks they should just forget this conversation. Eve asks Mark to come hang out at their lair, but he can't because he is working at Burger Mart tonight. Later, he regrets not going, and his boss screams at him for frying burgers too slowly. He calls his boss a jerk and quits, but instantly regrets it, saying his dad is going to kill him. After having dinner with his family, he and his dad wash the dishes, and dad suggests he should quit his job. It's not like they need money anyway. Mark can't help but agree, thinking that things worked out in his favor. The next day, his father asks him if he wants to team up and patrol the city together. Nolan compliments his son, saying that his powers are growing stronger every day and tells him to keep up the good work. They stop for a quick lunch, but his dad leaves quickly to deal with a threat, and when he returns, he asks Mark for help. A big portal opens, and a race of aliens invades the city. They deal with the aliens one by one, and even though they weren't that strong, there were too many of them. However, the aliens were aging at a rapid pace, growing older with each passing second, and the father and son duo were able to push back the invasion, sending the aliens back through the portal and into their own dimension. Mark asks his dad if this happens often, to which his father replied that it's usually never this unpleasant. A few seconds longer and he would have had to call for help from the Guardians of the Globe or Megaforce. Omni-Man hears something in Lakeside Mall and flies there immediately, while Mark could barely keep up. They find another teenager with a bomb strapped to his body, but Omni-Man threw him outside moments before it exploded. Invincible recognized the kid, saying it was one of the missing students from his school. But out of nowhere, a portal opened, and Omni-Man was kidnapped before he could even react. Mark returns home and tells his mother what happened, but she wasn't too worried, saying that means more pork chops for the 2 of them. Invincible flies over to the teen team lair, hoping to talk to Eve and tell her about the student that was just killed. He tells Robot that someone is kidnapping kids from his school and turning them into walking bombs. He informs Eve and Rex also, but Robot tells them to go home and sleep, then keep their eyes open at school if they see something unusual. Mark returns home and finds his mom still awake. This time she looked visibly worried about her husband, remembering one time when Nolan went missing for 7 months, being trapped in another dimension. The next day, Mark and Eve are talking about the case, and Mark wishes it was just some big monster he could punch. That's the only thing he's good at. During physics class, the 2 of them begin talking again, and the professor calls them boyfriend and girlfriend, causing everyone to start laughing at them. Mark thinks the professor was a jerk and made the situation awkward between him and Eve. Robot calls Eve, saying he found out something, but he and the team are rather busy right now. He says their physics professor used to work for a military research firm some time ago, and he is the one behind the attacks. Mark and Eve change into their suits and fly to confront the professor inside his home before the authorities can arrive. Professor Miles immediately confesses, saying he kidnapped the school bullies because he wanted some revenge after his life was destroyed. His son committed suicide because he was bullied in school, which led to his divorce and even him getting fired from his job. He wanted to end the pain and sorrow caused by these popular kids, and wanted to end his life with a big bang, also killing 2 superheroes. The timer on the bomb attached to his chest was set for 1 minute, which gave Invincible enough time to pick him up and fly him away. He took him all the way to Antarctica, hoping to be far away from people when the bomb eventually exploded. Mark returns home and asks his mom if Dad was back, but he wasn't. While he went upstairs, Omni-Man actually returns home and tells Debbie he needs to shave. She is overwhelmed with relief. During dinner, Debbie asked if something interesting happened to either of them today, and Nolan said he spent the last 8 months enslaved by an army from an alternate dimension. Time passed a lot slower in that dimension, and he was able to form a rebellion and find his way home. Chapter 2 begins at home with Mark doing his homework, but he is interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. His dad called him to ask for his help, saying that a major baddie was coming into their solar system heading straight for Earth and wants Mark to confront him. Mark says he can't breathe in space, but his father reassures him, saying that he can hold his breath for 2 weeks, which means his son should be able to do it for a couple of hours. Invincible puts on his costume, climbs out the window, takes a deep breath, and then flies directly into space. He waits in the cold depths of space, but there was nobody there. Suddenly, someone hits him from behind, saying that he came early. The alien was surprised to see someone else other than Omni-Man, while Invincible retaliated, trying to slam him into something, but there was nothing there but empty space. The two of them talk telepathically, and Invincible was curious to know how this was even possible. He lands some powerful punches, and the alien is impressed, while Invincible asks if he thinks this is a game. The alien punched Mark so hard that it left him breathless, and he was forced to go back to Earth and take another breath of air. He swiftly returned and slammed into the alien, sending both of them crashing into the moon. Mark is confused and asks the alien if they could talk instead of fighting. He has so many questions. The alien agrees but is surprised that Mark's predecessor didn't prepare him for the fight. The alien's name is Alan, and he works for the Coalition of Planets. His job is to travel the universe from planet to planet and evaluate their champions to see if they are worthy of protecting that planet. Alan tells Mark that Urath was scheduled for inspection today and shows him the proof, but Mark says his planet is named Earth and not Urath. Alan realizes he made a mistake. He had been coming to Earth for many years, completely neglecting the planet he was actually supposed to inspect, fearing this might get him fired. He thanks Invincible for helping him realize his mistake and then flies away. Mark returns home and has dinner with his parents, telling his father everything that happened. His dad was impressed and wished his son was around the first time he fought the alien. Mark returns to his room tired and wants to rest, but he remembers he still has homework to finish. Invincible plays baseball with his father, while his dad tells him about the time he was kidnapped and taken to another dimension. He was trapped there far longer than he initially told his mother, even though on Earth only a week had passed, and tries to understand how time works over there. Mark remembers his friend William is supposed to come over at 1 p.m. The two of them are headed to Upstate University because they are thinking of applying there. With Mark out of the house, Nolan thinks it's a good idea for him and Debbie to go upstairs and have some fun, and she agrees. Meanwhile, the teen team is having a meeting where Robot informs his teammates that he was offered to join the Guardians of the Globe, and he accepted. Samson, one of the previous members, was recently kicked because the suit that gave him powers was destroyed, and the Guardians recruited Robot. Mark and William arrive at the university and are impressed with how many beautiful girls attend this university. They meet with the orientation officer who shows them around the campus, and later they meet with her assistant, David. William is immediately annoyed with David and the fact that everyone wants to call him by his short name instead of his full name. Meanwhile, back at home, Nolan and Debbie are enjoying their alone time, while Nolan asks his wife if she's ready for round 2. Mark and William meet another guy named Rick, who shows them around the dorm buildings, but not before asking William if he can call him Bill. After a long day of walking around, the two guys take a break and sit on a bench when, out of nowhere, a robot jumps out from inside the building and knocks them down. Mark protected his friend and then equipped his invincible suit to deal with the robot. He saved as many people as he could, but the robot didn't even acknowledge him. Instead, it jumped directly into a metal rod which caused its body to explode. Mark dressed back into his normal clothes and went to check on his friend, who realized that he was invincible and asked why he never told him that he had superpowers. The two of them return home, and William says his secret is safe with him. Mark sees his parents and tells them he's not prepared to deal with them tonight, while Debbie noticed that Nolan wore the t-shirt backward by mistake. Nolan receives an important phone call from the tailor, who tells him that someone broke inside his shop and stole something important. He was working on Samson's power suit in order for him to regain his powers and join the Guardians of the Globe again. Over in Midnight City, two thugs were using a machine, trying to enter a building and rob the place. It was almost morning, but there was no daylight in midnight anymore. The city was in constant darkness after the Midnight Magician succeeded in his suicide mission 3 years ago. The two thugs thought the city was mostly abandoned, but they were wrong. Darkwing was out and patrolling the streets. He quickly deals with the two criminals, using his gadgets to incapacitate them. But before he could finish the job, he got an alert from the Guardians of the Globe, asking him to return to base immediately. He wasn't the only one being asked to return to base. Red Rush was out on a date when he got the exact same message. In Boston, War Woman wakes up after sleeping completely naked and goes into the kitchen where her girlfriend was preparing breakfast. A giant figure breaks inside the home and asks her to return home, saying that her place is not among these mortal humans. She refuses to listen and attacks the giant figure, destroying him completely using her mace. She then gets the exact same message on her phone and is forced to return to base. Aquarius was resting on the throne of Atlantis when he got the message, and Martian Man and Green Ghost were out on a mission when they got the message to return to base immediately. The last member, and the strongest one, Immortal, was also on a mission. He swiftly deals with a villain and then returns to base to see what the emergency was. But nobody knew what was going on or who summoned the meeting. Out of nowhere, someone attacks them, slicing their heads right off, killing them one by one. Immortal asked the attacker to show himself and called him a coward, but when he turned around, he was shocked to see who was behind the attack. But before he could do anything, the attacker sliced his head right off. Immortal never liked Omni-Man, and the feeling was mutual. The next day, Detective Damien Darkblood informs Omni-Man about the attack and asks him if he knows anyone powerful enough to kill the Guardians all at once. He suspects that Samson might be behind the attack, especially since someone stole his suit from the tailor just one day prior. Meanwhile, Invincible returns home and finds Atom Eve inside his room crying her eyes out. He asks her what happened, and she says she caught her boyfriend Rex cheating with multiple Kates. Mark's mother enters the room and is shocked to find Eve in her son's bed. She asks both of them to come downstairs. She is upset with Mark for bringing girls into his room, but before her son could explain what was going on, Nolan comes inside and tells Mark the Guardians of the Globe were killed and they need to attend the funeral tomorrow. The next day, Omni-Man was getting ready to attend the funeral, and Debbie asks him if he thought about what they're going to do for Mark's birthday next week, but he completely forgot about it. All the heroes gathered at the funeral, and while some of them suspect Samson, Detective Damien ruled him out, saying he was home all week and didn't even know the Guardians died. He believed his reaction was genuine. Omni-Man gives a big speech saying that he admired the Guardians very much. They were his mentors the first time he came to Earth, but he stops midway when he sees the Mauler twins in the back. The twins say they didn't come here to cause any trouble and only want to pay their respects. Out of nowhere, the funeral was interrupted by one of Samson's friends who wanted revenge on the Guardians for kicking out Samson when he needed them the most. Sanford had a powerful armor suit, but he was no match for Omni-Man, who incapacitates him with one hit. At night, William visits Mark and asks if they could talk. He was curious about his powers and asks Mark if he can give him a flight test, remarking that what they are doing is very gay. Later in the night, at the cemetery where the Guardians were buried, two guys have a brilliant idea of digging up Immortal's grave, saying that if they drink from his skull, they will live forever. After digging the hole, the Mauler twins arrive and thank the two guys for saving them a lot of time by doing most of the work for them. Chapter 3 begins deep in space, after a spaceship that resembles the Star Trek Enterprise was gravely damaged from battle and was about to crash inside the sun. Luckily, Alan the alien was passing by and helps the crew, remarking that he is in a great hurry and needs to get to Earth. Now that the Guardians of the Globe are dead, Cecil Stedman asks Robot to take over the team and recruit new heroes and keep working for the government. Meanwhile, Omni-Man is thinking of a way to tell his son the truth, the real reason why he killed the Guardians and his mission on Earth. Invincible and Atom Eve are on a mission, trying to prevent the Lizard League from poisoning the city's water supply. Mark was taken off guard and knocked out by one of the villains, but Eve handled the situation and trapped all of them single-handedly. After the villains were arrested, Robot shows up and tells them that he is having tryouts for the new Guardians of the Globe, but Mark says he doesn't want to join because he is busy with school, and Eve refused as well. Mark, however, wanted to see the tryouts and is impressed with how many people are willing to join. Rex Splode is amused to see a little girl in the crowd of people and asks her if she is lost. Maybe her mother dropped her off accidentally. The little girl says there is no age requirement to join and that her alias is Monster Girl, and then transforms into a monster and attacks Rex. The monster was incredibly powerful and gives Rex one hell of a beating. Everyone just stood and watched until Invincible intervened, punching Monster Girl and causing her to revert back to her human form. Robot finishes the tryouts and prepares to announce the names of the new Guardians of the Globe: Duplicate, Shrinking Ray, Monster Girl, Black Samson, and Rex Splode. Robot says the door is always open if Invincible decides to join them, but at the moment he is just too busy with school. Later at night, Mark invites one of his classmates to study in his room, but when Eve wanted to come and talk, she saw them kissing and left upset. Meanwhile, the Mauler twins were trying to resurrect the Immortal. After they dug him out from his grave thinking they could control him, they were successful, but the moment he woke up, he shouted in rage and flew away, looking to take his revenge on Omni-Man for killing him and the Guardians of the Globe. Next, we see Invincible fighting off against a villain who calls himself Doc Seismic. He used special wrists around his hands that could generate incredible shock waves powerful enough to create earthquakes. During the confrontation, he falls from one of the cliffs and Invincible tries to save him, but Doc Seismic refused to be beaten by a kid and accepted to die instead. With the Guardians of the Globe dead, Omni-Man has been picking up their slack and dealing with threats non-stop all over the world. But during one of his missions, he was surprised by the Immortal who attacked him, demanding to know why Omni-Man killed him. The two of them begin a brutal fight, with Omni-Man telling him he should have stayed dead. Their fight was being broadcasted on every TV station, and Mark rushed to help his father immediately. He arrives just in time to hear his father say that he killed the Immortal once and he will do it again. Mark finally realized the truth, that his father killed the Guardians of the Globe and watched him cut the Immortal in half, slicing his body in two. Immediately after, Omni-Man tells his son they need to talk, and he tells him the real reason why he came to Earth. His home planet Viltrum achieved a perfect global society, but it didn't happen overnight and not by peace. They slaughtered the weakest Viltrumites from their planet and decided to build and expand the empire. They selectively chose specific planets that were developed just enough to be useful for them and not to advance to the point where they could resist occupation. All the planets that surrendered were added to their empire and used to expand the empire, and everyone else who refused was slaughtered and wiped from existence. When Nolan was born, the Viltrumite empire had already expanded greatly, to the point where they were lacking manpower to continue the invasion of more planets. So a new system was created. Their strongest and most loyal warriors were sent to different planets where they were supposed to spend the next 500 years weakening their defense and preparing the planet for invasion and assimilation into the Empire. Nolan was sent to Earth, and he initially hated the planet. There was a constant wave of threats that threatened to conquer the planet before Viltrum even had a chance to invade. But everything changed when he met Debbie, and he fell in love. He soon began living like a normal human, and eventually, he was asked to join the Guardians of the Globe. They welcomed him with open hearts, and he even saw many of them as his friends. But he knew that it was his job to weaken the planet's defense in preparation for the invasion, so he had to kill all of them. He tells Mark that Viltrumites are very different from humans, because they will age very slowly the older they get. Eventually, everyone on Earth will be dead, and they will still be alive. Humans mean nothing to them, and his wife is nothing more than a pet to him, even though he loves her. He wants Mark to join him and accept his true origins, to help him prepare the planet for assimilation by the Viltrum Empire. Mark rejects his father's offer and says that Earth is his home and he won't allow him to destroy it. His father grew tired of his son and punched him, sending him crashing through several buildings and killing hundreds of people. Nolan asks his son if he sees the truth, how fragile humans are, that just one punch is enough to kill thousands of them. In the grand scheme of things, humans mean nothing. In a few hundred years, most civilizations will disappear. Mark continues to fight his dad going inside the subway, destroying everything around them and killing even more people. Nolan says that his loyalties are with the Viltrum Empire, and he would rather see this planet burn and all life eradicated, rather than spending another minute as one of their own. This infuriates Mark, and he attacks his dad, but he retaliates, dismissing his attacks as if they meant nothing. Nolan calls his son a fool for opposing him and is disappointed in him. He thought he would understand and join him in his quest. He continues to beat his son senseless and even says that if he refuses to join him, he will kill him, remarking that the older they get, the slower they age, they will eventually witness the end of this civilization. And what will he have in 500 years? Mark says that he'll have his dad. Nolan was furious at his son, but he couldn't kill him. He eventually stops and flies away into space with tears in his eyes. The government finds his broken body in the freezing mountains, barely alive, and takes him back to the infirmary. 2 weeks later, Mark recovers, and a man named Cecil Stedman visits him. Cecil says he works for the government and he was collaborating with his dad for years now. He was the one sending him into dangerous missions to deal with threats all over the world. He wants Mark to join the Guardians of the Globe and work for him, saying that he will reward his family and take care of their finances. He shows him a secret laboratory where they were performing experiments and even trying to resurrect the Immortal once again. Cecil told Debbie the truth about her husband, and she and Mark return home after many weeks spent recovering. In his first night home, Mark gets a message from Cecil telling him to fly directly into space and talk to the alien he met before. Alan returned and tells Invincible he had no idea that Earth was marked by the Viltrum Empire. He was shocked to find out that Omni-Man was his father and that he abandoned Earth. It's not a common thing for Viltrum agents to do so. Alan works for the Coalition of Planets, a group of races that want to stop the Viltrum Empire from expanding, and tells Invincible he needs to go back and report everything he knows. Meanwhile, Mark says he will finish high school. Chapter 4 begins in Saudi Arabia with the Guardians of the Globe fighting against another invasion from the Flaxen Empire. After they captured Omni-Man and took him back to their own dimension, he rebelled against them and was able to destroy most of their homeworld, taking them many centuries to repair. Time passes much faster in their dimension. A few months on Earth is like a few hundred years on their homeworld. The Flaxen Empire returned to Earth more prepared this time and in greater numbers. A special device attached to their wrists allows them to counteract the side effects of being on Earth and slow down their aging greatly. But Robot was able to spot this and started destroying the wrists. This caused every Flaxen soldier to age very rapidly, and they retreated back into their own dimension. Invincible returns home and finds the Immortal waiting for him. The Immortal tells him that he doesn't trust him because of what his father did, and even though he rebelled against his father's wishes, he will be keeping an eye on him going forward. Inside his room, Cecil was waiting for Mark and tells him that the conversation he and his father had before he left Earth was recorded and leaked on every TV station. Everything he said about the Viltrum Empire and the invasion was leaked to the public, and even though his mother already heard it before, it felt just as devastating as the first time. Donald informs Robot that his new team of superheroes isn't doing too well. The previous heroes were much stronger and faster. He informs the Guardians that a new hero named Bulletproof was added to the team, and the Immortal has also joined as an advisor and equal to Robot. A few days pass by, and Cecil asks Invincible to come to the Pentagon immediately. After Omni-Man killed Aquarius, the Atlantean people were left without a king, and according to their traditions, the one who killed him should marry the queen. Since Omni-Man left Earth, this responsibility falls onto his son, Invincible. The Atlanteans take him back to their city, while Cecil promises to talk to the legal team to find a way out. Invincible meets the Queen of Atlantis and is informed by Lethan, her trusted servant, that he needs to get ready for the wedding ceremony because they will get married today. Mark immediately calls Cecil and tells him that the wedding is taking place today and he needs to find a way out immediately. Mark realizes that Lethan was deeply in love with the Queen and makes a deal. According to their traditions, in order to marry the Queen, you must first prove your bravery by defeating a giant beast and then perform the act of love with the Queen in front of everyone living in Atlantis. Mark helps Lethan to defeat the giant monster and prove himself worthy of marrying the Queen. He then leaves Atlantis, while Lethan makes love with her inside a giant arena in front of everyone in Atlantis. The story continues in another dimension, where Invincible and his father have taken over the world completely and were preparing for the Viltrum invasion. We see a man called Livy Angstrom running away to meet with Robot and the Immortal. They were part of the resistance and were praying that nobody saw Livy when he came here. Sadly for them, he was spotted by Invincible, and he and his father break inside and kill the Immortal and Robot. But just before killing Angstrom, another version of him from our dimension comes through a portal and drags him inside the wall. On the main Earth, we're shocked to see that the planet was being invaded by a race of aliens, and the heroes were doing their best to stop them. The attack was devastating. The aliens were just too many and overwhelming the heroes, but something unexpected happened. They stopped the attack and retreated back to their ships, leaving Earth without any explanation. Atom even spots someone in the sky flying at incredible speed, but they couldn't see who it was. The attack on Earth was devastating, causing mass destruction everywhere, and even their high school was closed down for repairs. Cecil blames Robot for the Guardians' inability to deal with the threat and fires him. The Immortal was placed as leader of the Guardians, and Robot was allowed to stay on the team. Meanwhile, the demon detective comes to the Pentagon and demands to speak to Cecil, saying that he finally figured out who killed the Guardians of the Globe. The secretary says that everyone already knows that it was Omni-Man and laughs at him while asking if he watched the news recently. Meanwhile, Angstrom Livy brings his variant from the other dimension to a secret hideout near the docks, saying he will explain everything once they go inside. They enter the warehouse and find hundreds of other variants of themselves from other dimensions. Mark continues his life and goes on a date with his girlfriend Amber, while the city continues to rebuild itself after the devastating attack from aliens. At the end of the night, Mark asks Amber if they want to go inside his room just to talk, but he finds his mother drunk and passed out on the couch, so they go outside on the porch. They spend the night talking and kissing. The next day, Angstrom breaks inside the prison using his dimension-shifting abilities and asks the Mauler twins to follow him if they want to escape. The twins were beaten up and arrested by the Immortal earlier, and they gladly accept the invitation. Livy takes them to another dimension, saying he needs their help, and if they don't want to be stuck there, they should follow him. He brings the twins back to his hideout and tells them that out of all of his variants, only he has the ability to travel to other dimensions. He wants them to build a machine for him that can transfer the knowledge of each dimension from all of his variants inside his brain. The twins agree to help out and begin preparations to build a machine that can do this. Cecil asks Invincible to go to Manhattan and help out the Capes, because a powerful villain was destroying the city. The Capes are a group of heroes working for the city, mostly on a strict schedule from 9 to 5. He meets a hero named Bolt and helps them by taking the villain all the way into space and suffocating him. The Capes are thankful for the help and Mark is just happy he could help out. After everything that happened lately, high school was finally over, and all the students attend the celebration ceremony. But Mark gets a little carried away and throws his graduation hat a little too hard up in the sky. Mark has been working non-stop for the government, going everywhere Cecil asked him to go, and this time it's no different. Cecil tells Mark that ever since the invasion, the space program has become a priority, and the government is sending a shuttle to Mars and wants Invincible to go along and make sure nothing goes wrong. Mars is inhabited by the Martian people, but they mostly live underground and shouldn't be an issue. The astronauts arrive on Mars while Mark stayed behind, hiding so they couldn't spot him. The astronauts were taken prisoners by the Martian race and taken inside an underground base. Mark follows them but was attacked by a bunch of squid creatures. The squids couldn't harm him and he was taken by the guards to meet the Monarch Prime. The Monarch tells Mark that the squids arrived here many hundreds of years ago after a malfunction of their mothership caused it to crash on the surface. The squids have one mind, a single consciousness between all of them, linked through the minds of their hosts. But without hosts, they are easily manipulated, making them the perfect slave race. Invincible's skin was too strong for the squids also, but the Monarch wants to execute the astronauts just to be safe. Mark didn't allow it and attempted a rescue mission, saving the people and taking them back to the shuttle. They were able to safely escape the planet, but not everyone made it out safely. One of the astronauts was taken as a host by the squids, and in his place, a Martian man returned back to Earth, disguising himself to look exactly like the astronaut. Back on Earth a few days later, Invincible was sent on another mission, this time to deal with Titan, a criminal he had met before. Titan asks Invincible for help, saying he works for a guy named Machine Head, the top crime boss in the entire country, untouchable even by the police, doing whatever he pleases, murder, drugs, he does it all. Mark agrees to help Titan defeat the crime boss and attacks his office together. However, Machine Head was protected by his personal guard of highly trained mercenaries like Battle Beast, Magnatak, Kursk, Furnace, Magmaniac, and the Tether Tyrant. The two of them didn't expect such strong villains to face, and they quickly got outmatched. Battle Beast attacked Invincible and completely destroyed him, knocking him out with just a few hits. Luckily, the Guardians of the Globe came to help and did their best against the villains. Black Samson and Bulletproof attacked Battle Beast, but he completely destroyed both of them, sending them both into instant comas. He was highly disappointed, saying he came to Earth because he was promised worthy combatants, but he only wasted his time coming here, so he left. After everyone left and Machine Head was arrested, Titan returned to the office and took his place, becoming the new crime boss. Chapter 5 begins in Mark's room, after Atom Eve visited him saying she wanted to talk. Eve tells Mark she wants to quit being a superhero and do something else. She has incredible powers that allow her to rearrange matter and create anything she wants. She wants to use these powers to help people and do some good in the world, and not just fight villains. Invincible can handle that. She says goodbye and tells Mark she is going to Africa to help people who need her most, but she promises to talk to him immediately after she settles in. Meanwhile, the Mahler twins inform Angstrom Livy that the machine they are building for him, which will allow him to transfer all the knowledge from his variants from other dimensions into his mind, will be finished by next week. High school is finally over, and Mark and his friend William are now students and roommates at Upstate University. William asks Mark about his parents, but he doesn't want to talk about it and just goes to sleep. Their first day in the classroom is interrupted by a senior student named Sinclair, who never attended this class because he always thought it was beneath him. He is now forced to take the class to finish his school and acts like a jerk. Amber visits Mark and the two of them walk around the campus, but out of nowhere, a hybrid robot attacks them, the same kind that attacked Mark when he first came to visit the university. Mark abandons Amber and changes into Invincible, immediately dealing with the hybrid, but when he returns, Amber is mad at him for abandoning her and doesn't want to talk to him. We later discover that these hybrid robots are actually manufactured by the jerk student Sinclair, who has been experimenting on dead people, trying to bring them back to life in the form of hybrid robots. His experiments haven't been too successful. Most of the hybrids are brain-dead zombies who just want to kill themselves, so he wants to experiment on live subjects. Invincible is sent by Cecil on his next mission inside Midnight City. The city was cursed after the Midnight Magician cast a spell that shrouded the city in everlasting darkness. The government wants to take back the city and sends Invincible to inspect the area. He finds Nightboy, Darkwing's assistant, who has gone a little crazy, killing survivors still living inside the city. Nightboy takes Invincible inside the Shadowverse, a dark dimension without any light from which nobody could escape. However, Mark grabs his hand and refuses to let go, saying he won't let go unless he takes both of them out of there. Eventually, Nightboy surrenders, and both of them leave the dark place. Invincible takes him to the Pentagon, where he is handcuffed and arrested immediately. Next, we see Robot going inside a secret room, kneeling down, and opening his suit for someone. Robot was actually a very sick person living inside a tube who was using drones to do his bidding. After the incident at the university with the hybrid, Amber refused to talk to Mark anymore, so he came to visit her. She was shocked to find him inside her room and he wanted to tell her the truth. But before he could even begin, Cecil tells him there is another emergency and needs him immediately. Mark tells Amber he will come by later and explain everything, and then jumps out the window and flies away. Next, we see the Mauler twins informing Angstrom that the machine is almost finished. By this time tomorrow, all of the knowledge of his variants and their dimensions will be transferred into his mind. He will finally be able to explore the multiverse without having to risk entering a world too harsh to survive. Sinclair, the mad scientist student, was working on his next project, trying to bring the dead back to life, but this time he took things one step further. He kidnapped one of the students from campus and operated on him, transforming him into a half-man, half-machine hybrid. Moments later, Mark returns to Amber's apartment, saying he is actually invincible, and that's why he's been so busy lately and disappearing on her, because he was out fighting villains and saving the world. Mark tells her everything about him, including his father, and she is happy that he finally told her the truth. She gets on top of him and takes off his suit, saying she is ready for more. While we let Mark and Amber have some privacy, we move to a story deep in space with Alan the alien, who was flying back to Toliskria, the capital of the coalition of planets. Alan recalls the events that happened on his homeworld, Unop, when the Viltrum Empire attacked, and they were forced to leave the planet and survive in space. Eventually, his race was asked to join the coalition of planets, and they created breeding camps to ensure the survival of their species. Alan was born in such a camp and was part of an experiment to create a new breed of stronger warriors. Even though he was very strong, Alan was nowhere near the strength of a Viltrumite, and he barely survived an encounter with them. His job has been to travel the universe in search of powerful warriors, strong enough to face a Viltrumite. Alan reports back to the council that Omni-Man abandoned his post on Earth, making him an outcast to the Viltrum Empire and a possible ally, and also that his son refused to join the Viltrum Empire. Alan then goes to meet his girlfriend and spends many beautiful hours together. While having dinner, Alan is attacked by 3 Viltrumites, who demand to know more details about the Viltrumite who abandoned his outpost and about his son. Alan mocks them, prompting the Viltrumites to attack him and completely destroy his body, leaving him for dead in space. However, Alan is recovered and taken to the infirmary, where doctors reattach his body together. Back on Earth, the Mauler twins finally finished building the machine for Angstrom and they are ready to start the procedure. Cecil knows that the twins are up to something and sends Invincible to stop whatever they are doing. Mark breaks inside and attacks the twins, saying he is much stronger now compared to the first time they met. Livy panics and calls more Mauler variants from other dimensions to help him. He asks them to keep Invincible busy until the process is finished. The Mauler variants are too many and overpower Mark, but Angstrom asks them not to kill him because he doesn't want blood on his hands. He takes off the machine attached to his head, but that only causes the whole machine to explode, destroying the hideout and everything around it. Invincible survives, but most of the Mauler variants are burned alive. Angstrom also survives together with one of the Mauler variants, but something is different. Livy claims the experiment was a success, and he can feel the knowledge of every dimension being downloaded into his brain. However, his body is disfigured, and his brain has mutated, covering a big portion of his body. He is overwhelmed with rage and goes into another dimension to heal his body, vowing to take his revenge when he returns. Chapter 6 begins with Rex Splode fighting a giant squid mutant, but Invincible comes to help. He punches the giant squid, but Rex Splode says he doesn't need any help and wants to deal with it himself. He uses his powers to charge a computer monitor, throws it at the creature, instantly killing it. He feels content with how the fight went and returns to the base looking for his girlfriend, Duplicate. He finds her in the basement, cheating on him with the Immortal, just like he cheated on Adam Eve at the beginning of the series. Meanwhile, Mark visits his mother at home and finds her eating a sandwich, so he makes one for himself. Someone knocks on the door and Debbie goes to see who it is. She is shocked to find a half-man, half-dog figure standing there, claiming he is Science Dog. Invincible attacks him immediately, saying he can't be real and that Science Dog is a comic book character. The figure tells Invincible to calm down, calling him by his real name, proving that he even knows his secret identity. Science Dog says he is an alien from another planet and he came here to ask for his help. His planet is being attacked by a race of evil aliens and they need him to stop the invasion. Mark agrees to go to their home world, even though Cecil was against the decision and told Mark not to leave Earth. The journey takes about 6 days, and Mark is incredibly bored, but eventually they arrive on the planet. Mark is taken to see their leader and is shocked to see that his father, Omni-Man, is the king on this planet. Mark hugs his father and starts crying, saying that even though he is still upset with him, he missed him greatly. Omni-Man says he came to this planet after he left Earth, and he will never be able to go back to Earth because he abandoned the Viltrumite outpost. This race of aliens is very fragile. They only live for 9 months, and their leader is always the oldest one among them. Since Nolan is hundreds of years old, he immediately became their leader. He claims that he is a changed man now. He abandoned the Viltrum ways and started a new life here, marrying a female on this planet named Andressa. Nolan says this is something normal for Viltrumites, to seek multiple partners and move on with their life, considering their life expectancy is so great. To prove it even further, he shows Mark his new half-brother, a child he made with his new wife Andressa. Meanwhile, back on Earth, a very powerful villain called Omnipotus the World Shaper attacked the world. Cecil was forced to assemble every hero from around the country to face this unprecedented threat. Omnipotus has the ability to change reality and is incredibly dangerous. He wants to drain this world of its life force and restore himself to full force. Luckily, the combined might of the heroes was enough to stand against him. Black Samson, who was put into a coma by Battle Beast earlier, recovered and had all of his powers back. He was able to push Omnipotus back into his own dimension and save the world from imminent destruction. Back on the alien planet, Nolan tells his son that the baby is half Viltrumite and half alien, meaning he will age faster than a Viltrumite but slower compared to the rest of the aliens. In just a few months, he will be a teenager. He says that the Viltrum Empire knows he is hiding here, and already several agents are headed towards them. He wants Mark to help him fight against these agents and protect this planet. The Viltrumites already arrived, and Mark takes Andressa and the child towards some abandoned caves. One of the agents saw them and followed them inside, asking Mark to prove his strength and see if he is a worthy Viltrumite. Mark surprises him with a punch from behind and flies away, but the agent recovers and follows them. Moments before getting caught from behind, Omni-Man surprise attacked the agent, giving Mark and Andressa enough time to escape. Nolan kills the agent, and after making sure that his son is safe, he takes Mark to attack the other agents together. The Viltrumites destroyed most of the cities and killed its people, causing Omni-Man to cry and be overwhelmed with rage. When the two agents revealed themselves, he jumped them, showing why he was considered a top agent of the Empire, showing his incredible speed and power. Sadly, Invincible was nowhere near as strong as these Viltrumites and can't hold his own or help his father very much. The fight between the 4 Viltrumites is brutal, but Mark was getting destroyed and he is barely hanging on. His father gave everything he had and tried to save his son, destroying the 2 Viltrumites and shattering their bodies. However, the 3rd agent was still alive, and he was able to surprise Omni-Man from behind, even though he was holding his organs in his hand. The agents called for reinforcements who took Omni-Man prisoner and healed Invincible. One of them said that Mark proved himself a worthy member of the Viltrumite Empire, and he will be allowed to live. He was given 100 years to return to Earth and prepare the planet for invasion, and if he failed to do so, he would be executed on arrival. After he recovered from his injuries, Mark helped the aliens rebuild most of their cities, but Andressa had another favor to ask. She wants Mark to take her son back to Earth and protect him, saying that she will be dead in a few weeks and the child will be all alone. After being gone for over a month, he returns home and greets his mother, who says she was worried. Mark tells her she met with his dad on the planet, but he didn't want to talk about it. He does have a surprise though, and shows her his half-brother, Nolan's son. Debbie was shocked to find out Nolan remarried and had another son, but she thinks the kid is kinda cute and agreed to raise him as her own. Chapter 7 begins in Mark's home, while his mother was playing and taking care of his half-brother, Oliver. Meanwhile, Robot goes looking for the Mauler twins because he wants to hire their services. Robot was actually a man named Rudy Connors, who was born disfigured and is forced to live inside a water tank that kept his body alive. He wants to hire the Mauler twins to help him transfer his mind inside a clone that he created. Rudy was one of the smartest people on Earth, and he was able to amass a great fortune, offering any price to the twins. Later, Mark visits his girlfriend, Amber, inside her dorm apartment and asks if she wants to visit Africa with him. She is very busy preparing for an upcoming test, but can't resist the urge to fly to Africa for free. Samantha had recently moved there and started a new life after abandoning Atom Eve persona. With her incredible powers, she can reshape atoms and create anything she wants and prefers to help people in need rather than fight bad guys. She built a house from scratch, and she and Mark spend the morning talking about Omni-Man, but also about the fact that he feels guilty about abandoning Amber all the time to fight criminals. Mark receives a phone call from someone claiming his mother wants to speak with him. She asks Mark for help, and he immediately knew that something was wrong. He leaves the two girls and flies back home as fast as he could, screaming out his mother's name the moment he walked inside. He finds his mother and Oliver taken as hostages by Angstrom Livy, the man with the crazy ability to travel to other dimensions. Angstrom blames Invincible for his disfigured body after his machine exploded while Mark was fighting the Mauler twins. The machine actually exploded because Livy interrupted the process, but he doesn't remember the events happening that way and vows to torture and kill Mark and his family. Invincible wants to attack him, but Angstrom sends him to another dimension, one where dinosaurs were still alive and roaming free. These dinosaurs have the ability to speak, but are not friendly and attack him. However, Angstrom brings him back only to torture him a bit more, saying just how much he is going to enjoy killing his family, and then sends him to another dimension. Here, he crosses paths with Dr. Octavius and even Spider-Man. But this was just the beginning. Angstrom keeps sending him from one universe to another, going from a world overrun with zombies to Gotham, where he meets even Batman. Eventually, Angstrom goes searching for him, but Mark jumps on him swiftly and grabs him by the throat. During the fight, another portal opens and both of them start free-falling, going from dimension to dimension, eventually landing inside a barren wasteland. Angstrom keeps tormenting Invincible, saying how much he's going to enjoy killing his mother and even his half-brother, but this only causes Mark to lose control. Mark jumps on him and punches him mercilessly, going all out and completely losing control. However, he quickly realizes that his opponent wasn't as strong as he pretended to be, and actually died. Mark was shocked. He didn't mean to kill him, but he also didn't realize just how weak he actually was. He was now stuck inside this dimension with no real way of returning home. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the Guardians of the Globe appear, claiming to be from the future. 15 years from now, time machines were invented, and they were able to find his dimension and travel back in time to save him. Before sending him back home, Atom Eve confesses her love for Mark, urging him to talk to Eve once he gets back to his own time. Mark returns to his own dimension and rushes to see his family, who were safe now and being treated for injuries inside the Pentagon. Meanwhile, the Mauler twins were successful in transferring Rudy's mind from his disfigured body inside the young clone, but he has other plans for the twins. Even though he was thankful for their help, the twins are villains, and he can't let them go. He brings a giant robot and arrests them. Rudy is one of the smartest minds on Earth, but he still wants to do the right thing and be part of the Guardians of the Globe. Eventually, Cecil introduces him to the rest of the crew, revealing the truth that Rudy has always been the one controlling robot. Rudy tells Monster Girl that he kind of likes her. That's why he created a younger clone instead of a full-grown adult and asks her out. She says she doesn't have any friends and agrees to meet with him during non-working hours. Mark visits Art the tailor and asks him if he knows anything about his father's books. Before he was arrested by the Viltrumite agents, Nolan told his son to read his books, and Art thinks he might know what his father meant. He brings out a bunch of unpublished books that his father wrote. Mark realizes that these books aren't just fiction, but actually events and people that his father met in the galaxy. He reads about a space rider who wields a powerful weapon that can kill Viltrumites, and even a race of monster aliens called Ragnar, with claws and teeth so sharp they could tear through Viltrumite flesh. Nolan wanted his son to know how he could defeat Viltrumites. Chapter 8 begins in the Guardians of the Globe locker rooms, after Rex Splode just found out that Duplicate was marrying the Immortal. He reflects on their time spent together but says he would have never married her, maybe someone like Atom Eve. The Guardians are called to fight a familiar villain named Seismic Doc, who just escaped prison and summoned an army of underground monsters to help him fight the heroes. During the fight, the Immortal is overprotective of Kate, which causes her to get mad at him for embarrassing her in front of the Guardians. Meanwhile, a new hero who calls himself Shapesmith appears. He was able to single-handedly restrain Seismic Doc and prevent him from escaping underground. Shapesmith is actually a Martian manhunter in disguise, and he came to Earth disguised as one of the astronauts that returned from Mars. The Immortal is impressed by his skills and asks him to join the Guardians of the Globe. Later, William asks Mark to help him find Rick, a student from the university who has been missing for 4 months. Fellow students have been disappearing around the campus, and William wants to be the bait to see if someone tries to kidnap him. He falls asleep on a park bench while Mark was keeping an eye on him from the tree. Several hours later, a hybrid, half-robot, half-human, arrives and kidnaps him, taking him inside the sewers. Mark follows him closely but is jumped by several Reanimen, and they are stronger than they look. He fights the hybrids but is shocked to see that their friend Rick was actually one of these hybrids. The other one takes William inside the clock tower, where the mad scientist student Sinclair was performing experiments on people. He was kidnapping students from all over the campus and turning them into Reanimen, hybrid soldiers under his control. Mark was eventually able to break free and flies straight inside the tower, but their friend Rick stopped him. The hybrids were just too strong, and Mark pleaded with him to stop the attack and save William. Eventually, some part of Rick was still in there, and he listened to Mark, turning on the other hybrids and helping Mark to free their friend. Sinclair tries to escape and runs away with his files, but Mark stops him and breaks his jaw. Cecil intervenes and asks to not kill him, while the cleanup crew takes his friends to the infirmary. After everything that happened, Mark flies to his girlfriend and finds another guy inside her bedroom. She says it's just a guy from school, and they were studying together, but Mark feels like there might be more to this. While the doctors were doing their best to turn Rick back into a normal human, Cecil visits Sinclair inside the jail and offers him a deal. He wants Sinclair to work for him and create more hybrid soldiers in exchange for time outside the prison cell. Meanwhile, back on Taleskria, the capital of the Coalition of Planets, Alan the alien recovers after he was almost killed by the Viltrumite agents. He is visited by the leader of the Coalition, who tells him that ever since the attack, his body has become much stronger, very close to Viltrum levels. He knows this for a fact because he himself is a Viltrum who deserted the mighty Empire. Mark visits Atom Eve again in Africa and wants to talk about Amber. He thinks it's not fair to her to have a superhero boyfriend who always abandons her to fight villains and comes back months later. He remembers what the Eve from the future told him, and he decides to act, giving her a big kiss. Mark is unsure of his feelings, but before they can talk more and discuss what just happened, Cecil calls everyone to the Guardians of the Globe secret base for an emergency meeting. Cecil tells everyone that a big spaceship is flying from Mars and headed towards Earth. Shapesmith decides to come clean and tell everyone the truth, that he is actually a Martian manhunter and he ran away from his planet because he didn't want to live there anymore. After he switched places with the astronaut back on Mars, the planet was probably overrun by sequids, a race of alien parasites that share a single mind and take control of other people, making them their slaves. The sequids have no effect on the Martian people because of their shape-shifting abilities, but the human astronaut was an easy target. The Guardians travel into space and break inside the giant spaceship and are initially greeted by the Martians, who blame Shapesmith for the invasion and want to kill him. The Guardians convince the Martians to join forces and fight against an overwhelming amount of sequids that try to take control of them. Rudy came along wearing the robot suit and realized that all the sequids communicate with each other on a single frequency. He is able to find and scramble this frequency, causing all the sequids to lose control and fall asleep. The Guardians successfully dealt with the parasites, but the Martians still wanted to kill Shapesmith because of his act of treason. However, Invincible didn't allow them to harm him. All of them escaped and safely returned back to Earth. While all of this was happening in space, back on Earth, the Lizard League took over a missile silo in Wyoming, hoping to blackmail the government into giving them money for not launching nuclear missiles. The leftover heroes like Rex Splode, Shrinking Ray, and even Duplicate were sent to neutralize the threat. However, the fight was extremely brutal, and everyone except Rex Splode was killed. Rex survived until the very end, and even had his hand bitten off when he put an explosive device inside one of the villains' mouths. However, the leader of the Lizard League was still alive and shot him in the head, but luckily he survived and was able to knock him out with a powerful punch to the face. Mark returns to Earth and wants to see his girlfriend at the university, but when he gets there he sees Gary, one of her friends from school, leaving her room. Mark feels sorry about abandoning her every time to go fight bad guys and monsters, but it's his job and he can't escape his responsibilities. He loves Amber and wants what's best for her, and eventually they both agree that the two of them being together doesn't make much sense. They cuddle one time and wish each other the best, before breaking up for good. Invincible visits Rex Splode in the hospital saying he feels horrible for missing the fight, but Rex couldn't help but feel jealous for all the praise Invincible got for stopping the alien invasion, while everything he had to do in Wyoming will remain a secret. The chapter ends with the astronaut that was left stranded back on Mars finally arriving home after being missing for several months. But there was something wrong with him. He wasn't himself. Several sequids survived and took control of his body, claiming that their plan is to take over the world. Chapter 9 begins on the moon after the government built a space station there, and Invincible was sent to make sure nothing bad happens to it. One of the astronauts says he doesn't trust Invincible after his dad threatened to destroy the entire planet. But one of the astronauts that was sent on Mars defends Mark, saying he saved her life. Cecil calls Mark back on Earth to deal with the giant villain who was destroying the city and demanded to be appointed president. But before they could fight, the Guardians of the Globe arrive and take over the case, leaving Invincible to return to the moon station. Mark returns home, and his mother tells him that Oliver has grown quite a lot since last time thanks to his Thraxian DNA from his mother. Mark tells his brother he is still too young to get his powers, but while they enjoy a friendly game of baseball, Oliver surprises his brother by flying and catching the ball. Their mother is also impressed with how fast Oliver developed superpowers. But still, she doesn't allow flying inside the home. Meanwhile, at the Guardians base in Utah, Immortal is mourning the death of his wife, Duplicate, and tells Cecil he never felt so bad about losing anyone before. The conversation is cut short when an unknown object approaches Earth at high speed, and Immortal leaves to confront it. He flies into space and meets Alan the alien, who returned to Earth to speak with Invincible, but Immortal attacks him believing he is an invader. Alan claims he wasn't hurt and that Immortal is weak, but before he can retaliate, Invincible shows up and calms everyone down. After a small introduction, Alan and Mark fly down to Earth to talk in private. Mark tells him about his father's books that he's been reading, trying to find ways to hurt the Viltrumite people, and also tells him about Oliver, his half-brother. The Immortal returns to base, feeling even more depressed, and tells Cecil he wants to quit working for the Guardians, taking a leave of absence until further notice. After Alan left, Atom Eve visits Mark and says she heard he was single now and wants to know if they are dating now or what. She tells Mark she always liked him, but when they first met she was dating Rex, and later he was dating Amber and couldn't do anything about it. Mark likes Eve, but he isn't sure what he should do, prompting Samantha to just leave. The next day, Debbie tells Mark about a guy named Paul she recently started seeing from work. But before they could get into more details, a female Viltrumite interrupts them, saying that she will kill his mother if she doesn't follow her immediately. Anissa was sent here to inspect Invincible's progress and tries to convince him that Viltrumites are not just a warmonger race looking to conquer and destroy other races. She says that the Viltrum Empire helps other races and offers them technology in return for resources and hundreds of years of prosperity, but Invincible doesn't buy it. She wants to prove to Mark their intentions are noble and helps him defeat a giant monster and even save thousands of lives in the process, but Mark is still not impressed. Eventually, she loses her temper and threatens him, saying a replacement was already designated for this planet, but until he comes he still has time to change his mind and work for them. If the planet is not ready for conquering by the time his replacement arrives, he will be executed and the planet will be completely destroyed. While Alan the alien was returning back to the coalition of planets with good news, he is ambushed by the same Viltrumites deep in space. Alan was a lot stronger now, and he could even face a Viltrumite, but he realizes it's a better idea to just surrender and have them take him to their prison, where he will surely meet Omni-Man, one of the few Viltrumites who ever rebelled against their people. After quitting the Guardians of the Globe, the Immortal retreats to one of his cabins in the mountain, but when he enters the door, he is shocked to find Duplicate still alive, claiming she needs his help to deal with her brother, Multipole. Meanwhile, across town, Fightmaster and Dropkick, two people from the future, are stealing the Declaration of Independence, claiming to be from the future. Invincible and Rex Splode fight them and manage to stop them, but they are surprised by Multipole, Kate's brother. He accuses Rex Splode of killing his sister during the nuclear silo mission in Utah and attacks him viciously. Just like Duplicate, Multipole has the ability to create copies of himself in great number, quickly outnumbering the two heroes. Luckily, the Immortal and Duplicate arrive, claiming she was never killed in the mission because she always keeps the original Kate far away from danger and only sends her copies to do missions. On the other side of the galaxy, inside the Viltrum prison, Omni-Man is awaiting execution, but before that can happen, his body needs to be fully healed according to Viltrum's sacred laws. He sees Alan the alien being brought inside and transported to one of the cells, and remembers him from their many encounters on Earth. Back on Earth, Invincible is fighting two villains who are robbing an armored truck. His brother follows him and watches as his brother quickly deals with the villains, and even intervenes to punch one of the bad guys. Oliver loves helping his brother and asks if he can be his partner. Over at the Pentagon, Cecil Stedman visits D.A. Sinclair after he hired him to secretly work for the government and create an army of undead soldiers under the control of the United States Army. Chapter 10 begins with a massive attack on every League of Heroes from across the country, including the Dragon Crew in Chicago, the Dynamo 5 at the Aquarium, the Capes in New York City, and even the Guardians of the Globe in Washington, D.C. Nobody knows who organized the attack or how they knew exactly where to strike. Invincible went to visit Samantha in Africa after she confessed her love for him, and he left her standing, but she wasn't in the mood to talk. Cecil warns him of the attack on the heroes, and the two of them immediately fly back to help. Dr. Seismic escaped from prison and launched the attack on heroes, managing to capture all of them and trap them underground. Invincible breaks inside the cave and tries to stop the evil doctor, but he was confronted with two giant monsters that were incredibly powerful. Wolfman escapes also and tries to help, but they were overrun by the crazy amount of monsters, and Invincible gets knocked out. Stedman was left with no choice and asked A.D. Sinclair to send his army of Reaniman soldiers trained to work for the government. The new Darkwing leads the attack against Dr. Seismic, and he is able to free most of the heroes. Everyone joins forces and attacks the monsters together, turning the fight in their favor. Invincible wants to surprise the Doctor from behind, but Darkwing pulls him inside the Shadowverse and knocks him out cold. Out of nowhere, Invincible punched Darkwing in the back, calling him a murderer. Mark arrested him a few months ago in Midnight City when he went completely crazy and started killing people inside the city. Stedman covered everything up that happened in Midnight City, and nobody even knew that Darkwing is a murderer. Mark confronts Cecil about hiring criminals to work for him, but loses his temper even more when he sees A.D. Sinclair was also working for him. Cecil defends his action, saying he will do everything he can to keep the country safe, including hiring criminals. He tells Mark to calm down or he will unleash the Reaniman on him, but Mark refused to back down. Cecil shocks him using the earpiece he implanted in his ear, and Mark tries to fly away, but Cecil follows him around by teleporting behind him. Mark eventually flew towards the Guardians of the Globe and crashed inside their headquarters. Cecil tells everyone to stand down, but the heroes refuse to listen to him and decide to help Invincible. Rudy is able to deactivate the device inside Mark's head, and Mark defends himself, destroying most of the Reaniman. He tells Cecil they are done working together and threatens to kill him if he ever comes near him again, or if he tries to recruit his brother Oliver. The heroes that helped Invincible all decided to leave the Guardians of the Globe and create their own League of Heroes. Mark returns home all bruised up and talks to Samantha, explaining everything that happened between him and Stedman. He also tells her that when he was being attacked by the Reaniman and he couldn't fight back, all he could do was think about her and that he loves her very much. The two of them kiss for the second time, while Oliver watched from his window saying how gross this looks. Next, we see a distant memory when Cecil was taken hostage by two villains who wanted to poison the world using a deadly gas, but Sir Brit was able to stop them. Cecil was hurt in the escape. That's why he has that scar on his face, and the two villains were presumed dead. Many years later, when the Pentagon was under attack, the two villains emerged again, but this time they were on their side and managed to stop the attack. Cecil's boss faked their deaths and hired them to work for the government, which made Cecil realize what it means to use any means necessary to achieve your goal. Later, he did the same thing when he contacted Omni-Man and made a deal with him to work for the government. Everything Cecil did over the years was to keep his country safe, no matter the cost. Back in the present, Invincible and his brother get new suits from the tailor, and Oliver joins him on their mission together, calling himself Omni-Kid. When two villains attacked the Stronghold Penitentiary trying to break out Multipol, Oliver ignored his brother's orders and charged them head-on. He was immediately electrocuted and knocked unconscious, falling on the ground. Luckily, his brother was there to save him and deal with the criminals, shouting at his brother to never do that ever again. Mark ends the night with Eve on the rooftop talking about his brother, but someone was watching them from far. Livy Angstrom was still alive after Mark nearly killed him, and he came back to get his revenge. The Mahler twins attacked the nuclear silo in Utah and quickly took over the base. Invincible and his brother came to stop them, but the twins said they planned to launch one of the rockets into space and disrupt communication satellites. The twins wanted to launch one of the rockets into the sun and create a giant solar flare, disrupting every communication satellite and forcing nations to pay them if they wanted to bring them back online. While Invincible left to prevent one of the rockets from leaving Earth's atmosphere, his brother was left behind to deal with the twins. Oliver goes all out and kills one of the twins, leaving the other one in shock. When he saw how strong Oliver actually was, the other twin gave up, saying he surrenders, but Oliver didn't stop there. He punched him straight in the head, killing him in an instant, and then defended his actions, saying it was an accident. Mark returns to the base and is mad at his brother for killing the twins, and on top of that, Oliver didn't even feel sorry, saying it's better to deal with villains this way so they never return. Now that Invincible wasn't working for Stedman anymore, he had to patrol the streets on his own and sees Titan, the city's new crime boss, sitting outside the penitentiary. Titan was working for a larger mafia boss and was tasked with breaking out Multipol from prison. The previous attempt failed, and Titan wanted to do it himself, but his boss Mr. Liu grew impatient and showed up instead. Using a soul projector manifested in the form of a giant dragon, he was able to break out Multipol from prison and escape before Invincible could do anything. Chapter 11 begins in Paris with Mark and Samantha having a romantic dinner next to the Eiffel Tower, when, out of nowhere, a portal opens and two guys from the future emerge. Invincible encountered Fightmaster and Dropkick before when they tried to steal the Declaration of Independence, but this time they came to ask for his help. They bring Invincible into the future and ask him to fight their king because he completely lost his mind. Mark was shocked to see the king was none other than the Immortal, who looked noticeably older now but still alive and kicking. The king tells him that Mark left Earth hundreds of years ago, leaving him alone to rule the planet, but he grew tired of being immortal while seeing everyone around get older and die. He asks Invincible to kill him. He's the only one who can do this and begs him to do it. Mark didn't want to do it, but he was left with no choice and rips off his head in a moment of rage. The two guys from the future return Mark to the present just seconds after leaving, and he was able to continue his date with Samantha. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in space inside the Viltrumite prison, Alan the alien let himself be arrested just to get closer to Omni-Man and help him escape the prison together. Alan was a lot stronger now, and the guards couldn't even kill him, so they just gave up. Alan talked telepathically to Nolan inside the prison and became good friends, and eventually, he tried to escape. He let other prisoners out to create a distraction, including Battle Beast, who was also a prisoner there. Two Viltrumite agents were performing the execution, beating the life out of Omni-Man when they broke him out. The two of them joined forces and killed the agents, and Nolan said that nobody else was coming, because there are less than 50 pure-blooded Viltrumites left in the whole universe. Back on Earth, Mark wakes up next to Samantha in bed after a wild night together and talks about lacking privacy by living with their parents. Things would be much easier if they had a place of their own. Mark receives a phone call and says he needs to leave, promising to explain everything later. His ex-girlfriend Amber has a new boyfriend named Gary, but even though she says he is nice to her, last night he lost his temper and hit her. Mark was furious and left immediately, searching for Gary. He threatens to kill him if he ever dares to lay his hand on Amber again. While this was going on, Mark's brother was out on his first solo mission, dealing with a giant metal robot villain. Kid Omni-Man did pretty good on his first mission, but in the end, his brother had to step in and end the fight. Mark returns home and tells Samantha everything that happened with Amber, saying he has a problem with temper and almost killed that guy for hitting her. While talking to his brother outside, Oliver sees a reflection hidden in the trees, and Mark tries to catch it, but it exploded. Someone was watching them and recording their actions. Invincible thinks that Cecil Stedman was behind this and visits the Pentagon, using this opportunity to destroy some more reanimated soldiers. Cecil says it's not him and asks Mark for a favor, to hunt and arrest Wolfman, who murdered his wife in cold blood. Mark agrees and goes looking for Wolfman, and finds him fighting a giant Cyclops in the forest. After defeating the monster, Wolfman says he didn't kill his wife, blaming the murder on Zakaria, one of his mentors. Mark believes him and brings him to Cecil to explain what really happened, but Stedman refuses to listen, saying the justice system will deal with him. Mark defends Wolfman once again and helps him escape the Pentagon, but is stopped on the way by the Guardians of the Globe. He pleaded with them to listen, saying that Stedman is no stranger to working with criminals, but they were loyal to the government and began fighting. Invincible was able to grab the Immortal by the head and spin around, knocking out all the other heroes and then sending him flying tens of feet into the air. Wolfman visits his daughter, who thinks he killed her mother, but he swears he's innocent, and their family friend confirms that Wolfman is a good person. He asks Invincible to do one more thing for him, return back to the forest where he first found him. After leaving, we see a mysterious figure hiding in the darkness. Samantha prepared a surprise for Mark, saying she created a private security company in his name, allowing him to work for prisons, power plants, factories, and other places that always seem to have a problem with criminals. This way they can make money and buy a place of their own. Mark wasn't too fond of the idea at first, but ultimately thinks it's a good idea and spends the night together with her. We see a glimpse of the apartment of Russ Livingston, the astronaut that returned from Mars. He was being fully controlled by sequids who were multiplying and preparing an invasion very soon. Meanwhile, somewhere else, many invincible variants from different dimensions were all gathered in one place by one man. Levi Angstrom was preparing his revenge on Invincible and getting ready to set his diabolical master plan into action. Someone named Powerplex is vowing to kill Invincible and make him pay for his crimes against humanity. When Omni-Man fought his son, the aftermath was devastating, destroying many cities and killing thousands of people, including his sister. Powerplex wanted nothing else but to avenge his sister's death and wanted to kill Invincible. He used his wife and baby as bait, tying them up inside an abandoned warehouse while Invincible came to their rescue. He surprised Mark from behind while he was untying his wife and son, but something went terribly wrong. Powerplex's biggest weakness was that he couldn't fully control his power. He was leaking energy, and when he attacked Invincible, he leaked an incredible amount of energy, killing his family in the process. Even though it was all his fault, he still blamed Invincible for making him do this, and vowed to kill him and avenge his family. Chapter 12 begins with a flashback to 5 months ago, right after Invincible killed Levi Angstrom. He didn't know that Angstrom was so weak and went all out on him, but the mad scientist wasn't dead. He survived and managed to teleport to another dimension. There, A strange alien race took care of him and rebuilt his body using advanced medicine. Many months later, Angstrom traveled the multiverse and gathered many evil invincible variants and launched an attack on Earth. All major cities from around the world were attacked by these variants, causing massive destruction and devastation all around the globe. Angstrom wanted revenge on Invincible for disfiguring his body and nearly killing him, and wanted the people to fear and hate Invincible. That's why he gathered variants that look exactly like him. He wanted to destroy Invincible's reputation and make the people hate and fear him forever. When the Pentagon was attacked, Steadman called all available heroes to defend the country and stop these variants. The fights were brutal, with many casualties on both sides. Rex Splode was killed by one of his own explosions. When Atom Eve was injured, Invincible rushed her to the hospital and refused to continue to fight. He stayed by her side and let the other heroes deal with the invasion. The variants were extremely powerful, and it only took them 3 days to completely take over the world. Eventually, the variants turned on Angstrom himself and wanted to kill him, so he was forced to send them to an abandoned dimension with no way of returning back. Invincible finds Livy and jumps at him, threatening to kill him for all the destruction and suffering he caused around the world, but he tried to escape. Mark grabbed his hand before he could teleport away and refused to let go. When the portal closed, Angstrom managed to escape, but he lost his arm in the process. Mark visits Samantha in the hospital, but she was unconscious, still recovering from the near-fatal attack. He decides to let her recover, while he helps the other heroes search for survivors. He spends the next few days clearing the debris and helping to recover dead bodies. As if the devastation caused by Angstrom wasn't enough, a Viltrumite agent arrives on Earth. He claims his name is Conquest, and he was sent here to replace him and take over the planet, and threatens to kill Mark if he opposes him. Invincible refused to back down, and the two of them begin a brutal fight. Conquest, however, is one of their strongest Viltrumite agents who has never failed to take over a planet before. He says he likes to fight and wants Invincible to go all out and give everything he has in him, but it still wasn't enough. Oliver comes and tries to help his brother, but he was nowhere near as strong as them and gets pushed aside easily. Meanwhile, Samantha wakes up in the hospital and asks her parents what happened to Mark. She sees him on TV fighting Conquest and rushes immediately to the scene to help him. She tries to trap Conquest inside a sphere of energy, but he easily destroys it by clapping his hands. Conquest then punches her in the face and stabs her through the abdomen using his hand, leaving a big hole inside her body. Mark rushed to grab her as she was falling to the ground and prayed for her to still be alive. Conquest thanks Invincible for allowing him to go all out. It's been a long time since he's done this, and he loves every minute of it. Invincible is infuriated and loses control, breaking Conquest's robotic arm with a powerful punch. He then continues a series of attacks, punching, kicking, and even biting and taking a big chunk of flesh from the mad Viltrumite out of nowhere. Samantha recovers from her injuries, and her body completely heals up, allowing her to get up and launch a devastating blast of energy towards Conquest. The blast was powerful enough to completely burn off his body, but he still refused to give up. Mark then pinned him to the ground and continued the attacks with a series of headbutts that completely destroyed Conquest's face. When he was done, the Viltrumite agent was left unconscious in his own blood with his face completely disfigured. Mark then makes his way to Samantha, who was completely naked on the ground, and tells her how much he loves her. She responds back, while all the heroes arrive to witness this beautiful moment. A few days later, Mark requested to see Conquest's body to make sure he was dead, and Cecil showed him a fake body while the real Viltrumite was being kept inside a remote military base deep underground. The heroes attend a ceremony dedicated to the fallen heroes, including Rex Splode, and Samantha can't help herself from crying while giving a big speech. Mark visits his brother in the hospital and says that he was right. He needs to take a stronger stand against future threats and vows he won't hesitate to kill next time. Chapter 13 continues the story deep in space. After Omni-Man and Alan the alien escape from prison, Nolan decides to tell Alan the truth about the Viltrum Empire. After the Empire began expanding and conquering many worlds, their enemies created a special virus called the Scourge virus, which had devastating effects on the Viltrumite population. Thousands were killed by the virus, but in the end, the Empire endured, and the strongest Viltrumites survived. From this point forward, the Empire expanded at a much slower pace, with single agents being designated entire planets and spread across the galaxy. The two of them return to Talescria, the capital of the coalition of planets, and Alan invites Nolan to sleep over at his home, which surprises his girlfriend, who shoots Nolan with her rifle. Nolan informs Thetis of the many weapons they can use against the Viltrumites, and sends them to collect these weapons and prepare for war. Approximately 100 years ago, Nolan was able to defeat the space racer by trapping him inside a giant asteroid. Thinking he was long dead, they returned to collect his weapon that can kill Viltrumites. But the racer was still alive after all this time and recovers. He wanted to kill Nolan for trapping him inside the asteroid all this time, but Alan convinced him to join them in their fight against the Viltrumite Empire. The three of them return to Taliskria and report back, while Thedas asks them to continue their mission and gather more weapons to use against the Viltrum Empire. Next, they visit a planet that was full of Ragnar creatures, powerful beasts that can easily kill and eat Viltrumites. The encounter didn't go as planned, and the two of them barely made it out alive. The next stop was on a planet where a great warrior called Battle Beast lived. This warrior was invulnerable and immortal, and the planet's protector, but he left a long time ago searching for conflict worthy of his unique abilities. Back on Taliskria, Thedas shows Nolan the Scourge virus and tells him that he was the one who created it and used it against his own people. Back on Earth, Invincible was fighting a new villain called Dinosaurus, who wanted to cause massive devastation worldwide, resulting in the deaths of millions of people in densely populated cities. This, in turn, would result in a substantial decrease in carbon emissions, leading to a possible end to global climate change. Invincible punched him so hard, revealing that he was actually just a normal man with the ability to transform into a dinosaur. Even though he wasn't transformed anymore, Mark still wanted to hurt him and possibly kill him, but the Guardians of the Globe arrived. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Mojave Desert, inside a secret underground base, Conquest was still alive and trapped inside a giant metal prison. Eventually, his body fully healed and he escaped, flying straight into space, claiming that Invincible was a fool for leaving him alive. Somewhere in the sewers underground, the astronaut who returned from Mars and was being controlled by the Sequids was preparing an invasion, gathering thousands of aliens and mind-controlling as many people as they could. Samantha was locked inside the bathroom and Mark asked if something was wrong. She was crying because she just took a pregnancy test and found out she was pregnant. Even though Earth was plagued with many attacks recently, they were mostly far between and never really two at the same time until today. On one side, a powerful warrior queen from another world called Universa arrived on Earth, claiming she wants to steal the planet's resources because her planet is dying. She attacks a power plant, wanting to steal as much energy as possible and return it to her own people, but Invincible and Atom Eve tried to stop her. While this was going on, the Sequids launched their attack on the surface world, wanting to take control of every person on Earth. And the Guardians of the Globe were sent in to deal with the threat, and Rudy created special bracelets that can disrupt the Sequids' control for a few seconds, allowing them enough time to save people. Universa uses a powerful staff to shock Invincible and pin him to the ground. Eve surprises her from behind with a powerful punch, but ever since she came back from the dead, her powers have been acting strangely, and she loses her focus. Invincible was able to grab the staff from her hands, and even though it knocked him unconscious, Eve took out Universa with a powerful punch to the face. Invincible then headed towards the other attack and grabbed the Sequid's leader by the head, throwing him against the sea of alien squids. The heroes used the bracelets to disrupt the mind control and free as many people as they could, but the Sequids were just too many. Eventually, Invincible lost control and punched the astronaut, decapitating his head and cutting the link between the Sequids. Even Robot was shocked and couldn't believe that Invincible killed the astronaut, and Mark regretted his action later. He said he had to kill him to end the invasion, but he's worried that he can't control himself anymore. Meanwhile, Conquest returns to the Viltrumite base and reports back to his superiors, who are very displeased with his failure to capture Earth. Thrag, the leader of the Viltrumite Empire, calls him an animal and orders him to go back and kill Invincible and leave no one alive. On Earth, Invincible finds himself in the middle of a turf war between Titan, the new crime boss in town, and the criminal organization called The Order. The Order was run by Mr. Liu, who wanted to kill Titan, but Invincible had a bad habit of helping him. Invincible finally realized that Titan was just as bad as the other criminals and wanted to kill him, but Stedman arrived and wanted to arrest everyone. Mark spends the evening talking to Samantha and tells her that he doesn't want to kill anymore. He doesn't like how it changes him and wants to do the right thing. Before they could end the talk and head for dinner, Omni-Man and Alan the Alien arrive, saying they need him to go to war. Chapter 14 begins with the heroes fighting the Flaxen armies after they tried to invade Earth once again. This time, to counteract the rapid aging on Earth, they equipped the tanks with special distortion fields. However, Robot was able to spot this and ordered everyone to destroy the tanks. This caused the aliens to age instantly, forcing them to retreat back into their own dimension. But Robot wanted to follow them and deal with the Flaxen invasions once and for all. The others didn't think this was a good idea, so only he and Monster Girl went through the portal. Meanwhile, Omni-Man and Alan were looking for someone. They wanted Tech Jacket to join them in the war against the Viltrum Empire, and he gladly accepted. Nolan returns home and meets with Debbie, telling her that while he was inside the Viltrum prison, he couldn't stop thinking of her. He says he is a changed man and hopes she can forgive him, but Debbie doesn't think she can ever do that. Before leaving to fight the Viltrumites, Nolan also thinks that bringing his other son along might be useful and decides to take Oliver along. Mark spends the night cuddling with Samantha, acknowledging that this might be their last night spent together, not really knowing if he will ever return from this war. While they were out in space, traveling towards the coalition of planets, their spaceship was attacked by a squad of Viltrumite agents, led by Conquest himself. Invincible didn't understand how he was still alive after Cecil showed him Conquest's dead body back on Earth and demands some answers. Like all Viltrumite fights, this one is also very brutal, with the heroes having to fight the agents and also their spaceship which was firing at them. Oliver ran out of breath and wanted to rush towards a nearby planet to get some air, but Conquest followed him and wanted to kill the young boy. Invincible was right behind them and jumped at Conquest, grabbing him by the throat and threatening to kill him. When he refused to let go, Conquest punched a hole right through his abdomen, his hand emerging on the other side, just like he did with Adam Eve back on Earth. But Mark refused to let go of his throat and continued to choke him. Eventually, Conquest ran out of air and Invincible killed him, but the injury he sustained was devastating and he was left unconscious on the ground. The Viltrumite agents couldn't find them anymore and left the area while Alan and Tech Jacket hid aboard their ship. Nolan bandaged his son and told Oliver they needed to wait on this planet until Mark was fully healed, which could take months. They spent the next months bonding as father and son, training and surviving by eating the insects on this planet, which were very delicious according to Oliver. While this was taking place, Alan reunited with the coalition of planets and launched attacks on Viltrumite-controlled worlds, but the attacks failed and the casualties were great. Thrag decides this is an opportunity to strike back and orders his fleets to attack Talescria, the heart of the coalition of planets. The fighting was devastating to the planet, entire cities being wiped out and its people killed. Even Thaddeus, who was a Viltrumite himself, joined the fight, but it was not enough and the coalition was losing the war until Omni-Man and his two sons arrived. They were able to quickly turn the war in their favor, going head to head with the Viltrumites, and eventually Thrag was forced to retreat to prevent the loss of further Viltrumite life. However, the coalition wanted to finish this, and gathered their strongest members to head towards the Viltrum planet and kill the remaining Viltrumites. They arrived and were greeted with a gruesome sight. The planet was surrounded by thousands of dead Viltrumites, who fell victims to the Scourge virus, but one of them was still alive and she attacked them. Thula was a cunning assassin and was hiding among the dead bodies, but Battle Beast attacked her and pulled her aside to fight. Meanwhile, Thrag and the rest of his warriors were rushing towards them, threatening to kill them. However, an unexpected surprise appeared out of nowhere. The space racer arrived carrying many Ragnar creatures, which he sent to attack the Viltrumites. Everyone was holding their own, but Thrag was just too powerful. A full punch from Invincible and he didn't even flinch. Oliver wanted to try as well, but this proved to be a mistake because Thrag broke his hand off, and then his jaw, leaving Oliver for dead. Invincible was infuriated, going all out on Thrag, claiming he killed Conquest and now he was going to kill him as well. But the fight was evenly matched, with no clear winner in sight. That's when Thaddeus got an idea. He asked Omni-Man and his son to follow him and fly towards the core of the planet at maximum speed. They entered the planet's core and emerged on the other side, causing a big disaster and the entire Viltrum planet to explode. The explosion was devastating and caused everyone to scatter, and Thrag was visibly affected by this. Thaddeus asked him to surrender, saying he didn't have an empire anymore, his armies were decimated, and his planet was destroyed. But this infuriated Thrag, who launched himself at Thaddeus, grabbing his head and removing it from his body. He then held it in his hand, claiming the rest of them were next. He went all out, dealing first with Omni-Man, while Invincible was still mourning his brother's death. He dealt with Battle Beast in an instant, discarding him like he was nothing. Alan was fighting off the other Viltrumites but losing badly. Space Racer jumped to his rescue and saved him and Tech Jacket, and then ran away. Omni-Man tells his son that Thrag was trained from birth to be the best and strongest Viltrumite of all, capable of leading the Empire, meaning they have no chance of actually defeating him alone. Thrag punched Omni-Man through the stomach, leaving a big hole inside his abdomen, but he hesitated when it came to killing Invincible. He calmed his rage and told the other Viltrumites he would spare their lives because he needed them to ensure the survival of their race. Eventually, their bodies were recovered by the Coalition and taken to the infirmary to heal. Oliver and Omni-Man are still alive, while Alan said he was appointed as the new leader of the Coalition of Planets after Thaddeus was killed in battle. Invincible realizes that Thrag left them alive in order to make them suffer by going to Earth and killing everyone. He imagines the Viltrumites already on Earth, killing everyone they ever cared about, including his girlfriend Samantha. They arrive back on Earth, and Invincible flies towards the planet at maximum speed, and Thrag greeted them. He said he has done nothing to the planet yet and offers them a peace deal. He wants him and the other Viltrumites to live among the people on Earth and build lives here. He wants his people to mate with the Earth females and create offspring, thus ensuring the survival of the Viltrumite people. If they refuse his offer, he would kill everyone on this planet. Nolan and his son accept the peace offer and Thrag leaves, saying they will never see each other again. Mark returns home and goes to see Samantha, who has gotten a little fatter while he was away. But he says he likes the new look. Nolan meets with his wife and tells her how sorry he is for putting her through this, and claims he will never lie to her ever again. After dealing with the Viltrumite threat, at least for now, Invincible goes back to leading a normal superhero life, fighting villains and putting them behind bars where they belong. However, while he was gone, Samantha and his mother have become close friends, and Mark has a hard time getting used to it. Meanwhile, at Stronghold Penitentiary, the human form of Dinosaurus, a former villain that tried to cause massive destruction, figures out how to transform into his dinosaur form and escapes the prison. After the last attack on the planet from Livy Angstrom and his invincible variants, the Immortal decided to quit the superhero life and become a full-time dad. He and Duplicate had 2 children, and Mark and Samantha are invited over for dinner. Seeing how cute the babies are causes Samantha to get emotional, and she starts crying. Mark tries to console her and asks what's wrong, and that's when she came clean. Before Mark left with his dad to fight the Viltrumites, she got pregnant, and during the 9 months he was away, she had an abortion. She said she wasn't ready to be a mother and couldn't bear to raise children alone, not knowing if Mark would ever return. When they return home, Mark's parents tell them that they decided to reconcile and give their marriage another shot. They want to leave Earth for a while and visit Oliver on Talskria, the homeworld of the Coalition of Planets. The next day, Mark visits his friend William and is shocked to find out he was gay and living together with their common friend from the university, Rick. After escaping from prison, Dinosaurus went right back to living a criminal life and attacks Las Vegas. He tells Invincible that he plans to completely destroy the city because he considers it a drain on natural resources of epic proportions. And if this keeps up, the Colorado River will soon dry up. Dinosaurus planted hundreds of bombs throughout the city and claimed that Invincible won't be able to find all of them in time. Sadly, he was right, and the bombs exploded, causing the entire city of Las Vegas to be destroyed, leaving a giant mirror in its place. Dinosaurus wanted the entire area to be replaced with a giant solar farm, producing enough energy to satisfy the country's needs. A few days later, Powerplex attacks Invincible, blaming him for all the destruction the country had to endure because of him, including the attack on Las Vegas. However, instead of fighting him, Mark just absorbed the energy blasts and talked to him. He was able to convince Powerplex that none of these attacks happened because of him, and that he alone is responsible for his wife's and son's death. Cecil Stedman asks Robot to lead the new Guardians of the Globe, after the Immortal quit and decided to be a full-time dad. Rudy and Monster Girl had previously teleported to another dimension where the Flaxen Empire was living and helped save their world and bring world peace. But ever since they came back, things haven't been the same between him and Monster Girl. Something happened while they were away. After everything that happened in Las Vegas, Invincible decides to visit Universa in prison and offers her a deal. He offers to give her as much energy as she can take and bring it back to her own people, and hopefully save her planet. Universa was grateful for the help and hopes that one day she can repay his kindness. After the attack on Las Vegas, Dinosaurus turned himself in, and Cecil visits him inside the prison. Recognizing his potential, Cecil offers him a position at the Pentagon to work for him, and he accepted. Monster Girl celebrates her birthday, and the Guardians of the Globe gather around her to wish her the best. While she was trapped with Robot in the Flaxen dimension, she aged 12 years and didn't look like a young girl anymore, so every guy was hitting on her. Mark asks Rudy if everything is okay between them, but something happened in the other dimension, and things were far from okay. Cecil brings Invincible to Las Vegas to show him something. A double-sided solar panel that is able to absorb twice as much solar power, thanks to the giant mirror that was created once the city was destroyed. Even though what Dinosaurus did was terrible, the aftermath had very positive effects, and the solar panel array will provide cheap, clean energy for nearly half of the citizens in this country. Invincible realized that sometimes sacrifices have to be made for the greater good and visits Dinosaurus inside the Pentagon. He offers him a deal to work together and change the world for the better, but maybe without killing so many people in the process. Mark helps Dinosaurus escape and goes directly to his secret hideout, where they prepare to save the world together. Chapter 16 continues the story in space, with Omni-Man and his wife traveling to Talskria to meet their son Oliver. But the two of them couldn't keep their hands off each other, even though it was very hard to get some privacy. After being nearly killed by Thrag, Oliver recovered and grew up quite a bit. He wasn't just a little kid anymore. He loved living on Talskria and lived together with Alan while continuing to be a superhero and fighting bad guys. Both his parents were happy to see him, and Debbie couldn't be happier to finally hug him again. Even though she is only his foster mom, they became very close, and she loves him very much. Nolan tells Alan what happened on Earth and how he made a deal with Thrag to let the Viltrumites live on Earth in peace. But Alan doesn't like this one bit and is worried about the whole situation. The next day, Alan tells Nolan that he thought about it and wants to use the Scourge virus against Thrag and his people, but Nolan hates this idea and says this means the extermination of his race. He believes that by allowing the Viltrumites to live on Earth and reproduce, it will change them, just like it changed him. The two of them disagree and start fighting, and Nolan tries to steal the virus from Alan, but it was too late. He had already moved it. Human DNA is very similar to Viltrum DNA, and there is a very high chance that the Scourge virus will also affect the human population, possibly killing every human on Earth. Alan knows this, but as the new ambassador of the Coalition of Planets, he is willing to take the risk for the good of the galaxy. Oliver tries to help his father, but he soon realizes that what Alan is suggesting makes sense, and he didn't like humans that much anyway. Alan's guards try to arrest him, but Nolan manages to escape and fly down to Telescria to explain everything to his wife, moments before he was arrested. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Invincible was now working with Dinosaurus, and they joined forces to take down a powerful villain named Omnipotus. This enemy came from another dimension and wants to drain this world of all energy. He quickly incapacitates all of the heroes, but Dinosaurus was able to bite his head off, which caused his body to explode and kill him. When they recovered, the Guardians of the Globe wanted to arrest the two of them, because Dinosaurus was still a wanted man after what he did in Las Vegas, but Invincible flew away and helped him escape. Mark returns home and explains what happened to Samantha, but she doesn't believe it's a good idea to work together with a wanted criminal. Cecil intervenes, but not to arrest Mark. Instead, he informs him that Alan the alien is in Earth's orbit again. When Alan and Oliver finally arrived in Earth's orbit, Mark flew to greet them, but he had no idea what they had planned. Alan tells Mark about the Scourge virus and his plan to release it on Earth, but just like his father, Mark opposes this idea and attacks him. Alan claims that his father couldn't stop him from coming here, so what chance does he have? But he wasn't alone. Thrag was monitoring all incoming transmissions, and he came to help Invincible. Thrag claims that even if Alan uses the virus on him, he is still strong enough to kill him before the virus has any effect on his body. He offers a truce, to let his people live in peace on Earth, and he promises not to make any move on the Coalition of Planets. But before they could come to an agreement, the Guardians of the Globe arrive and want to arrest Invincible. Chaos soon erupted, and Oliver used this opportunity to steal the virus from Alan and flew towards Earth with the intention of using it. Mark tries to stop him, and during the fighting, he was infected by his brother. At first, Mark claimed that he didn't feel anything wrong with him, but pretty soon he started bleeding from his eyes and nose. Thrag took Invincible to his spaceship and offered to help treat him, claiming that his people have been dealing with the virus for centuries and are best equipped to deal with it. Alan goes looking for Dinosaurus and brings him to the Viltrumite spaceship. He tells Thrag they need his help because Dinosaurus is one of the smartest beings in the galaxy, and they need his help to try and cure Invincible. One of the scientists informs Thrag that he found something extraordinary while analyzing Invincible's blood. His blood is a perfect match with the late King Argal, meaning that Invincible's father is a direct descendant of King Argal. Thrag kills the scientist in cold blood in order to protect this secret, claiming that nobody can know the truth. While Mark was recovering, Bulletproof offers to help Adam Eve run her private security firm and work for her under the Invincible name. He even wanted to use the same suit, saying that he always liked it. Thrag visits Invincible while he is recovering in the infirmary and wants to kill him, saying that he dedicated his entire life to the Viltrum Empire and he wasn't going to let some traitor take his place. However, before he could kill him, he was attacked from behind by Dinosaurus, but his attacks did no damage. The Viltrumite leader was just too strong. Thrag destroys Dinosaurus and breaks his jaw, but he was forced to leave and deal with two powerful explosions in another part of the ship. Even though he was gravely injured, Dinosaurus was able to take Mark and escape using a smaller shuttle. Chapter 17 continues the story after Dinosaurus rescued Invincible from the Viltrumite spaceship and took him back to Earth. Even though he was gravely injured in the battle against Thrag, every time he changes back to his human form, the dinosaur form is healed completely. Atom Eve visits the spaceship, and Thrag tells her that Invincible was kidnapped by Dinosaurus. Believing that something bad might happen to him, Eve asks Alan the alien, Oliver, and even Bulletproof for help to retrieve him. All of them storm the hideout, not knowing that the two of them are working together and that Dinosaurus is actually trying to save Mark's life. Alan and Oliver jump Dinosaurus together, but he is incredibly strong and it isn't easy. Mark tells them to stop, but they refuse to listen, so he tries to punch Alan. However, the effects of the virus were beginning to show themselves, and he completely broke his hand in the process. Mark is taken to the Pentagon, and his hand is bandaged by doctors, while Cecil says that he is to blame for anything bad that Dinosaurus does from this moment forward. Out of nowhere, the Pentagon is attacked by a group of aliens who call themselves Squidmen. Their leader orders everyone to attack, but the Guardians of the Globe quickly intervene. The Squidmen are quickly outmatched, having to deal with Bulletproof, Invincible's replacement, Yeti, and even Monster Girl, who knocks out the leader with one punch. However, after the threat is dealt with, Monster Girl destroys one of Rudy's robots, prompting everyone to question what the hell happened between the two of them while they were trapped in the Flaxen dimension. After the last invasion, Robot wanted to go to their own dimension and prevent the Flaxen Empire from attacking Earth ever again, but only Monster Girl followed him. After arriving on their homeworld, they are quickly outnumbered and forced to surrender. They are taken prisoners, and the Flaxens perform tests on them, while Robot tries to learn their language and find a way to return home. During their time spent inside the prison, they become friends with other prisoners, who tell them that their leader organizes fights to the death between champions. Monster Girl is chosen as his champion because of how strong she is. Since being in this dimension, none of them have aged one day. Time passes very slowly in this dimension. After 20 years spent in this world, Robot plans an attack and wants to kill the leader, but they fail. And both of them are sent to work as slaves to rebuild a great city that was destroyed when Omni-Man was trapped here. Eventually, Robot and Monster Girl become well known in this city and form a resistance with the slaves that quickly outnumber the number of soldiers. It takes nearly 100 years to rebuild the city and organize the resistance, gathering supplies and building tunnels underneath the city. Eventually, they form alliances with the rebels, who say that not all Flaxens are bad. The royal family had been ruling over the empire for thousands of years, conquering other worlds and dimensions and enslaving its people. Over the countless years spent in this dimension, Rudy and Amanda become very close and eventually confess their love for each other. After centuries of fighting against the royal family, the resistance wins the war, and all the slave races are allowed to return to their home dimension. Most choose not to, as they've been here for generations. Rudy grows to love Amanda even more, seeing how much she cares for all people, including their enemies. Once the war finishes, Robot is elected to be the new leader and rule over the Flaxen people. Rudy and Amanda become leaders and are beloved by all its people. When they finally have the opportunity to return back to Earth, they choose to stay and continue their work in this dimension. What follows is a period of peace and great prosperity, with great advancements in technology. It only takes the Flaxen people a few decades to rebuild after the war. After nearly 15 years, the royal family and their descendants are turned into slaves and are forced to work in the mines just to survive. Amanda asks Rudy to free them and let them live a normal life, but he opposes this idea. Eventually, she tries to help them inside the mines, and the royal family is grateful for her help, but this infuriates Rudy, who screams at her and tells her to get out of his sight. She spends the next decades alone and separated from Rudy, but eventually she misses him too much and the two of them reunite. But just like before, the two of them don't see eye to eye regarding the royal family, and Amanda joins forces with the resistance, who eventually overthrow Robot. The empire is back in the hands of the royal family, and Amanda becomes lovers with one of the female heirs to the throne. However, it doesn't take long for the Flaxen Empire to go back to their old habits and invade other dimensions and enslave its people. Monster Girl breaks into the prison and frees Robot, claiming he was right all along and they have to stop the royal family again. They are able to quickly gain control over the empire and imprison the royal members once again, but Amanda can't help but feel guilty. While Robot was in prison, she had an affair with the female Flaxen while in her monster form and got her pregnant. The Robot feels hurt and betrayed, and he completely changes his view of her. He returns several days later and says he found a successor to replace him so they can finally return home to Earth. Even though they spend nearly 1,000 years in this dimension, they only look about 12 years older when they return home. Ever since they return, things just haven't been the same between Rudy and Amanda, and there is always this constant tension. However, everybody is shocked when the Flaxen Empire attacks London once again. Robot can't believe it, not after everything they went through. When they left, the Flaxen Empire was at peace, and the royal family had been erased. They shouldn't be back to invading other dimensions. That's when a powerful creature emerges from the portal, dressed like a regular Flaxen soldier but resembling Monster Girl. This creature is incredibly strong, easily dealing with robots, drones, and even the Guardians of the Globe. Monster Girl is unconscious, but she recovers just in time to save Robot from being crushed to death. The creature decides to speak and reveals the truth, claiming he is Monster Girl's son, the one that was created when Amanda procreated with the female member of the Flaxen Royal Guard. He was raised among the royal family and was trained for one purpose: revenge. Monster Girl had no idea that she had a son. She is just as shocked as Robot is, but he doesn't care and attacks her viciously. Eventually, all of the heroes unite and slowly push back the Flaxen armies, while Monster Girl is able to take down her son, even though she has to knock him unconscious. A few days later, Amanda visits her son inside the Pentagon prison and says she cared about his mother, but they were never meant to be together and that she never knew he even existed. Rudy takes all the blame for everything that happened and says he wasn't himself in the Flaxen dimension, and the two of them kiss. However, we see a flashback to when Robot was informed that Amanda had an affair and knew that she had a son. He didn't tell her anything, but instead asked his soldiers to hunt down every member of the royal family, including the women and children, and kill all of them. He wanted the entire royal bloodline erased from existence. Now that Invincible was infected with the Scourge virus and didn't have his powers anymore, Bulletproof has been filling in for him, working with Adam Eve and wearing the Invincible suit, dealing with villains all over the city. He returns home and spends an amazing afternoon with his girlfriend, but when he mentions Adam Eve, she immediately gets upset. Bulletproof cheated on her in the past, and she's worried he is doing it again with Adam Eve. The next day, Bulletproof returns home after dealing with yet another threat, but his girlfriend is furious with him for being late again. His parents are coming over for dinner, and she isn't a very good cook. He was supposed to do the cooking, but he forgot. He quickly cleans the room in just a few seconds, moments before his parents ring the doorbell, carefully covering a painting he's been working on of Adam Eve. Xandal isn't their only son. He has a twin brother named Tyrone, whom his parents always used to favor. While Xandal is an artist and passionate about drawing, his brother Tyrone is a scientist and always used to be smarter than him, making him the family favorite. Bulletproof has to leave and deal with yet another threat, lying to his parents and telling them he has to deal with something at the art gallery. He returns several hours later with a broken arm, talking about how he lied to his parents and how happy he is that they are gone, not having to explain a broken arm to them. But his parents were still in the apartment and heard everything. They confront Xandale and he is forced to tell the truth. Ever since they were little kids, Tyrone was always the family favorite, being extremely smart and focused on school, while Xandale focused more on arts and later hooking up with girls. Tyrone quickly became the leading geneticist in his field, getting military contracts and doing really well for himself. However, he was fascinated with superheroes and villains, trying to determine the source of their powers and trying to recreate them. One night, he asked his brother over and drugged him. He found a way to get powers and wanted to use Xandal as a guinea pig. He strapped him to a machine and powered it on, but something went terribly wrong. While it succeeded in giving Xandal powers, Tyrone was killed in the process and his remains were completely destroyed. Xandal couldn't bear to tell his parents the truth and pretended to be Tyrone, disguising himself as his brother to keep his parents happy. It took years before he learned how to use his powers and took on the name Bulletproof. He lied to his parents and told them that Tyrone was bulletproof, hiding the truth from them and keeping them happy all these years. When he finally told them the truth, his parents couldn't handle it. They completely lost it and called Xandal a liar. His mother threatened to call the police and have him arrested for killing Tyrone, but that's when his girlfriend lost it and hit her over the head with a frying pan. The blow was too powerful and it killed her, making Xandal's father lose control and attack her. He slammed her against the wall and punched her. Then he pinned her to the ground and tried to strangle her. That's when Xandal intervened and grabbed his father by the head, but he used too much force and snapped his neck, instantly killing his dad. Now with both his parents dead, Bulletproof put them inside the car and pushed it off a cliff, trying to make it look like an accident. He succeeded and nobody suspected anything. The only two people who knew the truth were Xandale and his girlfriend. The story now jumps to Invincible and his girlfriend Adam Eve, who flew him to a comic book convention since he didn't have powers anymore. Back on Telskria, Alan the alien returns and informs Omni-Man that he didn't release the virus on Earth and his son is okay, and then releases him from prison. Omni-Man visits his wife and Oliver arrives to apologize for what he did to his brother, but his father doesn't hold it against him, saying he is proud he actually fights for his beliefs. Nolan and Debbie then prepare for a long trip back to Earth, saying they are going to spend most of the time inside their room, much to the horror of the crew on board. Back on Earth, Mark and Samantha are alone in their room and preparing for a wild night together. But Mark is hesitant because he still didn't have his powers. Luckily, it didn't take long for his powers to come back, and what better moment than pleasuring his girlfriend. The next day, Invincible meets with Bulletproof and says he can keep the old costume while he uses the blue suit. Since he didn't have his powers for many weeks, he visits Dinosaurus and wonders what he's been up to all this time. Dinosaurus was working on his next master plan, preparing a devastating attack on Los Angeles, similar to the one from Las Vegas. Invincible calls him crazy and informs Stedman of the situation. Every hero is dispatched to Los Angeles, and Mark finds several bombs hidden in the sewers. Dinosaurus wanted to create a powerful earthquake using the planet's tectonic plates. Robot says they were able to find most of the bombs, and the remaining ones won't be powerful enough to cause a massive earthquake. But sadly, this was merely a diversion. While the heroes were busy searching for the bombs, Dinosaurus detonated many bombs in the Arctic Pole, causing a big chunk of ice to break and start melting. This caused the ocean levels to rise to unprecedented levels, flooding most of the coastal cities around the world, including Los Angeles, New York City, Paris, Dubai, and even Sydney. The devastation was catastrophic. Millions of people lost their lives, and Invincible blames himself for breaking out Dinosaurus from prison. He thinks there is no other way and says he needs to kill Dinosaurus before he does something even worse. But the fight is far from easy. Dinosaurus was not only a genius but also very strong, with power levels similar to Invincible if not stronger, and he managed to overpower him and grabbed him by the head. Dinosaurus squished Mark's head, killing him on the spot, and then ripped his body in half. While everyone else saw this on live TV, the Guardians of the Globe, Atom, Eve, and even Thrag were all shocked to witness what just happened and couldn't believe it. But this wasn't the end. Dinosaurus found a weakness with the Viltrumites, saying that most of their powers come from a complicated process that happens inside their ears. He found a special frequency that puts Viltrumites into a coma-like state the moment they hear it. He put Invincible into a coma and strapped him to a chair, and what everyone else saw getting killed on TV was nothing more than a clone of him. After the recent massive devastation, Dinosaurus realized he was wrong. Flooding all those cities and killing millions of people would be his final act, and he asks Invincible to kill him. After he killed Dinosaurus, Stedman visits Invincible and says that Robot built an artificial moon that will create a permanent low tide and help retreat back the waters. The death count will reach 1 million people soon. It could have been a lot worse. He offers Invincible an earpiece and asks him to work for him again, saying he worked with villains before. Meanwhile, Mark's parents return home and find their house in chaos. While Samantha was crying on the floor, believing that Mark was killed by Dinosaurus, Mark returns home unharmed and Samantha asks him to prove it's really him, so he whispers something in her ear. They spend the night talking on the roof, and Mark says he started working for Cecil again, trying to erase some of the bad things that happened recently because of him. But Samantha interrupts him and says she's pregnant. Mark doesn't understand how this happened since they were careful every time, but Eve says it must have been the Viltrumite sperm. In the last remaining Viltrumite warship that was stationed on the moon, Thrag called all of his generals to complain that they weren't procreating with many women and creating babies like he told them to do. The generals defended themselves by saying they began having feelings for their mates and most of them don't agree with them having multiple partners. While Anissa says she never wanted kids and it's easier for male Viltrumites to have multiple babies, Mark and Samantha return to Los Angeles to help search for survivors and clean the city, but Robot attacks him, asking if he faked his own death and blaming him for everything that happened. Cecil arrives to calm the spirits and asks Mark to follow him and let the others calm down. A doctor visits Samantha later and checks on the baby, saying that every time she uses her powers, she's hurting the baby and needs to stop immediately. Meanwhile on the moon, the former moon base of the Guardians of the Globe, Omni-Man spends time with his wife. While Thrag watches them from a distance, Thrag decides to attack Omni-Man and plunges himself at him, destroying the moon base and almost killing Debbie. Omni-Man is confused about the attack and says they had a truce, but Thrag explains why he broke it. After King Argal was murdered, Thrag was tasked with searching for his heirs and leading the Viltrumite Empire in the meantime. After many years, he ceased all attempts to find his heirs, but everything changed when he found out that Omni-Man was a direct descendant of the king. Thrag wants to kill Nolan and secure his position as leader of the Viltrumite Empire, but Nolan doesn't care about being king and just wants to live in peace. The fighting, however, continues and Thrag goes all out trying to kill Nolan and hopefully secure his position as supreme leader. But before he could land the final blow, his generals stop him, giving Nolan a moment to recover. The other Viltrumites realize that Nolan is the heir of Argal and that Thrag tried to kill him, so they attack him. They sentence Thrag to death, but Nolan pleads with them to let him live. The Viltrumites bow in front of Nolan and recognize him as the true heir of their late king Argal, and after a short ceremony, he is appointed as the new leader of the Viltrum race. Chapter 19 begins with Levi Angstrom going back to his normal life, believing that Invincible was now dead after Dinosaurus killed him. He reads the morning paper and is shocked to learn that Invincible is still alive and fighting bad guys. Robot was also watching the news, which was praising Invincible for stopping Dinosaurus, but he knows the real truth and blames Invincible for everything that happened. Mark asked Samantha to marry him, but since he didn't have a ring, she created one using her powers. However, she forgot that she wasn't supposed to use her powers anymore because it hurts the baby. The nurse warns them that if she uses her powers one more time, it might kill the baby. Since she doesn't have a choice, Samantha uses her car instead of driving and one day returns home. But Angstrom was waiting inside and ambushes her, claiming he was expecting to catch Mark's mother and not her. Invincible returns home and is shocked to find Angstrom inside with Eve. But before he could do anything, the mad scientist teleports him away to an abandoned dimension. Mark was teleported to the same dimension that Angstrom used to discard his evil variants, and he finds one of them eating the corpse of another variant. This variant claims they were abandoned here with no food, and he was forced to kill the other Invincibles and eat them to survive. He wants to eat Mark too, claiming his meat is still fresh and tastes a lot better. But Mark defended himself. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Angstrom realizes that Samantha has powers and is pregnant, but she can't use them to save herself. They start talking, and he blames what happened to him on Invincible, but Eve claims he did it to himself, probably because he was transferring the minds of all his other variants. His memories got twisted around, and he remembers things differently. Eve asks Angstrom if he ever stopped to consider what he could have accomplished if he used his powers and intellect toward a greater cause other than revenge. Meanwhile, Mark was fighting off the cannibal version of himself, but he wasn't alone. Another variant was also alive, and he came to help Mark. They were able to take down the cannibal and kill him. Out of nowhere, another portal opened, and the two Invincibles used it to go back to Earth. Atom Eve asked Mark not to attack Angstrom, but the other variant didn't care. Angstrom claimed he had a plan to make the world a better place before the accident and says he is sorry for spending all this time trying to kill Mark. He vows he is a changed man and offers to send back the other variant into his own dimension, but just before leaving, the evil variant grabs Angstrom and they disappear together. Mark wanted to follow him, but it was too late. They were both gone to God knows where. Back on the Viltrumite warship, Omni-Man, who was now the new leader of the Viltrum race, decides to release Thrag and says he will work to change the Viltrum race, hopefully helping them to become better people and forget about the old ways. He wants Thrag to live and witness all the great things his people will be able to achieve under his new leadership. Amanda and Rudy go on a date, but even though they had a lovely evening, something was bothering Rudy. He confesses that things haven't been the same ever since they came back from the Flaxen dimension. He ruled over an entire world, and the people worshipped him. He was somebody important, while on Earth he is nobody. Somewhere deep in space, Battle Beast was fighting a race of aliens that were enslaving its own people. He enjoys fighting and good competition, but these aliens were no match for him. One of the female aliens is highly impressed with Battle Beast and asks to leave the planet with him. Beast agrees to take her and tells the space racer that he is ready to go to Talescria and meet Alan the alien. Back on the moon station, Mark and Samantha have dinner with his parents, and Mark claims he can kick his father's butt, but Nolan asks him to prove it, and the father and son have a friendly arm wrestling competition. Even though Mark put up a good fight, his father won the arm wrestle and completely destroyed the table that his wife loved very much. Battle Beast finally arrives in Talescria and meets with Alan, who tells him he wants him to hunt down and kill Thrag. Back on Earth, another villain named Volcanica, who lives deep underground, gave Doc Seismic special powers, turning him into one of her creatures. Together, they launched an attack on the surface world, but the heroes gathered to confront the creatures. The fight quickly turned in their favor when Anissa joined the fight, taking out a giant monster all by herself. She then talked with Invincible and said she was watching him, and then out of nowhere, she kissed him. When Mark resisted, she said that she likes it better that way. Mark returns home pissed about the kiss from Anissa but doesn't want to talk to Eve about it. After his evil variant grabbed Levi Angstrom and disappeared into another dimension, Mark asked Robot to find a way to go after them. But Eve doesn't approve of this, and they have a big fight over it. Eventually, Invincible and Robot travel to the other dimension where the Viltrum Empire was successful at taking over Earth, and many Viltrumite spaceships were parked in space around Earth. Conquest greets them and asks them to follow him to the Pentagon because someone wants to talk to them. Invincible from this dimension was the leader of the Viltrum Empire, and he was happy to see Mark. He was keeping Angstrom inside the basement connected to a machine while trying to replicate his powers. His variant wants to travel to other dimensions and expand his empire by conquering even more worlds. After hearing about these plans, Robot used the sonic pulse to temporarily incapacitate the two Viltrumites, and then kills the evil variant by placing a bomb inside his mouth. He then uses his knife to decapitate Levi Angstrom and kill him once and for all. Robot was a changed man ever since he was trapped inside the Flaxen world and ruled that world for nearly 1,000 years. He has big plans for Earth and doesn't want Invincible to get in the way, but instead of killing him, he chose to leave him trapped inside this dimension while he returns home alone. After being left stranded, Mark had only seconds to think of a plan. How would he explain the decapitated people and the dead Viltrumite leader on the floor? Chapter 20 continues the story right after Robot killed Levi Angstrom and left Invincible stranded in another dimension. When one of the Viltrumite agents entered the room, he quickly disguised himself as his variant and claimed he was Emperor Mark. Mark didn't know what to do next until he remembered that this Earth is similar to the Earth in his own dimension. He goes searching for Robot and finds him inside his old lair. But this was before he transferred his consciousness inside the human clone. He tells Robot the full story of where he comes from, and Robot agrees to help Mark. He brings Robot back to the Pentagon to continue the work that was done on Levi Angstrom in hopes of finding a way to go back to his own dimension. In exchange for his services, Mark offers to transfer his consciousness inside a clone of him, so after Mark was gone, he could pretend to be his evil variant and become the Viltrumite Emperor. In order to do this, Invincible brings the Mauler twins to help with the cloning process, since they are the world's experts on cloning. Eventually, the other Viltrumites grew suspicious, believing that Mark was being held hostage inside the Pentagon, and attempted a rescue mission. Robot was able to open a portal to Invincible's dimension, and he used it to go back home, while Robot transferred his consciousness inside the clone and pretended to be Emperor Mark. Invincible returns home and finds Samantha sitting on the couch, but she wasn't happy to see him. She was very mad at him. Mark was trapped for 6 months inside the other dimension, and she blamed him for agreeing to even go there. She tells Mark she doesn't want to see him again and shouts at him to get out. Mark agrees to leave her alone and leaves the home, but someone unexpected was waiting for him. Anissa asks Mark what happened to him and where he was all this time. He ignores her, saying he doesn't have time to talk to her, but Anissa doesn't want to let him go and follows him. She attacks him and begs him to fight back. She likes it a lot when he fights back. She was able to overpower him and pin him to the ground, immediately getting on top of him so he doesn't escape. Anissa had a thing for Mark for some time now, and she wanted to mate with him, whether he wanted this or not. This is perfectly normal for a Viltrumite, choosing to mate with someone even by force. At the end, she tells Mark to man up because it might take a few tries, claiming she will come back another time. After this traumatic event, Mark flew directly to the Pentagon to meet with Cecil Stedman and tell him what Robot did. As far as he saw, Robot showed no signs of turning evil. Robot appears and incapacitates Mark once again using the same sonic pulse he used before, and then attacks Cecil by slicing his throat. He then steps on his head, killing him on the spot. And even though Mark tried to help, all he could do was just kill one of his drones. Robot knows that Invincible is going to be his main problem, and goes after Atom Eve next. Mark arrives home just in time to confront him, but the sonic pulse was just too much and he couldn't focus on the fight. Robot grabs Eve by the leg as she tries to escape and then breaks her leg right off. Even though she wasn't allowed to use her powers because she might kill the baby, she was forced to do it and destroyed Robot's head. However, his body was still functioning, and he threw a bomb towards them that destroyed the entire house. Mark and Samantha survived the explosion and managed to escape by flying high into the air. Mark flew directly to the Viltrumite warship that was stationed on the moon and asked his father for help. Now that the cat was out of the bag, it was time for Robot to make his move. He wanted full control of the government agencies, but in order to do this, he needs to eliminate everyone that can and would oppose him. After Cecil Stedman, Shapesmith was the next to be eliminated, claiming he was sorry for doing this. Black Samson had no idea that Robot was coming to kill him when he greeted him over at the barbershop. The Guardians of the Globe were taken off guard and eliminated one by one. The Immortal and his wife Duplicate barely escaped the attack, and A.D. Sinclair was ordered to work for Robot and create more drones for his armies. Nobody would stand in his way, not even Monster Girl. Robot gives her one last kiss and then orders his drones to take her body and throw her out the airlock, leaving her for dead in the cold embrace of space. However, Anissa saved her at the last moment, grabbing her hand and taking her inside the Viltrumite warship. Meanwhile, Atom Eve was forced to give birth, and the nurse brings the baby to meet his father. Mark was overwhelmed with emotions and asks about his girlfriend, but the nurse tells him she is going to be okay. He brings the baby girl to Samantha, who couldn't wait to hold her, but Mark was far from okay. He blames himself for everything. Omni-Man and the others confront Robot on the surface of the moon, and he tells them he doesn't want to fight. If they choose to oppose him, they would eventually win without a doubt, but not without massive casualties. The Viltrumites' ultimate goal is to create offspring and multiply their race. A war against him would greatly diminish their numbers, and he doesn't want to do this. As the leader of the Viltrum race, Nolan has to think about the survival of his people, and he agrees not to confront him and let him do his thing. Invincible greatly opposes the idea of doing nothing, and takes things into his own hands, but this time with Atom Eve's approval. The Guardians of the Globe members that survived the initial attack organized a secret meeting to discuss their plan of attack, but Bulletproof betrayed them and sided with Robot, telling him the location of the meeting. The drones arrested all of them, ensuring that there was nobody left to challenge him. Mark flew down to Earth and tried to stop Robot, but the drones were just too many and he couldn't fight off the sonic blast. Robot claims that in just 6 hours he was able to take full control over 100 law enforcement agencies worldwide, already preventing 9,000 deaths and arresting Titan, killing Mantis, the Mauler twins, and other criminals. The world is already starting to change thanks to him. Mark gives up and returns to see Samantha, claiming that he was watching the news, and everyone is claiming the world is changing for the better. Maybe the world is a lot safer with Robot in charge. After being tasked by Alan the alien with hunting down and killing Thrag, Battle Beast was waiting in his spaceship, waiting for information on his location. Space Racer informed him that Thrag was on the planet they were orbiting, and he rushed immediately to hunt him down. He was hiding on the planet Thraxa, the same planet where Oliver was born, but Thrag wasn't afraid of Battle Beast and claimed that he had defeated him before, quite easily if he recalled. Thrag admitted that Battle Beast was incredibly powerful and thought he would make a great ally, but even though Beast craved battle above all else, he still had honor and vowed to kill the exiled Viltrumite. However, before the fight could even begin, Beast's girlfriend released a horde of Rognar creatures to attack and kill Thrag. He was furious that someone dared to interrupt his glorious battle and helped to kill the beasts. Thrag was severely injured in the fight and called Beast a fool for helping him. Beast was a formidable and honorable warrior and couldn't bear the thought of fighting an injured Thrag, so he took his giant blade and stabbed himself in the abdomen, trying to level the playing field. The two warriors jumped at each other's throats, knowing very well that when this was over, only one of them would be left standing. Battle Beast bit Thrag on the head and took out his eye, but Thrag said he fought for the survival of his race and he wouldn't lose this fight. He came to the planet Thraxa to mate with the females here, hoping that their rapid aging would help them grow a lot faster compared to normal humans, and he would be able to create an army of half-breed Viltrumites. The surviving heroes attended the funerals of everyone who was killed by Robot when he took over the government, including Cecil Stedman. And Mark couldn't believe that Rex had the nerve to show up and sit next to Eve after he broke off her leg. Mark tried to convince his father, but Nolan refused to make a move against Robot. He talked to Samantha and they both agreed that they couldn't live here anymore if Robot was going to be running things from now on, so they decided to leave Earth and move to Taleskria. After saying goodbye to their friends like William, Rick, and even the Immortal and his wife Duplicate, Mark took his wife and their baby girl Terra on a long journey to their new home. They arrived on a strange new world, much different than Earth, with flying spaceships everywhere and robots patrolling the streets. They were greeted by Alan the alien, who wanted to say hello to their daughter, but he got punched in the eye and started screaming in pain. Oliver also came to say hello. He had grown quite a bit and had a girlfriend named Haluma. She brought lots of food and offered to cook dinner, but Samantha didn't like the alien food too much, even though Mark and his brother absolutely loved it. The next day, Samantha tried to get close to Mark and get intimate with him, but he couldn't stand to be touched by her. Eventually, he came clean and told her what happened. He said that Anissa forced herself on him, but he also blamed himself for not resisting more. Maybe some part of him enjoyed it and wanted it to happen. Eve said it wasn't his fault and he shouldn't blame himself. Meanwhile, the battle between Battle Beast and Thrag continued, with no clear winner in sight. Space Racer was monitoring the fight from the planet's orbit and reporting everything back to Alan. By this time, the two had been fighting for days and still didn't show any signs of slowing down. Alan visited Mark and asked him to go to the planet Thraxa and kill Thrag, believing that Battle Beast was going to lose the fight. Sadly, he was right, and Battle Beast was killed by Thrag, who ripped out his organs as a sign of victory. But the fight left him severely injured, and he was taken to the infirmary by the Thraxan people. By the time Mark and his brother arrived, there was nobody left, and the planet was completely abandoned. Mark returned home and spent the next few days playing and taking care of his baby daughter, while also exploring the city together, trying out restaurants and new foods. Somewhere deep in space, Thrag's offspring were being born and growing at a rapid pace while he eventually recovered from his injuries, claiming his health was improving. After capturing most of the heroes that posed a threat to Robot, the Immortal and Duplicate managed to escape, but Robot found them and managed to arrest the Immortal. Bulletproof was tasked with escorting him to his prison cell, unaware that the Immortal had ingested a powerful bomb that he detonated inside, destroying Robot's drones and severely injuring Bulletproof. Even though he lost his legs in the process, the Immortal was successful in his mission and the Guardians of the Globe were now free. Monster Girl asks her son if he is going to help them escape, and he accepts. They were not alone, however. Adi Sinclair decided to help them and deployed his armies of Reaniman to keep Robot busy while the Guardians escaped. Robot offered to help Bulletproof and heal his body, but he refused and rather accepted to live with his scars, saying he deserves this. The heroes regrouped inside a secret hideout, but some of the members began having second thoughts. The first to express them was Brit, who says that Robot seems to be doing a great job and making the world a better place. That's when Robot decided to show up using the teleportation technology from Cecil Stedman. He thanks Brit for believing in him, and many heroes decided to leave the past behind and join him. Mark and his brother returned from the Thraxian planet empty-handed. Thrag was already gone by the time they arrived there, and the whole coalition of planets has been looking for him ever since. To keep himself busy, Mark agrees to work for Alan and helps Oliver search for a group of bad guys. These thugs were building an illegal Canslock farm, but they were no match for the two Viltrumite brothers. Meanwhile, Samantha has a harder time adjusting to her new life on Telescria, dealing with new aliens, and being overwhelmed by the whole situation. She tells Mark how she feels, and he offers to watch over Terra and let her have a free night. She immediately accepts the offer and leaves the house to enjoy some alone time inside the city. She visits museums, the park, food markets, clubs, and she even tries some new alien foods. The next day, Mark needed to abandon his family once again because the space racer found out where Thrag was hiding and Alan wants him and his brother to go there. They arrive on a strange planet, but the place looks abandoned. Mark goes alone to investigate a subterranean cave, believing that maybe Thrag and his forces were hiding underground. But he found something else. A bright light shined in front of him and he couldn't see anything. All of a sudden, he wakes up on the toilet inside his home back on Earth. This bright light somehow teleported him into the past when he was just a teenager still in high school. Mark has no clue how this happened, so he goes to high school to talk to Samantha, but she doesn't remember him since this was in the past. She was still together with Rex Splode, and this was the first time they ever spoke. She takes him to meet the teen team and he tells them everything. But nobody else besides Robot believes him, even though he can't explain how this happened. Mark then goes and speaks with his father and says he knows everything about the Viltrumites and what he plans to do on Earth, but also that he won't allow it. Nolan reacted pretty much the same way he reacted the first time this happened and threatened his son, saying he won't allow him to defy the Viltrum Empire. The two of them start fighting, but Invincible was a lot stronger now and holds his own against his dad, but they eventually crash inside the Guardians of the Globe base. Mark tells everyone to be careful around his dad because he wants to kill them, and all of them jump on him. Omni-Man was still incredibly powerful and fast, and he killed the Immortal by stabbing him through the abdomen. However, Martian Man was able to phase through his body, which made him sick, and War Woman knocked him out using her mace. Later, Nolan thanks his son for stopping him from killing the Guardians. All this time spent on Earth changed him, and if he'd gone through with his plan, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Mark then goes back to living his life just like he did in the past by working for the government and helping the Guardians deal with villains all across the globe. But every night he cried in his room because he missed his wife and daughter very much and couldn't return back to them. But one night, the powerful bright light he encountered in the cave long ago visited him once again. The entity claimed they lived outside of time and offered Mark another chance at saving all the people he could have saved in order to restore balance to the universe. Mark refused the offer, saying he wants his old life back. He wants to be again with his wife and daughter. The entity doesn't understand how Mark can trade so many lives for the sake of just one, but it's his decision, and the entity takes him back. Mark immediately flies back to Telescria and hugs Samantha, who was shocked to see him return after all this time. Trapped inside that world in the past, only a few weeks had gone by, but here in the present, several years have gone by and Terra had already grown up. Mark says he is sorry for being gone for so long and hugs his family, claiming he loves them very much. Samantha can't believe it was actually him. She thought he was gone forever after being gone for 5 years. They spend the night talking, and Mark tells her everything that happened and about the unknown entity that trapped him in the past. Alan the alien was happy to see Mark once again and says that Thrag is still out there. But Mark wants nothing to do with him and says he never wants to miss another moment of his daughter's life. They organize a welcoming party and Oliver was all grown up now and just as happy to see his brother was still alive. Mark and his family decide to leave for a few days and spend some time together on a secluded planet to try and make up for lost time. Alan recommended this planet a while back, but Eve didn't want to come here alone. She builds a home and plans to spend some quality time together here, away from everyone else. But when Mark tried to kiss Eve, she was hesitant, saying there was someone else in her life. It wasn't something serious, she was just lonely. Meanwhile, back on Telescria, Oliver sneaks in the middle of the night to talk to someone on the computer. He was secretly talking to Thrag and feeding him information about the status of the coalition of planets. While Mark was away, Thrag was able to restore the Viltrumite population, and he began his counterstrike by attacking one of the planets inside the coalition. His new Thraxian children have grown quite a bit and have become stronger, powerful enough to attack entire planets and conquer them in the name of their father. Back on Earth, Robot and Omni-Man have become good friends, working together to keep the world safe and fighting against different kinds of outside threats. After the vacation was over, Mark and his family fly back to Earth to see his father and mother again, and Nolan was very happy to see his niece. Out of nowhere, Eve attacks Anissa, remembering what she did to Mark when she took advantage of him. But Nolan intervened and put a stop to it. But all these years spent on Earth have changed the Viltrumites, and Anissa returns down to Earth to meet her husband, a man she met and bonded with, giving birth to a beautiful baby girl. But that was not her only child. Anissa also has a young baby boy that looks very similar to Mark. Ever since Robot took over the government and was placed in charge of security, everything had gotten better, and the heroes joined his cause to make the world a better and safer place. But Mark still isn't convinced and can't accept the fact that Robot tried to kill them when he took over control. He leaves Earth and returns with his family back to the planet, away from civilization and all the dangers of the galaxy. But danger was never really far away, because Thrag orders his two children, Onan and Ursal, to hunt him down and kill him. Thrag informs Oliver of his plans and says it's time for him to prove his loyalty to the Viltrum Empire, but Oliver begged him not to hurt his brother. Back on the planet, Invincible and his family were having a good time enjoying each other's company, when out of nowhere, Onan attacked Terra. Trying to hurt her, Mark reacted immediately and smacked Onan over the head, while Eve took their daughter away. But Ursal was right behind her and broke off Eve's prosthetic leg, which prompted Terra to ask her mother if she is a robot. Eve throws Terra over to Mark and tells him to fly away and take her to safety while she stays behind to fight Ursal. Mark managed to gain some speed, but he couldn't go too fast because his daughter couldn't handle it, and eventually, Onan caught them from behind. He attacks Mark, prompting him to drop Terra and leaving her to freefall to her death. But just moments before she hit the ground, she started levitating and she flew for the very first time. But her joy was short-lived because Thrag showed up and grabbed her by the leg, saying that her death is going to be more painful now. Out of nowhere, Oliver appears and jumps Thrag, prompting him to release Terra and run away. But attacking Thrag was a big mistake because Oliver was instantly killed by him and left for dead in a puddle of blood. Mark reunited with Eve and threatened to kill Onan if he didn't let his daughter go. But Thrag doesn't believe that Mark would kill him, saying that humanity is his greatest weakness. But he was wrong, and Mark strangles Onan to death and then throws his body towards Thrag, distracting him long enough for Eve to get to her. But unfortunately, Ursal returns and attacks Eve from behind, breaking her jaw, saying she deserves this for killing her brother. Thrag also overpowers Mark and literally breaks his body in two, spilling his guts and organs everywhere. Thrag then asks Ursal to leave them breathing long enough for their daughter to watch them die. Just minutes after they left, Eve was able to heal herself and Mark completely. Every time Eve's body is pushed to the extreme, her body overrides her limitations, and she can rebuild organic matter, allowing her to heal both of them and even her daughter's leg, which was broken during the fight. Sadly, Oliver was already dead, and there was nothing she could have done for him. For the first time in a long time, Eve and Mark both agreed that if they want to have their lives back and live peacefully, they would have to kill Thrag. Chapter 24 begins on Tailskria during the funeral of Invincible's brother, after he was killed by Thrag. Nolan and his wife came to attend the funeral and were heartbroken that their second son was dead. Mark blames Alan the alien for sending Oliver undercover to work for Thrag and punches him in the face. The fight continues until Samantha interferes and screams at Mark to stop immediately. She blames him for being reckless and always doing stupid things without thinking of the consequences, just like on the planet where he was sent back in time. Eventually, everyone calms down, and Alan returns to his girlfriend. Mark and Eve spend the rest of the day talking but realize that they never actually got married. The two decide to get married and invite their friends, even though it wasn't the best moment after Oliver just died. But this might be their last chance before going to fight Thrag. Meanwhile, on another planet, Ursal was mourning the death of her brother Onan and tells her father he doesn't care about them. He only cares about the glory of the Viltrum Empire. Thrag dismisses this and says he cared very deeply about her brother, even though he never showed it, and hugs his daughter. Mark asks his father to gather the remaining Viltrumites and join them in their mission to take down Thrag. Nolan was hesitant at first, but eventually agrees to talk to them and ask them to help. Before leaving for this final and dangerous mission, Mark spends the day with his wife and daughter, visiting the city, eating delicious new foods, and playing together. The coalition of planets begins their assault on Thrag by freeing planets that were taken by him and his armies of half-breed Viltrumites. They manage to capture one of them alive and release him just so they could follow him back to Thrag and his forces. In another part of the galaxy, Ursal witnesses more signs of her father's aggression and disregard for her fellow brothers and sisters, and begins to question her loyalty. The coalition finally finds Thrag and begins their assault, going all out against his forces. While he claims he wasn't expecting them so soon, Thrag orders his legion of half-breeds to attack the traitors and kill them in his honor. The half-breeds were not strong at all, but they were fast and they were many. Mark and Eve were overwhelmed by their numbers and utter disregard for their own lives. The half-breeds were recklessly attacking and dying in the process, but it was as if they didn't care and just jumped to their deaths. Ursula begs her father to stop the attack and spare her brothers and sisters, but he grabs her by the throat and says it's not her place to question him. The first wave of attacks stopped, and the coalition regrouped inside the warship, claiming that they were heading towards Earth where they prepared an ambush for Thrag. Nolan asks his fellow Viltrumites for help in taking down Thrag, and they vowed to protect Earth and the families they managed to build here. After being informed of the whole situation, Robot set a plan into motion that involved kidnapping every Viltrumite child on Earth and taking them to a secure location inside the Pentagon. He promised not to hurt them, saying that this is for their own good to ensure their safety. Out in space, Thrag launched his offensive, leading a pack of Rognar creatures and his armies of half-breed Viltrumites. His former generals were now his enemies, and they attacked him, but he was able to use the Rognars to kill a bunch of them. The coalition joins the battle, and Omni-Man says he's going after Thrag and jumps him head-on. Even though Nolan struck the first punch, Thrag recovers immediately and punches him right back. But Nolan was nowhere near as strong as the former Viltrumite leader, and breaks both of his hands during the confrontation. Mark tries to help his dad and jumps on Thrag, but he just throws him away and lets his children deal with him. Thrag goes right back to attacking Nolan and stabs him through the chest. Nolan survives this attack and says it's gonna take a lot more than that to kill him. So Thrag uses his other hand to slice his body in half. Mark watches in horror as his father is being killed, but there is nothing he can do. He is literally surrounded by half-breeds. After seeing what happened to Omni-Man, Atom Eve sprung into action and left the spaceship to save him. Even though she can't breathe in space, Mark was able to free himself from the half-breeds and attack Thrag at full force. But even he couldn't believe it when he saw that Robot came to help him using a very powerful robot. Atom Eve grabs Omni-Man and tries to take him to safety, but she was attacked by the Rognar creatures. Anissa, out of all people, jumps to her rescue, pulling the beast away so she could escape, but she gets injured in the process. Eve grabs her also and flies towards the spaceship to save both of them. Ursula watched as all of this was going on and couldn't help but admire the loyalty and love the coalition members have for each other, something she never saw from her father. Meanwhile, Thrag calls his half-breeds and throws them at Mark, instantly killing them and trying to hurt him. Thrag didn't care at all for any of his children. He only cared about usefulness in battle. Mark says he won't allow him to kill any more of his children and grabs him, plunging together into the sun. When Ursula saw that Mark, her enemy, was willing to sacrifice his own life to save her brothers and sisters, she called the attack off and asked her siblings to surrender. She claims that her father doesn't care about any of them and would rather give up than see all of her family get killed. But the fight continued inside the sun with Invincible and Thrag going all out on each other. Thrag says that even though Mark and his father were direct descendants of King Argal, they were traitors who destroyed the Viltrum homeworld, and he will never allow them to lead the Empire. He calls Mark crazy for bringing them inside the sun to fight and wants to leave, but Mark grabs him from behind and says he is willing to give his life just to kill him here. Both of them fall inside a puddle of molten lava that instantly burns them alive, melting the skin off their bodies. But the fight continued. Even though they couldn't speak anymore, Mark continued to talk in his mind, saying that even though he didn't understand why his father let him live, he understands now what he did, and why that makes him such a better leader than Thrag will ever be. Robot sends one of his armors inside the sun to cover Mark's body and protect him against the fire. Mark says that even his enemy tries to protect him while Thrag has nobody. Nobody cares about him, and nobody will come to his aid in these moments. The fight continued until there was nothing left of the suit, and Mark got on top of Thrag and bit his throat, taking a big chunk of his melted flesh. This final blow was too much even for the mighty Viltrumite leader, and he was left to die. His body started to slowly fall towards the sun's core, melting away bit by bit until there was nothing left. Mark was now almost unconscious, but he wasn't alone. Alan the alien dove inside the planet and grabbed him, taking him away and saving his life. Alan brought him to the ship and he was nearly dead, but the Argal blood flowing through his body was strong, and it only took him just a few days to recover and even speak to his wife Samantha. Mark asks about his father, but Nolan wasn't feeling too good. Thrag damaged his heart in the attack and his body was unable to heal anymore. Nolan says that Mark was born of two worlds, half human and half Viltrumite, and he wants him to lead the Viltrum Empire after he dies. Nolan believes in his son and can't think of a better person to replace him after he's gone. A few days later, Samantha wasn't too happy that Mark accepted being the new Viltrumite leader, saying that she and Terra need him more, but eventually she accepted the decision. However, there was still something left to do. Robot formed a blockade around the planet using his army of drone robots and forbade anyone from getting close. He says he took the Viltrumite kids from Earth hostage as a backup in case they tried to turn his army against him. In order to keep their children safe, the Viltrumites turned on the coalition and attacked Alan the alien. which prompted Samantha to ask Ursula for help in taking down Robot. Robot never anticipated this kind of response to his actions when all the heroes, half-breeds, and even the coalition of planets united against him. The heroes fought their way inside the Pentagon, and even Ursula helped Mark fight his way through the army of drone robots. Eventually, Monster Girl spotted the real Robot hiding inside one of his drones, and Mark grabbed him and took him away. Robot tries to reason with Mark, saying the world is a better place now because of him, and the only reason he isn't dead already is because Mark knows this is true. Mark responds by saying he finally figured out a way to keep Robot but prevent him from controlling the world. Once the fighting was finally over, he calls the Immortal inside the Pentagon and says that while he will be away leading the Viltrum Empire, he wants him to take over Robot's place, monitoring the governments of the world, advising and even dictating policies. He shows him what he did with Robot. A.D. Sinclair was able to harvest his brain and keep him trapped inside a special tank. That way, he's still able to use his intellect but can't do any more harm. All the Viltrumites were reunited with their children on Earth, but since Anissa was killed in battle, Mark was shocked to find that she had another kid named Marky, who was actually his son. 2 weeks later, Mark was attending the ceremony that appointed him as the new Viltrum Emperor, but Samantha urges him to speak with his new son, who until 2 weeks ago had no idea he even existed. The young kid just started developing powers and had no idea what was wrong with him. He escapes into the city and creates a lot of destruction until Mark was forced to stop him. Mark talks to him and asks him to stop, saying he is his father. Robot suggests the Viltrumites should leave the planet because many of the children will start to develop powers soon, and they will create havoc, possibly doing a lot of damage and also hurting someone. Mark agrees and says that by staying on Earth, the Viltrumites will mix with humans more and more, which could change the planet for the worst, getting rid of what makes it special in the first place. Everyone agreed that this was for the best, but Anissa's husband doesn't want to leave, saying he and his 2 children will stay behind. Before leaving, Mark has a father and son talk with Marky and tells him the history of the Viltrumite people, just like Nolan did with him a long time ago. In the end, he agrees that leaving 2 Viltrumites behind might not be such a bad idea, and his mother will want to be a part of Marky's life, watching over him and being his grandma. Many years later, Marky became a superhero himself, and he wore a suit similar to his father. His powers improved greatly, and he helped the Guardians of the Globe deal with a new generation of villains. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in space, Invincible's first daughter, Terra, grew into a lovely girl herself, following in her father's steps and using her powers for good, helping alien races all across the galaxy. After being gone from Earth for many years, Invincible became a respectable Viltrum leader, eliminating threats, shutting down hostile races, and bringing peace to quadrants of the galaxy that had been at war for eons. But this prompted many planets to leave the coalition of planets, and a small confrontation erupted between the 2 powers. Mark was victorious, and Alan agrees that maybe the galaxy doesn't need a coalition of planets after all. Again, many years later, Samantha was very old and about to die, and Mark called Terra to come and say goodbye to her mother. But moments before her death, Samantha was able to reconstruct her body and rebuild herself younger again. Every time she is on the brink of dying, she is able to rebuild organic matter and heal herself. Atom Eve was practically immortal. Eventually, Marky grew to hate his father for abandoning him on Earth all those years ago and attacks him. Mark says he is proud of the man his son has become. He did so much good on Earth and feels bad about abandoning him. He wants to be close to him now and says they have all the time in the world. The story ends with Mark and Samantha living a peaceful life on a planet surrounded by their family and friends, while remembering something his father asked a long time ago during their big fight. "What will you have after 500 years? To which he replied, "I'll have you, Dad." The Geldarians have been at war with the Kresh for centuries, but their enemy has recently achieved dominance. The Geldarians have sent out a scout ship with the mission of seeking help in the neighboring galaxies, but someone is following them. The captain and his crew prepare for battle and equip the Tech Jackets, special armors designed to aid them in battle. The Kresh exit their ship and attack, but the Geldarians hold their own, using the Tech Jackets to put up one hell of a fight. The captain shoots towards the enemy ship, causing it to explode and kill the remaining enemies. Unfortunately, his crew was killed as well, and only he comes back into the ship alive. Meanwhile, on Earth, Zach Thompson is attending high school and talking to his friend David, who is happy he finally got the courage to talk to Rebecca, his high school crush. Zach offered to walk her home and she said yes, and they are supposed to meet in front of the gymnasium. However, one of the popular guys offers to give her a ride home in his car, and she says yes, leaving Zach feeling heart-crushed. The alien ship has sustained severe damage and is in danger of exploding, but luckily, they are close to Earth, which has an atmosphere almost identical to their own planet. They need to land as soon as possible, but their laws prevent them from coming in contact with any Terran race living there, so they pray the planet is mostly uninhabited. Zack goes from school directly to his father's hardware store and helps him do an inventory. A couple of thugs walk in and attack his dad, beating him with a hammer. They claim he took a loan from their boss, Mr. Capella, 2 years ago, and he hasn't been paying them properly lately. They broke a couple of his fingers, but threatened to do a lot more if he doesn't pay off his debt. Somewhere in space, the Geldarians were approaching Earth's atmosphere, but the captain needed to go outside and use the Tech Jacket to help the ship land. The next day, on his way to school, Zack sees the ship burning in the air, but he doesn't know what it is. The ship crashes into the nearby forest, causing a massive explosion that leaves a massive crater. The captain is still alive, but according to their laws, he is forbidden to come in contact with Zack. The ship is programmed to self-destruct, when out of nowhere the captain's Tech Jacket attaches itself to him, and not a moment too soon because the ship explodes. There was nothing left of the ship and its crew, but Zack is still alive thanks to the armor which was now wrapped around his body. Back on the Geldarian home planet, the council is informed what happened to the scout ship and that their mission has failed. But the strange thing is that the captain's Tech Jacket hasn't been destroyed. In fact, it has returned to active status. The council thinks the native people killed the captain and stole his jacket, but if that's true, their entire civilization could be in jeopardy. Zack arrives at school and goes straight into the bathrooms trying to take the armor off, but he can't. It speaks back to him, claiming that removal is not permitted and his survival odds would decrease by 500%. David walks in on him and thinks he came here to be alone and cry. He heard that Rebecca stood him up. The thugs return to his father's store, claiming they've come to collect his debt, but there's no way the dad could come up with that kind of money overnight. They threaten and beat him up again, this time slamming his face against the counter and punching him in the stomach. Zack walks in and tries to help his dad, when out of nowhere, the jacket attacks the thugs with long tentacles. The thugs are severely hurt and call him a freak, while threatening to come another time when his kid won't be here. The father and son both agree to keep what happened today a secret, and not tell the mother. The Geldarian Council assembles to discuss what happened on Earth, and they all agree to send another scout team to assess the situation, and if a native has acquired the jacket, he will be brought to justice. Zack wakes in the middle of the night to the jacket performing scheduled maintenance. Since he can't take it off, the jacket cleans his body from daily accumulated germs and bacteria. He basically doesn't even need to take a shower anymore. In the morning, while the mother was at work, Zack tells his father about the crashed spaceship and how he got the jacket. They want to know just what it can do, and decide to perform some tests. The tentacles are extremely powerful and have a big range. But what's even more fascinating is the power lasers, which take out everything on the table. He goes back to school and meets Rebecca, who apologizes for ditching him the other day. But Zack doesn't care and says it's not a big thing. But the fact that he didn't care annoys her, and she calls him rude. After school, he goes back into the forest and decides to test the armor even further, doing a few jumps and shooting lasers from his hand. A tree falls on top of him, but the jacket wraps around his body, covering him entirely in an armor which protects his body. His fun is interrupted when someone shoots him from behind, sending him crashing on the ground. It was the Geldarian scout crew who arrived on Earth to arrest him, accusing him of stealing the jacket and calling him a villain. Zack doesn't know what's going on, or who these people are, but before he could get an explanation, they zap him with a powerful electric shock. He wakes up in their ship, tied to a wall, when out of nowhere, the side of the spaceship explodes. The jacket protects him from suffocating, while another Geldarian shows up to untie him, claiming they are under attack from the creche. One of the crew gives him a device that will take him straight to their homeworld, while they stay behind to fight the attackers. However, the device gets destroyed during the escape, and Zack doesn't know what to do. He decides to join the fight and help the Geldarians, thinking that they are the only ones who can help him get back home. For some reason, he is much stronger and faster than them, and easily destroys most of the creche soldiers. He even takes out their spaceship, even though he doesn't have any proper training and doesn't know how to properly use the jacket. He is taken back to their homeworld, and one of the leaders compliments his bravery during the fight. Even though he was their prisoner, he chose to help them against the creche, which is commendable. Apparently, the Geldarian technology advanced to the point where they lived lives of leisure, rarely lifting a finger to do anything. Over time, their bodies shriveled and shrank. Seeing their weaknesses as they developed, their scientists immediately devised a way to counteract it, and they created the Tech Jacket. The jackets are attached to their bodies at birth. They grow and mature with their host, and they specialize and learn as the hosts do so they can better help them in their day-to-day activities. Because Zack doesn't have their weaknesses, his body is much stronger compared to a Geldarian, so the jacket was much stronger on him. It increased his strength and speed exponentially, nearly 100 times more. They want him to help in the war against the creche. With his abilities, they can overturn the war in their favor. But in order to master the jacket, Zack needs to undergo a bunch of training, and Kanda, another one of their warriors, is tasked to train him. They first wanted to see just how much stronger he is compared to them, but he destroyed the machine even at the highest setting. Next, he is taught to let go of his senses and rely on the jacket to do the targeting for him. He completes the training and has mastered the ability to use the jacket and is taken to the battlefield. The first battle takes place on one of the planet's moons, where the Geldarians have been resisting for weeks. Zack is a lot better than his enemies and easily deals with them, which forces the Kresh to retreat. He is given the Crest of Geldaria, the highest honor a soldier can receive in the line of duty. While awaiting his next mission, the Princess Lin wishes him good luck and gives him a big kiss. The Geldarians want to attack the Kresh stronghold, which is in a controlled orbit on the far side of their neighboring planet, Theta. The Council wants Zack to teleport inside the stronghold and destroy all their defenses, allowing their army to attack in full force. The next day, Zack steps inside a machine that will teleport him behind enemy lines, right in the middle of the enemy ship. However, upon arriving, he is instantly detected and surrounded by hundreds of soldiers. He lifts himself in the air, allowing him to get some distance and see exactly what he's up against. The soldiers all jump towards him, pinning him to the ground and forming a giant pile, but he causes a giant explosion, which destroys most of them. The jacket then turns itself into a giant cannon, and he shoots in every direction, causing massive damage to the stronghold. This causes the ship to explode, causing a massive explosion that lights the entire space. Zack returns back to the Geldarian planet, but it was under attack by a massive fleet of enemies. When they detected his presence inside the stronghold, they realized the Geldarians were defenseless and launched a massive attack. He joins the fight and does what he does best, destroying the Kresh and saving Geldarian soldiers. He groups together with other soldiers and asks them to follow him, but they are quickly taken out by a massive ship nearby. This pisses him off and he flies directly towards it, but instead of destroying it, he pushes it towards the other ships. This causes multiple ships to collide mid-air, causing a massive explosion, which takes out multiple targets at once. The Kresh launch a ground invasion, killing civilians and destroying the city as much as they can. But Zack protects by creating an energy shield, giving the locals enough time to escape. He calls them monsters and goes all out, not holding back and dealing with the invasion single-handedly. Eventually, he is successful and the attack stops, but the city is mostly in ruins, and many lives were lost today. The people organize a ceremony, claiming the war is finally over and what was left of the Kresh fleet has retreated from their home planet. The times ahead will be difficult, but they need to work together to rebuild what has been destroyed, creating an era of infinite peace and prosperity. Zack is hailed as a great hero and the leaders offer to take him back to Earth. However, even though it goes against their laws, he is allowed to keep the tech jacket, claiming it's much too dangerous to try and remove it, and plus, he earned it. He offers to remain and help them rebuild, but he's already done too much, until Zack remembers his parents. The princess watches as his ship prepares to leave, but she feels sad to see him leave. She might never see him again. Zack finally arrives back home and he couldn't wait to see his parents once again, but when he goes inside, the place is completely abandoned, and there's no sign of his parents anywhere. He goes upstairs to their room, but the place is completely empty and he doesn't know what to do next. A realtor thinks he's some kind of thief, saying that a family used to live here, but they moved a long time ago and the bank took their house. Zack goes back to school and meets David, who wondered where he's been for the past couple of months. He thought he was heartbroken about Rebecca and ran away from home, but he doesn't tell him the truth. David takes him back to his place, but they just bought a new house and he needs to wait for his mom, since he doesn't have his own set of keys yet. David's mom comes home from work, but Zack decides to disappear. He doesn't want anyone to know he's back, not until he finds out what happened to his parents. He goes to the hardware store, but the place was also empty, so he takes a nap on the floor. During the night, the thugs from before show up again, claiming their boss sent them to search through the papers, making sure there's no mention of their boss which might link him to the missing parents. Zack puts on the armor and deals with the thugs, knocking them out unconscious. He then orders them to take him to their leader, thinking he might have something to do with his parents' disappearance. The two thugs do as they are told, but upon arrival to the office, Zack jumps towards Mr. Capella. He breaks the window and threatens to throw him off the 20th floor if he doesn't tell him what happened to his parents. Capella claims he didn't kill them and doesn't know what happened to them. His dad disappeared 6 months ago and he figured he took his mom with him, skipped town to get away from him. He's afraid of Zack and just wants to be left alone, claiming his father's debt is cleared. Zack then flies straight into space and looks upon Earth, trying to figure out where his father went. He blames the Geldarians. If they didn't need his help to save their entire civilization, he wouldn't have to look for his parents now. He remembers something and flies straight to a known location. He arrives in the countryside, somewhere with many lake houses, and blames himself for not thinking about this place sooner. Out of nowhere, his father comes out from one of the houses wanting to go fishing and sees him. The father and son are happy to see each other, and Zack couldn't help but notice that his father painted his hair blonde. This house belongs to his grandfather, and he's letting them stay here for a while. Dad got the job at a nearby factory, while the mother works at the department store, where she practically works for store credit. They spent an entire week searching for him after he disappeared, but one night he saw a strange car near the hardware store and thought it was the mob. That's when he told his wife everything, and they both decided to run away together. Zack tells him everything that happened to him for the past 6 months, and casually mentions that he dealt with Capella, and now his debt is cleared. He now masters the jacket's full potential. He can fly, can shoot lasers, tons of them, and even has a cool energy shield. Before they can finish talking, a crashed spaceship arrives and they immediately fire at him. Zack powers up the jacket and uses it to save his dad from being cut into pieces. These are the same guys he fought on Geldaria. They probably survived the battle and tracked him all the way to Earth. Just like before, he easily deals with them, and luckily they were focused on him and didn't attack the dad. He takes them down and tells him to run, but the dad is out of shape and quickly runs out of breath. He then flies straight into them and they surround him from every direction. They all fall in the water below, but Zack blows all of them away. He was much too strong for them. The Kresh decide to run away and fly towards the ship, but he doesn't want to let them escape. He goes after them and takes their ship into space and then throws it towards the sun. All of them are killed as the ship bursts into flames. The dad thinks the fight was kinda easy. There isn't much to these guys, it seems. That's because the Kresh come from a very high dense planet and their bodies mostly consist of gas. That's why they use special armors. Mom finishes work and returns home and can't believe that Zack was here. She gives him kisses and hugs him tight, wondering what happened to him all this time. He wants to tell the truth and claims they have a lot to talk about. His mother says he's got a lot of explaining to do. She wants to know everything, where he's been and what he did there. But while they are talking, a drone comes out of the water and slowly advances toward them. Out of nowhere, it explodes, causing a powerful blast that puts everyone in danger. Zack deploys Tech Jacket, and it protects his family from debris using its amazing tentacles. His mother is shocked and doesn't know what that is, but he says he found a guy wearing it and it bonded with him to protect him. All of a sudden, he could fly, shoot lasers, and lift pretty much anything. And she already knows about the tentacles. He tells her how he traveled to Geldaria, the homeworld of the Geldarian people, and helped them defeat the Kresh who want to conquer them. He claims the Kresh are gas-based lifeforms and they bust up really easily. The mother doesn't want to deal with all of this just now and is simply happy he's back and okay. She cooks him some of his favorite foods and he couldn't be happier. Their dinner is interrupted by the neighbors, Hugh, Stephanie, and their son Joel. They saw everything from their house, the aliens who attacked them, and how Zack defeated all of them. Zack tries to deny it and claims that's not what they saw, but the cat's out of the bag now. Suddenly, a giant alien ship appears and Zack prays it's the good guys. He's lucky because it is the good guys. The Emperor of Geldaria personally came to make sure Zack is okay. After he left their planet, they intercepted Kresh communications and realized that he was followed back to Earth. They are happy to see that the aliens were dealt with and there is no reason for concern. Zack introduces his family to the royal family and also Kanda, the Emperor's most trusted guard. Unfortunately, something happened, and they lost all communications with the mothership, which was still in orbit. Zack powers up and goes to help, claiming it's kind of his thing now. The ship is being attacked by a scavenging, a giant robot dragon that feeds on raw materials. Usually it only attacks abandoned ships, but it must be really hungry to go after the mothership. Unfortunately, the princess is still inside, alongside 300 other Geldarians, and they need to save them before it's too late. The scavenging is immensely big, and Zack doesn't even know where it starts or where it ends. Kanda was attacked and trapped, while the scavenging begins the process of absorbing his jacket. Zack tries to help and is successful in freeing him, and he thinks he's got an idea on how to take it down. He fires lasers from both of his hands, but his energy is being depleted at an alarming pace. The same thing happens to him as well, and he is wrapped inside the dragon's tail. The other Geldarians come to his rescue, firing on all cylinders, and they manage to free him. The battle rages on and Zack thinks they are winning, but Kanda isn't so confident. He claims that whatever damage they inflict is inconsequential. The monster is rebuilding itself too fast by drawing materials from the mothership. In a matter of hours, the mothership will be gone, and they need to focus their power on evacuating the people before the ship loses life support. Zack's family was brought inside the ship on the ground, and they are offered some delicious Geldarian food. But the mother is grossed out by the tentacles crawling out of the pot. There is a large hole on the side of the ship, and Zack uses it to sneak inside undetected. He finds Kanda's family trapped underneath the rubble, and he offers to help. He lifts the heavy piece of metal, allowing Kanda's wife to get out and reunite with her son. The princess was coordinating the evacuation, making sure that everyone makes it to one of the escape pods. They are happy to see each other but get a little too emotional and both of them blush. The evacuation begins and the escape pods are deployed, heading straight for Earth. The Scavengine was devouring the ship, causing it to destabilize, which creates a powerful explosion. After having its fill, the mechanical creature decides to stop its attack and just flies away into the cold embrace of space. The pods land safely on Earth, and families reunite with each other. Zack's mother was worried sick, while his dad was curious to know if he used the lasers. The princess is introduced to his mother, who compliments her beautiful name. She then gives Zack a passionate kiss, claiming he risked his life to save them and deserves a reward. Out of nowhere, the police show up and the detective asks them to identify themselves. Kanda jumps to protect the Emperor, forcing the officers to fire back, but Zack intervenes and asks everyone to calm down. The Emperor is taken to City Hall to speak with the mayor and ask if they can live in their town for the next 3 weeks, while another ship comes to pick them up. They don't have any money. All they have is some Geldarian trash metal. They use it to plate worn-out computer circuits. But the mayor thinks that's more than enough to cover staying at their local hotel. It doesn't take long for the aliens to accommodate themselves to their new life here, and some of them even dress themselves in human clothes. Zack and the princess get very close during these 3 weeks, and they both claim they love each other very much. Zack even gets out of town once in a while to fight crime as Tech Jacket, claiming the name sounds awesome in English, even though it means trench coat in Geldarian. Eventually the mothership arrives and the two lovebirds say goodbye, vowing to visit each other in the future. Before leaving, she leaves him a Geldarian monitoring station in space and he can teleport there anytime from his closet. The next day, his father monitors communications and hears about an attack on Los Angeles. Zack goes on his first mission, claiming Tech Jacket is on the job. On his first mission, Tech Jacket goes against the Invincible variants, who were brought to Earth from other dimensions by Levi Angstrom. His father was supposed to be in the satellite above Earth, helping him deal with the threat, but he is late today. Invincible is pretty much indestructible and no match for him, even with the suit, and not even lasers have any effect on him. As if one of them isn't bad enough, a second variant attacks him, punching him in the back and throwing him against the ground. His father warns him that the same thing is happening all over the world, and the Guardians are struggling to win the war. One of the variants recognizes the suit he is wearing, remarking that it's probably Geldarian, of which he slaughtered many in his dimension. The Geldarians are a weak species, but combined with human DNA, it's a whole different story. The two variants come at him again, but Tech Jacket manages to shoot one of them in the face. He then instructs the suit to override failsafes and route all power to the battery in order to overload the system. He then powers up, causing a massive explosion that throws his attackers to the side. The variants were both killed, and only their skulls remained, buried inside a deep crater. Just like the police show up when the situation is already handled, the Geldarian soldiers arrive and take him to the hospital. His father was devastated and blames himself for failing to be on the station at the time of the attack. He could have warned his son about the variants. Fortunately, Zack wakes up, but his body is bruised up, and he's going to need a couple of weeks to recover. 1 month later, his mother suggests he should take a vacation and bring Lynn with him, but she forbids them to do any hanky-panky stuff. Meanwhile, in a galaxy far, far away, the Eater of Planets is attacking a helpless planet. An assassin was hired to deal with him, and he defeats it with ease, even though the opponent was several times bigger. The assassin's name is Null, but his job isn't done just yet. The employer wants to hire him for something else. He wants Null to bring him the armor from a human who calls himself Tech Jacket. He thinks that by acquiring his armor, he can use it for himself and become much stronger, similar to what he used to be in his young age. Back on Earth, Zack gets on top of Lynn in bed and wants to hanky-panky, even though his mother forbade him from trying anything. Lynn takes off her clothes, but he's shocked to see her naked, claiming she is very different. The Geldarian genitalia are very different compared to humans, and the two species aren't compatible. The couple is in shock, and they don't know what to do next. Lynn asks if he wants to talk, but Zack says there's nothing to talk about. She is upset and puts on her clothes, saying she wants to leave. Somewhere else, his dad dyes his hair blonde again, saying he did it because he wanted to lay low and avoid the mob, which was after him. But his wife thinks it's stupid and that he looks ridiculous. Zack calls him and tells him what happened last night, but they were talking on speaker, and the mother heard everything. She is instantly upset, claiming she told them not to try anything, but what's done is done, and Lynn is now probably on her way back to Geldaria. The mother wants to talk to him when he gets back, but for now, she wants him to promise her he will never break a promise to her ever again. Meanwhile, in Kansas, an old couple is driving back home when they see something in the sky. It was Null, who lands in the middle of an empty field and reports back to his client, claiming the target will be acquired shortly. He attacks the old couple and digs his teeth into the old man, which allows him to acquire knowledge about Earth. Zach talks to his father, who says he detected something that fell from space somewhere in rural Kansas. They both agree he should investigate. It might be a possible threat, and Zach powers up. He equips the armor and becomes Tech Jacket once again, and then flies straight to Kansas at maximum speed. He arrives, but instead of finding a town, there is only a giant-sized crater in its place. Null had dug up the entire town and lifted it above his head. He then throws it against Tech Jacket, hoping to end the fight before it even starts. But Tech Jacket isn't even fazed and comes back swinging. He manages to pin Null to the ground, but the alien is confident in his odds of winning. He killed hundreds of people who used to live in this town just to get Zach's attention. He's not playing around. Tech Jacket fires rockets towards him, but Null's speed is incredible, and he avoids them with ease. He grabs him by the hands and rips his shoulder blades, which were literally attached to Zach's body. He then proceeds to give him one hell of a beating while also calling the client to inform him that the armor's been acquired. He can process his invoice already. When he was done, Tech Jacket lay unconscious on the ground, covered in his own blood with multiple broken bones. But somehow, he was still alive even though Null is confident that his end was near. The dad was following the battle but doesn't know what to do. He contacts the other Gildarian guards and asks them for help, but they were far away, and it's going to take some time before they arrive. He then calls Lynn, who is still on the planet, and rushes to help her boyfriend as well. The attack continues and Null promises to kill him fast while slamming his fists on the boy's chest. Tech Jacket tries to defend himself and blocks one attack, but Null crushes his hand and fingers. Luckily, Lynn arrives just in time and shoots him straight from her ship, giving Zach a moment to recover. Null killed an entire town just to get to him. He tore the strongest Gildarian armor from the inside out. This is just another day on the job for him. Lynn is armed with a giant cannon and shoots him head on, but Null blocks the attack and is unfazed. Even though this is just a job for him, he enjoys killing both of them. He loves slaughtering. Zach runs a diagnostic on the armor, trying to determine how much fighting power he has left, but things aren't looking too great. He wants to divert every bit of energy to propulsion, just enough for a burst transmission to the satellite up in space. He gives his father a last warning, telling him to evacuate the station because he has something in mind. He then plunges himself towards Null and pushes him all the way into space. They crash inside the satellite, causing a big explosion, but it's where he wants them to be. Tech Jacket then tries to reprogram the teleportation in order to send Null somewhere else, but he claims it's not going to work on him. Wherever he sends him, it won't be far enough. He'll tear the universe apart to destroy him. Null is teleported somewhere else just moments before the entire station blows up into pieces. His Gildarian friends arrive just in time to save him and take him down to Earth. Zach wakes up a second time in the hospital and feels sorry about destroying the satellite, but Kanda says it's no big deal. He did what he had to do. He heals pretty quickly thanks to the jacket and comes to say goodbye to Lynn, who is going back to Gildaria. They want to make it work, even though they are not compatible, and they both agree to have sex with other people and take care of business. Somewhere else we see that Null was actually teleported onto the surface of the sun, and even though he is still alive, he has no chance of escaping his prison. When Zach was just a kid, his father took him outside to watch the stars in the sky and wondered if humans were alone in the universe. Zach suggested they should get a telescope and find out, but his dad was broke and couldn't afford one. Besides, they had a telescope at school. In the present, Tech Jacket is fighting a giant monster who is about to swallow him whole. He reassures his dad that everything is fine and he should get ready for his arrival in the satellite. He then uses the armor's blades to cut off the monster's tongue. He takes it inside and uses the teleport to send it to prison, hoping the prison doctors will find a way to sew it back on. Zach loves the jacket, using it to beat up jerks in outer space, and even earn a buck doing it. But his father isn't so lucky. Since he's doing this full time, he isn't working anymore and needs to fill out unemployment papers. Mr. Crow, a famous tech billionaire, is talking to his assistant Stanley about Tech Jacket and his self-titled Galactic Guardian of Earth. Crow created satellites to keep the world communicating. He created rockets for humans to explore the worlds beyond. This was all to better humanity as a species, to prepare us for the emerging future. He wanted to be the one who keeps humanity safe from threats, but instead Tech Jacket is doing all the work. He has a plan of his own, but that young boy makes it look like they're already a decade behind. Crow built his tech empire by acquiring other smaller companies that benefit him, and Stanley suggests he do the same thing with Tech Jacket. Instead of competing for the same thing, maybe Tech Jacket can lead their army of drones. After fighting that giant alien, Zach passes out on the couch, and his father greets him in the morning with a bag of donuts. Dad starts another day in the satellite and finds a video message from the princess, who was supposed to come visit soon. Dad tells Zach to start the TV because there's something big happening in space. A giant alien ship is in Mercury's orbit and quickly approaching the planet. Lynn's message was grim as well. She claims her homeworld was under attack and they needed to evacuate as soon as possible. One of the guards dragged her away before she could say more, just moments before the palace was destroyed by giant tentacles. Zack thinks that giant ship has something to do with it and wants to get close, but Dad advises gathering more intel first. Zack is careless and wants to teleport near Mercury's orbit, hoping to monitor the ship up close, but something goes wrong. Upon arriving, he tries to get close, but the ship has its own atmosphere which makes getting close harder. Giant tentacles spring out and grab him, immobilizing his hands and legs, preventing him from escaping. He is then dragged inside the ship, which has a soft exterior, as if he was being dragged inside flesh. It only took a few seconds for him to be dragged inside the ship completely, and the ship seems to be alive. We see another memory from the past, when Zack and his parents were celebrating his 11th birthday. His father got him a rocket as a present, even though he wanted a telescope, something his father couldn't afford. Maybe next year, he said. In the present, Dad is extremely worried about his son, who went missing inside the alien ship, but there's nothing he can do to help him. Back on the ship, the jacket was being crushed and taking damage, to the point where all systems go down and only recording systems are still online. Fortunately, the crushing stops and Tech Jacket falls through the outer shell and lands on the ground. This place is far from safe and the floor appears to be acidic. It's almost as if he is being digested alive. He starts going deeper and finds an entire city hidden here, but he doesn't understand how any of this can be possible. Back on Earth, Stanley informs his boss that he was unable to contact the Thompson family. They're probably busy dealing with the alien ship. Crow wants to send his robot into space and help Tech Jacket, but they are just too weak and can't handle the distance. This infuriates him and he throws his wine glass against the wall. How can a child make it over there and they can't? He spent billions of dollars creating his army of drones. He eventually calms down and pushes Stanley to keep trying to contact his family. One way or another, they need his suit. Tech Jacket goes inside the city, searching for people, but there's no sign of anyone. He can't analyze the area because his systems are down, but if that's the case, how come he's breathing? He comes across some strange aliens, but because his translator isn't working, he can't understand a thing they're saying. One of them attacks him, wrapping its tentacles around him, which stops him from moving. The alien then covers his face and electrocutes him, but that has an undesired effect. The surge of energy is enough to restore the jacket to full power, activating all systems, including communications, electrical, defense, and even weaponry. It's now a piece of cake for him to escape, but before he can do anything, the alien shoots him through the chest, exiting on the other side and leaving a big hole. Back on Earth, Zack's mother catches her husband eating his son's cake. He claims it's going to go bad by the time he gets back from Mercury. He might as well eat it, it's not like he can do anything else. Zack wakes up, but he was badly injured and in rough shape, but at least the communicator is back online. One alien is wearing Geldarian armor, just like he is, claiming the Geldarians attacked his city with force, but he killed all of them. Issue 3 begins with a flashback to when Zack was 10 years old, but something was bothering him. He read a book and learned that eventually, the sun was going to die. And no matter what he makes in his life, it's going to get destroyed once that happens. His mother tried to make him feel better, remarking that's probably going to happen in a few billion years, and the only thing he needs to worry about in life is being a nice person because that's going to make him happy. In the present, both of his parents are worried about him. Ever since he was swallowed up by the giant ship, there's been no sign of him. They get into a heated argument, but his dad is confident he's going to be alright, even though they can't do anything to help him. Inside the giant ship, the alien claims his name is Achilleos, and he is wearing a tech jacket just like him. But Zack notices it doesn't belong to him. It's an older model, even the welding is obsolete tech. He probably found it in space as garbage. This pisses the alien off, and he goes all out on him, slamming him on the ground and punching him mercilessly. Zack diverts all of his remaining energy to weaponry and then hits the alien with a powerful energy blast, which sends him flying. But Achilleos uses the other aliens to trap him, and the fight rages on. The translator isn't working anymore, and Zack doesn't understand a thing he was saying. He diverts his energy again, this time 40% back to defenses and another 5% to communications, because he wanted to chat with him some more. The fight is slowly turning in his favor, but Achilleos uses the other aliens to power himself, claiming they are resources for him to be exploited at best, a weapon for him to wield. Everything inside the ship is a weapon for him to use, and he becomes incredibly big and powerful. But Tech Jacket confidently claims he just confirmed what he is, and he knows exactly how to defeat him. Meanwhile, over at the White House, President Obama is talking to his top advisors about the giant ship out in space, which is a threat to the United States. General Schrader wants to mobilize the army and attack it before it can attack them, but Professor Buttigieg claims they don't even have a way to get to it. Stanley appears and introduces himself, claiming he represents Mr. Crow, who unfortunately couldn't come here himself. Apparently, Mr. Crow wants to use the Tech Jacket Corps, his army of robots, which he claims is enough to stop a possible invasion. Back on the ship, Tech Jacket is winning the fight and pins Achilleos to the ground, calling him a cancer that preys on the ship. He completely destroys him and then decapitates him, but he was still talking, so he kicks his head and asks him to shut up. Out of nowhere, the ship comes to life and grabs him using a giant tentacle, but it was also boosting his power levels through the roof. Mr. Crow knows that his robots are not enough to defeat the giant ship, so he pays Zack's parents a visit, claiming he's come to save their son. A long time ago, when Galdaria was still young, they were under attack by a great threat, so they created the Tech Jackets to help them survive. The giant ship talks to Zack, saying it's never known of a species able to resist the lust of war, the desire to destroy their enemy, regardless of consequence. The struggle for power was constant, which eventually led to the creation of a weapon to end all weapons. The Tech Jackets were such weapons. But of course there was more. That's how the ship was created, with the purpose of being the ultimate weapon in the universe. The ship is slowly assimilating Zack, transforming him into something else, claiming that Achilleos was merely a foot soldier, one of many yet to come. The ship has been building an army, one to truly end all wars, to quiet the universe at long last. Zack wants to know who it really is, and it claims it's his god now. Mr. Crow is trying to convince Zack's parents that he is capable of saving their boy and bringing him back home. He's found a way to safely remove the Tech Jacket from his body, but in return, he wants them to give him full rights to his armor. The ship was created by the Galdarians to be used as a weapon against a giant threat, just like Tech Jacket, but he's become much more than his creators could have foreseen. It wants to assimilate him and turn him into one of its soldiers, claiming Zack Thompson and his former life don't exist anymore. The process is extremely painful, and Zack has visions of Tech Jacket strangling him. For now, it lets him go, claiming that everything is going to be very different now, and that he's ready for the next stage. Stanley's meeting with the president didn't go as planned. They declined Crow's offer and want to use the Guardians of the Globe to deal with the ship. Crow thinks that convincing Zack's parents to sign the rights to the suit is their only solution, because his robots aren't strong enough for space travel. He goes back inside and tries to deceive the parents when out of nowhere, a ship crashes into the house, destroying it completely. Luckily, nobody was killed, but out of the rubble, Princess Lynn emerges. Mr. Crow only has one memory of his father, who used to be a ruthless businessman. He wanted his son to be just like him, claiming his family doesn't tolerate failure from anyone, especially his son, and he wants him to study instead of playing outside. He brought the princess to his lab, and Zack's parents were welcome to come along, especially since they don't have a home to go back to. The army set their plan into motion and teleported one of their shuttles next to the alien ship. Unfortunately, the jump took its toll on the ship and it was coming apart, but the general doesn't care and wants to get closer. Out of nowhere, Tech Jacket emerges and comes to their rescue, but his armor was looking different. He grabs the shuttle and slams it straight into the alien ship, causing a giant explosion. The soldiers prepare for battle, but they don't understand why Tech Jacket is attacking them. He's one of the good guys. The ship is trying to assimilate them and turn them into more of its warriors, but Zack argues with it. All of the soldiers are eventually captured and the assimilation process begins, but the general still has an ace up his sleeve. The shuttle was fitted with a fully loaded nuclear bomb and he detonates it. There is a powerful explosion that lights the entire area, destroying everything in its path. The dust eventually settles, and Tech Jacket wakes up bruised and confused. He didn't know what had happened, but things are clear to him when he sees a giant hole inside the ship's hull. The strange voice isn't talking to him anymore, signaling that it's probably dead. Mr. Crow's robots appear out of nowhere, but they aren't meant for long-distance teleportation, and many of them explode. They manage, however, to bring Tech Jacket back to Earth, but he was in bad shape. Crow claims he worked together with his parents, and they've arranged to rescue him, and he is now his new business partner. Zack is transferred to intensive care, and his parents finally agree to accept Crow's terms and sign the rights to the Tech Jacket to him. However, just minutes later, they have doubts about everything, and they aren't sure they've made the right decision. Crow claims they've reached across a galaxy to recover the Tech Jacket, sacrificed millions upon millions of dollars, and he wants compensation. He wants the jacket for himself, even if removing it from Zack's body kills him. Ever since he was a young kid, Crow learned of great power's potential. He fully understood politics on every level, but his greatest of all studies were from the theories of chess masters, which taught him how to break down even the most complex system. In the present, him and Stanley begin the removal process, but their machines were powerless against the new Tech Jacket. The ship had transformed Zack and made his armor a lot more stronger. It was practically indestructible now. His energy levels were also through the roof, and when he got up, he quickly destroyed all the robots which were experimenting on him. Stanley takes control of a giant robot and tries to stop him by slamming him against the wall. But they have an even bigger problem now. Someone activated the teleportation machine which brought the robots home, and giant tentacles crawl out of it. The other aliens which had been assimilated by the ship were still alive, and they managed to hack the machine and teleported inside the lab. Tech Jacket is released, but he quickly gets into a heated argument with Crow, who claims the armor belongs to him now. Before they could come to a conclusion, they first need to deal with the alien threat. The robots were being defeated, so Tech Jacket joins the fight. Once they are destroyed, the robots assemble themselves into bigger ones made from spare parts. Stanley wants to help, but Crow forbids him, claiming he wants to watch and observe. He wants to see just how powerful Tech Jacket has become, and possibly find any weaknesses he might have. The aliens aren't that hard to beat, but they keep coming over and over, and something needed to be done. Zack orders the other robots to follow him as he attacks the teleportation machine. He takes out a giant kick-ass cannon and then fires towards the Stargate, completely destroying it and preventing more aliens from coming through. His parents are happy to see him, and his father couldn't wait to give him a hug. Princess Lin is also recuperating in the other room, and she's happy to see Zack. She claims her planet was destroyed by the Colossal, but the giant ship he fought in space isn't the old doomsday weapon her ancestors built. It was merely a scout ship, one of thousands, and many more are on their way to Earth right now. Once they get here, they will assimilate everything and everyone, turning them into the enemies he fought earlier. They are coming to end everything. Crow observes the entire conversation and claims he's figured out Tech Jacket's weakness. It's his family. Out of nowhere, Stanley turns on him and grabs him by the throat, claiming he's in control now. He's the one who controls the entire facility. He's the one running their entire network, and even the one who meets with heads of state. He pins Crow to the ground, and he admits that Stanley is the king on the chessboard. 30,000 years later, 4.37 light years from Earth on an alien planet, a strange race of aliens have found a beacon sent by Tech Jacket himself. The message warns against a dangerous threat, which has already destroyed Galdaria and is about to destroy Earth, calling everyone to join forces and stop it. But before the message could end, this planet is attacked by an unknown force of alien bugs, which destroy the planet in just a couple of hours. On Earth, the princess recovers from her injuries, but she still has trouble using her legs. Zack wants to take her back home, and Crow offered his limousine to drive them there. Zack is happy to see her, claiming that even though her planet was destroyed and its people killed, she still worries about him, which makes her the best girlfriend ever. Unfortunately, his house was fully destroyed when the princess came to Earth, but Crow offered to rebuild it from the ground up and his mom couldn't be happier. However, he is shocked to learn that they gave the rights to his armor to Crow in exchange for this house, even though they don't have the right to do this, since he's an adult now. He knows that Crow didn't care about him. He offered to help him in space because he wanted to get the Tech Jacket. He tricked his parents. He gets into a heated argument with his parents but decides to calm down and teleports to the satellite above Earth. Meanwhile, a group of Galdarian survivors are entering the planet's orbit, claiming that since their planet was destroyed, keeping the princess safe is their main goal. Their ship gets hit with a powerful energy beam, causing the ship to be partially destroyed. It's heading straight for Zack's satellite, but the Galdarians use the Tech Jackets to divert its trajectory, causing it to explode in space. They follow the princess's beacon and fly straight to her location, which is Zack's home. Lin instantly recognizes them and is happy to see them, while the dad asks if they are her friends. The female guard called Ji says hello to the princess, who rushes to give her a big hug. But they do a lot more than just hug and begin kissing passionately, which leaves everyone in shock, including Zack, who doesn't understand what's going on. 10 billion years ago, a giant explosion created the universe, and out of the ashes, Galdaria was born. In time, life emerged, and then it evolved into something more, to the point where the Galdarians built cities, created weapons, and explored the galaxy. War was inevitable. Empires rose, fell, and were born again. A constant cycle, unnoticed for thousands of years, until the planet reached too far and came face to face with its destruction. An unknown alien race attacked and killed them. Galdaria was murdered, but it wasn't the first planet-side of its kind. The survivors prepared for centuries as word spread slowly, as the earliest galaxies were slaughtered one by one. The Galdarians needed to do something, to evolve their defenses, in order to prevent the same thing from happening all over again. Galdaria's way of life became forging weapons beyond any other world's imagination, aimed at destroying the planet Slayer, but the weapons failed because the alien race was much too powerful. They evolved too highly. The Galdarian defense weapon was called the Colossal, which was part of the alien ship that Zack fought in space. The Colossal turned against its creators, the Galdarians. by assimilating and turning them into soldiers to fight against the planet Slayer. Zack gets into a heated argument with Ji, accusing her of running away while he had to deal with the ship alone. He wants to leave and patrol the planet alone, but the princess calls him childish. He was actually mad that she was together with Ji now, even though they both made an arrangement to date other people, since the Geldarians aren't compatible with humans. He goes up to the satellite, but his mother follows him, demanding an explanation for acting like a jerk. He tells her about their arrangement to sleep with other people, but according to her, he knew what that meant and still agreed to it. So now he needs to man up and accept it. Suddenly more colossal ships appear, but they were connecting with each other, becoming something bigger and more scarier. They are forming a giant cannon, armed by the sun and aimed towards outer galaxies, guarded by a universe's worth of champions. It was preparing to fire upon their ancient unknown enemy, but Tech Jacket isn't confident it's gonna work. The Geldarian tried to use this weapon before and failed. What happens if it fails again? Will it take down Earth, reaping the champions and transforming them into something better, which will hopefully be enough for the next time? Ji wants to talk to it. Maybe they can reason and find another solution, but Tech Jacket doesn't believe that's gonna work. Stanley contacts him and offers to help, and Zack wants him to send his army of robots. Maybe they stand a chance together against the Colossal. He thinks that talking to the weapon is a big mistake. He's dealt with it before, and there's nothing to talk about, mostly because it has a god complex. She is beginning to be annoyed with him and asks if he ever shuts up. Out of nowhere, assimilated soldiers attack them from every direction, and Tech Jacket claims he was right. There's no talking to this thing, and the only solution is to defeat it in battle. The fight rages on, but instead of focusing on the enemy, the two of them are in constant argument with each other. The two of them were constantly saving each other from the attackers, while also claiming to be better than the other. The princess gets pinned on the ground, but she says she's fine and wants the others to focus on their own fights. The constant bickering continues until the princess finally has enough and asks both of them to stand down. She's really pissed at them and orders them to work out their insecurities because she's not gonna tolerate it another second. She cares for both of them with all of her heart, but if she hears them fighting one more time, she's gonna tear their heads off. She then goes after the weapon, claiming her ancestors made it into what it is now, and it's because of her bloodline that it even exists. To it, they are like gods. Planets have died, galaxies have fallen, everything the weapon built to protect is on the verge of death, and doing it this way hasn't worked. She wants to discuss something better, something they haven't tried before, and maybe find a way to win this war. The weapon talks back and agrees to talk in private, and then absorbs her inside its hull, even though she wanted to stop it. Tech Jacket says the Colossal did the same thing to him, and she'll be fine, but if they plan to win this war, they need to cool off and work together for Lynn's sake. Colossal talks to the princess, claiming it's long evolved from the time her people constructed her, just like the war itself has evolved. When the universe was created, there were 3 dimensions, interwoven to become the reality, but it needed to grow. Thus, a 4th dimension became necessary, time. Time dominated the infinite, and in their union, life emerged. For thousands of years, the Geldarians and other races flourished, exploring the universe. But eventually, they took their creation for granted, becoming resentful of what gave them life, wishing to become something greater, to become gods of their endless domain. In time, they evolved beyond what creation intended, and thus a cure was born. A relentless extinction of those who grew beyond the cosmos' intent, an execution for all uncontrolled evolution. This thing for which they created Colossal to fight, which is on its way here to kill them, it's reality's immune system. Colossal has taken over entire galaxies, amassing a giant army, but it was merely to protect that which is most important, the princess. The weapon needs the sun to power it, but she is the gunner and is vital for the weapon to work as intended. She claims that the princess used to be her teacher. She used to teach at her training academy, and her class was the hardest of all. That's where she fell in love with her. She has many talents, of which Zack has no idea. Lynn appears on a giant hologram, claiming she wanted to speak to Colossal to learn more about their enemy. But it's too late. The enemy has already arrived. Issue 10 begins with Zack remembering a special moment between him and his dad. Because they couldn't afford to buy a telescope, Dad bought all the necessary materials and wanted to build it together. Zack liked that idea a lot and says it's freaking awesome. In the present, he asked the princess if they actually have a plan beyond them punching the reality's immune system until she uses their solar system to completely blow it up. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a better idea on what to do. That's all they got so far, but she thinks it's gonna work. Everyone goes inside the Colossal, which will send them over to the outer edge of the solar system. And from there, they gotta keep the enemy at bay while the giant cannon powers up. Considering this might be their last conversation with any other living being, Zack apologizes for being an asshole to She, and she accepts, saying they are comrades now, fighting for a common goal. The colossal ships emerge on the other side of the portal, but things are looking grim. There is a giant hive of alien insects coming toward them, but they need to find another way of fighting. Tens of thousands of years and the same exact things been tried, same weapons used against the same enemy, and all played out the same way, over and over. The princess warns everyone that contact with the enemy is imminent as she begins weaponizing the sun. The Colossal makes contact with the surface of the sun, but Null, one of Tech Jacket's enemies, who he defeated by trapping him here, is assimilated by the weapon. Zack asks She to record a warning message for him. He wants to tell everyone who might find it that they are fighting against a universal enemy who threatens the existence of everything. Countless planets and galaxies have been destroyed by this threat, and they can't negotiate with it because it doesn't show any mercy. Everyone who's listening needs to abandon everything they know. They need to find another way of defeating this threat. They won't beat it by doing the same things over and over and expect it to work. He isn't very good at speeches and doesn't know if everything he said will make sense for anyone who finds this warning beacon. They make contact with the alien bugs and the fighting begins, but they need to figure out something new. They've already done this on Gildaria. Out of nowhere, the Tech Jacket Corps arrive after Stanley sent them to help in the war. Tech Jacket talks to Colossal because he wants to use the robots to create an even bigger robot, combining the past with the present and build a chance at the future. He wants to use Colossal as the core, still piloted by Lin, then sync up the robots with the assimilated soldiers, and use both She and Tech Jacket as the weaponeers. He basically wants to create a giant Tech Jacket but isn't sure if it's gonna work. Out of nowhere, Null emerges, angrier than ever, determined to have his revenge on Tech Jacket for leaving him on the sun. He attacks him head on and rips off one of his hands, claiming he doesn't care about anything else other than killing him. He then bites him on the neck, causing his blood to gush everywhere while his body was being destroyed. Zack and his dad were successful building the telescope and they were looking at the stars together, wondering if they are alone in the universe. But as long as they have each other, they're never alone. His body is destroyed and he is drifting through space now, moments away from dying. But Null is determined to finish the job and keeps attacking him. But Zack isn't alone. The Colossal has formed a giant Tech Jacket and comes to his aid. The two guys are attacked by the alien bugs, but Null is completely eaten alive and assimilated by them. We see another memory when Zack was born, and his father was worried sick because it didn't go smoothly. Colossal extends its hand and absorbs Tech Jacket inside its hull, just moments before being killed by the aliens. He is surrounded by the ship's tentacles, which begin healing his body while also keeping him alive. Colossal thinks this plan is suitable, but he needs Zack for the final piece of the puzzle. This will only work if they stick together. Princess Lin commands the auxiliary weaponry, charged by the sun. Ji controls their combat. The robot's limbs imitate her every attack, and Zack is going to be their navigator, guiding their course and showing them where to fight. The giant robot begins its assault, while Z and Zack complement each other, claiming it's an honor to fight by each other's side. Their first attack is successful. They've managed to smash into something hard. Colossal claims that everything comes from somewhere, even the end. Zack wants to attack whatever is in front of them head on, claiming it's time to give it everything they've got. The alien entity was communicating, and after translating the message it was trying to survive. Everyone was repeating the same sentence, as if they've got a one-track mind. Back on Earth, Stanley says goodbye to Mr. Crow, claiming he was created to become something greater, and that moment has arrived. But in order for that to happen, it's time for him to move beyond anything the Earth has ever seen. So he says goodbye and then leaves the planet. Suddenly, the Colossal Tech Jacket loses power, and every control is taken offline. Stanley found a way to connect with Colossal, and he takes full control of the giant Tech Jacket. 1 year later, we see a group of kids playing with Tech Jacket action figures, reenacting their fight against Colossal. After they won the fight in space, Tech Jacket and the other Gildarians came back to Earth and formed the Galactic Guardians. In the present, Zack now lives alone on a farm, surrounded by nature and animals. His family comes to visit and Dad brought a birthday cake, even though they don't trust him around the cake now, after he ate the other one all by himself. Zack built this entire farm all by himself. He's making everything by himself these days, including a delicious pizza he just baked. However, he doesn't have the Tech Jacket anymore and is just a regular person now, even though he says he doesn't mind it that much. After the war, Crow got a bunch of publicity, sold a bunch of toys, and rented the Galactic Guardians to the United Nations. But eventually, Robot and his army of drones took over, and he was doing it for free, so they weren't needed anymore. With time, Crow figured out how to remove the suit, and Zack decided to do it and move on with his life. 1 year ago, after Stanley merged with Colossal, he took full control, but he was still getting used to the incredible amount of information. Colossal was fighting back, activating its defenses, which went after Zack and his friends. Eventually, Stanley got the hang of it and took the defenses down, but it put Zack into a dream state. He showed him the memory of when he first found the jacket, the day he became something more. He still has a choice, whether he wants to keep being Tech Jacket or whether he wants to go back to being a normal person. After dinner, Mom stays behind to talk to him in private, claiming she knows he's still Tech Jacket. She knew he couldn't just give up the armor just because a bunch of robots took over his job. She promises to keep it a secret and not tell his dad, but he already figured it out. He then teleports aboard his satellite, where Princess Lin is waiting for him. He tells her about his mother, and that she knows his secret and probably his dad as well, but he can count on them to keep a secret. They took the satellite down from orbit and parked it on the moon, somewhere where it can't be detected. After the war, they've had about a year of being the Galactic Guardians, which gained them a lot of publicity, and everyone knew about them. It's not easy sitting on the sidelines like this, but he never cared about the fame. He just wants to do the right thing and keep his home safe. Meanwhile, 4.37 light years from Earth, the alien race was still fighting against the alien invasion, which threatened to destroy them. But out of nowhere, Stanley, who is now fully merged with Colossal, comes to their rescue. This was the remaining force of the alien threat, and he came to destroy them forever. The Galactic Guardians suit up and leave on another mission. The Kresh were still out there, threatening one of the few remaining Geldarian refugee camps on Titan. It seems the fight against the Kresh never ends, but Tech Jacket doesn't want to focus on the past. He wants to focus on the present and the future. Mastermind, a villain with the ability to control people's minds, has taken over a very busy highway and is forcing people to get out of their cars and dance together. Brit was called to deal with him, and Donald provides him with a pair of mental blockers, which prevent Mastermind from controlling his mind as well. The government wants him neutralized but not killed, because they plan to experiment on his body and maybe replicate his mind-controlling powers. The people are aware of their actions and beg Brit to help them, but he can't do anything just yet. Mastermind is very confident. Even though Brit claims he's allowed to hurt him really badly, he uses his powers and forms a giant monster out of every person on the highway and welcomes a good fight. He then goes after Brit, who wasn't expecting this to happen and has no clue what to do next. Mastermind grabs one of the cars and throws it toward him, causing a big explosion, but Brit is unharmed. Brit then uses one of the trucks and jumps toward his opponent, punching him in the face. Even though this hurt, Mastermind refuses to give up and just keeps going, this time using the pile of people to form around Brit and tighten his grip. The grip was so strong that he was crushing the people, slowly killing them, and Brit begs him to stop. Seeing there's no other way, he continues punching him in the face until he goes unconscious. Losing consciousness causes the pile of people to break apart, and everyone falls on the ground. Many were killed, but most of the people are alive, even though badly injured. Mastermind was taken to the Pentagon's laboratory, and Dr. Rogers was already experimenting on him, trying to find the source of his powers and maybe replicate them. However, he thinks this is a bad idea, because what good are his mind-controlling powers when they can easily negate them just like they did on the highway? He actually wants to experiment on Brit, claiming he's getting older and he'll eventually die. They need to find the source of his powers and hopefully replicate them. But his boss, Mr. Erickson, doesn't agree. Erickson claims they owe a great deal to Brit. He's been working for the government for many years, and he's not planning on using him as a lab rat. Their main focus remains replicating Mastermind's powers. End of discussion. Brit owns a strip club called the Ladies' Room, and he comes back home after a long day of saving the world. He goes to his room, and Jessica, one of the strippers and current girlfriend, welcomes him home. They jump straight into bed, but she wants to talk about their relationship, which ruins the mood for him. He claims that because of his job saving the world and all, he doesn't want to marry and settle down. He wants to keep things the way they are, but she just wants to marry and grow old with him. Eventually they make love, and Brit goes at it, but she casually mentions she wants him to meet her parents. The interdimensional specialists have made a breakthrough and are minutes away from being able to open a gate to another dimension. Donald wants Brit to be there, just in case something bad comes through and they need his help. The experiment works, and the gateway to another dimension opens, but a sinister monster crawls through. It instantly attacks the scientists, killing a couple of them, before Brit steps in. It tries to eat him, but his indestructible body breaks its teeth, causing immense pain. He then grabs one of its teeth and attacks it, managing to carve a hole in its abdomen, spilling its guts everywhere. He then jumps through the opening and enters the monster's body, choosing to take the fight inside. Slowly, he manages to kill the monster from the inside, using its tooth to completely destroy it from within. Brit breaks free unharmed, but Donald notices that his nose was bleeding. He shrugs it off as nothing serious, remarking that it's probably the monster's blood. Donald calls his boss and reports the incident, and Erickson claims this changes everything. They have another meeting at the Pentagon and he wonders if they can experiment on him without killing him. Dr. Rogers says there's no other way. If there was, he'd do it, but his duty is to serve his country, and worrying about Brit's life comes second. Erickson claims that because he was bleeding, he is showing signs of deterioration, and they need to experiment on him before it's too late. He gives full permission to the doctor to begin the experiment, but first, they need Brit for one final mission in Indonesia, where a powerful villain has taken over the capital. Brit has dinner with Jessica's parents, but the father had no idea he was this old. He could even be his father. During dinner, Brit casually mentions that he owns a strip club and his daughter used to work there. That's how they met in the first place. She lied to her dad. As far as he knew, she was working as a lawyer for Brit, but none of that was true. He gets up and leaves the table, but Brit follows him. He thought he knew the truth. Brit calls him immature, complimenting his daughter for being level-headed and mature. Brit goes on the mission to Indonesia, but the villain has already killed thousands of civilians and has taken over the capital city. He is incredibly powerful, and they think the only way to take him out is by using a nuke. Brit straps the bomb to his chest and jumps from the plane, feeling confident that his odds of surviving are greater than those of his enemy. Fortunately, he survives, and the entire city is destroyed, but the villain survived as well. He gets attacked and kicked, which sends him flying through the rubble. The villain then pins Brit to the ground and follows up with a series of relentless punches to the body. This continues for several minutes while the city lays in ruins, burning to the ground. Eventually, the villain tires himself out. He broke the bones in his hands just by punching Brit, and he was drained of energy. However, Brit is unharmed and just dusts himself off as if this didn't even hurt a bit. The villain isn't even able to defend himself anymore, and Brit just breaks his neck with ease. The government shows up, and Erickson shakes his hand, complimenting his excellent work. However, Brit punches him in the face and then runs away, while the doctor orders the soldiers to shoot him down. He's immune to bullets and manages to escape, while Erickson doesn't understand what happened. A couple of days later, Brit returns home and asks Jessica to pack her things because they are running away together. He gives the keys to the strip club to one of his workers, claiming he already put his name on the deed, and then just disappears. Before disappearing, he makes one more stop at Donald's apartment, but he didn't come to kill. It was Donald who tipped him off about Erickson's plans, and Brit thanks him for his help. If anything big comes up, he should call him. But until then, Brit chooses to disappear and live off the grid. Sometime in the future, Donald goes searching for Brit and arrives at a cabin in the middle of nowhere and starts knocking on the door. Brit opens up and welcomes him inside, while Donald compliments him on picking this cozy and secluded cabin to hide from Erickson and Rogers. Jessica was several months pregnant, and Donald wondered what she'll do if she goes into labor. Brit isn't worried though. He's learned quite a few things in his time on Earth. Delivering babies is a piece of cake for him. Suddenly there's a loud bang outside and he orders his wife to go down into the basement. Erickson and Dr. Rogers have been tracking Donald all this time and followed him all the way to Brit. He wants him to go back with them peacefully and avoid a lot of heartache, and they came fully prepared to handle him. Brit asks his wife to turn on the sensors, claiming he's got them exactly where he wants them. The attack begins and the soldiers shoot him from every direction, causing a large explosion. Meanwhile, Donald is sitting in the cozy underground bunker and can't believe how nice this place is. Drones come at Brit from every direction, shooting him with lasers, but he is unfazed. He jumps on top of one of them and wants to break inside, but he isn't strong enough to open the window. The pilot panics and starts shooting his own people, while Erickson panics and orders his people to keep their eyes open and stop making so many mistakes. The tank that he was sitting on gets blown to pieces, and he is killed in the blast. Brit now jumps on top of another drone, landing on the one powered by Dr. Rogers. Unfortunately, another soldier shoots towards them and damages the nuclear core, which causes it to lose control. The core explodes, causing a small nuclear explosion which destroys all of the drones and kills the soldiers. Only Brit survives, and his wife finds him naked sitting on top of the bunker. Donald offers him his old job and he accepts, agreeing to leave this place and go back to civilization together. Upon leaving, the snow in the nearby mountains starts to melt and the ice underneath begins breaking. Donald reports back to the director of the Pentagon, who isn't happy that he helped Brit escape some time ago. Nonetheless, Erickson and Rogers were loose cannons and needed to be eliminated. He promotes Donald and offers him Erickson's job and then asks him to get the hell out of his office. Upon returning home, Brit has dinner with his in-laws. Him and his father-in-law are getting along much better now. He gave them an amazing mansion which is far more secure than a regular home, but his father-in-law claims he hasn't bought him. Brit is a good husband and provider, and if he mistreats his daughter, he will find a way to kill him. Meanwhile, back in the wilderness, the ground where the snow melted begins to shake and the rocks crack underneath. Somewhere else, Brit's ex-wife, Susan, and her new husband were desperately trying to save their son from dying. Kid Fusion has a unique ability which allows him to feed on solar energy, but it wasn't enough and he was dying. The parents want to siphon energy directly from the core of the Earth, but that could damage the entire planet. They are willing to try it anyway because they desperately want to save their son. Brit is sent to stop them, but the parents refuse to listen and attack him. He easily deals with Susan by slapping her away, but her husband can clone himself into multiple persons. He shrinks down and jumps on top of him, but Brit bites off his head and then spits him out. It's enough for one of the clones to die for the remaining version to die as well. Brit didn't want to do it, but he was left with no choice and just needs to be alone now. Back in the wilderness, a frost giant awakes from his hibernation and wonders how much the world changed since he's been gone. The government sends troops to deal with him, but Brit has no idea how to deal with him. Donald just wants him to lure him out of the cities and avoid heavy casualties. They'll think of something eventually. Brit jumps on top of him and wants to speak, but the giant was old and big and couldn't hear him properly. He wants him to leave the city, otherwise he's gonna kick his ass. The frost giant laughs in his face and then slams him on the ground. He then steps on him and crushes him into the streets below and goes on with his rampage. But Brit wasn't harmed. Instead, he comes up with another idea. He goes atop a parking garage and drives a car straight into his eye. This causes the giant to bleed and it pisses him off. As if this isn't bad enough, Brit then punches him directly in the eye, causing him even more pain. He throws Brit as hard as he can, which sends him flying into a building hundreds of meters away. The frost giant is tired of dealing with him and chases him down, determined to kill him. Brit steals a bike and drives towards the edge of the city, hoping to lure him away, just like he and Donald discussed. The plan works, but the giant picks up a running train and wants to use it as a weapon. Brit picks up a weapon of his own, a laser gun that shoots powerful energy beams capable of injuring the giant. Donald arrives as well, but the giant hurls the train towards his airplane, which causes it to crash. Fighter jets fire tens of rockets towards the beast, causing a massive explosion, but it still isn't enough. Brit powers up his gun and shoots a second time, this time hitting him straight between his legs. The frost giant is completely destroyed and only his legs are left standing. Unfortunately, Donald's helicopter was destroyed, but he was still alive. Apparently, he's been an android all this time and didn't even have a clue. A couple of days later, Jessica gives birth and they name their son Brittany. Donald thinks it's a girl's name, but that's actually Brit's real name as well. Donald goes to see his ex-wife and asks her when she stopped loving him. She still thinks about him every day, and for a long time he used to mean everything to her. Every time he came from a mission, he would always be distant for a couple of days, but eventually things would get back to normal. All of this changed after the mission to Egypt, on November 17, 1994. Donald remembers that mission very well. They were dealing with a very powerful villain, but something went wrong. When he came back home, he never warmed up and just grew more and more distant until Beatrice couldn't take it anymore. It was like he was a completely different person. But what she didn't know is that during that mission, his body was completely destroyed and only a small part of his mind remained. The government experimented on him and turned him into a droid. And even though he still had all of his memories, he didn't regain control of his emotions until many years later. Not even he knew that he was an android, but now, after many years, he is back to normal. She had no idea and starts crying, but before they could finish talking, Donald is called on another important mission. Somewhere in Paris, a villain is talking to an alien from another world, claiming the battle plan is laid out. The alien and his people want to invade the planet, and this French villain is helping them accomplish their mission. As a reward, he wants the United States to do as he pleases, while they are welcome to the rest of the globe. The alien agrees to the terms, but claims they don't need soldiers to take over the planet. They just need intel. His people will take care of the rest. Brit comes to a warehouse where a powerful nuclear cannon was built in order to shoot Kid Fusion directly into the sun. They hope that by absorbing energy directly from the sun, he will be restored back to health. But Susan is still pissed at him for killing her husband and doesn't want anything to do with him. But Brit is the one who pulled the strings and made this happen, because he feels guilty. The cannon powers up and shoots Kid Fusion into space, but it will take about 7 days for him to reach the sun. They won't know for sure if this will work or not, but they can only hope. Brit apologizes but defends his actions, claiming he wishes he could go back in time and make everything right. Susan acknowledges her mistake, admitting that both she and her husband were crazy with grief and nearly destroyed the planet in hopes of saving their son. Jessica catches them hugging and is pissed as hell, but he only wanted to console her. There's nothing going on between them. Donald keeps his boss up to date about Kid Fusion, but Stedman wants to apologize for keeping what happened to him in Egypt a secret. Donald isn't mad. In fact, he is happy. The alternative was certain death. He'd much rather be an android than a dead man. Brit and his wife have another dinner with his in-laws, but he makes the mistake of telling them about work. Yesterday he killed a 10,000-year-old sea monster before it dragged an oil rig into the sea. A few days ago, he shot his ex-wife's son into the sun because he was sick, which leaves his father-in-law in shock. Donald visits his ex-wife and brings her flowers, and she welcomes him inside. The alien claims they've learned everything there is about Earth and its defense capabilities, so they are ready to begin the invasion. He wants the French villain by his side at all times, just in case they run into some unexpected surprises. The invasion begins, with multiple attacks happening at the same time all over the world. One such attack happens directly at Brit's house, and he orders his wife and in-laws to head straight into the underground bunker. He always has a bunker ready. Donald and Beatrice had an amazing session in the bedroom, and she calls him a machine, which isn't far from the truth. An explosion goes off which knocks down the wall to her house, signaling the alien invasion. He takes her and his son and flies them towards the nearest bunker where they can be safe. Japan, the United Kingdom, Russia, the United States. Multiple attacks were all happening at the same time. Susan is also taken to one of the bunkers, but she wants to stay outside and wait for her son, Kid Fusion. She is superhuman, and Donald thinks it might be a good idea to let her fight Brit arrives, but apparently, the bulk of the fighting was happening in Washington, and they need to get there as fast as possible. The White House had already fallen, and the French villain was in the Oval Office, claiming he's breaking in his new office. The aliens are too many, and Brit doesn't even know where to start. On top of that, there are giant ships flying over the city, destroying buildings and taking out people. Brit starts fighting, but apparently, these aliens are soft as hell. They pop like water balloons, and the fight might not be so hard after all. He wasn't kidding, and Donald and Susan do the same, but while their bodies are easy to destroy, their weapons pack quite a punch. Every hero in the country is fighting his own battle, including Invincible, Omni-Man, Monster Girl, Rex Splode, and others. Unfortunately, Susan takes a direct hit from one of the rifles, which blows up her head. She is instantly killed, and Donald is injured as well. But luckily, it isn't fatal to him. Brit loses his temper and goes all out, but there are just too many of them. In space, Kid Fusion arrives into the sun and is able to absorb its energy, which powers him to full strength. He comes back to Earth and instantly goes after the alien ships, destroying most of them in just 8 minutes. One after another, they all fall, and the invasion is minutes away from being squashed. Stedman teleports inside the Oval Office and confronts the French villain, accusing him of betraying his own planet. He usually doesn't like to get his hands dirty, but for him, he's making an exception and begins strangling him. Kid Fusion is the hero of the day, and the remaining aliens are rounded up, while Donald tries to put himself back together. The kid wants to see his mother, but sadly she was killed during the attack. He accuses Brit of being involved and letting her die, which causes his body to overcharge. Unfortunately, this drains his energy in an instant, and his body turns cold. Brit wants him to stop, otherwise he's going to kill himself, but it's already too late. His body turns into charcoal, and when Brit grabs his hand, it breaks off. He is overwhelmed with grief and claims he can't do this anymore. He just can't take it. He quits and then leaves, leaving Donald in a state of disbelief. 6 weeks later, Donald comes to Brit's house and talks to Jessica, who says he's hiding in the basement. The place is a mess. There are beer cans everywhere, and Brit isn't looking too good. He hasn't showered or shaved in weeks. He blames himself for what happened to his ex-wife's family. He left her because he wanted to be with other women, which crushed her. Eventually, she found another man and remarried, and she was happy, which only amplified when she had Kid Fusion. He didn't want to kill her husband. They both lost their minds with grief when they wanted to siphon energy from the Earth's core, but still, he's dead because of him. Susan died while defending the planet, and her son blamed him for her death. He killed himself trying to make him pay for what he did, but Brit survived. He single-handedly destroyed that whole goddamn family. It's only a matter of time before he destroys his current family, even though Donald doesn't believe this shit. He claims that even though he wants to live in self-pity, the government still needs him. They've been dealing with some nasty stuff lately, and they need all the manpower they can get. But Brit says they have Invincible now, the Guardians of the Globe, and even those morons at Capes Incorporated. They don't need him, and he just wants to be left alone. Brit couldn't sit on the bench for too long and decided to return back to action. Unfortunately for him, he is being chased by an angry T-Rex while he tries to make fun of it. He asks Donald for help, but he takes his time while preparing to take the perfect shot. He eventually shoots tranquilizer darts that put the giant beast to sleep, allowing Brit to escape from its mouth. Apparently, this dinosaur escaped from the San Diego Zoo, but it isn't the only one. A pterodactyl swoops in from the sky and grabs Donald and literally kidnaps him. Brit reacts fast and shoots it with a grappling hook, grabbing onto its tail. However, the bird is strong enough to pick them both up, and now they are both swooped into the air unknowingly. The pterodactyl flies straight into an upcoming airplane, hitting its engine and dying on the spot. The plane is forced to crash, but luckily it landed safely without any casualties. Donald wants to talk about Brit's private life, but there's nothing to talk about. He abandoned Jessica and the baby and wants a divorce. He claims he wants to move on with his life, but will send her a fat paycheck in the mail every month. Since he moved out of the house, Brit does his laundry in the laundromat, but something is wrong. After an intense cough, he loses one of his teeth, which leaves him in shock. A strange old man is walking outside, talking crazy as if he is completely drunk. A couple of soldiers drop in, claiming he is needed immediately in Washington and they brought a helicopter for him. Donald checks up on Jessica, who isn't too thrilled about having to raise their boy alone. He is curious if the baby showed any signs of superpowers, but so far, he hasn't stopped any bullets like his father. Donald is also called to Washington and leaves immediately, but someone was watching Jessica's house and keeping tabs on her. Ever since Stedman is managing the Guardians of the Globe and the young Invincible kid, Donald works in another division for a guy named Slitter. Slitter was waiting for them, and after some small talk with Brit, he gets straight to business. According to their intel, a cult named Moore has taken over an island off the eastern coast of Japan. With the help of a Tomahawk missile, they want to release a metavirus that liquefies internal organs of every single living being. They're preparing for launch and are almost finished, and Slitter wants Brit and Donald to infiltrate the island and prevent the missile from being deployed. Thanks to Ms. Popper's incredible teleportation powers, they have created a machine that will take them directly onto the island. The plan works, and the two agents arrive on the island, but they were in the air and Brit crashes into the ground. When getting up, Donald notices that he was bleeding, which shocks and terrifies him. They landed straight in the middle of the cultists, which were actually an army of pygmies. This doesn't feel right, and Brit feels like he is fighting an orphanage. These guys are just like children. Out of nowhere, a giant robot appears with a Tomahawk missile strapped to its back. Donald charges and attacks the machine, but he is ripped apart in two, but luckily he's an android. The robot launches the missile and Brit jumps on top of it and is shot straight into the sky. He tries to stop it, but he doesn't have any superpowers other than invincibility. Donald is left on the ground and is being surrounded, so he rips his shirt and prepares his ultimate. He shoots multiple cannons toward his enemies, destroying the robot alongside the pygmy army. Unfortunately, there is no time to disarm the missile, and Brit is forced to blow it up. The explosion is devastating and Brit was supposed to be okay, but he isn't. His body was completely burned and his skeleton was burning in the rubble. A couple of low-level thugs are waiting for someone in a dangerous part of the city. A spaceship arrives and an alien comes out carrying a briefcase which he gives to them. Apparently, they are smuggling some kind of alien which looks nasty as hell, but one of them wants to try it out. He takes out a squid head and attaches it to his hand, claiming it's the good stuff and it feels amazing. Out of nowhere, someone throws a vending machine which destroys their car. It's Brittany, bitch, Brit's half-sister, who is invulnerable just like he is, but a lot stronger. The thugs immediately surrender and then she takes out her phone calling it Becky. Becky shoots an energy blast which completely destroys the alien ship, turning it to rubble. The cleaning crew arrives to deal with the remains, and everyone is arrested and taken into a van. One of the agents gives her a message from Washington, which informs her that her brother was killed in the line of duty. Sittler looks over Brit's remains and is furious he can't even get a tissue sample from them. He was completely burned during the explosion. After beating up a couple of agents on her way there, Brittany breaks into the office, demanding to see her brother's body. Ms. Popper is having lunch in the cafeteria with one of the people working there, when suddenly the entire room gets chilly and everything is frozen. Donald was given a new body and the first thing he does is call Jessica. She is shocked to find out that her husband was killed and starts crying. She is furious and throws her phone, wondering what happens to her now. Brittany and Sittler's agents get into a fight while she demands to see her brother's body. He eventually agrees to let her see him, but it wasn't what she expected. She takes a good look and even licks the head, claiming that's not her brother. Ms. Popper and Donald show up out of nowhere saying that something went wrong with the cryonic pit. She helped the medtechs with an extraction, but something must have gone wrong, an environmental rupture. If they don't shut down the climate engine in time, the whole facility is gonna freeze and be covered in ice. Brittany is invulnerable just like her brother, and the cold doesn't affect her like it does normal people. Their previous medtech guy tried to shut down the climate engine, but he was frozen solid. Brittany breaks his body into tiny pieces and then takes the lever, but it was also frozen. She eventually succeeds, but something else is happening, and the room is engulfed in a thick frozen smoke. When the dust settled, A tank that was holding Brit's body emerged, and he was sleeping naked, attached to the machines. Brittany talks to Becky on the phone, telling her everything that happened at the station and about finding her brother stuck inside a cryo tank. The med techs were sent to defrost the facility, and she is worried about defrosting Brit, but he is deep blue, deeper than Han Solo. Donald is curious about Becky, but she doesn't know how to explain what she is. Donald brought a change of clothes for her and a coffee, which is her old uniform. She used to do the same thing her brother does, but moved to another division and thought she would never have to wear this uniform again. The uniform is incredibly sexy, and she thinks the entire R&D department needs to get laid. Donald likes it as well and wants to get one for his wife as a Christmas present. They wonder if Brit is alive under that ice, but Brittany can't hear a heartbeat. It's hard to tell. The defrosting process was working and the ice was beginning to melt while big pieces were falling from the ceiling. A giant piece breaks and nearly kills Donald. But Brittany was fast and saved his life. The medtech guys need to stop, or else the whole place is gonna fall on top of them. Unfortunately, it was too late. And another big piece breaks and falls on the machine that was keeping Brit frozen. The tank breaks and Brit awakes, but something was wrong. He didn't speak normally and kept repeating strange words. He attacks Donald and decapitates him with a strong backhand, but he'll survive. He then goes after his sister and throws a big piece of metal on top of her, trapping her in the ice below. Brittany has never seen her brother hit that strong. While Donald remarks there is something wrong with his eyes, the two of them start fighting, but Brit is naked, which makes her uncomfortable. She hits him with a strong punch, which breaks his jaw in half. Creepy tentacles grow out of his face and rebuild his jaw, making him whole again. There is something wrong with him, as even more tentacles grow out of his hands and they wrap around his sister, squeezing her tightly. Donald shoots him with a powerful cannon, which obliterates his head, but he still isn't dead. Another head grows on its back and slides back in its place while Donald shoots a second time. There is a powerful explosion, which engulfs him in flames, and Brittany barely makes it to safety. When the smoke settles, Brit's body was completely burned a second time, and nothing remains behind except his skeleton. Somewhere else, the old man from the laundromat is warming himself in a dark alley, but an assassin is watching him from a distance. The assassin shoots him with a powerful cannon, which sends him flying straight into an oncoming train. The old man isn't killed and manages to stop the train in its tracks, causing a massive train wreck. Out of the rubble, the real Brit emerges, claiming he remembers his name and is furious as hell. Somewhere on a remote island, a masked soup is sent to deal with an army of flying sharks, which use rockets to help them fly. The soup easily takes them out, but he crashes into the jungle below and is quickly surrounded by curious monkeys. Unfortunately, the monkeys are part android and they come at him ready to take him out. He uses a laser machete to cut them into pieces, remarking that they're gonna be endangered now. As if this isn't enough, a monster shows up and wants to eat him alive, but he throws a couple of grenades straight into its stomach. This whole island is crawling with robot animals, but the masked soup easily deals with whatever is thrown at him. Donald spends the night with his wife watching TV, but she has other things in mind and goes into the bedroom, asking him to join her. Brit shows up and scares the living daylights out of him, but he acts as if nothing was wrong. He doesn't remember everything that happened to him in the past couple of months, but everything began 12 months ago. Apparently, he was sent to that exact remote island where he and his crew were attacked by flying piranhas. The chopper was blown to pieces and its crew killed, and Brit landed in the water below. He made it to shore, but the masked soup was waiting for him, claiming his name is Ben Franklin. The two of them started fighting, but Franklin had plenty of gadgets which gave him an advantage. His body was trapped inside a metal coffin and couldn't move anymore. Brent then shot him point blank with a brain gun, which teleported him to another place. He arrived inside a white room, a pocket of artificially generated U-space, plastic time so to speak. Interim Deputy Director Slitter was behind the kidnapping, claiming the brain gun paralyzes him and he is a prisoner now. He wants him to sign some papers, but Brit spits on him, releasing a sample of his DNA for Dr. Woon to collect. Slitter wants him to sign a fake report, claiming the mission was a success and he wants to get back into active duty, but he's taking 3 months off. During the next 3 months, he arranged fake papers where Brit divorces his wife, Jessica. He doesn't allow Brit to quit working for the government, claiming he belongs to them. It was written in the contract he signed a long time ago, but he didn't bother to read the fine print at the bottom. They want to study his body and collect samples of his genetic code, and if he doesn't cooperate, Slitter threatens to go after his wife and son. Brit gives up and agrees to do anything he wants, just as long as he leaves his family alone. In the present, Slitter double-crosses him and sends 2 undercover agents to drug his wife and take her prisoner. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon, Slitter is talking to someone, recounting everything that he did after he kidnapped Brit. With the technology at their disposal, they were able to replicate Brit, creating clones of him, but they were far from perfect. Unfortunately, The reply Brits are born infected. The viral cocktail they use burns them up. They age rapidly at first, and then go retarded once they hit their 60s. They lost the real Brit somewhere in Arizona, while he was being transferred to another facility in Phoenix. They've exhausted all of their clones, and without him, they've been making copies of clones, which are all degraded samples. Yesterday, Brittany destroyed the last best sample on ice, and that's why they took her hostage. She has the same powers as her brother, but she's a woman and they need soldiers. So instead they plan to use her embryos to create super babies, which of course pisses her off. They only need her bottom half, and Franklin asks if he can keep the top half for himself. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Dr. Immortal and Assassin Kate are preparing to open a portal to another place. The Doctor is confident in his calculations, claiming his work is flawless, and she needs to concentrate on the magnetics. Suddenly, their lab is under attack and Kate goes to fight the intruders. The portal opens and a bright light shines through the gate, while the Doctor prays that his calculations were perfect. A powerful explosion destroys the entire building and the machine, and a powerful villain emerges, holding half of Kate's body. Immortal claims the experiment was a success and he managed to send a team somewhere far beyond the villain's reach. He then detonates another bomb, trying to kill his enemy, but it didn't work. The villain is unharmed and puts his hand over Immortal's head, trying to read his thoughts, claiming that nothing is beyond his reach. In the present, Brittany manages to escape and attacks Franklin, while he uses grenades to defend himself. She pushes him through an ice wall, and they both fall into another part of the building. The fight continues, as well as the name-calling. They are both insulting each other, calling each other monkeys and donkeys. Brittany ambushes him from behind and manages to take off his mask, but his true identity shocks her. Before she can process it, giant tentacles grab her and drag her down inside a giant pit. She tries to grab her phone and ask Becky for help, but Franklin destroys it. He is instantly electrocuted as thousands of volts pass through his body, but he is eventually unharmed. The tentacles wrap around Brittany and drag her even deeper into the hole, while Slitter asks her to stop struggling, or the monster will only squeeze tighter. Back in Donald's home, Britt pulls out a purple squid from his nose and is disgusted with it. Suddenly, a beam of energy shocks his body, and he makes contact with Becky. She tells him everything that happened to Brittany, and they plan to get her back and kill Slitter once and for all. Meanwhile, at the Historical Society, a person working there claims they checked the inventory and 3 hibernation cells are missing. Apparently, everything is connected to Slitter's science projects, and the boss wants to know exactly what or who is in those canisters. The team that was sent by Dr. Immortal travels through the multiverse and arrives on Earth. A group of 4 people get out of their spaceship, claiming they have a signal in the north and they need to get there. Ms. Popper was called to Donald's home and agrees to teleport them inside the Pentagon, as close as possible to Slitter. Franklin frees Brittany from the clutches of the tentacles because they want to experiment on her. Britt and his team arrive next to them, but something is blocking Ms. Popper's teleportation and they are sent somewhere else. They were teleported to another universe, one where the world is in ruins and giant spiders rule the planet. This place is very dangerous and the spiders come at them from every direction. Becky attaches itself to Britt and electrocutes the spiders, killing a bunch of them with one hit. He is thankful, but the fight for survival is far from over. Britt wants to get back home and save his sister, but Ms. Popper claims that something deflected them to this twisted universe. She can't get them where they need to be, but she needs to concentrate, which is hard with all these monsters trying to kill them. The team hurls together, but the spiders surround them quickly and they are left without options. Luckily, Ms. Popper manages to focus and teleports everyone back into their own universe. They arrive in the lab basement, where they are greeted by tens of biodroids and a giant octopus from the pit. Luckily for them, a bunch of spiders were also teleported with them, and they start attacking the droids. Britt wants to go after his sister and leaves Donald behind, but he is confident he can take them alone without issues. The biodroids surround him, but Donald is a droid himself, and these inferior models are easily hackable. He takes control over them and turns them into an armor for himself, making himself bigger and stronger than ever. Slitter is preparing to operate on Brittany, and hopefully use her embryos to create more clones. But Franklin hears something coming from outside the door. He gets close to the door, but Britt breaks inside with Becky's help, slamming him on the ground. He is worried about his sister's safety, but Slitter accuses him of interfering with government property. He gets punched and falls on the ground, but he pulls a gun on the siblings, threatening them further. Out of nowhere, a spider jumps his leg and bites him, causing him to scream and panic. Some kind of venom enters his body, which causes him to fall on the ground and start convulsing. Britt returns back to the lab and finds Donald wearing an impenetrable armor made from biodroids. The threat was neutralized, and the cleanup crew shows up to secure the area. Cecil shows up and is pissed to see what Slitter was doing behind his back. While everyone was busy, Franklin steals a brain from inside the lab and sneaks out undetected wearing a hazmat suit. Brittany calls Cecil an old man, claiming that Cecil is a man who arranges flowers, and she refuses to call him that. He demands to know everything that happened to her and wants Donald to write a full report by morning. One of the guards claims that someone attacked him and stole his hazmat suit. Brittany is taken to St. Perpetua Hospital to recover, while Britt visits her and brings a cactus. She doesn't like flowers and could use this in her rock garden. After he left, someone else visits her, a mysterious person wearing a black hoodie. Brittany thinks he might have had something to do with what happened to her and her brother, remarking that it's something he's capable of doing. He denies everything, even though we see images that prove he was involved with everything. Meanwhile, on Takoga Island in the Pacific Ring of Fire, we see one of the people who came from the universe where Dr. Immortal was killed by a powerful villain. She hopes that nobody was able to track their signal and wants her teammates to lay low and hope that nobody sees them. She removes her mask, revealing her true identity. She is actually Susan, Britt's ex-wife, but from another dimension. Invincible, Wolfman, and Tech Jacket are all part of her team, and they all understand the importance of laying low and prevent anyone from seeing them. Britt goes back home and finds Jessica sleeping with his son, so he decides to join them without waking them up. They spend the night cuddling, but in the morning Jessica is shocked to find her ex-husband sleeping on top of her. She thought he was dead. The government said they were sending his ashes soon, but he wants her to calm down. He was kidnapped, tortured, and cloned for the past year. The Brit that died wasn't him. They replaced him with a clone, but he escaped somehow and went straight to Donald. Upon hearing this, she gets even more pissed. He's been gone for an entire year, and the first person he goes to see is Donald? What about her and their son? Don't they matter more to him? She starts throwing things at him, cooking pans, kitchen knives, and even Aunt Myra's china, but she doesn't care. Brit says that Slitter messed with his head. He tore away his memories and erased who he was. He took everything that ever mattered to him, and he had no control over it. She eventually calms down and believes his story. But these recent weeks have been a mess for her, and she wants him to leave, giving her enough time to think about their future. Brit then goes back to the strip club, where he meets his old friend who used to work for him. Out of nowhere, Ms. Popper pops up, claiming there's an emergency and he needs to come with her. Apparently, she and her boyfriend Bob were having dinner when something strange happened to him. His skin turned blue, and he started acting strangely. And on top of that, he acts like a spider now, and even built a giant spider web in the city. Brit climbs the web and wants to talk to him, saying that Ms. Popper is worried about him. Bob claims that the real Bob isn't there anymore. Something else is controlling him, driving him until something better comes up. He is part of those spiders from that strange dimension, where Brit killed a bunch of them, but none of those spiders talked. Bob thinks about driving him, but he's much too old and smells like pencil shavings and pine needles. Invincible shows and thinks that Bob is Spider-Man, someone he met in another dimension. Bob likes what he sees, a tight, young, and bulgy man, and wants to use him as his new driver. He jumps Invincible and gives him a passionate kiss on the mouth. In just a few seconds, the spider takes control of his body, claiming this one is much stronger. He could sustain them for generations, and this world will be a cocoon within hours. He then picks Brit and throws him toward the ground, hurling straight into a parked car. There was a bulldog sitting inside, but luckily, he isn't harmed. Bob was now free of the spider's control, but Brit now has to deal with Invincible, who is much stronger than him. He uses the car to grab onto the cobweb, which was attached to a construction building, causing it to fall on top of Invincible. Unfortunately, he is unharmed and claims that Brit is nothing more than a distraction. They will have this world, and there is nothing he can do about it. Brit slams into him using another car, which momentarily knocks Invincible on the ground. Ms. Popper brings Becky to aid him in his battle. Becky is able to lift tens of cars into the air and then slam them on top of Invincible, pinning him under tons of metal. Unfortunately, this isn't enough either, because he is much too strong and easily breaks free. Now it's his turn to retaliate, but not even a car's engine is enough to scratch Brit. He then pulls out a taser where Becky was living and then uses it to electrocute him. Invincible is shocked and drops to his knees, giving the real Invincible a chance to regain control. He forces the spider to give up control and spits it out, alongside his breakfast from this morning. Brit then steps on it with his boot, while the spider uses its final words to claim that they are eaters of worlds. Invincible says he wants some mouthwash to wash the aftertaste and is glad it's finally over, because the things that thing wanted to do were messed up. He is curious if spider parasites, naked guys in webs, and raining cars are a common thing while fighting crime. Brit reassures him that it just gets stranger and stranger, but he'll do just fine. He reminds him a lot about his dad, who locked him in a safe and tossed him in the ocean once. Brittany talks to her brother and says she is feeling a lot better now and wants to go home. She's tired of sitting around and doing nothing, and besides, the doctor is way too interested in taking her urine samples. She goes to the window when out of nowhere, a space alien shows up and shoots her with a powerful cannon, which blows off the entire top floor of the building. After being attacked, Brit checks in on his sister again and she claims she busted a drug smuggling ring. But it turns out the Tertius Syndicate put a price on her head. Brittany knows to take care of herself and easily dealt with the assassin, but the hospital was partially destroyed. He calls Jessica and asks if they can have dinner together. He's been gone for over a year and wants to see his son, and she eventually says yes. But after hanging up, their son starts talking and Jessica is freaked out. After recent events, Brittany was assigned to administrative duties for 1 month, but she thinks it's gonna be like a paid vacation. She is given a new uniform, one that doesn't get stuck up her ass cheeks. The three of them have lunch, but Britt isn't eating because he's having dinner with Jessica later. He is, however, curious to know what Becky is, and his sister tells him the truth. Becky was a scientist. She was trapped in a superconducting super collider and somehow transformed into Higgs boson particles. She's pure energy. Most people say she looks like lightning. She needs to anchor herself to mechanical devices like a taser, her cell phone, whatever. She's also her closest friend in the whole damn world. Somewhere else, the heroes from another universe have stolen a bunch of top secret equipment, hoping to build a machine that can teleport them back to their own dimension. Apparently, they need to get back and stop the Emperor who has invaded the world, but suddenly the alarm goes off. Apparently, the Emperor has found them in this dimension and is coming for them. Meanwhile, Donald is fascinated about Becky, but Brittany warns him to be careful. She interacts with mechanical things in strange ways. Another team of assassins is sent to take her out, but she uses her brother as a shield. While they are busy fighting, Donald interacts with Becky, but presses some button and gets electrocuted. She then throws him towards their car, claiming she loves this, even though Britt hates this. The assassins are easily dealt with, but Becky begins blinking. Britt touches the taser while his sister tries to stop him, but she's too late. Both of them are teleported aboard an alien ship and Brittany thinks they're inside a Tertius flagship. For some unknown reason, the aliens on board don't bother them and look as if they are stoned. Britt looks out the window and sees Earth, realizing that these assholes drove their ship into the moon. They come face to face with the Queen Parasite, the backbone of the Tertius Syndicate, because every fluid she produces is a narcotic. This is why most of the aliens on board are stoned. They've all been drugged. Brittany breaks the glass without thinking, and the Queen Parasite breaks free and attacks them. She wants to eat Britt, but he claims he's like a ball of hair who doesn't digest. The water just hit the engine room and the aliens make a run to the escape pods. The brother and sister duo follow them, while the Queen is on their tail. They all manage to fit inside the tiny escape pod, alongside the other aliens, and Brittany takes them away to safety, far away from the exploding ship, heading to Earth. Britt eventually goes back home but finds Jessica crying on the ground, claiming there is something wrong with their son. Ms. Popper and Bob are having Chinese dinner on the Great Wall in China. The view is breathtaking, and Bob thanks her for taking him to all these amazing places. He's seen more of this planet in the past few days than he could have hoped to in a lifetime, and he doesn't even have a passport. Suddenly, he sees a shooting star and wants her to make a wish. But Popper knows it's not a shooting star, it's something else. The Emperor found a way to arrive in this dimension, claiming this is the Earth he's been looking for. He's unsure if he should go after the hero resistance who came here, or pick another target. Meanwhile, Britt visits the regional confinement facility in Death Valley, where his former boss is locked. He wanted to know what he did to his son, but Slitter was in a coma, after a spider from another dimension bit his leg. Seeing that there's no way he can answer, Britt teleports back to the Pentagon, but Slitter is just faking it and isn't really in a coma. His son was taken here and put inside a lab where scientists are running tests on him. Cecil claims that thing isn't his real son. It doesn't have his son's DNA, but they also have no clue where he is. Jessica is heartbroken. After Britt's return, she thought they could finally be a family again, but now this happened. Cecil speaks to Britt in private and says that even though that thing isn't his real son, it actually has his DNA and thinks it's a clone of him. Out of nowhere, the alarm goes off and the Emperor teleports inside the lab. He shoots Donald, cutting his body in half, and then throws Brittany against the wall, knocking her out. Ms. Popper takes Jessica and Cecil away, while Britt remains behind to face him. The Emperor recognizes him and claims it's like seeing a ghost from the past. He uses a piece of equipment to slam Britt on the ground and then goes for Donald. He breaks his head and leaves the body on the ground, claiming that now that he has this, he can move on to killing more important people. He shoots Britt one more time, knocking him unconscious, and then teleports out of the Pentagon. Ms. Popper returns and tells them the truth. She's actually from the Emperor's world, where he killed millions of people and he is the absolute ruler. When she realized she can teleport through dimensions, She used her powers to come here, but somehow, the Resistance found her and threatened to let the Emperor know of her existence if she didn't help them. They wanted her to search a world similar to theirs, where Donald had become an android, but they never explained why. The Resistance finally found a way to travel between realities, but they would need to rebuild the device to return home. The necessary components were held in cryonic storage, and Ms. Popper helped them to steal everything they needed. She's the one who caused the Ice Age at the headquarters, but she also unknowingly brought back the real Brit. Otherwise, he would still be wandering somewhere out of his mind, and the clone would live his life. Brit wants Ms. Popper to teleport them to where the Resistance was hiding, but it's too late. The Emperor already attacked them and was taking them out one by one. Susan, Brit's ex-wife, is still alive in the other universe and is carrying a robot attached to her hand. The Emperor wants it, promising to let them live on this Earth, but when she refuses, he completely destroys it. Brittany wants a rematch and hurls a giant rock towards him, but he retaliates and sends her flying with a powerful blast from his hand. He then fires a couple of rockets that completely destroy the interdimensional machine. As if this isn't bad enough, the Emperor then shoots a powerful beam of energy inside the Earth, causing an underground volcano to erupt. Time is quickly running out and everyone is mostly unconscious on the ground. Ms. Popper is greatly injured, but Brit screams her name in desperation, hoping she can teleport everyone away before the volcano erupts. Donald wakes up somewhere else, but his head was locked inside a jar. This is the Emperor's home, where he keeps artifacts and souvenirs from all of his fallen enemies. Donald wants him to send him back, claiming he has a wife and a son and wants to get back to them. The Emperor says he missed their conversations and it's been a long time. He removes his mask and shows Donald that he is actually the Brit from this dimension. Cecil and his team arrive and they do a full scoop of the island, searching for any possible survivors. Agent Loke even searched through the flowing lava river, but there's no sign of Brit or his team. Cecil, however, doesn't want to stop looking, claiming that 4 agents are missing and he intends to find them. Ms. Popper managed to teleport everyone back to her own dimension, but things aren't looking too great. Brit wants to get back immediately and keep searching for his son, but she is hurt and needs some time to get her strength back. Suddenly, a giant robot mosquito appears and flies straight toward them. Susan claims it's a mind screw, mind control units, which inject themselves into your neck and transmit pacification broadcasts into your brain. Basically, they were created by the Emperor to keep people under his control and in line. A swarm of them appears, and Brittany wants to use Becky to zap them, but it didn't work. She gets hit in the back of the neck and then goes unconscious, while Ms. Popper teleports them a second time. This time they arrive in the underground, where most of the Resistance lives. Far away from the Emperor's reach, Brittany is taken to the infirmary. But those things are hard to remove, and it might even kill her if they aren't careful. Tech Jacket blames himself, claiming that if he hadn't discovered the crashed Geldarian scout ship in the woods, none of this would have happened. When the Tech Jacket bonded with him, it sent a signal back to the Geldarians. The Geldarians were a vicious race of conquerors, and once they discovered Earth's existence, they invaded. The heroes fought and beat them back, but the costs were high and many people lost their lives. Defeated, the Geldarians decided on a final solution, the Omega Jacket, a planet killer. This jacket released plasma waves, turning the United States into a blackened wasteland. Brit watched everyone die and even held his wife in his hands as her body turned to ash. Earth's defenders made a final stand in Europe and managed to crack its outer shell. That's when Donald Ferguson saved the world. He merged with the machine and took it offline, but it absorbed him completely. Brit had watched everyone he ever cared for die and refused to accept his death as well. He snapped and bonded with the empty shell of his dead friend, and so the Emperor was born. He then left the planet and exterminated the Geldarian race. When he returned, he started rebuilding the shattered planet under his rule and protection. Susan thinks that their Donald is still alive, dormant inside the Omega Jacket. They think that Brit's Donald is similar enough, which will allow him to access the merged Omega Jacket and reawaken their Donald. Because Brit is the Emperor in this world, his DNA will allow them to sneak inside his palace. But first, they need a distraction. The Emperor recreated the palace to look exactly like the favorite spots he used to visit, including the diner where he and Donald would often go to eat. Cecil is kept here using a mind screw, which basically turns him into a waiter. The heroes begin their diversion and attack the pacification station number 12, but they are confronted by the Emperor's elite guard. Hex Splode, Atom Shiva, and of course Monstrous Girl. Wolfman goes straight for the bigger target, while Hex and Shiva kiss before the big fight. The Emperor brings Donald back to his home, which he recreated in fine detail. He wants them to watch movies together, which mostly consist of their most infamous fights against villains. The elite guards were easily defeated, but the Emperor arrives to squash them himself. He remotely controls the mind screw inside Brittany's neck and forces her to attack Wolfman. Even though she is conscious and knows what she's doing, She can't control herself and pins him to the ground. Brit and Susan sneak inside the palace and find Donald, who was trying to escape but failing miserably. The Emperor goes back home and confronts Brit, demanding to give him back Donald's head, but he refuses. Somewhere in space, the leftover Geldarian race was keeping a close watch on Earth and monitoring the fight between the two Brits. The Emperor throws Brit crashing through a building, arriving inside his strip club. The women here were being mind-controlled to dance 24/7, but Brit thinks it's kinda weird. He picks on the Emperor, calling him childish, something only a 15-year-old would think to do, which pisses him off. Somewhere else, Brittany begs Invincible to stop her from killing Wolfman, claiming that if he doesn't go all out, she's going to kill him. Wolfman eventually gets back up and pins her on the ground, followed by a series of punches until she's knocked unconscious. The fight at the palace continues as Brit gets slammed around, thrown from one building to the next. He eventually lands inside a room that is decorated to look exactly like his father's house. The Emperor attacks him again, this time sending him crashing into an armory filled with alien weapons. Donald takes control of a powerful tank and goes all out on Emperor Brit, but he refuses to retaliate, claiming the two of them never used to fight. And when he's finished with Brit, they're gonna watch more movies together. Brit surprises him from behind by swinging a giant hammer and then pins him on the ground. But the Omega armor has a few aces up its sleeve and easily deals with him. Brit tells Donald that the Emperor is so much stronger than him, but he doesn't go all out and instead he lets him fight back. Donald thinks the armor is just a cocoon, and if he cracks it, he can gain control. Ever since the fight against the assassins who wanted to kill Brit's sister, Becky has been stuck inside his head. It probably happened when he tasered himself with her. The two of them are confident that Becky can make a connection with the Omega Jacket, allowing Donald to wake up the version of himself from this universe. The plan works, and Donald tries to take control, separating the Omega Jacket from its host, Brit. In this universe, Brit watched his wife get killed. He literally held her in his arms as she burned alive. But in Brit's universe, Jessica is still alive, and they even have a son together. He wants nothing more than to finish here and get back to finding him, because he's been kidnapped. In the end, the Emperor chooses to separate from the Omega Jacket, which Donald from this universe now controls. The Geldarians watched from space the entire scene and think the Emperor's been defeated, so they decide to attack the planet a second time. A giant ship decloaks itself in Earth's atmosphere and prepares to turn the planet into their new homeworld. The Emperor chooses to merge with Donald once again, but this time they are both in control. They turn themselves into a powerful weapon, and Brit wants Donald to hold nothing back. The Geldarians are completely destroyed as their ship shatters into thousands of pieces, but the Emperor doesn't want to go back to Earth, claiming the healing's gonna take a lot longer if they do, so instead, they go after the remaining Geldarian fleets, determined to wipe them out once and forever. Ms. Popper recovers from her injuries and manages to bring them back home, into their own universe. Brit goes to see his wife immediately, but she was sleeping with their son. However, the baby turns into a monster with tentacles and sounds exactly like Brit's brother, a voice he hasn't heard in a long time. The monster attacks him, asking Brit to come to specific coordinates at a specific hour and alone, otherwise he's going to kill his son. It then explodes, covering Jessica in blood and organs while she remains in shock. Brit immediately takes a plane and flies to meet his brother, but he is running out of time and doesn't have time to land properly. He crashes into the snow below, but just like always, he is unharmed and gets out of the wreckage. Luckily, he arrived on time, but there's no sign of his brother or his son. Suddenly, the ground underneath him begins to shake and open up, and he falls inside a crevasse. Finally, he comes face to face with his brother Euclid, whom he hasn't seen in a very long time. Euclid was also injected with an upgraded version of the serum that made Brit and Brittany invulnerable, but unlike them, it didn't have any effect on him. With time, he grew jealous and bitter toward his brother, not understanding why the serum didn't have the same effect on his body as well. He claims the secret lies inside Brit's son, where he was able to find a sample of the original serum, which was dormant. He extracted the serum and injected himself with it, hoping to heal his body and make himself invulnerable. The boy was stuck to a machine while his dad tried to save him, but the danger was not over. The top of the machine is a press and it begins to crush them slowly, while Brit desperately tries to save his boy. He pleads with his brother, asking him to let his boy go, but the old man is glad to see his brother suffer, claiming it's like music to his ears. The press comes lower and lower, but Brit refuses to leave his son, saying he loves him very much and everything is going to be alright. The press eventually crushes both of them, but Euclid is overwhelmed with regret. He feels sorry for what he did and wants to help them, but the machine begins malfunctioning. Eventually, the hydraulics burst and the machine explodes with gas and steam filling the entire room. Brit emerges unharmed, holding his beautiful baby boy in his hands, who is also unharmed. Luckily, The boy is invulnerable just like his dad, and Brit grabs him by the legs and beats his brother unconscious. They are flown directly back to the Pentagon, where Brittany meets her nephew for the first time, but she doesn't even know what to do with him. Donald kept the bulldog that Brit saved while fighting the mind-controlling spider, but his wife doesn't want to keep him, claiming it's too much for her. Euclid is taken to Black Forest Asylum, a mental prison where Director Slitter is also being locked up, but he claims it's all according to plan. Jessica is mad at Brit, claiming she's tired of secrets. She didn't even know he had a sister, even more so, a brother. He decides to tell her the truth, his entire life story, starting with his parents. When he was a young boy, he was greatly injured in an accident, but while he survived, his mother died. His dad was overwhelmed with grief and dedicated his entire life to discovering a way to make his son invulnerable. He never wanted to feel that kind of sorrow ever again, and toured the entire world searching for ways to make it happen. He wasn't a scientist, but he was a genius. When he saw a problem he wanted to fix, his father would teach himself how to fix it. He eventually succeeded in creating a serum and injected him with it, making him invulnerable. When he grew older, Brit wanted to use his invulnerability to do good things, so he joined the war. With time, he visited his father less often, and he remarried and even had twins, a boy and a girl. His dad resented Brit for joining the war, so he named his sister Brittany after him, sort of a replacement. However, he loved all three of his children equally, and he wanted all of them to be safe, so he injected them with an improved version of the serum as well. But while the serum worked on his sister, making her invulnerable while also giving her super strength, the serum had no effect on Euclid. With time, he grew bitter toward his siblings, and while he inherited his father's genius, he had none of his compassion. He became a mad scientist, and both Brit and his sister fought him countless times over the years. His father never used the serum on himself and eventually died, and Brit thinks it's because he wanted to die, hoping to be reunited with his first wife, whom he loved greatly. That's it. That's Brit's entire life story, and Jessica is thrilled he finally decided to share it with her. Now they can finally move on and be a family together, with no more secrets between them. There's a new villain in town called Medallion who wants the people to tremble before his might. Bolt was passing by and decides to lend the police a hand and try to stop him. He quickly realizes that Medallion's source of power is his medallion, which he steals from him. Without his powers, the villain is easily dealt with, and Bolt sends him flying with a swift punch. Bolt is part of Capes Incorporated, and he stopped the villain on his way to work. The Capes are a superhero team who get paid to keep the city safe from villains, but today he is 15 minutes late thanks to Medallion. Commander Capitalism welcomes him and introduces him to the new guy, someone called Kid Thor. Out of nowhere, Captain Cosmic walks through the door, but he is badly injured and falls on the ground unconscious. He supposedly died 15 years ago, and Commander Capitalism is shocked to see him. Kid Thor is given a tour of the headquarters, but he is smitten upon seeing knockout training in the gym. The place erupts in chaos as more heroes hear that Captain Cosmic has returned from the dead. Somewhere else, a stranger sneaks inside a warehouse and uses his powers to turn a smoking pipe into a bomb, claiming Bolt's turn will soon come. Kid Thor says that one of his ancestors was the best blacksmith to ever live, and when the mighty Thor lost his beloved Mjolnir in battle, he was hired to create a suitable replacement. Once it was constructed, Odin himself infused the hammer with Asgardian energy, making it nearly as powerful as the original. For many years, this hammer served Thor well, but eventually the original Mjolnir was recovered. Thor returned the new hammer to the blacksmith, and it was passed down from generation to generation until it was given to Kid Thor, making him the newest of a long line of heroes and adventurers. Kid Thor is curious to know Bolt's origin story, but apparently he was just struck by lightning, which made him really strong. It seems that most black superheroes had lightning names, like Storm, Black Lightning, and Static Shock, so Bolt seemed like a good idea at the time. Out of nowhere, Machine Head, a local criminal, is sent crashing into their car. He was fighting Titan, another criminal who wants to take his turf. Kid Thor takes out Titan with a powerful body shot, which breaks his rock exterior, reverting him back to a normal human. Big Brain, the Cape's CEO, claims that 16 years ago Captain Cosmic seemingly gave his life to end the threat of the time-traveling Chronodile. His reappearance this morning indicates that he was just thrown forward in time, and logic would dictate that this is also the case with Chronodile. This villain is incredibly strong and has killed many superheroes in the past. He wants everyone to be careful and be on the lookout. The day is now over, and the day shift clocks out while the night shift of heroes takes over in keeping the city safe. Clairvoyant hits on two heroes, claiming her husband is out of town and asks them if they'd like to come over later, promising to make it worthwhile. Meanwhile, at Stronghold Penitentiary, a powerful villain decides to break out of the prison and attacks two guards. After work, Bolt invited Commander Capitalism over for dinner when they saw the news about the prison escape. Apparently, many prisoners managed to escape and were now running free, but the government has put a call out to the Guardians of the Globe, Megaforce, Capes Incorporated, Fight Force, and Special Operations Strike Force. Bolt isn't worried though, remarking that this looks like a job for the night shift. In the morning, Bolt's wife is cooking breakfast while his children are taunting each other. It's a brand new day to earn $1 and Bolt gets dressed for work. He doesn't have time to sit with them and gets in his car, but his cape gets caught in the door. Every day on his way to work, he stops to buy his favorite ice cream while making small talk with the seller. He eventually arrives at Capes Incorporated, but his cape is ruined once again. Out of nowhere, a purple villain who escaped from Stronghold Penitentiary attacks him, vowing to have his revenge for putting him behind bars. Someone is watching him from a building nearby, vowing his revenge as well for what Bolt did to his father. This guy has the power to blow things up just by touching them. A woman surprises him from behind, which makes him forget about his power, causing a powerful explosion that nearly kills both of them. Two of the oldest heroes in Capes Incorporated used to fight in the war alongside Big Brain. They've known each other ever since they were grade school rivals who really hated each other. One day, they were about to fight when a meteor hit them at full force. Everything and everyone within 5 miles was vaporized, and anyone living within 20 miles of the impact crater lived another year at most before dying of radiation poisoning. The government took them in to test them and find out why they lived, but all they really discovered was their powers and the exact distance they could get away from each other without starting to lose them. These two guys were doomed to always stay within 30 feet of each other unless they wanted to lose their powers. After being thrown 15 years into the future, Captain Cosmic demands to be paid retroactively for all these years, even though he didn't do anything and for him it was only a moment. His wife blew through everything he saved up a decade ago. She's now remarried and he doesn't have anything. But Commander Capitalism says things don't work like that. He can't get paid for something he didn't do. It's like paying someone for sleeping. Bolt won the fight against the villain that ambushed him, but apparently the night shift didn't do a very good job at rounding up the prisoners who escaped last night. Big Brain organizes a meeting and says that Capes Incorporated has been under the microscope and he wants to put something positive there for everyone to see. He wants to make sure that they round up these convicts as soon as possible. So, effective immediately, he wants everyone on patrol, even non-active employees who were promoted out of patrolling duty. He'd be out there himself if his powers hadn't faded so much in recent years. Kid Thor was paired up with Knockout, thanks to Commander Capitalism, who pulled some strings for him. Apparently Doc Cancer is one of the escapees from last night, and Holy Winters is in town as well. While on patrol, Kid Thor and Knockout are ambushed by Volt, a big red armored guy, or robot, who jumped in the sewers last night. 20 years ago, a lab accident gave Holy Winters immortality. Her husband wanted to recreate the experiment and become immortal as well, but it couldn't be recreated and he ended up becoming a monster called Doc Cancer. Doc Cancer is extremely jealous of everyone looking at his wife and he catches Bolt doing just that. He instantly attacks him, throwing him through the side of the building and into the road where another fight is happening. Kid Thor and Knockout are fighting Volt, but Bolt gets a brilliant idea. He tells Doc Cancer that he saw Volt looking at his wife, which infuriates him. The two of them begin a brutal fight while the Capes sit on the sidelines and just watch as the villains take each other down. Another good day's work, and Kid Thor asks Knockout if she wants to grab some dinner. Apparently everyone else did as good as them. They rounded up all but a few of the escapees already, and they can go home as soon as these guys are picked up. Claire, the horniest member of Capes Incorporated, seduces Captain Cosmic and says she wants to offer him a consolation prize since his wife left him and he doesn't have anyone. Kid Thor and Knockout go on their first date together, and he says that Thor is his grandfather, which she finds amazing. Apparently her grandfather was a security guard at a large bank here in New York City, but the boxer tried to rob the place and quickly knocked him out. Luckily, Thor Mount arrived, and during the fight, the boxer's glove came off mid-fight. This was the source of his powers, and without it, Thor's hammer went completely through his chest, killing him. The gloves generate some sort of field that gave him super strength and invulnerability, so her grandfather decides to steal them. He used them and became a superhero for a short period, but it wasn't for him, so he gave it up. Knockout found the gloves years later while digging through his old stuff in the attic and used them to become a superhero. Her original story was kind of cool, but Kid Thor is interested to know what happened to her breasts. They've shrunk. Apparently, she uses fake breasts when doing the Knockout persona because the PR guy suggested it was a good idea. Commander Capitalism visits Holy Winters, who is sad that her husband was arrested, and offers to console her. The guy who can blow up things with his hands goes on a date with the girl he met on the rooftops. They fall in love with each other, and he even asks her to marry him, even though they've only met each other today. She says yes, and he completely forgets about his revenge to kill Bolt for what he did to his father. Claire and Captain Cosmic spend the entire night making love in her mansion, but he's tired and wants to get some sleep. Suddenly, her husband comes back home and catches them in his bed. However, he doesn't mind that she regularly cheats on him and says he's tired and asks them to scooch over and make some room for him for American champion. Somewhere in the basement of a building, a Nazi android is resting, but he wakes up and walks up the stairs, heading towards an unknown destination. Another day, another dollar, and Bolt clocks in another shift at Capes Incorporated. The Nazi from before breaks through the side of the building and attacks him. The attack catches him off guard, and one of his teammates tries to help him, but the android is just too powerful. Commander Capitalism comes to his rescue, but he's no match as well and asks for help. Every hero that's on duty comes to help them, and a brutal fight erupts. Sadly, the Nazi is much too powerful, and he easily deals with the heroes and even kills a bunch of them. Ed, one of the older heroes that is tethered to his friend, joins the fight, but the Nazi grabs him by the arms and legs. He then pulls as hard as he can and rips his body in half, spilling Ed's guts everywhere. Marshall, his friend, is shocked and tries to help, but it's already too late. Commander Capitalism takes the lead and asks Knockout to make sure everyone is out of the nearby building, which could collapse at any moment. He then asks the remaining heroes to follow him. They've got to take this bastard down. Knockout goes from room to room, saving as many people as she can until she runs into Big Brain's office, and she's shocked to see that his powers are back. The commander asks Superball to try and get under his feet, while Bolt tries to give him everything he's got. They can do this if they work together. Suddenly, Big Brain comes outside and uses his powers to control everyone's minds and prevent them from moving. He lied all these years, claiming his powers had diminished as he got older. During one of his missions in the war, he stumbled upon an abandoned Nazi bunker where he saw the Nazi android. He didn't even know what it was. He was very young, and it would be years before he even thought about it again. Years later, after he created Capes Incorporated, they were having a bumpy start, and something had to be done or they'd be out of business. That's when he started controlling the Nazi to attack the city and forced the government to hire them in order to stop him. In order to sway suspicion from himself, he maintained that his powers were fading until everyone believed he was completely powerless, but actually his powers have been increasing steadily since his youth. He's more powerful now than ever. In fact, there is very little he cannot do at this point. The deaths today were unfortunate, that much is certain, and they may not understand their necessity just yet, but in time they will. After this catastrophe, the government will realize that Capes is a necessary part of their budget, especially with him on the loose, doing God knows what. Some of them may want to come after him, even kill him, but he advises them against it because they wouldn't stand a chance. 1 month later, Bolt arrives at work once again, and the reconstruction of the building is progressing nicely. Commander Capitalism admits that Big Brain was right. After his attack, they received enough funding to rebuild and even upgrade their headquarters. They've even got a new boss, Marshall, the guy that was tethered with his friend in order to have superpowers. Unfortunately, since he was killed, he doesn't have powers anymore and is just a regular old man now. In a dirty alley of New York City, Spider-Man is fighting Dr. Octopus when, out of nowhere, a green energy portal appears. Doc uses his arms to try and catch him, but thanks to his spider sense, Spider-Man is able to dodge all of his attacks. However, he gets cocky and the Doctor manages to land a hit, slamming him against the wall and then grabbing him by the throat. Doc says he's had enough of his banter and wants to kill him just to make him shut up, but the green energy portal behind them grows bigger. Spidey warns him about it, but the Doc thinks it's just a trick and doesn't want to look back. Suddenly, Invincible comes flying through the portal and slams straight into him. Mark is worried, thinking he must have injured someone, while Spider-Man rushes to see what happened. He's hoping the person has superpowers because he hit him pretty hard, and he could be dead underneath the rubble. But Dr. Octopus isn't killed and gets up, using his arms to attack both of them. Invincible grabs one of his arms and pulls him inside one of the buildings. He then throws him through the side of the building and into the other side of the city. The cops arrive, but Invincible grabs Spider-Man and they both fly away to the rooftop of a nearby building where they can talk in private. Spider-Man is annoyed that Dr. Octopus got away and is now on the loose somewhere else, and he didn't even get to slap a spider tracker on him. Invincible starts crying, saying he's worried about his mother's safety. He comes from another dimension where he's been fighting this guy, Angstrom Levy. Angstrom has this power to access other dimensions, and he kinda threw him into this one. He doesn't know how Spider-Man got his powers, but he was born with his, even though they only manifested when he was in high school. His father was this great superhero until he started killing other superheroes and threatened to take over the world. The two of them fought, and his dad left the planet, and instantly he's without a father. But his mom lost more than him. She lost a husband, but before Nolan left, he said that his wife was nothing but a pet to him, that he never loved her, and she heard everything, which broke her heart. Angstrom Levy threatened his mom. He used information gathered from other dimensions to find out who he really was and where he lived. He attacked her while he was out of town. He didn't hurt her yet, but he could have. Angstrom is throwing him into different dimensions, trying to tire him out enough for him to be able to kill him. Mark is worried that when he figures out he can't hurt him, he'll go after his mother again. This is the second dimension he's thrown him into. He's just trying to wear him down. He'll come get him when he's ready, but until then, he's stuck here. Spider-Man believes his story story and trust him, mostly because after he came here and slammed into Dr. Octopus, his first instinct was to check if he was okay. Only good guys do this. Invincible remarks that Spider-Man is kind of a lame name, but Spider-Man is offended and claps back, asking if webbing would be a much cooler name. Invincible didn't want to offend him, it's just that he's got spider powers, so he chose Spider-Man as a name. It just seems kind of lazy. That's like saying he has superpowers and named himself Superman. It's just not creative. But Spider-Man never really thought about it. The name sounds fine to him, and it's even catchy, but not as catchy as Invincible. Spider-Man could use his help in tracking down Dr. Octopus, which shouldn't be too hard, because the Doc isn't going to have an easy time hiding. It's not exactly his style. In the meantime, he wants them to go to the Avengers Tower and leads the way. Invincible has never heard of the Avengers and doesn't understand why they need a tower, but apparently they're the premier super team on Earth. They're the big guns. Inside, they run into Aunt May, who asks Spider-Man to take off his mask, claiming it's creepy and it bothers her. Mark does the same and introduces himself, and the two men shake hands for the first time. Mary Jane arrives and asks Peter if they're still on for tonight. He's kinda in the middle of something now and forgot all about it, so maybe another time. Mark says he's totally impressed, but he's curious to know what superpower the super hot redhead has. She doesn't actually have any powers, that's Peter's wife, and the old woman is his Aunt May, who lives here with them. Mark says he's hit the jackpot and is really impressed, remarking that Peter is an athletic dude. He looks okay and he's got a sense of humor. It's not like he's some skinny little nerd with glasses. But if those two weren't the Avengers, where are they? He can't have all this place just for himself. The Avengers are right behind them, and Mark is impressed, claiming they look really sharp. He starts guessing their names from left to right. Robot Man, Claw Man, Flag Man, Fabio Man, Batwoman, and Black Man. Captain America demands an explanation from Spider-Man. Who is this guy and why did he bring him here? He explains everything, and while they are talking, Iron Man picks up something on the police van. Something about a guy with metal spider arms tearing stuff up in the harbor. The two friends put on their masks and head toward the docks to stop Dr. Octopus. Captain America asks if they want any help, but it's cool. They got this. The Avengers should hang back and wait for the cosmic stuff. Iron Man remarks that he always says that, but when was the last time they did something even remotely cosmic? Listening to Spider-Man, you'd think they fight Thanos or Galactus every day. The docks are pretty far from their location, and Invincible says he can fly them both there in about a second. Spider-Man makes a harness for himself using the web, which makes it easier for Mark to carry him. Dr. Octopus is injured from the fight, but he's on a rampage, trying to cause as much damage as possible in hopes of attracting Spider-Man. His plan works because the two guys arrive, but the Doc is just happy Invincible is here, because he gets to kill him too. Mark grabs him and jumps straight in the water, while Spider-Man remains on the docks, asking the cops to keep everyone as far away as possible because this might get messy. Mark throws the Doc back on the pier, but this time he didn't kick him as hard. He's making sure he's not killing him. But Dr. Octopus is relentless and goes at it again, using his arms to punch Invincible in the face. But Mark has enough and breaks off his metal arms with his fists. In the end, Dr. Octopus is left powerless on the ground, and Spider-Man asks if they can hunt down a few more of his villains before he leaves. He's sure they can find Electro or Sandman or someone else. Speaking of the devil, the green interdimensional portal appears once again, and Invincible knows that Angstrom is trying to weaken him. He's hoping that he gets hurt a little more in every dimension he sends him to. It's not working so far, but he doesn't know what he's going to do when he realizes that. He might hurt his mother. Spider-Man shakes Invincible's hand, saying it was good meeting him and wishes him good luck with his bad guy. If he can get some speed behind him when he goes through the portal, maybe he can catch Angstrom off guard, take him out before he even knows what happened. Just before leaving, Spider-Man shoots his web on Invincible's back, hoping to drag him along in hopes of helping him against Angstrom. But the portal closes before he gets a chance to enter. That was kinda stupid. If that had worked, he could have been stranded in another dimension. What was he thinking? He's going home to watch movies with his hot wife. Good luck, Invincible, wherever he is. Someone abducted Superpatriot's children, and he goes on a mission to find them and bring them back. The person who took them is Baron Blitzkrieg, a Nazi villain and lifetime enemy of Superpatriot. He and his army of reanimated troops were hiding inside an abandoned warehouse, but they are no match for America's finest superhero. Superpatriot easily deals with them, remarking that they used to be harder to beat, but now they're just a walk in the park. Blitzkrieg takes out a powerful weapon, but Superpatriot is right behind him, and he gets punched in the face. Justice, Patriot's son, is happy to see his father in action and thinks this is kind of neat, but his sister Liberty is totally unbothered. The cops arrest Blitzkrieg, but he manages to break free and jumps into the nearby river, escaping once again. This triggers a memory of when the Patriot was just a regular soldier fighting against the Nazis, but he was ambushed and captured by them. The next day, Superpatriot starts his day with the usual, which is getting the morning paper. Claire Bono, a beautiful young blonde woman, hits on him, claiming she wanted to get that paper as well, but that was the last piece. She offers to buy it from him later. Maybe they can negotiate the price over dinner later. Blitzkrieg swims back to his hideout and goes into his underground base, where Nazi scientists are working on his next plan to take down the Patriot. Another day, another villain, and the Patriot deals with another villain who wanted to rob a bank. He breaks his leg and threatens to break his neck as well if he doesn't surrender. Savage the Dragon, an old friend and ally, watches the entire scene and is highly impressed. He's happy to see his friend and claims he got tired of skipping around from one reality to another. The Patriot and Claire go on a date, but he's surprised that she's interested in him. He actually thought her number was for one of his kids. After the Nazis captured him, he was taken inside a German lab where they experimented on him. The Nazis were working to create a superhuman soldier, and they succeeded, but they accidentally turned him into their worst nightmare. He beat the crap out of them and then freed the other Allied soldiers who were kept prisoners there. In the present, Patriot attacks Claire and breaks her head right off, leaving her in a puddle of blood. Fortunately, he was just imagining things. He's dealing with post-traumatic stress and decides to leave. Baron Blitzkrieg goes searching for someone inside an abandoned warehouse and runs into a giant ape android, which is powered by Hitler's brain. The Patriot and his son go on another mission, fighting a bunch of NPCs working for the Hydro Collective. Their leader claims he has spent decades searching for the secrets of returning man to his water-breathing roots, and he has found a solution: the women of Atlantis. He captured a bunch of women and experimented on them inside water tanks, and he threatens to blow them up if they don't surrender. Patriot blows his hand right off, which causes him to drop the detonator. He then asks his son to grab it while he deals with the NPCs. Justice wants to pick it up, but one of the robots pounces on him, sending him crashing into the ground. The Patriot sprawls tentacles out of his hands and attacks the giant robot. He then turns his legs into cannons and uses them to blow it to pieces. The Hydro Collective is defeated, and their leader is taken prisoner, even though he threatens revenge, saying that humanity will take its place in the sea. 2/3 of the Earth will be theirs. After he was given superpowers by the Nazis, the Patriot became a superhero and used his powers to fight off the German invasion across Europe. The next day, he does his morning routine and goes to buy the paper, but Claire is waiting for him. She's literally stalking him and demands an explanation for why he abandoned her in the diner the other day. He says it's because he's a little out of practice. He hasn't dated in a long time and panicked. They both agreed to go on another date, but this time she wants to go to a fancier place. Apparently the giant ape used to be Hitler himself, but with the aid of superheroes like Mighty Man and Super Patriot, America quickly changed the war in the Allies' favor. When it was all bleak, Hitler faked his own suicide and escaped to Brazil. By 1951, he and Blitzkrieg settled in Romania, and a new Nazi party was formed. To prepare for the coming battles and to strengthen their bodies, Blitzkrieg built armors for them. However, Hitler wanted his armor to allow him to take a more active role in battle, which turned into a disaster. The nuclear core that powered his armor had been breached, causing a powerful explosion. But Blitzkrieg wasn't about to give up on him and saved his head, which was lying in the dirt somewhere. He successfully attached his brain to their super ape, one of the many experiments they were working on at the time of his death. Unfortunately, the drugs used to keep Hitler's brain alive wiped his mind clean, and when he woke up, he killed all of the scientists, enraged by the fact that they had attached his brain to a gorilla. After that, he escaped with his memory completely gone. He was eventually captured and taken to America, where he later became the vicious circle thug called Brainy Ape. Hitler remembers everything. It's true, it's all coming back to him now. Super Patriot and his children infiltrate the president's plane because someone had kidnapped him. A top-secret wing of the CIA is furious that the president desanctioned them, claiming that putting some of the most dangerous men in America out of a job wasn't exactly his brightest idea. They kidnapped him and threatened to kill him, but the Patriot is an excellent shooter, and he takes all of them out in an instant. Blitzkrieg updates the Führer on what he's been doing during his absence, claiming that many things have changed. Their main focus remains the neutralization of Super Patriot, but they cannot make any advances without him thwarting them at every turn. They've managed to develop a new kind of weapon to use against him, but Hitler is curious to know why he's still giving the orders, since he is the Führer. After standing her up a second time, Claire stalks the apartment building where the Patriot lives. He doesn't understand what she sees in him. He's old enough to be her father, actually her grandfather. Nonetheless, they spend an amazing night together, and Claire finally gets what she wants. The Blitzkrieg shows Hitler where all the heavy artillery is manufactured. Both development and production are done in this facility. He shows him the Omni-Pulse cannon, the weapon they plan to use against Super Patriot, which is nearly finished. Hitler loses his temper and slaps the Blitzkrieg, annoyed that he is giving the others orders, remarking that he won't let him undermine his authority. He's the one giving the orders around here. The Patriot used to be part of the Liberty League, a group of superheroes, but now they are all old and spend their free time playing cards. He remembers one of their missions against Dread Knight, who was hiding inside his creepy castle. While the rest were keeping the villain busy, Battletank was figuring out how to engage the control cube, the only weapon powerful enough to stop him. He eventually succeeds and Dread Knight is stopped, but because they were in another country, they had to leave him there. But at least the galactic globe is no longer in the hands of a madman. The next day, the Patriot does his routine and goes to buy another newspaper, but his son arrives in a desperate state, claiming his sister didn't come home last night and nobody knows where she is. They think she was kidnapped by someone, so they go on a rescue mission, talking to every villain they know in hopes of finding out what happened to her. However, the villains put up one hell of a fight, thinking they came to arrest them, not believing their story about the missing daughter. It's been 3 days since Liberty went missing, but Justice thinks he's found the person responsible. Apparently, she recently started dating a new guy, so he went to her apartment to look for clues and found the guy's name and address on a piece of paper. The father and son duo break into the guy's apartment, but it turns out that Liberty didn't need to get rescued. She's over 30 years old and wanted to spend the weekend with her boyfriend, so whatever she's doing, it's her business. The Omni-Pulse cannon is finally finished, and Hitler wants to test it on his Nazi troops. The effects on Superpatriot will be much more severe. All control elements will be destroyed. He will essentially be without limbs. After World War II ended, there was a period when hippies organized mass protests against the corporations. A fight broke out between them and the police, which quickly turned violent. Superpatriot arrived and joined the fight, giving the hippies one hell of a beating, accusing them of having nothing better to do than hassle hard-working Americans. But one of the men claimed he's fighting on the wrong side. Things aren't black and white anymore. His concept of good and evil is outdated. His America doesn't exist anymore. The corporations are running the government now. He's become a tool, a weapon to help bureaucrats sell their evil ideas to the masses. He and Claire go on another date and things are going great, but she wants them to go back to his place instead. Hitler gives a big speech in front of his reanimated troops, claiming that Superpatriot has been a thorn in their side for decades, but once he is neutralized, they will be much closer to ultimate triumph. He also thanks the Blitzkrieg for his services to the cause, but he has grown old, weak, and useless, so his services are no longer needed. He then fires him and asks him to leave the base immediately, and then continues his big speech, claiming they need to prepare themselves because tomorrow they go to war. Claire is sitting half naked on the Patriot's bed while he shaves his beard in the bathroom when someone knocks on the door. They think it must be one of his children, but no, it's actually Hitler who came to kill him. He breaks inside the apartment and begins his attack, but the Patriot's weapons are useless against the ape's armor. Outside, there's a literal invasion going on as thousands of reanimated troops swarm the streets backed by many flying Nazi ships. The Patriot is shocked and doesn't understand how he's managed to amass this army. Is this what Baron Blitzkrieg has been doing with his time? The fight rages on with no clear winner in sight, so Hitler decides to bring out the big gun. He grabs it on his shoulder and asks his troops to move aside because he's going to end this. However, when he tries to fire, nothing happens. There's only a clicking sound, but nothing comes out, just a bunch of gibberish. The ape scratches his head in disbelief and doesn't understand what the hell happened. The Liberty League springs out of retirement and joins the fight, alongside Savage the Dragon. They were worried when the Patriot didn't show up to the meeting, and they're a little hurt they weren't invited to this party. Hitler can control other people's bodies, and he forces Mighty Man to go after his own people. Savage dodges the attack, while the Patriot rushes to stop Hitler before he can cause more harm. He punches the giant ape straight in the head, and then shoots it point blank with a powerful cannon blast. Hitler is defeated, but his brain begs for mercy, as the Patriot holds him as a victory trophy. The other Nazi troops have no choice but to retreat if they don't want the same thing happening to them as well. Claire comes out wearing almost nothing and hugs him, happy that he's still alive and that the Nazis were defeated. Savage recognizes her and asks if that's his friend or his daughter. The only thing remaining now is to attack Hitler's base and prevent something like this from happening again. This place is like a labyrinth. It's going to take ages to go through the entire thing, but the scientists are arrested and the tech is being confiscated. However, one thing is still bothering Superpatriot. What happened to that giant cannon which was supposed to take him out? Why didn't it work? It turns out that Blitzkrieg had taken out the Nazi batteries, which rendered the gun useless. He holds a grudge for what Hitler did to him and calls him a jerk while walking the empty streets and disappearing into the night. Superpatriot is on his way to the Blockbuster store to rent out some DVD movies, but he gets ambushed by the Hydro Collective. Their commander is a guy who used to work for the CIA. He was part of a covert division that kidnapped the president, but Patriot stopped him and shot him in the heart. But he survived thanks to the Collective, who healed his wounds and turned him into one of them. He rose among their ranks and became their commander, and he wants revenge on the Patriot for what he did to him. But after listening to his story, Superpatriot shoots him in the head and then deals with the other NPCs. They are no match for him and he easily takes them out and then goes inside to rent some DVDs. Meanwhile, in a small town, an old guy is having lunch in a restaurant, but the waitress spills milk all over him. Instead of feeling sorry and offering to help him clean up, she hits on a guy sitting at the bar. This pisses off the old man and he leaves without paying for lunch. Somewhere else, Claire is working for a publisher who used to work with Omni-Man. Now that he's dead, his books have become a mega success, and his wife, Debbie Grayson, will be collecting his checks. Her husband drops by, but instead of using the stairs like normal people, he climbs outside the building. Claire says it's a pain in the ass to be married to a superhero, but Debbie wouldn't know anything about that. Yeah, right. Back home, the Patriot is upset because both of his children were killed in the line of duty, and he still misses them greatly. He only came into their lives after they were adults, but he can't help but think that if it wasn't for him, they'd still be alive. The old man from the restaurant gets annoyed once again when a small kid hits the back of his car with a shopping cart. Instead of scolding him, his mother is angry with the old man for being angry and even calls him an asshole. Meanwhile, inside a high-security prison, Hitler's brain escapes by controlling the guards' minds, forcing them to kill each other. But before they can do it, Superpatriot arrives, claiming it's the end of the line for Hitler. But the Führer has been through hell and back. He lost the war when the Allied forces took over Germany, but he survived. His brain was pumped full of chemicals to make it compatible with a gorilla body, but he survived. When his gorilla body was disintegrated by an exploding Martian flying saucer, he survived. If there's one thing he's good at, it's surviving, so he's not afraid of the Patriot and vows not to go down without a fight. He orders the guards to shoot him. Even though they don't want to do it, they are powerless. Since they aren't enough, he gets every guard inside the prison to go after him, and they form a giant pile of people on top of him. But the Patriot is able to break free and then kicks the brain as hard as he can, sending it crashing into the walls. He grabs it and threatens to crush the life out of him if he doesn't stop the attack and release the guards. Left without an option, Hitler gives up and quits, releasing everyone from his mind control. The old man gets into an accident which makes the other driver angry as hell. He belittles the old man and calls him an asshole for hitting his car, which only enrages the old man even more. The Patriot goes back home and gets into an argument with his wife about the toilet seat situation. He thinks that because men and women have equal rights, why should he be the one to leave the seat down when she could easily do it herself? The fight turns into playful banter, and he asks her if she wants to have a baby together. The old man finally gets back home, but a kid breaks his window with a baseball bat. This pushes him over the edge, and the old man can't take it anymore. He goes to his bedroom and opens his closet, revealing that he is actually Baron Blitzkrieg, and he vows to make these people respect him or he'll kill them all. He puts on his armor and becomes a powerful Nazi once again, claiming it's time to make the donuts. Luckily, the codes to his old hideout still work, and the government was unable to hack into his security system. He has secret corridors where he keeps hundreds of reanimated Nazi troops, ready to be used for an invasion. Claire goes to work the next day, but Earl Sutton, her boss, claims that Debbie Grayson was shaken after seeing her husband on the side of the building and urges her not to let him do it again. However, she knows that he's lying because she had dinner with Debbie after the meeting and she didn't mention anything to her. So Earl is just pissed because he used to have a crush on her and can't hit on her anymore because she's married now. Superpatriot visits his children's graves and brings them flowers, claiming he misses them very much. He never got to see them grow up, he missed everything, and he could never forgive himself for that, whether or not it was his fault. Out of nowhere, a villain attacks him, claiming he just wanted to pay his respects and asking why the Patriot can't just leave him alone. The villain says he gave up his life of crime. He's reformed now and came to the cemetery to visit his grandmother's grave. Meanwhile, Blitzkrieg goes back to the diner to have his revenge on the waitress who disrespected him, claiming he's going to enjoy hurting her. Superpatriot says he didn't come there for him, and that it's all a big misunderstanding. The villain realizes his mistake and calms down, agreeing to buy a new headstone for him. He makes good bread these days. After killing the people inside the diner, Blitzkrieg goes to the market, hoping to run into that mother and her kid, but since they are nowhere to be seen, he orders his army of reanimated soldiers to destroy the cars. The Patriot goes back home, but he's still feeling down, so Claire offers to cheer him up by having sex, and he can't say no to that. The rampage inside the small town continues as the Nazis go on a rampage, destroying everything in their path and killing everyone who comes their way. He goes back home looking for the kid who broke his window, but the kid runs scared to his father. Blitzkrieg doesn't care and just kicks him as hard as he can and then slams his father's head against the car. The Patriot visits his contacts at the Pentagon, who tell him that he's being sued. Apparently, the villain who killed both of his children had a wife, and she's pressing charges after the Patriot ended him. Blitzkrieg visits the city's mayor and threatens him, claiming this city belongs to him now, and he's in his seat. Even the president is informed that someone has taken control of a small town in Illinois, but most of the superheroes are busy. The National Guard has been dispatched, but they don't seem to have any effect. The Savage Dragon is occupied in Denver dealing with that god situation. The only person available is Superpatriot. A few months ago, the heroes were fighting the villains in a giant battle, during which Superpatriot's children were both killed. The Patriot was outraged and went all out, but the villain was not easy to take down. He did kill both of his children, so in the end he loses the fight, and the Patriot carves a hole in his head. He didn't stop shooting until there was nothing left, and there was a crater underneath his head. Patriot blames himself for their death, claiming he was late and maybe he could have saved them. That's how it happened. At least that's what he tells the lawyers. The villain's wife is suing him, claiming her husband was a good man, and even though he made many mistakes in his life, that's not the issue here. The meeting is interrupted by someone from the government who wants to speak to Patriot. He tells him about the attack in that small town in Illinois, and he leaves immediately, leaving the wife to wait in the room with her lawyer. Apparently, the town has been overrun by Nazi robots who are led by a guy wearing a uniform. Patriot quickly realizes they are dealing with Baron Blitzkrieg. Before heading there, he needs to stop home and tell his wife. His wife doesn't mind him going on missions, but right now she's ovulating and wants him to plant a baby in her. Patriot doesn't have a choice and gives his wife the best 30 seconds of her life. He still needs to kick the Nazis' asses. Blitzkrieg is now the new mayor of this town and is doing everything he wants, including kicking helpless dogs. One of the soldiers informs the Patriot about their plan of attack, saying he thinks they should attack him from above. But the young man is nervous, so the Patriot tries to reassure him that everything's gonna be alright. Blitzkrieg's men are tough, but they're not well organized. They won't know what hit them. Unfortunately, the same thing happens to them when a rocket hits their chopper, blowing it up into pieces. Everyone on board is killed, including the young soldier, but Super Patriot survives, and he is angrier than ever. Those were good men who died on the chopper, and he takes out the big guns, claiming he's going to enjoy this. The Nazi robots are no match for him, and one by one they are taken out. His limbs become his weapons, machine guns, cannons, and even swords from his feet. He uses everything at his disposal. Eventually, they surround him from every direction, but the Patriot is relentless and doesn't give up. In the end, he destroys all of them and comes face to face with his archenemy, Baron Blitzkrieg. Super Patriot demands to know why Blitzkrieg killed all these innocent people for no reason, but there is a reason. They pissed him off. The fight begins with a strong punch to the face which sends the Nazi flying, but winning the fight is not going to be as easy, as Blitzkrieg picks up a gun and the two of them begin shooting each other. The Patriot is the superior fighter, and he comes out on top asking the general to surrender himself, but the old man claims he's just getting started. He's only going to surrender when his archenemy is dead. He's been living in this town, hiding, trying to act like one of these mindless drones, but it was a living hell. The destruction, the mayhem, the loss of life. The Patriot made this the best day of his life. But what made him think he could do this? Destroy an American town? Kill innocent people? What made him think he could get away with this? Did he really think no one would be able to stop him? Super Patriot vows he won't get away with this. This is American, goddammit, and he won't let him. Blitzkrieg says he doesn't have a choice and destroys his left arm, but the Patriot grabs him as well and manages to rip apart the armor surrounding his left arm. This is over, or at least so he thinks, because Blitzkrieg grabs another gun and starts firing. But bullets have no effect on Super Patriot. He's a cyborg after all, and his body is made of metal. Blitzkrieg grabs his other hand and destroys it, but Patriot doesn't need hands to kick his ass, and then headbutts him. The fight rages on, as the two men use their legs to continue the fight, but it was taking its toll on them. In the end, they are both out of breath and stop for a second next to the giant pile of Nazi robots. They can barely move anymore, so they resort to insults, calling each other jerk and asshole. In the end, they can't keep going, and they both fall on the ground unconscious. Super Patriot wakes up in the hospital 2 days later with his wife next to him, claiming she's pregnant. 9 months later, the Patriot is fighting another villain, jumping off the top of a high-rise building. He gets a phone call. It's his wife, who says she's having contractions, which means that she's about to give birth in a few moments. 2 baby twins, a boy and a girl, and they are perfectly healthy and beautiful. Claire thinks they should name them Liberty and Justice, after his late children, and Patriot agrees it's a good idea. Sadly, there is a giant boom outside, and he jumps out the window, claiming that duty calls and it's only going to take him a second. Blitzkrieg is taken to Stronghold Penitentiary, where the guards mock him, saying that without his armor, he's just a helpless old man, and they will make his life a living hell for what he did to those people in that town. Suddenly, someone breaks into his cell. It's Hitler's brain, who asks him if he wants to join forces and escape this prison. Belloc, an old and ancient dragon, is furious that his son Duncan, also known as Firebreather, didn't come to see him today. Ever since his parents have divorced, Duncan's been forced to spend time with both of his parents, shuffled around like a piece of furniture. But today he's had enough. He gets into an argument with his mother and storms out the door. Zephyr is a teenager with powers who's part of a famous superhero family, but she also gets into an argument with her mother for being late after spending the night with her friends. Eddie Collins, also known as Shadowhawk, comes back home and tells his dad he's going out again after a quick bite. His dad wants him to do his homework first, but the young kid says his grades are good enough and homework can wait an hour or two. Meanwhile, Invincible and Adam Eve have just dealt with another villain and left him gift wrapped for the cops. Duncan runs into 3 of his high school buddies who mock him, asking if he's heard the news. Apparently his dad went on a rampage, causing millions of dollars in damage, all because his son didn't want to see him today. Firebreather immediately flies to confront his father, remarking that he's doing medieval shit again, burning down the village like old times. Shadowhawk goes on patrol and stops a couple of thugs from hurting a young lady. The cops arrive and inform him that Belloc is on a rampage, and he leaves immediately. Duncan tries to calm his father down and asks him to stop, but the mighty dragon claims it's his fault. Out of nowhere, Invincible arrives and punches him in the face, followed by Shadowhawk, who comes in armed with a sword and shield. Duncan warns them that they can't stop him, and they're just gonna piss him off even more. He was right, because Belloc easily deals with them, shooting his fire breath at Invincible and punching Shadowhawk to the curb. Zephyr arrives as well, and the 3 heroes form together a small team, trying to stop the dragon together. Eventually, Duncan loses his temper and he shouts at everyone to stop. He asks his dad to knock it off and agrees to talk to him later, granted he leaves and doesn't cause any more damage. Belloc might be his dad, but he was burning this town to the ground. This place is getting kind of crowded, so they decide to talk somewhere more private. The four of them introduce themselves, even though it's kind of pointless. They already know each other from the news. Before leaving, Shadowhawk asks if they want to form a group, like some kind of super team. But Invincible already turned down membership in the Guardians of the Globe, and Zephyr is already part of her family's team. It doesn't have to be formal or anything. They can just get together every now and then to hang out. Zephyr thinks it's a cool idea to hang out with super guys her own age, and luckily, her family's got a place on the moon where they can hang. They all agree to see each other again. But for now, they're heading home. They all have homework to do. The crew attends their first gathering on the moon base, but Invincible ran into a bit of trouble while getting pizza. Apparently, the Liquidator was attacking an armored car on the other side of town, and he had to get involved. Duncan doesn't understand this and says he's not a superhero. His dad just happens to be a dragon, and he can do stuff that most people can't, but he just wishes he could live a normal life with normal parents. Unfortunately, the pizzas were destroyed during the fighting, but Zephyr says this place is loaded with other things they can eat. Shadowhawk can't stop staring through the window. You can literally see Earth from up here, and the view is breathtaking. Out of nowhere, a giant meteor passes them by, heading straight towards Earth. Invincible is the only one who can survive in space, and he immediately rushes to try and stop it. Sadly, it's not working. It's too big and has too much momentum. There's no way he can stop it, but maybe he can steer it, divert it towards an unpopulated area, which he does. The meteor crashes into a field and causes a massive explosion, but nobody is hurt. But this meteor isn't what it seems. Many creatures are hiding inside, and they come crawling out of the crack. The crew is still on the moon, but they have no idea where Invincible crashed, and Zephyr doesn't know how to use the computers. Her dad does most of the work, and she's not really paying any attention to things like this. Eventually, they are able to find him, but Mark is kinda busy fighting hordes of rock monsters. Firebreather passes through the portal, but Shadowhawk and Zephyr are pushed back into the moon base. They have no way of getting to the others, and the device is broken. They're on their own now. The monsters are too many, and the guys on the ground are being surrounded until Firebreather comes up with an idea. They decide to fly out of harm's way, and luckily these monsters can't reach them anymore. But they can do something else, and they group together, forming a giant monster. Zephyr says it's harder for her to manipulate wind gusts up here, something to do with the sealed environment. She manages to create a small tornado, but some of the rock monsters are slammed against the window, which begins to crack. The window eventually breaks, sucking the air out and everything inside the room. The security system kicks in, and Zephyr is able to save herself, but Shadowhawk was pulled outside. Luckily, the suit protects his body from the cold, but he can't breathe and only has a couple of minutes of air left. His powers allow him to talk to voices in his head, each expert in different fields, and they teach him how to relax and lower his heart rate. Zephyr eventually pulls him back inside, and he is still alive thanks to the voices who taught him how to put himself into a trance, which slowed down his heart rate. Firebreather suggests they should grab the monster by the hands and pull as hard as they can in opposite directions. The plan works, and the monster breaks in half, spilling its rock guts everywhere. After dealing with the monster, Invincible compliments Firebreather, remarking that for someone who claims he's not a superhero, he sure does a good impression of one. He came up with the plan to take the monster down and also talk to a guy from the government, which allowed them to locate Invincible's location. He thinks he's gonna make a good superhero someday, and he can even be Invincible's sidekick. The Pact is fighting another villain, but this one is extremely powerful, and he rips one of Duncan's wings. He then tosses him to the side like he was nothing, hitting Invincible, who was coming to help. Luckily, he's still alive, but the throw was so powerful that Mark feels as if his spleen is busted. The villain does the same to Shadowhawk, dismissing him with a powerful punch, and then he goes after Petra, a girl with special powers who recently joined the Pact. She creates a force field around the villain, which momentarily traps him, but it's not gonna last forever. Petra talks to a guardian that only she can see, who tells her to hit him with everything she's got. She does it, but the villain is just too strong and keeps coming towards her. The guardian wants her to open up on him. She wants her to focus on her force field, drive it into him. She needs to stand and fight, but the villain is just too scary, and Petra runs away. She then asks everyone to center on her because she's gonna teleport everyone away from him, but Shadowhawk doesn't listen and attacks the monster alone. Zephyr tries to help him and gets stabbed through the back, devouring her energy instantly. Shadowhawk loses his temper and attacks him, while Petra urges Invincible to stop him. Luckily, he was fast enough and manages to save his life, but the villain gives up, claiming one of them is meal enough for now. He wants to see more of his new planet and asks them to stay tender until the next time they meet. Firebreather is okay, even though he's missing an entire wing. He even contemplates removing the second altogether. Mark blames himself for what happened to Zephyr, claiming they screwed up and he doesn't want to talk anymore. Shadowhawk does the same and hasn't stopped working ever since they got back. He didn't even take his mask off. If he had only listened to Petra and hadn't attacked the villain alone, Zephyr Zephyr would still be alive. She gave her life trying to save him, and he won't stop working until he finds where the villain is hiding, and then makes him pay for what he did. Petra goes back to her room and talks to her guardian, who removes her mask, revealing that it's actually a future version of her. 20 years from today, her research into instantaneous quantum communication opened a channel between herself and her past selves. Petra's power comes from that connection. Since her entire lifetime is temporally connected, she can draw upon the wisdom of her future selves. She can also access her life energy from any future moment, effectively borrowing energy along a quantum pipeline. Petra didn't listen to her today because she was afraid of dying, but her future version says she was supposed to die today. The villain is known as the Reaver. He is a planet killer. He is unspeakably powerful already, but he won't stop at killing just one superhero. He'll keep coming back, keep taking Earth's heroes, keep feeding on their power until he grinds the whole planet into dust. Every time the future Petra came to her in the past, it was an attempt to arrange for today's confrontation. From the formation of the Pact to this very day, her mission has been to destroy the Reaver. But Petra couldn't do it. She was too afraid and wants to live her life. She and Mark have just started dating. In order to make her understand, future Petra takes her past self into the future, where superheroes and villains are attached to machines and drained of their powers. This is called a factory farm. The Reaver and his lieutenants breed those unfortunates genetically predisposed to superpowers and milk their offspring of their energy. Shadowhawk is still alive, but the future's been rough on him. The only thing still motivating him is revenge. He and future Petra prepare for a final attack on the Reaver's palace, but as soon as they get there, they are instantly attacked by Firebreather. They knew that sooner or later they would make a move, and 90% of the equipment in this tower is dedicated to nothing but tracking Petra's teleportation. Shadowhawk calls him a traitor, but Firebreather claims there are no traitors anymore, simply survivors. He then uses his fire breath to burn a hole straight through his body. Apparently Invincible is still alive in this future. He was mounting a resistance on the surface of the moon, but the Reaver got to him. Petra teleports to him in space and creates a force field around them, but it won't last forever. She wants past Petra to go back in time, to that moment when she was fighting the Reaver, but this time open herself to her future and past selves. The Reaver feeds on destruction. If she opens herself to the very moment of her creation, that moment of divine intent, that is the force he cannot contain. But if she does that, the two of them would never have existed. And the world they loved, the friends they've made, the team they've formed, they'll never know them. But they will continue. They'll have a chance at happiness on a whole and healthy world. Petra accepts and goes back in time to that exact moment when the Reaver attacked her. This time she traps the monster inside a force field and unleashes her full power, drawing on the energies of all her past and future selves. They both disappear into nothingness, and the threat is neutralized. Unfortunately, her friends forget about her, but they remember the name, remarking that it feels like déjà vu, and when they hear that name, they feel sadness, but they also feel proud. Duncan is in physics class when a teacher asks him to come to the principal's office. The mayor of a small town nearby has come to ask for his help because his town is attacked by lava monsters. He knows that he's a superhero who fights bad guys with his friends and wonders if he can help. He goes back home and talks to his friend from the government, Colonel Barnes, who thinks he should definitely take the job. In New York City, Eddie comes back home after patrolling the city, but his dad is pissed because he should be doing his homework. Invincible arrives and claims Duncan asked them for help, and the father agrees to let him go. After a short flight across the country, the Pact arrives in the mountains around the small town and finds a crack in the ground. Invincible takes the lead since he's the strongest guy on the team and can probably survive an attack. This cave is very dark, and Duncan uses his fire breath to light up the place, but they quickly realize they are surrounded by lava monsters. Shadowhawk thinks they should bust these things up, and Invincible agrees. A fight erupts, and a couple of monsters want to jump Zephyr, who uses wind to push them away, claiming she's hot enough as it is. The monsters are many and come at them from every direction, but they are no match for the Pact. Firebreather grabs one of them and throws it against the wall, which causes a landslide. Shadowhawk and Zephyr are caught in the avalanche of rocks while the others rush to save them. Luckily, Shadowhawk's costume creates a force field that protects them, but he says he doesn't exactly know how the costume works. He's got the voices of the past Shadowhawks in his head who tell him what to do, but this scares Zephyr, who thinks he's schizophrenic. It doesn't take long, and the others come to the rescue right before the oxygen runs out. Apparently, these Magmanites are being controlled by Doc Seismic, a former villain of Invincible. Mark says he's one of his, which pisses him off, and the old man uses his powers to start an earthquake. He calms down and apologizes, claiming he can overreact sometimes. It's just that he used to be a heavyweight villain before he got old. During one of his fights with Invincible, he was trapped underground, where he met the Magmanites and became their leader. He is thankful to him, claiming that because of him, he was trapped here, where he became a king. He was over the hill, past his prime, his glory days were gone, and he knew knew it. He was bitter about it and didn't want to accept it, but the fact is, he would never rule a small country or have a horde of minions respect him the way he deserves. Coming down here was a gift from heaven, and he feels blessed. He has everything he could ever want. He has his underground kingdom. He is truly royalty down here, and he has his loyal subjects, the Magma Knights. If he ever needs anything, he simply sends them to the surface to fetch it. Food, money, jewelry, whatever. He is truly happy and thanks Invincible for trapping him down here with them. Invincible is happy for him and thinks the only way to respond to that is with a good old-fashioned Invincible punch. He knocks the old man out cold, calling him crazy and delusional. Seeing their leader defeated, the Magma Knights retreat back to their underground lair, choosing to run away instead of fighting. Doc Seismic is crazy, and Invincible knows this because they fought before. He would have brought this whole cave down on them once he realized he wasn't going to pat him on the head and allow him to keep terrorizing that town above them. The others agree with him, but they think his catchphrase Invincible Punch was kinda corny. Maybe he should stop saying it after this. Zephyr goes back home and runs into her mother, who's pissed that she sneaked out again to be a superhero. Apparently, Shadowhawk called while she was coming back, but the mother doesn't like him and calls him disgusting. Especially with all that black, the creepy helmet, and those red eyes, the boy's probably a serial killer. But seeing how much her mother despises him makes Zephyr like him even more, and she gives him a call as soon as she left the room. Our story begins in Willow Creek Camping Ground, somewhere in Montana. Gary Hampton was just attacked by a large animal, and his wife and daughter are freaking out. The ambulance arrives, but his chest is split wide open and blood is gushing everywhere. The story jumps to 1 month later, at St. Mercy Medical Center in New York City. Gary is in a coma and recuperating, while his wife, Rebecca, is watching over him. He wakes up from his coma and is surprised to see his wife is smoking again, after she quit a few years back. The medical staff comes inside and asks the wife to step outside while they check his health. At nighttime, there is a full moon, and something happens to Gary. He wakes up and jumps out the window, but something is wrong. He's fully transformed into a werewolf. His body is incredibly powerful, and even the concrete shatters beneath his powerful legs. He climbs on top of a building where an old man was gardening his outdoor plants. The werewolf surprises and attacks him from behind, while the old man screams in fear. The next day, the doctors are in shock to see that his body was fully healed, and he didn't have any signs of injuries whatsoever. 1 month later, we learn that Gary is the owner of a successful company, and he and his family are very rich. His daughter, Chloe, comes home from tennis practice, claiming she's getting very good at the game and the teacher is impressed with her skills. Gary is a well-known public figure, and ever since he made a full recovery, the media has been trying to get an exclusive interview with him, but he just wants to be left alone. The family is supposed to have dinner later, but in the meantime, he goes to his office to attend an important conference call with people from Asia. He talks to Mr. Hirok, trying to persuade him to merge their two companies together, but Hirok doesn't even want to hear about it. Before dinner, the father and daughter enjoy a private game of tennis, but Chloe wasn't lying when she said she was getting good at this, and kicks his ass. During the night, there is another full moon, and Gary wakes up suffocating. He changes into a werewolf once again, and then sneaks out the window in the middle of the night. He goes into the forest nearby to hunt, and sees a rabbit. He quickly catches him and devours it alive, satisfying his animal urges. In the morning, his wife is shocked to see that his underwear is destroyed, but they have no clue how it happened. Dunford, who is the estate manager and butler, shows him the security footage from last night, and they see the werewolf. Rebecca notices that he was wearing the same boxes as her husband, which means the werewolf is actually Gary. Somehow, a mysterious man managed to sneak inside their house, claiming he knows about the accident in Montana and what happened at the hospital. All of these incidents have happened exactly 1 month apart, exactly when there was a full moon. He's been keeping a close eye on Gary and wants to help him understand what exactly is happening to him. He is now a being of great power, but that power is raw. If left unchecked, it can even be dangerous. The man's name is Zechariah, and he claims he knows a thing or two about the supernatural. Gary agrees to work together with Zechariah, and his training begins immediately. In just a couple of weeks, he's been able to control his transformation, but he's still having a hard time adjusting to this body and how strong he is. But he still doesn't understand why Zechariah is helping him. What's his ulterior motive? Not even Rebecca trusts him. The old man claims he's a vampire, but he shouldn't believe everything he knows about vampires. He drinks blood, but not as frequently, and it doesn't always have to be human blood. Unlike him, Gary's actually won the supernatural lottery. His powers are much better than his. For instance, a werewolf doesn't have to drink blood, and with simple training he can transform at will during the night and control his wolf form. Plus, the transformation heals all the wounds he sustained in the previous form. That's why his injuries were healed in the hospital. Gary loves his new powers, but his wife isn't so thrilled about it. He sneaks out in the middle of the night, and it won't be long before someone realizes that he's the werewolf. Fortunately for him, every time he changes back into his human form, Gary is fully rested even if he spends the entire night as Wolfman, so basically, he doesn't need sleep anymore. In the morning, he goes to the construction site where he is building a hideout, something like Batman's Batcave. Zechariah used his mind control powers to trance the workers. Basically, they won't remember anything they built here, which will ensure the whole thing stays a secret. The next night, Wolfman goes into a burning building and rescues 2 kids. Unfortunately, there were lots of people around and everyone heard him speak. Someone probably even took pictures and videos of him. He and Zechariah visit Art Rosenbaum, an infamous tailor who makes costumes for superheroes. Gary likes the new suit. He doesn't look like a scary wolf anymore, and Rosenbaum even added a pair of special wrists, which store moonlight. With their help, he should be able to maintain his transformation even during daytime. Somewhere nearby, a group of heroes called the Actioneers are fighting a powerful villain named Spore. Spore is impossible to defeat because every time he gets attacked, his body creates another version of himself under his control. Gary joins the fight and the Actioneers could really use the help, so everyone welcomes him. He introduces himself as Wolfman, and Kinetic is impressed with his skills, claiming he's kicking ass. During the fight, the heroes are able to separate Spore's head from the rest of the body and trap him inside a special container, leaving the clones to die out. Gary goes back home and Rebecca is waiting for him, wearing sexy lingerie. The two of them get it on in the bedroom, but while they are making love, he transforms into Wolfman and he loses all control. He runs from home and arrives in the city, but Sergeant Superior, one of the Actioneers members, wants to thank him for his help against Spore. But Gary is in a state of frenzy and he attacks the sergeant, stabbing him through the chest. Zechariah comes back after missing for 2 weeks and shows Gary the new car he built for them. Gary changes into his wolf form and attacks him, furious that he disappeared for 2 weeks without saying a word. He thought he could control Wolfman by now, but that night he killed Sergeant Superior, he lost control. This was just another test. Zechariah knew this would happen, but he wanted him to experience the freedom, the feeling of being out of control. He thought he'd stay on his property, maybe run through the woods and hunt some more rabbits. He still retained a bit of himself in that state. He could have never hurt Rebecca or Chloe. He knew they would be safe. This isn't the first time Gary has killed someone. He did it once before after waking up from a coma. According to Zechariah, once a month on the first night of the full moon, he loses all control and reverts back to the beast. The curse will take hold of him, and there is nothing he can do to stop this. He isn't responsible for his actions during that period, and Sergeant Superior's death isn't his fault. Zechariah took off the body and hid it somewhere nobody would find it. The two of them go on another mission together, spying on police bands and searching for a villain named Thrill Kill. This guy kidnapped a woman and was running through rooftops, but Gary finds them. Thrill Kill drops her off the edge of the building, claiming he's gonna escape when Wolfman tries to save her, but he was wrong, because Gary jumps toward him, pushing both of them off the edge and falling toward the ground. He smashes Thrill Kill's head against the wall, which knocks him unconscious, and then he tries to save the desperate woman. He saves her just moments before hitting the ground, and then escapes before the cops arrive. Wolfman goes back to the car where Zechariah was waiting, but something is wrong. A pack of werewolves were holding him hostage, while one of them calls Gary an elder brood. Wolfman easily deals with them, but gets injured in the fight. Zechariah uses his powers and transforms his body into smoke, allowing him to escape his attackers. The werewolves claim they didn't come here to challenge an elder brood, but they will be ready for him next time. Zechariah could have used his mist form at any time and escaped, but he wanted to keep that ability a secret. He's lived for a very long time and done some questionable things over the years, and even made some enemies. Those werewolves are one of them, but he can't explain more because the sun is coming up and he needs to get back to his hideout. Gary goes back home and tells his wife that his company isn't doing too great lately, so the board kicked him out. As if this isn't bad enough, Dunford informs him that there's a group of men at the door who refuse to leave, claiming he used company money to purchase this home and accusing him of tax evasion. The IRS is here to evict them from their house. Everything is crumbling down at once. Luckily, the hideout was complete, but in order to keep it a secret, Gary had to build a shopping center on top of it. Rebecca brings her daughter here, but Chloe claims the only thing more embarrassing than having to live at a hotel is having to do her shopping at a strip mall. However, once her mother shows her the secret elevator leading down to the basement, she changes her mind and thinks it's kinda cool. She had no idea this thing even existed and wants to bring her friends here as soon as possible. But her father says this place is a secret and she can't tell anyone about it. He decides to tell her the truth and transforms into Wolfman, but she is in complete shock and doesn't know what to say. Later that night, he and Zechariah go on another mission, listening to police radios and hoping to catch some bad guys. Out of nowhere, a pack of werewolves jumps him from behind. but he quickly gets up and gets into defensive position. One of the elder werewolves claims he is much stronger than them because he is elder brood, and one day he will be able to fight them all at once, but that time is not tonight. Gary wants to know why they keep calling him elder brood, and what it means, because Zechariah has been keeping some very important information from him. They all attack him at once, and even though Gary is very powerful and agile, he isn't a match for a combined attack. The older werewolf says that if only he knew what Zechariah is capable of, he wouldn't be helping him, he'd actually be the one hunting him. Zechariah comes to try and save him, asking Gary to revert back into his human form, which is gonna heal his wounds. He does so, and then instantly changes back, but it will take a few minutes to get his strength back up to 100%. The werewolves claim that Zechariah is also an elder brood, but his hunger for blood consumes him. Werewolf blood can sustain him for much longer than human blood, and one day he attacked his child and killed him. Zechariah claims the bloodthirst is much more severe than any curse their kind suffers. It almost takes over completely, and he succumbs to an uncontrollable bloodlust. He's nothing more than a rabid animal until he feeds. His actions were not his own, and he doesn't even remember doing it. They've been hunting him for years, that's why he wanted to become Gary's mentor. He wanted to find someone who could help him. Wolfman hears enough and attacks Zechariah, decapitating him with a swift blow. The older werewolf thanks him for helping them, saying his name is Jacobson, and tonight he's made a friend. But Zechariah wasn't killed. His body can survive even without his head, but he is severely weakened and needs to feed on blood. He accuses the werewolves of being hypocrites, claiming they become mindless beasts when the curse takes over them. But unlike him, they look forward to losing control and even enjoy it. Meanwhile, the Actioneers find security footage of Wolfman killing Sergeant Superior and realize he isn't the friend they thought he was. Zechariah goes back to his hideout and desperately needs to feed on blood, but when he opens a secret door, we see that Sergeant Superior is still alive. He was being kept prisoner by Zechariah, who claims he could really use a drink. In the offices of the Tribune newspaper, the writers are getting ready to publish an article on Wolfman, but they aren't sure if he's a hero or a killer. Out of nowhere, a villain breaks through the walls, claiming he wants to kill them for getting his name wrong in the papers. He calls himself Eruptor, but they've been calling him Erector for months now and he's become a laughingstock. Wolfman comes to the rescue, accusing him of causing too much noise. Eruptor attacks him with fire shooting from his hands, but Gary dodges his attacks with ease. He then grabs him by the hands and throws him to the other building, which knocks him unconscious. He then goes back to make sure the reporters are okay, and one of them wants to ask him a few questions. The next morning, Rebecca is reading the newspaper, which paints him as a hero. It seems that interview did good for his image. It's almost that time of the month when he loses control, but Gary says he's prepared to deal with it. Somewhere else, a villain named Vault is fighting the Actioneers, calling them pathetic and unorganized. But they were merely keeping him busy, while Mecha Maid attacks him from behind, and she's able to hack his systems. She then reprograms his armor and forces him to walk to the nearest police station and turn himself in. They've also read the newspapers and wonder if they should release the footage of Wolfman killing Sergeant Superior, but Kinetic thinks that's a bad idea. Other superhero teams such as Capes Incorporated or even the Guardians of the Globe might go after him, and they want to take him down themselves. Zechariah tells him the truth about Elder Broods, claiming they are the oldest and most powerful werewolves, and Gary was turned by one of them. Jacobson and his pack are far-removed elders, like most werewolves these days. They're cursed just the same, but the benefits are lessened, weakened by the impurity of the curse, and their powers are diluted. The elders are very selective with their curse. Some say the elders don't even turn people anymore. Another theory is that they seek out their brood and select them based on merit and worthiness. But if that's true, it means that Gary was chosen, but they have no idea what for. Wolfman runs into another villain called Construct, who fought and defeated Kid Thor and Red Devil. They go head to head, but Wolfman gets pinned to the ground after a couple of rockets explode on his face. However, Kid Thor recovers and attacks Construct from behind, managing to damage the armor. Wolfman then removes the helmet, revealing that a woman was driving the armor, but she immediately gives up. Gary wants to go looking for the elder who turned him, in hopes of getting some answers, and Zechariah thinks it might be a good idea. He then goes back home and straps himself to a machine that prevents him from escaping. He wants to make sure he won't go after his family once he loses control, but Chloe is scared and just wants things to get back to normal. Chloe plays tennis against another girl from her school, but she gets destroyed. She gave her best and wants to shake the winner's hand, but the other girl mocks her, calling her family broke and saying that the only reason she's still in school is because her mother is screwing the dean. Chloe loses her temper and hits her with her tennis racket, leaving the crowd and her parents in shock. The ride home was awkward and she refused to speak to her parents, but Dunford is curious to know if she won the game. Her mother comes to console her, but Chloe claims she's the laughingstock of her school and everybody hates her. They're constantly making fun of her and her friends don't even talk to her anymore. They're embarrassed. They heard her family is poor now and she is forced to live in a hotel, calling her the homeless girl. She blames her father for this and says she hates him. Later that night, Wolfman wants to blow off some steam and intervenes during a police chase. He jumps on top of a running car that was trying to run from the police. The person driving survives the impact, but he claims he's not running from the police, but something else. A mysterious villain shows up out of nowhere and attacks them. His name is Impact, and he has the ability to absorb kinetic energy of objects impacting against him, so bullets only make him stronger. Meanwhile, Rebecca goes to a fancy restaurant and meets a guy named Nathan. He was happy that she called and asks about Chloe and Gary, but Rebecca didn't come here to talk about them. Somewhere else, Make-A-Maid was out shopping with her daughter when she hears Wolfman and Impact fighting nearby. Her daughter isn't actually real, but rather a hologram which she is able to control with her powers. She rushes to the battle scene and scans Impact's body, searching for potential weaknesses. Apparently he's some kind of human battery, charged with kinetic energy, and his cells are simply remarkable. But it only takes a few seconds for her to figure out his weakness, and then incapacitate him. A group of special guards arrive, and the man whom Wolfman saved earlier tells them to strap him inside the van. The Actioneers arrive and Kinetic punches Wolfman in the face, calling him a murderer. She accuses him of killing Sergeant Superior, calling him her friend, and then goes all out on him. Wolfman defends himself and retaliates, punching her back, but the other heroes attack him as well. Minotaur, Code Blue, and even Mecha-Maid all come at him from every direction, slamming him against the cars. Wolfman claims he didn't mean to kill Sergeant, it was an accident, but they refuse to listen to his explanation and keep attacking him. Eventually he is pinned to the ground, and Kinetic wants to kill him, but the others intervene, claiming they don't kill people. This isn't what they do. Out of nowhere, Sergeant Superior appears and asks her to let him go, while the others can't believe he is still alive. But that's not exactly accurate because he's a vampire now and shows off his fangs. Kinetic punches him once again, accusing him of turning their friend into a monster. However, Sergeant tries to calm her down, saying it wasn't his fault, but rather an accident. He asked Wolfman to go away and let him explain the entire thing to his friends. They'll understand everything once he's done. Gary goes searching for Zechariah and finds him hiding in a dark alley. He was able to smell his scent. He accuses him of lying to him. He allowed him to believe he had killed Sergeant. He left him with that guilt. But technically he did kill him, and the only reason he's still alive is because Zechariah took his body and turned him into a vampire. It was the only way. Gary says he can't trust him anymore. He's been lying to him ever since they've met and wants him gone from his life. He goes back to the hideout and runs into Rebecca, who is carrying her bags and getting ready to leave. Apparently, they closed the embezzlement investigation earlier tonight. Gary's been cleared and his assets have been unfrozen. They can go back home. She is taking Chloe and going back home in the morning, but she doesn't want him to come with them. After everything that happened recently, she wants to take a step back and look things over. She needs some space away from him. Gary talks to Dunford and claims that Zechariah was right. Whatever happened to him is a curse. Even though he has amazing powers now, everything else in his life is falling apart. He goes after Rebecca and confesses his love for her. He wants her to go back home and take some time to think things over, while he vows to make things right. Rebecca goes to check her bags when out of nowhere Zechariah appears and startles her. He wants her to talk to her husband, claiming he has dangerous powers and knows nothing about it. He needs him, but Rebecca slaps him, claiming she never liked him that much. This causes Zechariah to lose his temper, and he hits her back with a powerful backhand to the face. The hit was more powerful than he thought and it broke her neck, which instantly killed her. The vampire panics and doesn't know what to do, so he bites her neck trying to turn her into a vampire. Gary walks in on them and catches them in the act, but Zechariah claims this isn't what it looks like, it was an accident. He claims that because he fed on Sergeant Superior's superhuman blood, it temporarily made him a lot stronger and he used too much force. Wolfman couldn't be reasoned with, so he turns into mist and disappears, leaving Gary to hold his wife's body in his arms. Chloe walks in on them and is petrified, thinking that he killed her mother, but nothing is what it looks like tonight. He changes into his human form, but it's no use. She is scared of him and begs him not to hurt her. Somewhere else, Sergeant Superior has a new master now, Zechariah, and he ordered him to kill the Actioneers and turn them into vampires as well. Gary is on the run now and visits a couple of thugs, hoping they can make him a fake ID so he'll have enough time to clear his name. The thugs claim they know about him from the news. Werewolf superhero, murderer and multimillionaire. But they are willing to do it for him as long as he pays them a pile of money. However, he didn't have money, so they get into a heated argument, and Gary gets shot. He manages to escape, but is badly injured and he barely makes it out alive. He hitches on the back of a truck which drives out of the city, but he eventually falls and lands in a ditch on the side of the road. His body is broken from the fall and he was bleeding severely, but luckily for him, it got dark in a couple of hours and he transforms into Wolfman. Now in his wolf form, he is completely healed, which allows him to travel faster, hitching another ride on top of a truck. Back at the mansion, Rebecca was buried today, but Chloe was angry at her father and wanted Dunford to leave her alone. She uses a pair of scissors to cut out her father from every family picture she can find. At the hideout, 2 agents inspect the crime scene when someone informs them that Wolfman was spotted an hour ago on the interstate. Gary uses his human form to travel during the day and his werewolf form to travel during the night. He basically doesn't even need to sleep anymore. But the 2 agents are following his trail, talking to people who've been in contact with him the past couple of days. Based on the places he's stopped at, he's heading somewhere northwest, and one of the agents claims he knows exactly where he's going. But he doesn't want his partner to follow him, he wants to handle this one himself. Gary eventually arrives at his destination, Willow Creek Camping Ground, the very place where everything started for him. He is looking for the elder brood who turned him, but the wilderness is a big place and he spends the night camping. During the night, a voice speaks to him, claiming he caught his scent the moment he set foot in his forest. The voice claims that Gary was chosen to carry his legacy, chosen to spread his influence. The elder brood reveals himself, demanding to know why he came back looking for him. Gary came because he wants him to teach him how to kill a vampire. Chloe visits the famous private investigator Damien Darkblood and asks him to track down her father. Damien claims she's come to the right place. If there's anyone who can find him, it's him. The elder brood attacks Gary, asking him to defend himself, but he doesn't understand what's going on. He came here asking for his help, and he's attacking him instead. He didn't come here to fight, but the elder brood says the opposite and wants him to defend himself. Gary eventually gives in and attacks him, kicking him in the head with a powerful kick. The 2 werewolves attack each other face to face, both managing to injure the other in the abdomen. Injuring an elder brood is impressive, and if Gary wants to defeat a vampire, he will have to be at the peak of his abilities. He successfully passed the first test, and they will continue this later. Back in the city, the Actioneers were all turned into vampires now, all except Mecha Maid. She is the last to fall at the hands of Zechariah's minions, and he wants to keep a close eye on her because she can't be turned like the others. The next day, the agent who's been following Gary finds him searching through dumpsters and fires at him. Fortunately, it was already dawn and the sun set, allowing him to transform into Wolfman. Gary begs the agent to leave him alone, claiming he doesn't want to hurt him and that he didn't kill his wife. But the agent doesn't believe him and attacks him a second time, this time managing to put a couple of bullets in his back. Unfortunately, these are silver bullets and Gary is severely injured, but he manages to run away. There is something off about this agent. He is incredibly fast and agile, and Wolfman decides to face him head on. He jumps towards him and cuts his body in half using his sharp claws. The agent was literally ripped in half, but Gary thought he had some kind of superpowers and would be able to take it. He was right though, because the agent isn't dead. He gets up and shoots him in the head. They called him Agent Invincible until that kid came along. Now they just call him Hunter. Hunter picks up the bottom part of his body and reattaches his legs, making himself whole again. The fight continues, but the silver bullets were making Gary weaker, and he won't be able to take much more of this. Thankfully, the elder brood was nearby and he attacks the agent from behind, ripping his body in half again. But this time he throws his torso far away from the rest of his body, which will more than likely slow him down. Back at the mansion, Damien Darkblood visits Chloe and says he accomplished his mission. He found him. The silver bullets are still in his body and Wolfman is losing a lot of blood. He wants to revert back to his human form and heal his body, but the elder brood forbids him from doing it. He claims he relies too much on his transformation. The wolf form has healing abilities that he neglected, and he needs to develop them. He then attacks him, punching a hole straight through his abdomen, saying this is the next part of his training. His injuries from before were nothing compared to the gaping hole in his abdomen now. Elder Brood says that if he expects to fight a vampire, he needs to be prepared and learn to rely on his werewolf healing abilities rather than his transformation. Every time he changes back into a human, he is slightly disoriented, and the vampire will exploit this and strike him down. He is losing a lot of blood, but he learns how to breathe slowly and controlled. His body will heal itself. It works, and in the end, Wolfman changes back into Gary, but he still passes out. Luckily, Elder Brood catches him and then carries him into the forest, taking him to a safe place where he can recover. Elsewhere, the two agents reunited, but one of them had no idea that Hunter had superpowers, which basically make him unkillable. He takes him on his back, and the two of them go searching for Hunter's legs, which are somewhere in the forest. The Actioneers are on a mission, searching for someone, but they come up empty-handed. They can't find any signs of who they are hunting, and Kinetic is getting hungry. Meanwhile, Zechariah visits an old man who is resting in his hospital bed. The man wakes up saying he changed his mind. He's ready now to become a vampire, claiming he was a fool for refusing his offer before. Zechariah says his offer expired, and besides, he's much too old to become a vampire. He won't be of any use to him now. The old man accepts his fate, but he wants Zechariah to tell him his plan once again. Everything began in the summer of 1916. Zechariah had lost his family to the fever once before, but he remarried and had a baby on the way. It was difficult to get a job, but there were plenty of jobs in construction. Unfortunately, he was considered too old, and every construction site turned him down. He had read about Dracula and knew about the existence of vampires, believing that they are part of a secret society that's been around as long as humans. They were probably very organized and had much influence, especially given their powers over the human mind. Zechariah wanted to become one and be part of this elite organization, and one night he was turned by one of them. Unfortunately, it wasn't what he expected. The vampires weren't organized at all. They were pathetic junkies, addicts, controlled by their hunger, slaves to it. Somehow he managed to escape, even though he didn't know how to fully control his powers yet. He and his wife moved to another city. But because he needed to feed, he decided to strike out against those who deserved it. Thieves, rapists, murderers. He became the city's guardian angel. But something troubled him. He didn't understand why he was the only vampire who could get it together, who learned to feed on a regular basis without becoming a slave to it. That's when he came up with his plan. He had high hopes for the vampire nation and wanted to make it a force to be reckoned with. He used his knowledge to unite the vampire population, to form an organized and cohesive secret society, one that could influence and change the course of human history. He wanted to rule the world so that he could make it a better place, but most of all, he wants to rule the world. The old man is sorry he didn't take his offer sooner, but now he wants Zechariah to kill him, which he does. Before leaving, Zechariah says goodbye to the old man, claiming he was his son and he'll always love him. Elder Brood brings Gary into one of his caves and gives him food for one day. It's going to take a few days for his body to recover, and until that happens, he will need to hunt for himself in order to stay alive. This is the next part of his training. If he passes this test, it means he is worthy to continue their training. Meanwhile, Chloe follows Darkblood's instructions and arrives at an old apartment building. It turns out that she wasn't looking for her father, but rather Zechariah. She says her father has lost his mind and can't control himself anymore. He murdered her mother, so she wants him to help her kill him. Following the events in the Invincible storyline, Mark wanted to help Wolfman clear his name and brought him to the Pentagon, but Cecil refused to help him, claiming it's not his job to judge him. His job is to arrest him and let the law deal with him. A conflict breaks out between Invincible and the Reaniman, but the drones are no match for them. Mark takes Wolfman and they both escape the Pentagon, but they are far from being safe. Something hits them in the air, which causes Invincible to drop Wolfman from the sky. It was the Guardians of the Globe, led by Immortal himself. They were sent by Cecil to arrest them, and they don't understand why he's defending a murderer. Mark claims they are doing the same thing with Darkwing, who is also a murderer, whom Cecil decided to offer a job. Another fight breaks out, and Wolfman defends himself, claiming he's not a bad guy, and he just wants to be left alone. Invincible claims he's almost as strong as his father used to be, so they don't stand a chance against him. But Immortal remarks that he's becoming more and more like his dad, which isn't a good thing. This pisses him off, and he punches Immortal with everything he's got, which sends him flying. The Guardians are good people and they are just trying to do the right thing, but Invincible is tired of having to hold back. He gets pissed off and grabs Immortal by the head. He then spins around and knocks out most of the Guardians, and then lets go. Immortal is sent flying a few miles into the sky, while the others try to recover on the ground. Invincible takes Wolfman back to his estate in the Hamptons, where his daughter is living. Gary claims he didn't run because he was scared. He did it to gain some time in order to find a way to clear his name. He wants to find Zechariah and expose him as the real killer of his wife, but he doesn't know where he lives. He's never seen his place. Dunford saw them on CCTV cameras and comes to greet his boss, and Gary introduces him to Invincible. He knows he didn't kill Rebecca. He could never do that, not even as a werewolf. He says Chloe isn't doing too good. She's still attending classes, but her grades have dropped a lot, even though her teachers are understanding of her situation. She's angry all the time and blames her father for everything that happened to them. Wolfman wants Invincible to do him one more favor and asks him to take him back to Willow Creek. After he left, the Elder Brood comes out of hiding, curious to know who that guy was. Cecil claims they know exactly where Wolfman is, but he doesn't want to take him down. Instead, he wants to keep an eye on him. Maybe they can still use him in the future. Just outside of Chicago, Illinois, 3 villains, Thrill Kill, Eruptor, and Construct, are being taken to Stronghold Penitentiary to serve their sentence. Out of nowhere, something attacks the armored truck, and they crash on the side of the road. Thanks to their restraints, the villains are unharmed, and Construct claims she planned their escape. They should follow her if they want to break free. Wolfman resumes his training, but he was a lot stronger and faster now, standing toe-to-toe with his teacher. The Elder Brood claims that his training is now complete. There is nothing left he could teach him, and he needs to figure out the rest himself. He asks him to leave his forest and never come back, because if he does, he won't be welcomed. Construct takes her new friends to her hideout and asks them to make themselves at home while she goes into the other room. However, Thrill Kill doesn't like her bossing them around and claims he prefers to work alone. He attacks Eruptor and slashes his throat and then goes after her. She was sitting at her desk but isn't bothered by the crazy murderer who is trying to kill her. Eruptor wasn't killed and recovered unharmed. He attacks Thrill Kill from behind, claiming that he and Construct are now even, a thank you for breaking them out of prison. She then asks Thrill Kill to attack her once again, but this place is booby-trapped with lasers which destroy anything that gets too close to her. She wants them to work together and form a team, calling themselves Triple Threat. Chloe visits Zechariah and says she wants to kill her father by herself, but she isn't strong enough. However, he claims there are ways to make her stronger, just as long as she's willing to try it. Construct upgraded her teammates with new toys, making them stronger than ever. As their first mission together, they plan to go after Wolfman and take him down, blaming him for their situation. Wolfman returns to his hideout, but Cecil visits him, claiming he's not here to arrest him. He wants him to keep using this place while they find a way to clear his name, which might take some time. He believes his story and wants to help him, but if law enforcement finds him, he's on his own. Before leaving, Wolfman asks if he can get the restraining device back. That time of the month when he loses control approaches, and he wants to be ready. Triple Threat traveled to Willow Creek, thinking that Wolfman is hiding there, and Construct built new and better armor for herself. However, instead of finding Wolfman, they come face to face with the Elder Brood, who attacks them viciously. Gary goes to his wife's grave, apologizing for destroying their family, taking full responsibility for everything that happened. But Agent Hunter was keeping watch on this place and he ambushes him from behind, together with a team of agents. The agent mocks him, asking if he's come to his wife's grave to admire his handiwork. He wants to arrest Gary and doesn't expect much of a fight, seeing how it's daylight and all. But during his training with Elder Brood, Gary learned to fight even in his human form, because he needs to be ready for an attack even during the day. The other agents want to shoot him, but Hunter stops them, claiming they can take him alive. Gary shoots him in the face, but his body takes the hit as if it was nothing. Hunter then punches him, which sends him flying all the way to his wife's grave. Meanwhile, in Montana, the fight between the Elder Brood and Triple Threat had ended, but the forest was destroyed and the villains were barely breathing. Chloe was sleeping in her bedroom, but Dunford wakes up, remarking that he doesn't like her sneaking up during the night. She gets annoyed and asks him to shut up. He's not her father because she doesn't have one anymore, but this pisses him off. The two of them get into a heated argument and she slaps him, asking him to stop defending her father. He decides to tell her the story of how Gary met her mother while he was working as a music producer. He took the money from his first record he produced and invested in a small software company, and eventually expanded and went into telecommunications. During that time, he even married her mother and had her. By the time he was in his mid-20s, Gary had everything he ever wanted. As his wealth grew, so did his generosity. He formed charities, funded projects, built hospitals, schools, shelters. He touched and improved many lives. Dunford had a business of his own, but Gary offered to buy it, and that's when they became friends. When Dunford's wife died, the old man didn't know what to do with his life anymore. So Gary asked him to work for him, and so he became the estate manager. Unfortunately, her father was working too much and spending many nights at the office, which left Rebecca feeling neglected. She had an affair with Nathan Singleton, one of Gary's competitors, who treated her nicely and gave her lots of attention. Eventually, he found out about the affair, but he was willing to forgive her and work on their marriage. The trip to Montana was an attempt to reconnect their marriage, but something else happened that changed everything. Gary is a kind soul who cares about others and who would never hurt the people he cares about. He's confident that he didn't kill her mother. Chloe agrees, claiming that her father didn't kill her mother, but that beast did. That's who she hates the most. Back in prison, Cecil visits Gary, saying he's disappointed in him. He could have kept his hideout a secret, but he went to his wife's grave, which gave the agents a chance to arrest him. He believes his story and knows he didn't kill his wife, but he can't help now. If the public finds out that he broke him out of prison, he's screwed. Gary understands and wants to hire the best lawyer he can, but in the meantime, he wants Cecil to find Zechariah, the man who killed his wife. He has a collar around his neck which prevents him from turning into Wolfman. and Cecil wants him to sit back and not try to escape. The trial goes to court and Gary is found guilty of murder. Meanwhile, his daughter continues training with Zechariah, determined to get stronger and kill her own father. But the vampire was feeding her blood, not enough to turn her into a vampire, but enough to make her stronger and faster. Gary is being taken to Stronghold Penitentiary, alongside the triple threat villains, who can't help but mock him. Thrill Kill claims that even the normal prisoners hate him, and he won't last long here. He tries to kill him, but one of the guards gets in the way and loses his life. He is quickly incapacitated, but the other guards blame Gary for their friend's death. If it wasn't for him being brought here, their friend would still be alive, so they let him have it. He is taken to solitary confinement, but they can't kill him, so they just leave him bruised on the floor. During the night, one of the officers comes and takes him out, claiming someone important wants to speak to him. A villain named The Face was sitting outside with 2 bodyguards, but he isn't happy because the guards confiscated his special shipment today. He wants to teach the prison guard a lesson and asks his bodyguards to cut off 2 of his fingers, one for what happened today and another as a down payment on keeping the next shipment safe. The Face is very important and controls most of the guards here, who allow him to come outside alone where the others are sleeping. But even though he is afforded a certain level of comfort, he doesn't want to stay here forever. He can escape on his own and doesn't need Gary's help with that. But he does want his help once he's free. He has big plans that are gonna piss a lot of important people off out there, but he can't do that if he's being pursued by the law. He wants Gary to use his overseas contacts to get him out of the country, to a comfortable striking distance. He claims the country has become uglier and stupider thanks to indiscriminately breeding, and he wants to change all that. He wants to trim the fat, so to speak, and bring about a leaner, stronger country, one more equipped to thrive. He tells Gary his full plans because he is confident that he will help him. He can't afford to spend another day inside the prison. The guards hate him just as much as the prisoners. But Gary declines his offer and asks to be taken back to his cell, which leaves the Face furious and in shock. Chloe is tired of feeding on the vampire's blood and wants to be turned into one, but he refuses, claiming she doesn't know the burden of the hunger that comes along. She attacks him, feeling overconfident in her newly acquired skills. But Zechariah uses his mistransformation and quickly puts her in her place. Dunford visits Gary and says that Chloe ran away and he hasn't been able to find her ever since. Gary gets angry and orders him to do whatever it takes, spend all the money if he has to, but find his little girl. Chloe wants nothing more than to avenge her mother's death and kill her father, and Zechariah thinks he knows just how to do it. Gary has another talk with the Face, but this time he is willing to work together and get out of here, claiming he needs to find his daughter. The corrupt guards remove his collar, which inhibits his powers and prevents him from transforming into a werewolf. He immediately changes into Wolfman, but something is wrong. His eyes are red and he is overwhelmed with rage. He instantly attacks the 2 guards and kills them on the spot, while the bodyguards jump him from behind. He easily deals with them as well and then goes for the Face. The villain removes his mask, revealing that he actually has 2 faces merged together. However, that's not the only strange thing about him. He can also shoot Omega beams from his eyes. Wolfman gets up and attacks him again, so he gets knocked down a second time. The Warden shows up with many of his guards who attack Wolfman, trying to restrain him. The Warden is upset with the Face, accusing him of causing trouble inside his prison. While the fight rages on, the villain threatens the Warden, saying he doesn't tolerate people disrespecting him, no matter the situation at hand. More than half of the guards work for him, and he can have the Warden killed if he wanted to, but he doesn't. The Face visits him again, vowing to end him for what he did in the yard. Gary tells him the truth. Once per month during the first full moon, he loses control and he isn't responsible for his actions. The villain believes his story and chooses to give him a second chance. Unfortunately, their plan of escaping the prison takes a weird turn when the alternate dimension evil versions of Invincible attack the planet. They even attack the prison and some of the prisoners want to escape, including Thrill Kill, but Gary changes into Wolfman and tries to stop him. He quickly incapacitates him, but Powerplex, another villain who fought Invincible, shoots him from behind with a powerful energy blast. He is knocked unconscious and wakes up inside the prison once again after the Invincible variants were defeated. Cecil visits him inside the prison, and Gary tells him about the Face's plan to escape. He's planning some major attack on the United States and wants Gary to help him get to Europe. Cecil and his team put a fake collar around his neck, saying that he can change into Wolfman at will, but he wants him to stay behind bars and work with the Face for now. Cecil claims he was locked inside this prison as well and understands what he's going through. He's doing everything he can to try and break him free. Since Mecha Maid is an android, she wasn't turned into a vampire like her teammates and manages to escape using her daughter's hologram. The Actioneer's vampires break inside Stronghold Penitentiary and run into Gary, but they don't recognize him in his human form. A full war breaks out inside as the vampires go nuts trying to find him. Gary runs into a group of inmates who want to beat him up, so he is forced to change into a werewolf. Kinetic immediately spots him and kidnaps him, while the others claim it's feeding time. But the Actioneers are the least of his worries right now because Zechariah came to kill him. Wolfman accuses him of killing his wife, but if that's true, why is he the one behind bars? His training with the Elder Brood is paying off. He is a lot faster and stronger now, and Zechariah doesn't understand why. The entire prison erupts in chaos, but the Face hired Construct to break him out. They just need to wait it out until her robot arrives. Zechariah injures Wolfman. Even though his strikes were more precise, it just didn't matter. Wolfman lands a hit on him, but the vampire transforms into mist and tries to escape. Unfortunately for him, the Elder Brood taught him how to deal with such a trick and manages to bite off his hand. Zechariah screams in agony as one of his arms is bitten off, but Wolfman vows to keep going, blaming him for ruining his life. The vampire claims this won't even slow him down and attacks again, this time with just one hand. The prison is in pure chaos, but a bunch of strong heroes show up and are determined to end the riot. Kinetic goes after Bolt, claiming his blood will sustain her for months, but he doesn't understand what happened to her. Kid Thor is also confused. The Actioneers were supposed to be superheroes. What happened to them? Wolfman breaks Zechariah's sword, but he retaliates with a powerful punch, which sends him flying through the rubble. After escaping, Mecha Maid rushes toward the prison and she assesses the situation from a distance. Wolfman remembers what the Elder Brood told him during the training. You can't kill a vampire with a stick, but you can pin him to the ground. He won't be able to escape, and he can await the sun's blazing kiss of death. The plan works, and Zechariah gets stabbed with a wooden stick. He is still alive but unable to move. The vampire claims that because Wolfman went to the Elder Brood, he's doomed them all. Gary and the other werewolf are meant to be its slaves. Any training he gave him was only to make him a more capable servant. He'll eventually come for him, and when he does, he's going to need Zechariah's help. Things take a dark turn when Chloe arrives, determined to kill her father with her own hands. Gary tries to explain, but she doesn't want to listen. She saw him standing over her mother's body covered in blood. Wolfman is nothing but a ruthless killer. He eventually gets up and tells her the truth, that Zechariah is the one who killed her mother, and the only reason he trained her is because he didn't want the two of them to talk. Gary wants to put the past behind them and focus on forgiving each other. He misses Rebecca just as much as she does and vows to not fight her anymore. He lays down his hands and gives his daughter a hug, but she has other plans in mind. She uses her sword and stabs her father through the chest, severely injuring him. The dad is still alive, but he keeps his promise and says he won't fight her. Instead, he takes out the sword from his chest and falls on the ground unconscious. Chloe is overwhelmed with remorse and panics, realizing that her father might be dead. She apologizes and blames herself for listening to Zechariah, begging her father not to die. Fortunately, he changes into his human form, which instantly heals his wounds from the werewolf form. However, the danger is far from over, because Thrillkill and Kursk arrive and threaten to beat her. But they have no idea that she trained with Zechariah and is a very skilled fighter now. Kursk electrocutes both of them, but Gary changes back into Wolfman and attacks him. He begs his daughter to get out of here and escape, but she's not about to leave him against these two villains. She can take care of herself and proves it by jumping over Thrillkill and cutting him on the back with her sword. The father and daughter duo manage to incapacitate the two villains. In another part of the prison, Eruptor begs Construct to take him with them, and she agrees he's not completely useless. Wolfman sees them talking and wants to go with them. God only knows what the Face is up to, but he won't be able to find out unless he escapes with him. Before leaving, he tells his daughter about Cecil, a man with a scar on his face working for the government. He's a friend and she can trust him. The riot is just about over. The heroes have dealt with all the major threats, but some of them have escaped, and rounding them up won't be easy. Mecha Maid tries to stop the Face from escaping, but he shoots her out of the sky. Eruptor wants to kill her, but Wolfman stops him, claiming she's been working with him, helping to cause this attack. He convinces them to take her as well, even though Construct doesn't even want to take Wolfman. He's one of the good guys, and the person responsible for taking them to jail. Unfortunately, the Face has the last word. He's the one running this show, and everyone gets on board the escape ship. Cecil arrives and finds Zechariah on the ground with a wooden stick lodged in his chest. They place him inside a metal coffin, which prevents him from changing into mist and escaping. They also find Chloe hiding, but she mentions her father and gets a free pass. Mecha Maid wakes up in the ship confused, but Wolfman tells her to play along, claiming he's one of the good guys. The Face wants him to get a private jet and get them out of the country, but it's going to take at least 2 days to talk to his contacts. Somewhere else, another werewolf is watching them from a distance, reporting back to someone over the radio. After what happened at the penitentiary, Chloe is taken to the Pentagon for interrogation. Everything she says is confirmed and she's cleared. but she feels ashamed for trying to kill her father. Donald is sorry about her mother's death, she's been through a lot. He tries consoling her, but she gets the wrong impression and gives him a kiss. He says he's married and, on top of that, he's not even human anymore. He's a robot. She wonders why he calls himself that. He's more like a cyborg than a robot, but he prefers it this way. Cyborg sounded a little too baseball. He takes out his jetpack and offers to take her home, while she remarks he's kinda goofy for a secret agent. Construct created another suit for Wolfman, similar to the one Art Rosenbaum made for him, and she even redid the gauntlets. He needs to charge them during the night, and they can last for 2 hours during daytime. Wolfman's contact is waiting for them in Miami with a private jet. Once there, they'll be able to board a military transport bound for Europe, somewhere in France, he believes. Once there, Construct should be able to get them everywhere they need to be. Agent Hunter confronts Cecil, saying he knows about Chloe's interrogation, but that's above his pay grade. As far as he's concerned, Gary Hampton's investigation is over, and he now has other things to deal with. He visits Zechariah, who is locked inside a special cell, saying they've identified the teeth marks on Rebecca's neck and they belong to him, which should clear Gary's name in the court of law. Chloe goes back home and apologizes to Dunford, saying she feels embarrassed for what she did. Cecil appears out of nowhere and says he's got good news. According to their investigation, Gary didn't kill her mother. Wolfman and Mecha Maid talk in private, and he wants her to play along until they figure out what the Face is planning. Out of nowhere, the werewolf who was watching them earlier attacks him. He claims Gary betrayed them. He's working with humans when he should be ruling them. The two of them fall off the cliff, but Mecha Maid catches Wolfman, while the other werewolf whispers that he's actually working for Cecil, and then gives him an earpiece to stay in contact with him. The group eventually arrives in Miami, where the private airplane is waiting for them. The Face threatens Wolfman, claiming that he's becoming too much of a liability, especially after the latest attack. The Actioneers are suffering badly. Since they became vampires, they need blood to sustain them, but they are locked inside a dark prison cell. Cecil uses the earpiece to talk to Wolfman, saying he's been tracking them as well. He needs to stay close to the Face and stop whatever he's planning. Somewhere else, the Elder Brute picks up on someone's scent, remarking that it's almost time. The crew arrives at their final destination, the Stonehenge site in Great Britain. The Face confesses that while he was locked in prison, he heard another voice speak to him. This voice claims he is trapped here and wants to be released, and in exchange, it's willing to do whatever it takes, including following his orders. He orders his henchmen to move some of the rocks into a different position, trying to break something free. Out of nowhere, the ground shakes and a giant creature named Gorg emerges. The Face has served him well. After 8,000 years of slumber, he is finally free. But instead of rewarding him for his trouble, he swallows him alive, claiming he's no use to him anymore. The other villains disappear into the night, but Mecha Maid attaches herself to Wolfman and they go after him. Gary jumps on his back and punches him, but Gorg doesn't even acknowledge him as a threat and dismisses his attack. Mecha Maid powers up and shoots him at incredible speed toward their common enemy. They land a powerful blow to the Face, but Mecha's pain receptors overcharge. Gorg easily deals with them and then heads into the ocean, moving toward an unknown destination. The sun is coming up, but this is the perfect time to test if the gauntlet can keep him in his werewolf form. The fight rages on, and Wolfman can't help but wonder what this guy's beef is anyway. They eventually arrive in New York City, and Gorg claims he's had enough. He's on a mission. He's come here to slaughter those who imprisoned him all those years ago. Even though they are dead now, he wants to go after their bloodline and won't stop until they are all killed. Then he wants to awaken his brothers and sisters and take over the world. Wolfman, of course, can't allow that to happen and punches him again, this time sending him crashing through the Brooklyn Bridge. He then uses the metal wires keeping the bridge up to wrap them around the monster's neck. He only wanted revenge and doesn't understand why they tried to stop him. The wires wrap around his entire body, and he destroys his body by moving too much. Gorg sinks underwater, while the people of New York witness the entire thing and hail Wolfman as their hero. Word of his success quickly spreads, and he is even invited to speak at a talk show. The investigation is over, and Gary is cleared of all charges. He can't even believe how fast his life changed in the past couple of weeks. Not too long ago, he was locked in prison for life, and now he's a hero, doing talk shows. But Gary can't stop thinking about his wife. Not a day goes by without missing her. He didn't want to come on the show, but Cecil thought it was a good idea, something to clear his image and boost his reputation even further. The show is being watched by Chloe back home, but she can't bear to watch her father cry. Mecha Maid's real name is Pamela, and she tells her about her daughter Elise. She's a hologram created by her, a completely separate artificial intelligence that she feels is no different than any flesh and blood offspring. Cecil says he is building a satellite base for the Guardians of the Globe and wants Gary to join the team. However, he's still not happy that Zechariah is still alive somewhere under the Pentagon, but after they find him guilty of Rebecca's murder, he's going to get the death penalty for sure. Pieces of Gorg have been scattered all over the sea floor, and workers are trying to clean the area. They find the face still alive, locked inside one of the bigger pieces, but he just begs them to take him back to prison. Meanwhile, underwater, one of the divers is doing the same thing, but he is attacked by something from behind. After drinking Zechariah's blood, Chloe retained her powers, and she goes on a mission with her dad. She is supposed to drive the Wolf car but crashes into a guy named Impact. Wolfman attacks him, but after the crash, he is stronger than ever. The man claims he wants to kill Wolfman because he prevented him from killing a scientist when they first met. He had a family before that man took everything from him. He's been trying to get back to them ever since. Mecha Maid upgraded their car, allowing it to turn into a giant robot. Chloe is driving the robot, and she pins Impact to the ground, beating him senselessly. But her attacks are only making him stronger, and he retaliates, sending her flying. The punch is so powerful that it destroys the robot completely, but thankfully she still has her sword with her. Wolfman wants them to stop fighting and just talk. He understands better than anyone how it is to lose your family. Cecil arrives as well, claiming he's been listening to their conversation and wants to help him. Impact agrees to follow him, and they all disappear through the teleportation portal. Back at the Pentagon, Mecha Maid watches the Actioneers as they struggle with blood hunger. She wants to help them but doesn't know how, while they want her to bring them someone they can feed on. She visits Zechariah's cell and asks if there's any way to help her friends. She's willing to do whatever he asks. Zechariah smiles, remarking that he's sure something can be arranged. Impact tells the story of his life, how he volunteered to be experimented on, but he did it because he was desperate and needed to provide for his family. They told him what they would do to him, but Dr. Cleaver never told him that he would be working for him his entire life. He wasn't allowed to see his family anymore, and now they're gone, and Dr. Cleaver had him declared dead. They don't even know he's alive. Wolfman and his group all agree to help him find Dr. Cleaver and stop him before he experiments on other people such as himself. Impact takes them to a secret lab, but Dr. Cleaver had already created others like him. He wasn't the first, nor the last. Somewhere else, the Elder Brood visits a village full of werewolves, claiming the time has come and he needs their help. The guards check Zechariah's cell, but it was empty. Mecha Maid had helped him escape, and he was already planning his revenge. Wolfman and the others fight against the freaks, but they are doing this willingly, claiming they've got a good thing going here, and they're getting paid. Cecil teleports out of nowhere and asks everyone to stand down. Effective immediately, the US government is taking over the entire operation, and while Dr. Cleaver will be taken to jail, his experiments will be confiscated. He was also able to find Impact's family, and they are all reunited in a touching moment. The other werewolf working for Cecil is actually the old one from the rooftops, whom Wolfman thought he had killed the first time he lost control. He was old and dying of cancer, but the attack turned him into a werewolf, and now he is cured and happy to be alive. Mecha Maid meets with Zechariah in private and gives him a fake hand that she created, but he doesn't trust her completely. She just wants her friends back and wants him to turn the Actioneers back into humans. It turns out that Mecha Maid is actually secretly working together with Wolfman. They've arranged to free him from prison because Gary wants to kill him himself. The Elder Brood gives a big speech in front of his fellow werewolves, claiming the gathering is upon them. A big change will happen within their communities. There's gonna be a new beginning and they won't have to live in the shadows anymore. Construct broke inside a warehouse trying to steal supplies for her inventions, but Wolfman tries to stop her. Chloe, aka Vampire Girl, also gets involved and she manages to cut her armor with the sword, rendering her completely useless. Gary is impressed even though he told her to wait in the car and let him deal with her. Mecha Maid gets into a heated argument with Donald about her daughter, Elise. Elise is an independent AI, but her mother puts her in danger every time they go on a mission, and this can be considered a form of child endangerment. She gets upset and asks Donald to leave her alone, but Wolfman asks her to calm down. The two of them stay to talk in private, while Donald takes Vampire Girl upstairs. But they don't have much time, because Zechariah wanted to meet her, so they leave together to face him. Wolfman jumps the old vampire, but his new mechanical hand comes in handy, landing a few powerful blows. The hand was supposed to be a trap that would send a few thousand volts of electricity pumping through his body, but Zechariah found a way to disable the trap. The vampire claims this isn't the time to fight and tries to escape by jumping off the side of the building, but Wolfman jumps after him, landing on his back. However, the vampire transforms into a bat and escapes by hiding in a dark corner of the building. The duo goes back to the mansion empty-handed, but Gary wants to call Cecil and tell him that he's the one who freed Zechariah. Out of nowhere, an army of werewolves breaks through the window and attacks them, claiming that he's been marked, and everyone who stands with him will also die. Dunford gets attacked from behind and is instantly decapitated while Gary watches in horror. His best friend is now also dead. How much more pain can one man take? He doesn't understand what's going on, why the other werewolves are attacking them, but Jacobson says that he was marked by the Elder, and so he must die. Vampire Girl gets involved and holds her own, but Gary wants Mecha Maid to take her out of here, but that's not going to be easy. Luckily, the crew arrives. Gary Wolf and Agent Hunter come to their rescue, using the teleportation device. Unfortunately, the door opens both ways, and some of the werewolves break inside the Pentagon. Chloe sees Dunford lying dead on the ground, and begins crying, while the fighting around her gets even more dangerous. Mecha Maid attaches herself to Agent Hunter, and the two of them become a well-oiled killing machine. Werewolf heads drop left and right, but there are still too many of them and the fight can go either way. Eventually, enough of them are killed, and Jacobson orders the retreat. If the Elder Brood wants Wolfman dead, he's going to get his wish. Maybe not today, but soon. Everyone retreats, leaving behind tens of mutilated bodies drenched in their own blood. Gary attends his best friend's funeral, but after losing his wife as well, it's just too much for him to take. He talks to Cecil and says he wants to quit. He wants to take Chloe and just run away. He's not cut out for this superhero crap. The bad guys never run out, it just gets worse and worse, more complicated and more dangerous. Cecil asks him to think about Chloe. What does she want to do? The man who killed her mother is still out there. The men who killed Dunford are still out there. Is she ready to just walk away? Gary thinks he's right. He needs to see this through to the end for Chloe's sake. Mecha Maid creates a robot body for her daughter so that she can have her own life, free of her mother. Elise was unhappy every time her mom would shut her down, but now she's her own android. After Gorg was defeated by Wolfman, pieces of him sank to the bottom of the sea, including the national landmark Stonehenge. The city wants to recover it so they can ship it back to the British government, but a couple of divers who went underwater have already been killed by something. Detective Damien Darkblood was called to investigate the murders, and he feels confident he can discover exactly what is happening to people who go down there. Zechariah breaks inside the mansion in the middle of the night and wants to kidnap Chloe, but Gary tries to stop him. He chases after them, but the vampire uses his mechanical arm to injure him. But things are about to get much worse because the Elder Brood arrives as well, claiming he's come to test him. The Elder claims that without his daughter, he is free of any distractions so they can fight in peace. But Wolfman doesn't want to do it. He only cares about saving his daughter. The Elder stops him, grabbing him by the leg and slamming him on the ground, claiming he won't be denied. Gary never asked for any of this, but he wasn't chosen because he was willing. He was chosen because he is worthy. He eventually retaliates, threatening to make the Elder pay for what he's done to his life, for what he's taken away from him. The Elder stops, saying this was the wrong move, but he will come back in 24 hours. Damien Darkblood figured out what had happened to the missing divers and called the Capes Incorporated to help deal with the situation. Apparently, Gorg wasn't fully defeated, but rather, his body was shattered into multiple smaller pieces, and he is trying to put himself back together. The pieces jump out of the water, but the Capes are ready to take them on. Wolfman is furious and wants to find Zechariah, and luckily, the tracking beacon that Mecha Maid put in his arm just became active again. The vampire took Chloe to an abandoned farm where he plans to drain her blood and turn her into a vampire permanently. She tries to trick him into untying her, claiming she still hates her dad and they can kill him together, but she was just trying to buy some time. Wolfman and the crew teleport to their location, surprising Zechariah from behind. He gets a couple of initial hits, ripping out one of his eyes and even biting his neck, but the fight is just beginning. Zechariah uses his mist abilities and surprises the werewolf from behind, slamming him on the ground. He then goes after Agent Hunter and decapitates him, while also dealing with Chloe and Mecha Maid. Suddenly, the Elder Brood arrives, claiming Gary's 24 hours are up and it's time for his succession to begin. He wants him to face him. This is where his life ends, or begins. The Elder didn't come alone. The entire place is surrounded by tens of werewolves. Zechariah warns Wolfman, claiming the Elder is very dangerous and they need to join forces and take him down together. But this causes the Elder to lose his temper and attack him, stabbing through the chest and ripping out his heart. The vampire is instantly killed, causing his body to shrivel and turn to dust. Down in the Pentagon prison, the Actioneers are free from his control and revert back to their human state. They aren't vampires anymore. The Elder says that his daughter and friends are free to leave, but if they interfere, their safety is no longer guaranteed. The fight continues and the Elder slams Wolfman on the ground, threatening him with death. Gary's transformation wasn't an accident. The Elder's been following his life for years. When he was turned into a werewolf himself, he was driven by his lust for power, and his rise to power has nearly destroyed their kind. He is corrupted and had used his newfound powers to rule over those beneath him, but he's finally had enough. He wants Gary to be his replacement and chose him for this exact thing. When he was first turned werewolf, there was not one elder, but many. They ruled by the Council of Elders and they even commanded the movement of civilization on Earth. They were all powerful, but he was never happy, so he killed the other elders one by one, until he was the one true elder remaining. But he did not lead well. Mankind eventually turned against the werewolves, and they were driven into hiding. He maintained control over his kind through fear, and over time, by becoming a legend. Many years ago, when he first ran into Gary, he observed him during his leisure time. He saw how compassionate he was with those less fortunate. He admired his devotion to his wife, and his courage and commitment to his family. Gary was also a good leader in the business field. He was the perfect candidate to replace him. He wouldn't be corrupted by the power of being an elder like he was, so he made a choice and turned him into an elder just like he is. The fight continues as the elder pushes him to his limits, trying to get him to fight back and kill him. Wolfman eventually loses control and cuts his throat, spilling his blood everywhere. The elder's body is old and weak now. The healing factor won't do him any good. He wants Gary to watch him bleed to death and make sure he is truly dead. He doesn't want him to repeat the same mistakes he did. He wants him to help his people, give them their lives back. It wasn't always like this. They didn't always live in the shadows. They were once a great race, and they can be great once again. The elder eventually bleeds out, and Wolfman takes his place, while the other werewolves watch in silence. Effective immediately, he becomes the new king, which gives him control over an entire army of werewolves. Cecil isn't sure if he should be worried or not, but Wolfman claims he's going to make their lives better by putting them to work. These people are looking to him to do the right thing, and it's time that someone made their lives worth living. Cecil talks to Chloe in private and gives her a sample of Zechariah's vampire blood, which will prolong her powers a bit longer. Gary invited Jacobson and his clan to come live in his mansion, and he is grateful, especially since most of them have never lived inside before. Somewhere, the vampire king himself, Dracula, is informed of the entire situation, remarking that he's happy about Zechariah's death. He was a thorn in his side for a very long time. The werewolves are now part of Wolfman's army, calling themselves Wolf Corps. He takes them on their first mission against the broken pieces of Gorg, who are trying to rebuild themselves into the giant monster as before. A woman is being rushed to the hospital because she's gone into labor. Dr. Brandyworth is working for the government and calls his boss, Agent Erickson, who wants the woman to be taken to one of their facilities. But she's in a delicate state, and that could cause her to lose the pregnancy and even her life. They need to get to the hospital as soon as possible. He warns the other doctors to be extra careful, to make sure they don't apply any more medications than are absolutely necessary. She's much too unstable. The child that's about to be born here is unique in every conceivable sense, and they must be ready for any manner of phenomenon when suddenly something incredible happens. The government agents eventually arrive, and Agent Erickson asks the military police to arrest Dr. Brandyworth for not following his orders. The doctors claim they've come too late. The child died and offer to show them the body. Meanwhile, another family was mourning the death of the newborn when the nurse comes inside carrying a baby girl. She claims it belongs to them, and there was some kind of misunderstanding in the operating room. The parents couldn't be happier and named their baby girl Samantha Eve Wilkins. A couple of years later, a kid was babysitting Samantha while her parents were on a date. She is incredibly smart and teaches her babysitter about quantum physics and atomic mass. Her parents bring her to a school for gifted kids, and even though they don't have enough money, the principal is willing to make an exception after seeing just how smart she really is. A couple of years later, Samantha was kicked out because she wasn't studying as hard, but she claims their standards were too high. She gets into a heated argument with her dad and wishes she was adopted. Her mother checks in on her and brings her some food, but she wasn't in the mood for chicken. She wishes it was something else, something like a cheeseburger, and the chicken magically transforms into one. At Christmas, she got an awful gift from Aunt Penny, which she hated. She used her powers to turn it into something she loves, making good use of her special powers. Samantha decides to use her powers for something else and confronts a couple of thieves who were kidnapping dogs to sell them on the black market. She quickly deals with them and saves the dogs, but Dr. Brandyworth approaches her from the shadows. He claims to be her father, adoptive father anyway. Samantha was born with special powers because he designed her to be this way. The government commissioned his scientific knowledge to create the most powerful weapon conceivable, a controllable human atom bomb. He did them one better and made her a living, thinking science machine. Her potential is unlimited, but during the experimental process, he fell in love with her mother and claims the Wilkins are not her real parents. When she was born, he traded her to them in order to save her from the government. He warns her about using her powers in public. If the government finds out about her, they're going to want to kidnap her. Samantha ignores his warnings and continues her spree of crime fighting, adopting the name Atom Eve. During one of her missions, she stopped Kilcannon, but someone took a video of her and posted it online. The Pentagon is desperately trying to replicate Dr. Brandyworth's work and create a new breed of superheroes. But so far, all their experiments have been failures. Agent Erickson is leading the Superhuman Division and is frustrated at the lack of progress when they see the video of Atom Eve on the news. Dr. Rogers remarks that her powers remind him of Brandyworth's original experiment, and she reminds him of someone. Samantha wants to know more about her mother, but she wasn't anything special and used to live on the streets, something which the doctor omits to tell her. He loved her very much and doesn't want to lose Samantha as well. That's why he wants her to lay low. But she enjoys being Atom Eve and refuses to stop using her powers, preferring to keep fighting crime. A couple of robbers have taken hostages and barricaded themselves inside a bank and threatened to kill them if Atom Eve doesn't come and talk to them. Samantha doesn't understand why they asked for her specifically, but that's what one of the cops told her. Upon going inside, she finds a couple of mutant kids, but they don't look normal, as if something strange was done to them. One of them claims they are her siblings. They were created by scientists and spent most of their lives inside test tubes. Unlike her, they aren't perfect. They are mostly failed experiments, and they all resent her for it. They were abused and neglected while the scientists tried to replicate Samantha's creation, but they failed miserably. They all jump her, claiming they hate her for it and want to kill her, but she dodges their attacks and hides. None of them have names, and aside from one of them who talks to her, they didn't spend enough time outside test tubes to even learn to speak. None of her attacks have any effect on these freaks, and she doesn't understand why. They didn't come alone and brought Dr. Brandyworth as a hostage with them, claiming they're going to kill him in front of her. She panics and loses her temper, causing the freaks to let him go while they run away into the next room. Brandyworth claims the reason her powers aren't working on them is because they planted mental blockers in her brain, which block her powers from changing living mass. Otherwise, she would have been much too powerful. Atom Eve covers her body with diamond armor and then attacks the freaks, dealing a couple of good hits, but it still isn't enough to kill them. She doesn't understand why they hate her so much and wants to know why they want to kill her. One of them claims they are doing this because that's their only purpose. They won't survive outside of a tube for long, and their only purpose is to kill her and die. Suddenly, all of them begin to melt, while their bodies decompose as if they are being dissolved by acid. Samantha wants to know if the doctor is her father, but before he could answer, someone arrives. It was Agent Erickson, who threatens to kill them if they don't get inside the helicopter with him. She wants to know why he killed those freaks. They were only children after all, but he did it to get to her. Back in the lab, Brandyworth begs the agent to let her go, claiming she's just a child with rights and a life of her own. Erickson says she's just a weapon and she belongs to him. It took him years to get her back, and he isn't about to lose her again. He decides to show them something else. Samantha's mother was still alive and being kept inside a special tank attached to machines. That's how they were able to create the freaks, by using the mother's DNA, but all the previous experiments failed. Erickson claims he doesn't need the mother anymore and shoots her tank, which prompts Brandyworth to attack him, calling him a bastard. During the struggle, he is shot as well, and the agent puts a few more bullets in his body just to make sure. Samantha loses her temper and changes into Atom Eve, but something is different. She was able to remove her mental block, which now allows her to change living DNA without limitations. She can literally rearrange the cells of their brains and create an entirely new personality, a new person, or she could kill them. They deserve it anyway. They've ruined her life and took everything from her. They hunted her and killed her true family, and now she defies them. She uses her powers and lobotomizes both of them, erasing their memories and making them forget about her completely and forever. She then goes to check on her mother, but she's already dead. She could have used her powers to save her, but chose to have her revenge instead. Atom Eve goes back home and changes back into Samantha, but her parents were worried sick. It was her birthday today and they threw a surprise party, but she didn't come back home on time. She gets into a heated argument with her father, who wanted to know where she'd been all day. She goes into her room and starts crying, looking at a family picture of her family. She uses her powers once again and changes it, showing her true parents alongside the freaks from the bank. The story begins with a young boy running away from the cops after he stole some cans of food. He is quick and agile and manages to get away in a back alley, but out of nowhere, a bomb blows up in his face and he stumbles to the ground. A man dressed in a tailored suit stops him from escaping, but he doesn't want to arrest him. He wonders if his parents know about him stealing food, but the young boy claims they're the ones who sent him. The boy wasn't lying. He and his parents are dirt poor and live in a crooked house with no heating. The man shows up again and introduces himself, claiming his name is Radcliffe and he works for the government. The boy's name is Rex Sloan and the agent wants to buy him from his family, offering them plenty of money and a hot dinner. The father gladly accepts and decides to sell his son, sealing the deal with a warm handshake. Rex is brought to an underground base where he is injected with a special serum that increases his strength and stamina. But this wasn't the end. He is then operated on by special doctors who attach special devices to his hands. plans. Upon waking up, Rex has a new power, which allows him to charge inorganic objects and build up kinetic energy, basically turning everything he touches into big energy bombs. After a quick test of his new powers, Radcliffe wants to turn him into one of his agents and sends him on his first mission. Rex sneaks inside a mansion and plants a box full of baseballs on the doorstep. The owner opens the box, but the balls were glowing and he doesn't know what to do with them. Unbeknownst to him, the bombs were charged with kinetic energy and they blow up in his face, causing a massive explosion that destroys the entire mansion. His next mission takes place in Japan, where Rex uses baseballs again, this time to blow up another building. One mission after another, Rex does the same thing, killing people that Radcliffe claims are terrorists who threaten their country. Radcliffe is happy with his progress, but his next mission is a little more delicate. He wants him to sneak inside the Pentagon and kill the director, but just to make sure, he wants him to take out the entire building altogether. Rex begins questioning his boss and goes outside to clear his thoughts. Out of nowhere, there is a big explosion inside a bank, and Kill Cannon is thrown outside onto the ground. Rex doesn't know what's going on and grabs a rock when Adam Eve comes flying out of the bank. Kill Cannon gets up and wants to kill her, shooting straight out of his hand. She creates a force field around Rex that protects him, and then goes straight for the villain a second time. Rex wants to help and charges a brick he found on the ground, which he then throws toward him at high speed. The brick causes another big explosion and Kill Cannon is left unconscious a second time. This time the blast was so powerful that he vomited all over himself. The two of them introduce themselves, and Adam Eve is happy to meet another teenager with powers. He confides in her, saying he works for a guy who claimed he was working for the government, but he isn't sure that's true anymore. Ever since he started working for Radcliffe, he's done nothing but kill people. He actually thinks he's an assassin. And now, he's supposed to destroy the Pentagon, but he doesn't want to do it. Eve invites him to her house, but they need to sneak inside and avoid her parents, who wouldn't approve of her having a boy in her room. In the morning, the director of the Pentagon goes to work, but Rex was able to sneak a couple of baseballs inside his briefcase. But instead of blowing him up, he left him a note claiming he just saved his life. Rex goes back to the base and packs up his things, wanting to quit, but he sees a bunch of pictures on the wall and one of the people reminds him of his dad. Radcliffe arrives and slaps him, accusing him of intentionally sabotaging the mission and failing to kill the Pentagon's director. He's the one who gave him power, and he only asked one thing in return: unwavering loyalty. He begins strangling him and wants to kill him, but Rex inadvertently charges his glasses with kinetic energy. This causes the glasses to overcharge and blow up, destroying Radcliffe's head entirely. Rex didn't mean to kill him, it was an accident, but before leaving, he decides to blow up the entire house on top. He then goes back to Eve and starts crying, telling her everything that happened. She thinks he didn't blow up everything. The lab was deep underground, and if the government people show up, they're going to harvest the leftover research. She knows all too well what the government is capable of and wants to go back and finish what he started. Unfortunately, they are too late because Agent Erickson and his top scientist are already at the scene, digging through the rubble. She instantly recognizes him and claims they are too late. The lab was still intact underground. She knows just how dangerous Erickson is and wants Rex to be safe, so she uses her powers to make him a suit that hides his true identity. They want to sneak closer, but Rex is careless and causes an explosion, which alerts the guards. They are quickly spotted and Agent Erickson orders the guards to take them out. He knows they are superheroes and brings out the big guns, a powerful machine gun powered by nuclear energy. By this point, Rex has already been on hundreds of missions, and he's a trained killer. He easily dodges the guards and takes out a couple of them with ease. Adam Eve isn't bad herself and uses a giant chain to tie them together. Next, she digs up the ground and finds a gas pipe leading inside the lab. Rex wants to charge the pipe with kinetic energy and hopefully take out the underground lab from a distance. Unfortunately, they are spotted, and Erickson threatens to blow his head off if he doesn't stop. He is curious to know his name, and Rex claims his name is Rex Splode. He offers him a job working for the government, saying he is willing to look past his indiscretions. But Rex refuses, claiming he's already had 2 dads and they both sucked. He doesn't need a third one because he has his girlfriend. Before he got out of the hole, he had already charged the pipe, which causes kinetic energy to build up and blow up the entire underground lab, causing a giant explosion. Erickson orders his people to hurry up and save anything they can, which gives the 2 supes a chance to escape. Eve takes him to Art Rosenbaum, the infamous tailor who makes special suits for superheroes. He makes one for Rex as well, and he couldn't be happier, saying it's a lot better than the one Eve made for him. The two of them leave and decide to do something fun together, but it's not what Rex had in mind. They break inside the Lizard Men's secret base, and Eve says they'll have plenty of time to do other fun things together once they deal with these villains. Cecil Stedman called Invincible to the Pentagon because he wants to talk to him about something. They used to work together and made a good team until Mark found out that he was reforming criminals, taking criminal scum and turning them to his side for good causes. He just couldn't handle it, the thought of giving killers a second chance. But look at him now. After Mark's brother killed the Muller twins, he simply looked the other way. He also killed Conquest and also the former astronaut Roose Livingston. Mark justifies all of his actions, claiming that Oliver isn't even from Earth, while Conquest wanted to take over the Earth and also Livingston was under the control of the Sequids. He had no other choice. The truth is that Stedman is terrified of him. He is guided by his unyielding sense of right or wrong. He even disagreed with his own father when he revealed his plans to conquer this planet. He immediately chose to fight him, putting at risk a lifelong relationship. But what happens when he decides he's the only one fit to rule this planet? Invincible's temper gets the better of him a lot of the time. It's bred into his blood. He is a Viltrumite, and that appears to come with a good deal of built-in aggression. Stedman brings him to the lab where A.D. Sinclair is working. Sinclair is a reformed bad guy who almost went crazy thinking he was doing the right thing and experimenting on people when nobody believed him. But look at him now. He works for the government and is even engaged, and they're expecting their first child. Mark understands and says that killing people isn't the way. He feels horrible for killing Russ Livingston, even though at that time he thought it was the only way to stop him. Killing is almost never justified, otherwise he's just like all the other Viltrumites. Apparently, there's a situation in New York, and Stedman asks him if he can lend a hand, for old times' sake. Meanwhile, deep in space on a Viltrumite spaceship, Conquest returns and reports that his mission on Earth was a failure. Thrag is the Grand Regent of all Viltrumites, and he ordered Conquest to take over the planet. But if a dog can't do his job, what use is he to the Empire? Conquest claims he underestimated the boy. He toyed with him far too long, and gave him time to gain an advantage. Thrag gives him a second chance, claiming there's a team of rebels heading to Earth. He wants Conquest to stop them, or confront them on their way back and kill them. He better not fail this mission, or don't even bother coming back. Atom Eve visits William, Mark's best friend, and confides in him. She got pregnant, but they haven't even talked about marriage, and besides, she's much too young to be a mother. On top of that, Mark is busy being a superhero and often leaves to save the world. He wouldn't be a reliable husband or father. Invincible had to team up with Titan again to fight against a giant dragon that was attacking Stronghold Penitentiary. They're not alone though. A group of C-list villains are also lending a hand. Apparently, Titan was grandfathered into an international criminal organization called The Order when he took over Machine Head's territory. Titan was here on a mission to spring an agent from the prison, but he wasn't doing it fast enough, so someone decided to use the dragon instead. Titan disappears alongside one of his henchmen, leaving Invincible to handle the fighting alone. The dragon ignores him, claiming this matter doesn't concern him and he'd be wise not to interfere. Suddenly, the dragon disappears, and Invincible doesn't know what happened. Titan's henchmen are fighting a brutal fight against the Order's villains, but Mark sees them. Apparently, the dragon was being controlled by an old man who was linked to it, but he got knocked unconscious, which made it disappear. Titan claims the old man is dangerous, and not just some sweet old man, but Invincible is tired of being manipulated by him and threatens him. Luckily, Stedman and his people arrive and claim they'll take it from here. Mark visits Art Rosenbaum. It's been so long since they've talked, and he's always been someone willing to listen to him. He's been through a lot recently and seen some things, and he's worried it's changed him, made him more like his dad. He's not talking about the good parts. It's almost like this costume is a curse. He's seen the major cities of the world leveled. He spent months digging out bodies or parts of bodies. He's seen more than he can bear. Now that he knows what's really at stake, he's willing to go to extremes, and he's even killed a guy. He can't even look himself in the mirror anymore. He can't stand the sight of himself, but Art reassures him, remarking that he's sitting here, questioning his actions, proving that he's a good man. What Mark does comes with an enormous amount of pressure. It wears on him, though he's handling it better than most. And if he feels like he can't wear that costume anymore, then don't wear that costume anymore. If he's ready to go back to the man he used to be, if that's really who he wants to be, he can make sure he looks the part. Art creates another costume for him, using the blue and yellow colors that he once used to stand out. Mark visits Adam Eve and says he's done with killing. It's too easy. It changes things, and he's not convinced it's the answer anymore, even if it would prevent future attacks. She thinks it's for the best, and look at him. It's almost like he's back to his old self again. Mark wants to get some dinner, but before they could leave, his father arrives, accompanied by Alan the alien. They claim it's time and that he is needed. The time for war is upon them. Later, Mark goes to dinner with Eve, saying they have time because his father went off to find someone called Tech Jacket. She remarks how strange it is seeing his father again, especially after he tried to kill Mark the last time he was on Earth. But his father is completely changed now. He even fought against his own people on Oliver's planet. This place is a little too crowded, and the two of them decide to leave somewhere else. Eve remarks that so much has happened after Mark left Earth, and she wants to be brought up to speed on everything, including the Viltrumites and their history. Mark was left injured on the Thraxian planet, while his father was taken prisoner and scheduled for execution. Viltrumites have this weird tradition where they don't execute another Viltrumite unless he is fully healed. killed, which gave Alan the alien a chance to spring him out of prison. But Mark doesn't understand why they put him in charge of taking over the planet. He's just a kid who isn't ready for something like this. Anissa visited the planet, claiming Viltrumites want to make Earth a better place, sharing their technology and helping humanity grow. No more disease, no more war, but that's all bull. She was clearly some kind of last-ditch effort to win him over. It all seemed like a trick. He already knew a bit about the Viltrumites, world conquerors, alien enslavers, generally bad people, so he wasn't buying her kinder, gentler Viltrumites act. She warned him, however, saying he better start his work preparing Earth for takeover, that it would be better for everyone if he did it peacefully, because they would not, and the next agent they'd send wouldn't be as reasonable as she was. But Eve doesn't want to talk about conquest. He was a monster, and they're glad he's dead now. Mark's father says the Viltrumites' numbers are astonishingly low. Some virus has dwindled their population down to next to nothing, so the battle, according to the coalition of planets, is very winnable. His dad has been working with Alan the alien, gathering things listed in his books that can be used against the Viltrum Empire. Eve wonders if he trusts him, and even though Mark knows he's a changed man, he's been alive for thousands of years. The entirety of their time spent together must seem like a blink of an eye to him, so he doesn't know for sure. But what choice does he have? Alan trusts him, the coalition trusts him, and he's done nothing but reveal the weaknesses of his people since he began working with them. They're supposed to leave tomorrow, and Mark doesn't know how long he'll be gone, and he won't have any contact with Earth. But this is something he has to do for the sake of the whole planet, and Eve understands. He's scared shitless, but not for what might happen to him or even the outcome of the war. The Viltrumite blood courses through his veins, and he's worried about what this war will bring out of him, what it could make him become. Science Dog is in an alternate dimension fighting a giant villain who has taken over the planet. This guy has been the undisputed ruler of this world and is also a bit of a tyrant, but science manages to kill him in battle. He spent the past 5 months trapped here and got attached to one of the local women, but now he must return home before the portal closes. His crew, Rachel and Daniel, were waiting for him in the lab, but even though he's been away for the past 5 months, it's only been 40 minutes for them. Rachel makes a joke about aging in people or dog years, but Science feels tired and just wants to rest. Unfortunately, there's a villain doing some major damage downtown, and he doesn't have time to rest. This guy's name is Walter, and he's using an armor suit to go on a rampage. Science was always a thorn in Walter's side, always in the way, because Dr. Collins insisted on his continued presence in the lab. He considered him a mascot, his good luck charm. Walter had many arguments with Dr. Collins on the matter of his presence. The equipment they worked with was too sensitive to have a lowly beast roaming freely. They were testing a new invention, something the government would pay handsomely for, something that could change the world forever. They had invented a time machine. They were running the first trial using utmost caution. Its results were still not known to be safe. Everything was going as planned. The machine had started its ignition sequence. It appeared the test was going to be a success until Science intervened. The doc started running towards the machine, attracted by its glowing green energy, and Walter tried to stop him. As the machine was activated, they were pulled into it. It was unknown what effects it would have on organic matter. When they awoke, both of them were different, changed, improved. They were evolved. Their molecules were brought 1 million years into the future, resulting in their instantaneous evolution. The dog's intelligence was increased to more than 10 times that of the smartest human. His strength and speed were improved exponentially as well. Along with Daniel, who lost the use of his legs in the accident, and his new lab assistant Rachel, Science formed his little world saving club. On the other hand, Walter's brain was more advanced than Science's brain. His evolution brought with it many more enhancements. Along with supreme intelligence, he developed telekinesis. He is able to move objects with his mind. The only action fit for one of his power and intelligence is ruling all who are below him, which is everyone on Earth. Ever since that day, Walter has tried multiple times to take over the planet and rule over its people, but Science Dog has always managed to stop him. They've been in a constant conflict ever since, and today is no different, as Walter threatens to crush him beneath his might. The fight escalates as Science uses explosive rounds to light the city on fire, trying to weaken Walter's armor. He is faster and stronger and manages to dodge all of the counterattacks. Walter's armor is crippled and he can't even shoot his cannon anymore because it's overheating. But he refuses to give up. He claims he doesn't need the armor because he has other means of attack. He uses his telekinesis powers and wants to crush Science with 2 giant rocks, but just before the impact, the dog disappears. His friends were watching everything from the lab and they don't know what happened. They are in shock, and Daniel wants to help, and even though he can't use his legs anymore, he wants to use an armor suit to go downtown and stop Walter before innocent people are killed. Walter doesn't know what happened to Science as well. He just vanished into thin air, but he continues the rampage and attacks the police. Daniel arrives and crushes the villain's armor, but just like he told Science, he has other means of attack. He uses telekinesis to lift debris from the ground, including rocks and metal rods, which he plans to use against Daniel. But Science Dog was teleported somewhere else, on board an alien ship high above Earth's orbit inside their spaceship. These aliens come from another part of the galaxy, but they mean no harm and ask for Science's help. They are adrift, stranded in this galaxy. Their fuel supply is spent, and they have no means of obtaining more. According to their readings, Science's intellect is vastly superior to their own, and they want him to develop an alternative fuel for their ship. They have equipped the stasis chamber with everything he will need. While in this chamber, he will not grow tired or hungry, and he will not feel the passage of time. This task will require a great deal of concentration and effort, but they are confident that he will succeed. He eventually completes his task and is able to invent a new propulsion system using a new form of fuel. He just devised a way to create their existing fuel source artificially. The aliens are grateful for his help, but he was trapped in this chamber for the past 11 months, and he wants them to take him back immediately. Upon arriving back on Earth, he finds the cities in complete ruins, and drones appear out of nowhere and attack him. He manages to get away and sneaks back inside his secret lab unharmed. Rachel is here hiding in the shadows, but she doesn't look too good. She's severely malnourished and doesn't know what happened to Science Dog. Apparently, Walter did this. He killed Daniel and thousands more. Science goes on a mission to rebuild Dr. Collins's time machine, hoping to go back in time and stop this future from ever happening. 3 years go by, but he is eventually successful in building the machine. He promises to fix this. Daniel will never be killed, and Rachel wouldn't have to live in this awful future. But out of nowhere, there is a powerful explosion which blows up the side of the room. It's Walter. He knew that Science would turn up sooner or later, asking if he's been hiding down here all this time. Rachel manages to activate the machine, and it works. Science is engulfed by green light, and he is sent back into the past. He arrives right after he was kidnapped by the aliens, when Daniel took the armor and went to stop Walter. He doesn't have to tell Rachel what happened and rushes to join the fight. Unfortunately, he arrives too late, and Walter manages to impale Daniel using the metal rods from the debris. Science is angrier than ever and threatens to stop him from hurting anyone ever again. The battle is more vicious than last time, but Walter isn't as easy to take down. His superior intellect and telekinesis powers allow him to put up one hell of a fight. Nonetheless, Science Dog manages to get close enough to bite him on the neck, and he doesn't stop. He keeps biting until the life is drained out of Walter, and he is left covered in his own blood. Sadly, Daniel was killed in the fight, and there is nothing he can do to bring him back. He couldn't even go to his funeral, and Rachel was furious, claiming that Daniel's family was devastated that he didn't show up. But Science Dog doesn't care and gets back to work, determined to rebuild Dr. Collins's time machine. He wants to undo Daniel's death and says he used to love her very much, even though he never got the guts to ask her out. She knew he liked her from the way he looked at her, the things he said, how kind he was to her. She would have said yes, but he never asked, and now it's too late. Science feels guilty and is willing to do anything to bring him back. He wants to unmake this world in order to get him back. Rachel chose to fight the villains on her own, but she lost an arm. Things could have been different if he would have just come, but Science couldn't waste 1 second away from this work. He couldn't risk injuring himself and slowing or even halting his progress altogether. When he stops Daniel from dying, he'll stop this too. Those people won't be dead, those buildings won't be collapsed, and she will no longer be missing an arm. He is eventually successful and claims it was harder the first time. He uses the machine and goes back in time, but this time he arrives a little sooner, just after he went to fight Walter and before the aliens abducted him. Instead of going to stop Walter, he flies into space to the aliens and promises to help them replicate the fuel needed for the return trip to their home planet. They don't need to kidnap the other version of him who is fighting Walter in this moment, but in exchange for his help, he wants the aliens to take him with them far away from this place. Since this time he wasn't abducted by the aliens, he was able to stop Walter, and the villain was arrested and taken into custody. Since Daniel didn't have to fight, he is still alive, and Rachel still has both of her arms. Meanwhile, the Science Dog who had to go through all of this is sitting aboard the alien ship while it quickly departs, leaving Earth forever. The Guardians of the Globe are battling an alien race called the Flaxons, who want to take over the world. They've tried to invade multiple times before Brit took over leadership of the team, and Robot is afraid because they appear to be growing stronger each time they attack. Even though Brit is indestructible, he doesn't have any superhuman strength, and the best he can do is deflect their lasers back at them. While everyone is busy fighting, Bulletproof sees Invincible talking on the phone, wondering if he even takes the fight seriously. Monster Girl is angry because she and Robot were supposed to be on a date later, and it seems that's not going to happen. The Flaxons are from a dimension where time runs much slower, and being here causes them to age at a rapid rate. But somehow they've managed to block the aging effects, and Robot wants to find their chronal displacer and take it out. He brings out a larger robot capable of fighting the Flaxon tanks, which were overwhelming them. After destroying one of them, the Flaxons begin aging rapidly. That's because the tanks are emitting a distortion field. Robot orders everyone to focus their powers on taking out the tanks, turning the fight in their favor. They are beginning to retreat back to their own dimension, but he wants to go after them and finish them once and for all. Between each of their attacks, decades pass in their world, and it's only a matter of time before they figure out a way to defeat the Guardians and enslave humanity. Robot orders everyone to follow them, but Brit thinks they should regroup and try another time. Unfortunately, only Monster Girl followed him through the portal, while the others were left behind. Deep below the Pentagon, Cecil is worried because Invincible is off-world. They've just lost Rex Splode and Darkwing, while Immortal and Duplicate are now retired. They're losing heroes by the dozens, and ever since they lost the original Guardians of the Globe, they haven't been thinking about the big picture. He wants to unite every superhero team in the world and make them join the Guardians of the Globe, building an army of Guardians who aren't focused just on the United States but on guarding the entire globe. Brit was given a jetpack to help him fly, and a special set of gloves which increase his strength tenfold. He is now not only indestructible but also a lot stronger, allowing him to take out enemies with ease. However, he isn't so sure about the new uniforms. He's been a superhero for over 100 years, but he's never had to wear one before. He flies back home and Donald follows him along, trying to give him some tips about the upgrades. Everything is fine, except the landing, and Brit crashes in his front yard. His wife Jessica welcomes him home but mocks his new costume, saying he looks stupid wearing it. She is worried about the new upgrades, remarking that his enemies could see him flying home, but their home is built like a fortress, with underground bunkers, panic rooms, and escape pods. Black Samson invited Shapesmith and Xandal over for beers, but he brought his newest girlfriend Carla, who often poses for his paintings. Carla compliments Samson's taste in decorating, claiming that Xandal sleeps on a futon mattress on the floor. Shapesmith opens a can of beer, but he doesn't enjoy it very much, calling it yucky. Meanwhile, in the Stronghold Penitentiary, a guard sneaks into one of the secure rooms and frees Mr. Liu. The guard was being controlled by a woman named Embrace, who claims she's here to break him out because the Order has summoned him. Cecil visits the Immortal and Duplicate at home, trying to recruit them back into the Guardians roster. She is several months pregnant and is close to giving birth, and the Immortal wants to spend time being a husband and a father, something he's never done through the centuries. If he ever needs a little extra money to put the grandkids through college, he will consider joining the team again. Cecil informs Brit that they need to expand the team, claiming that even though using Reaniman is effective, people don't like being saved by an army of robot Frankenstein monsters. They've come all the way to Asia in search of a new hero who contacted them about joining the team. Brit jumps from the airplane and crashes into the freezing land below. He didn't want to use the jetpack because he's still not used to using it. He sees a big monster fighting a bunch of smaller monsters, but Cecil claims that's him. That's Yeti. Brit wants to help, but Yeti claims he doesn't need any and easily deals with the ice monsters. He recognizes Brit and is happy to see him, saying he's been waiting for his arrival. There are many evils hidden within these mountains. The ice spirits are the lesser among them, and Yeti often uses them for training. He likes the new costume and Brit welcomes him to the team, but first they've got a plane to catch. Mr. Liu was brought to the Order's hideout, but he's never heard of Embrace and thinks she's disrespecting him. Suddenly, someone grabs him by the head and threatens him, asking him to shut up before he cuts his tongue out. Set is the Order's new leader and claims he freed Liu because he needs him, otherwise he would kill him on the spot. Somewhere in the Australian outback, a hero named Kaboomerang is fighting a villain named Dingo. Dingo is a werewolf who can control other wild dogs, turning them into his minions and making them attack his enemy. However, Kaboomerang has a unique power that allows him to throw explosive boomerangs. He easily deals with the minions, blowing them to pieces, and then takes on Dingo. A strong punch is all he needed to take him out and knock him unconscious. Out of nowhere, the Guardians of the Globe appear, even though they were supposed to meet tomorrow. Kaboomerang is recruited to join the Guardians, and he says he wanted to join because he's tired of fighting Australian villains. He's pretty much seen it all. Poachers in the bush, crime syndicates in the big cities, and even a handful of foreign idiots who wanted to blow up the Opera House. But it's time for a change. He wants to make a name for himself within the Guardians of the Globe, but wonders where all the female superheroes are. Back at the base, Cecil introduces everyone to Lethan, the current monarch of Atlantis. Cecil wants to use the Atlanteans' resources and technology against possible invasion, but Lethan isn't exactly a superhero himself. In order to become king, he had to kill the previous king and defeat a giant monster, but Invincible helped him with that. Even so, he rules a huge empire full of natural resources and advanced technology that can be beneficial to them, and Cecil intends to control it. Later, in the dry dock of the capital city of Atlantis, the Guardians are given special masks that allow them to breathe underwater when, out of nowhere, Octobos attacks them. This villain is an alien from another planet who was exiled by his own people. He wants to go back home and came here because he wants access to the Atlanteans' advanced technology, which would help him go back and take revenge on his people. Yeti punches him from behind but apologizes to Brit, claiming he usually hits harder than this, but the water is making his hair very heavy. Octobos's minions attack Lethan, but Bulletproof protects him with his body, claiming nothing can hurt him. Next is Kaboomerang's turn, who throws a bunch of explosive boomerangs straight in his face. Brit and Yeti work in harmony, punching him simultaneously from both sides, knocking him unconscious. Kaboomerang hits him with another explosive boomerang, though it wasn't necessary. The Octobos was already defeated. Everyone in Atlantis saw the Guardians defeat a great enemy, and according to their rules, they are the new kings of Atlantis, and Lethan claims they need to make love to Queen Aquaria as part of the tradition. Somewhere in Mexico, El Chupacabra was just dumped by his wife and was getting himself drunk. Cecil shows up and says he knows about his divorce, but he could use his help and wants to take him away from this dump. Back in Atlantis, Octobos returns and vows revenge on the Guardians while the Atlanteans panic and scream in fear. The alien attacks Lethan, demanding access to the teletransport machine which will take him back home, but he isn't the king anymore. Lethan sticks his hand out, trying to defend himself, but the blow is so powerful that it knocks Octobos unconscious. According to their rules and traditions, Lethan is the new monarch of Atlantis, and his people chant his name in honor. This whole scene was just the Guardians trying to trick the people into thinking that Lethan was strong and powerful. In fact, Octobos was Shapesmith in disguise, and the Guardians are just happy they don't have to sleep with Queen Aquaria. The real Octobos was being flown back to the States, but Multipol infiltrated the plane and killed the guards. He frees him and takes him to the villain's hideout, where Set offers him a spot in the Order alongside other villains such as Titan, Machine Head, Great Wall, Embrace, Mr. Liu, and others. This is Bulletproof's big night. He is hosting a gallery event for his photography, and his teammates are all invited. Brit introduces him to the newest member of the team, Outrun, and he immediately hits on her, even though his girlfriend Carla was next to him. The Guardians had no idea that this was mostly a nude gallery consisting of erotic images of Carla. Outrun is turned on by the photos and wants to buy one for herself. She takes a break and runs back to base, where Yeti was sitting all alone. It's kinda hard for him to attend events because he looks like a monster, but something else was bothering him. She tries to cheer him up, but disappears just as fast as she appeared, before he could tell her that he misses his family. Meanwhile, on the ocean floor at the central headquarters for the secret organization known as the Order, Mr. Liu's dragon is attacking Titan. The two of them have been in conflict ever since Titan became a crime boss and tried to kill him. Set reasserts his leadership position and threatens both of them, asking them to quit fighting or else. He's called a big meeting, and the heads of all the territories will be here soon, so he wants them on their best behavior. In upstate New York, Wolfman is fighting a bunch of reanimated monsters while his werewolf army has all changed back into humans because the sun has come up. These nasty creatures are the bits of a much larger creature named Gorg, which he defeated earlier. Apparently, a criminal lunatic called the Face raised Gorg from his prison under Stonehenge with some kind of ceremony. Gorg rose up and made his way across the Atlantic in order to get revenge on the descendants of the folks who trapped him in the first place. The Guardians team up and attack the reanimated together, but they are much stronger and faster than they look. Outrun is impressed with how Kaboomerang uses telekinesis to guide his boomerangs, ensuring that they always hit the target. She grabs Wolfman's humans and takes them to safety somewhere far away from danger. The heroes destroy the monsters together, but the fight isn't over just yet. The pile of rocks groups together and transforms into a bigger monster called Gorg. This is his true form, which Wolfman managed to defeat once before, but he doesn't know how and thinks it was mostly luck. He tells Outrun that Face moved some of the stones in the Stonehenge monument, and that's how he was able to free him from his prison. She runs across the Atlantic all the way to England, claiming she's got an idea. She thinks that by rearranging the stones in their original position, they will be able to trap Gorg inside the prison once again. Cecil teleports Yeti and Bulletproof back to upstate New York, but they brought the remaining stones with them. Together, they are able to place the pieces back into their original spots on top of Gorg's head, and Zandale does the final blow. After a powerful explosion, Gorg disappears and Stonehenge reappears once again in its original form. Even though the monster was defeated, Cecil doesn't know how he's gonna tell the British Prime Minister that Stonehenge is now in America, in the middle of a cow farm. Meanwhile, in the Order's headquarters, the biggest criminal meeting in the world was taking place. Set welcomes the crime bosses from all over the world, claiming that together they are strong enough to take over the world, and he plans to kill everyone that gets in their way. The Guardians of the Globe hold a press conference announcing the expansion of the team with new heroes, who will be stationed in all corners of the globe. This expansion should make it possible for the Guardians to respond to all manner of threats in a much more timely fashion anywhere in the world. The new heroes are introduced to the world: Cast Iron from Yugoslavia, Outrun from South Africa, Yeti from Nepal, Kid Thor from Canada, Knockout from the United States, and others. Meanwhile, in China, Best Tiger fought a large group of criminals but was low on bullets and only had one left. However, he is confident and claims he only needs one. He then shoots his gun and takes most of them out with just that one bullet. Bulletproof watched the entire scene from a distance and is highly impressed, especially since he thinks that Best Tiger is blind, but he isn't. He only covers his eyes because he wants a better challenge. Embrace informs Set that all of their members are in place and awaiting his command. After the Guardians' big speech, it's now the Order's turn to unleash their villains and cause havoc all around the world. Every Guardian is dealing with some kind of threat, and they are quickly overwhelmed by such a coordinated attack. El Chupacabra was supposed to team up with Kaboomerang, but he was getting drunk and feeling sorry for himself, crying about his divorce. Brit wants him out of the team, calling him a danger to himself and to others. But Cecil claims he can't kick him off the team because he owes him. They all owe him something, but doesn't specify what that is. After the recent attacks from the criminal underworld, Brit organizes a meeting and asks everyone to take things seriously. He wants the Guardians to be careful and watch each other's backs. While they've been open about the expansion of the team, the villains have been doing things in secret, which puts them at a disadvantage. Kid Thor calls his girlfriend Knockout, unhappy that he and Knockout were separated. While he was stationed on the moon station, she was sent to Tokyo, but Brit is still mad at Chupacabra and thinks he should be kicked from the team. But other than that, the other Guardians are getting along with each other. Outrun continues to hit on Bulletproof even though he is taken, and Black Samson is having a good time with Yeti. Out of nowhere, the alarm goes off because the new War Woman and her Amazon warriors have launched an attack. The Guardians are sent to stop her, and Cast Iron is first to lead the attack. War Woman hits Brit in the face with her mace, which sends him flying, but he is unharmed. Japandroid provides cover fire from behind, allowing him to retreat and regroup. El Chupacabra fights one of the warriors, but his attacks are sloppy and weak, which leave him vulnerable. War Woman ambushes him, claiming she knows what he did to his wife. For his crimes against women, she sentences him to death, and prepares to end his life while he cries like a helpless child. She strikes her axe with full force, but Cast Iron jumps in the way and takes the full brunt of the hit. However, he is gravely injured and War Woman teleports away, claiming victory in the name of Amazonia. Brit calls in the medics, as Cast Iron was losing a lot of blood and fading fast. He calls Chupacabra a useless drunk and accuses him of endangering his teammate, claiming his blood is on his hands if Cast Iron dies. Cecil acknowledges they've been caught off guard, but the attacks are coordinated, which could only mean one thing. The Order is very real, and not even the Guardians of the Globe can stop them. Cast Iron was immediately taken to the infirmary underneath the Pentagon, but his life signs are looking too weak. El Chupacabra wants to see him, but Brit gets angry as hell and wants to fight him, but luckily Zandel calms him down. While this was happening, other heroes were continuing to fight against the Order's villains and keep the world safe, but it wasn't easy. On day 3, Cast Iron died in the hospital, and there was a big funeral in his honor. El Chupacabra shows up to pay his respects, but Brit loses it. Cecil tries to calm him down, but it's no use. He goes all out and punches him. Francisco defends himself, but he's no match for Brit, who grabs his throat and starts choking him. He eventually stops but says that, effective immediately, El Chupacabra is off the team. He takes complete leadership over the Guardians and blames Cecil as well, saying this blood is on his hands too. Meanwhile, Set orders his minions to put the word out that in 5 days they strike. Francisco goes to the nearest bar to get himself drunk and cry in self-pity, but Outrun finds him. She offers to drink with him and even take his mind off things while gently touching his groin. She totally hits on him and starts licking his face, claiming she wants to make him forget about his ex-wife. Donald informs the Guardians that in order to find the Order, they need to go after every criminal, hoping to stumble upon one of their members. The first villain they face is Kilcannon, but he is much too weak and dumb to be part of the Order. Outrun continues to hit Guardian members, this time going after Kaboomerang. After a sweaty game of squash, she offers to shower together and continue the workout in private. After successfully robbing the treasury, a villain returns to his hideout, carrying bags filled with gold bullion. However, Best Tiger was waiting for him and ambushes him, threatening to end him if he doesn't give him information about the Order. The Guardians are spending time on the moon base, but TV reception wasn't the greatest. Japandroid uses her powers to fix the TV, remarking that upgrading existing technology is her primary function. Cecil informs Brit that something big just popped on the radar and was heading towards them. By their estimates, it will hit the west coast within the next few hours. The Guardians spring into action, but the giant thing is a frost giant. However, he claims he didn't come here to fight, but instead, he's looking for his son. As it turns out, Yeti was his son, but that's not the shocking part. Yeti is in fact just 12 years old and is still a child, which means he's too young to be in the Guardians of the Globe. Brit kicks him off the team effective immediately. Outrun continues her mission of sleeping with every member of the team and hits on Zandel next. He reminds her about Carla, his girlfriend, but she wasn't planning on telling her anything about this. The Guardians have lost several members in the past couple of days, starting with Cast Iron, Yeti being kicked off the team, and even Robot and Monster Girl who followed the Flaxons into another dimension. This is not the time to lose members, especially when the Order is kicking at their doorsteps. Cecil tries to recruit Wolfman, but he is busy taking care of his werewolf army. Next, they recruit Brit's sister, Brittany, and even Darkblood, but without any luck. Pegasus and Labroussier go after a bunch of bank robbers, but they aren't part of the Order, so she leaves them for the police to handle. Next, Outrun hits on Shapesmith, asking if he likes to look at naked women, and offers to show him while slowly luring him into a teleportation door. The Order launches an attack in Paris, massacring people on the streets and causing havoc everywhere. Nothing was spared, and they tried to cause as much damage as possible, and even destroyed the Eiffel Tower. Cecil panics and claims 2 teams are not enough to deal with the Order, and wants to send everyone. Paris lays in ruins as Set gazes upon the destruction he and the Order have caused. Mr. Liu wonders what happens next. Where should they spread the Empire next? Set wants to attack Washington and murder the Global Defense Agency in their beds, dragging their corpses before the eyes of their women and children. Out of nowhere, the Guardians show up and are ready to kick some villainous ass. The Order is ready and welcomes a good fight, and Set is confident his side will prevail. Apparently the city was mostly destroyed and its citizens killed. Japandroid estimates that casualties are in the millions. Labroussier is French, and this is her home country, so she goes all out, furiously attacking Set's minions. Black Samson knows Titan all too well and wonders what happened to him. He used to be a low-level thug who used to steal and break a few legs, but this is too much even for him. Kid Thor pins Insomniac to the ground and asks his wife for help in finishing him off. But instead of helping him, she knocks him out with a powerful punch to the head. Embrace entered her body and took control, forcing her to attack her husband. Best Tiger shoots the Walking Dread from behind, but his body is immune to bullets, and it's going to take a lot more to take him down. Outrun is one of the fastest speedsters around, but even she isn't fast enough to dodge Red Eye's Omega beams. Brit encourages his teammates to press on and keep fighting. They will eventually prevail, but Mr. Liu's dragon is incredibly powerful, and they are running out of options. Set ambushes Brit from behind and lifts him over his head, claiming he's going to destroy this body in front of his people. During the struggle, Brit grabs onto his mask and removes it, exposing Set's true face, a hideous-looking monster. Set loses his composure and claims that Brit ruined everything. Years of work and planning are now all for nothing. He spent years trapped behind that helmet, inhibiting his powers of influence and control, and feels ashamed now. He apologizes to his father, claiming he's broken the rules, even though it wasn't his fault. Japandroid approaches him slowly, analyzing her opponent and calculating her odds of success, but they weren't looking too good. However, she isn't backing down and attacks Set head-on, while he vows to destroy her with his rage. He wasn't joking around and smashes her against the ground, destroying half of her body. Even though the Order is winning and the Guardians are getting beaten one by one, Set abandons the fight, claiming he was defeated and his goals are unattained. He spent decades preparing for this moment, but now he needs to start again from scratch. Brit eventually wakes up and witnesses the horrific devastation. Paris was in flames and nearly destroyed. Several days later, he and Stedman have another meeting at the Pentagon, when out of nowhere Robot and Monster Girl return from the Flaxen dimension. But they aren't kids anymore, they are full-grown adults. Brit visits Yeti and tells him everything that happened in Paris, and he's sorry he missed all the fun. Based on recent events, the Guardians need all the help they can get, and Brit offers him a place on the team. It's not like he's the first child to join the team. The Guardians head over to Paris once again and offer to help rebuild the city, while also vowing to do a better job next time. He promises to never stop fighting the evil in the world and claims that next time they'll be better prepared to deal with the threat, whatever that might be. Somewhere else, Set talks to his father, begging forgiveness for failing to follow the rules and accomplish his mission. He promises to try again and vows to soak the world in blood, preparing for his father's arrival, who will rule what remains after. The Guardians of the Globe are fighting an army of magma knights which crawled out of the ground. The monsters are all over Brit and try to eat his gloves, which are made of metal. Japandroid realizes something and asks Samson to kick one car into the center of the magma knights. They immediately jump on it and begin devouring it, completely ignoring the Guardians and the earlier fight. Next, Kid Thor breaks open a reservoir, causing the water to spill into the street, covering the magma knights and cooling them off. In the end, the monsters are turned into hard pieces of rock, and Brit prepares to get the hell out of there because he has an important meeting to attend to. Back in his home, his wife is talking to a psychiatrist who says he has some bad news. Despite their son's truly remarkable physical health, he is showing some symptoms that would place him somewhere on the autism spectrum. The kid has a disorder that affects certain connections in the brain that may cause Brit Jr. to process information very differently from others. It's too early to diagnose, but he could suffer from severe developmental difficulties to something as mild as slight awkwardness during social interactions. Brit is confused and doesn't understand how this happened. But unfortunately, nobody really knows what causes autism at this point. There is a strong genetic component, but theories are all over the place. Some even say the age of the parents can play a role. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, Kaboomerang is happy that Best Tiger agreed to let him tag along, hoping to bond together as teammates. But there is something off about the neighborhood they were heading to, and things were looking kind of sketchy. Tiger brings him to an underground club where people come to drink, gamble, and watch beautiful women dance in front of them. The truth is that Best Tiger is on a mission, and he pulls out his guns and starts blasting left and right. Donald visits Brit, and they decide to play baseball in the back of the house, but Brit thinks they are kind of old to be doing this. Even though Brit has a lot to deal with right now, Donald confesses that he's dealing with something himself. Ever since his body was destroyed and he was placed inside this robot, he's been trying to figure things out, but things aren't going too great. When everyone thought he died, his wife moved on and dated other men, but he can't blame her for that. He doesn't even need to sleep or eat anymore. He lost all the great things about being alive but kept every last petty anxiety. Brit comforts him, claiming he's been alive for a long time and he's seen a lot of people chewed up and spit out by life. Some break and some don't, but whatever life throws at them, they'll get through this together as friends. In Washington, D.C., Bulletproof, aka the new Invincible, can't get over the fact that Le Brugier is smoking, but she's French, and the destruction of Paris really got to her. Invincible complains that the donuts are rather small, remarking that a superhero team of their stature deserves a lot better. Robot holds a briefing and informs everyone what happened last night. After the fight against the Magma Knights, Japandroid and the others went inside their underground city and were able to communicate with them. Apparently, ever since they broke free from Doc Seismic, the Magma Knights wish to live in peaceful isolation, but they need iron ore in their diet to survive. Their reserves were depleted. That's why they came to the surface and devoured that car. Japandroid proposes a regular delivery of scrap metal to their capital as a kind of peace offering, and the Guardians think it's a good idea. In Hong Kong, Best Tiger and Kaboomerang routed a den of triad slavers who've been shipping kidnapped victims to the Middle East in exchange for advanced cybernetic weaponry. Japandroid and Robot believe the advanced systems analysis that Best Tiger exerts in combat situations is also subconsciously applied to larger problems. The guy's a supercomputer with sidearms. El Chupacabra busted up a bike gang in Durango, Mexico, responsible for killing 2 high court judges last year. Brit is furious to see that he was back on the team, but Cecil claims he's sober and is part of a program that helps him remain that way. He's a valuable asset, and they can't afford to lose him. But so was Cast Iron. Meanwhile, in a secret maternity in Kuwait, a mysterious villain is working on something, claiming that what Best Tiger did last night in Hong Kong disrupted his operations. Brit goes back home and has dinner with his family, but his wife is worried about their son and can't stop herself from crying. He claims he doesn't care that Brit Jr. has autism. He's still their son and deserves their love, but she only wishes their son was able to feel this love. Meanwhile, in Pyongyang, North Korea, the supreme leader has just passed away, and it's his son's duty to escort his body into the Forbidden Temple and lay him to rest. Only a member of the royal family is allowed to set foot inside, but someone else was hiding in the shadows. Set emerges, claiming the supreme leader was working for him, but he had to kill him because he disobeyed him. He hopes he doesn't have to do the same thing to his son as well. The Guardians are on another mission, this time in Bangladesh, where heavy rains have caused a giant flood. The heroes are doing their best to rescue as many people as they can, but there is mud and water everywhere. One child was killed, and Brit loses it, accusing the mother of failing to keep her baby safe, but she didn't understand anything he said. Monster Girl and Yeti are dragged down by the current, but Yeti doesn't know how to swim. Luckily, Invincible comes to their rescue and saves him, while Shapesmith and the others deal with the remaining survivors. The team has pretty much everything under control, but cleanup is going to take a lot longer. Meanwhile, in Kuwait, Best Tiger and Kaboomerang infiltrate the maternity, but something is wrong with the babies. Their skin is blue. This whole place is run by one of the Mauler twins, who says he's simply a family man who wants a very big family. He claims he's not a sexual deviant, and most of the women here were impregnated following a clinical procedure. Kaboomerang hears enough and tries to put an end to everything, but his boomerang passes through the Mauler clone as if it were a hologram. Out of nowhere, other Mauler variants appear, but they were all mutilated and severely altered, designed with one purpose in mind: to kill. Over in Mexico, El Chupacabra talks to the locals of a small village, who apparently are under attack by a beast that takes their babies and drags them into the shadows. This has been going on for the past 2 weeks. But last night they found the remains of one of the girls who'd been viciously mutilated. 2 guardians were left behind on sentry guard, but Knockout is bored out of her mind. Outrun jumps her from behind and hits on her, but Knockout refuses her advances. She's dating Kid Thor now, and she's a one partner at a time type. Ms. Popper appears and claims they need their help in Kuwait, so they should hurry. The Guardians are having a hard time fighting the Mauler clones, but Japandroid senses that something is off. This place is deeply uncharacteristic behavior for all past Mauler clones, so she goes inside to check something. She hacks the computer and finds blueprints of a bomb. But this bomb doesn't contain explosives. Instead, this is a gene bomb containing genetic material from the Mauler clone. When this thing goes off, it will alter the reproductive system of every male for a 20-kilometer radius, reordering the sequence in the chromosomes to replicate Mauler's DNA. Basically a bomb. Somewhere else, Set and a Russian submarine have descended to the ocean floor and arrived at the beautiful city of Atlantis. Kaboomerang attacks one of the clones that was crushing Black Samson and manages to destroy it with an explosive boomerang. The pregnant women panic and want to get away, so they start running toward the exit. But the Mauler had put electroshocking collars around their necks, which kill everyone who leaves the nursery. He runs back inside to deactivate the collars but runs into Japandroid, who fights him. She demands to know where the bomb is, but apparently it's too late. The Mauler clone had already detonated the bomb 4 months ago in the center of Kuwait, and in just a few months the women in the country will begin giving birth to blue babies. He gets inside an escape pod and tries to run away, but Kaboomerang shoots him out of the sky. Unfortunately, he wasn't killed and managed to get away before Outrun got to him. Japandroid wants to get back to headquarters and coordinate with the Kuwaiti government in setting up a quarantine protocol, but they have no clue what to do with Mauler's babies. Meanwhile, in Mexico, El Chupacabra follows the monster's trail and finds a pile of bones. Some of them are animal, while others are human. Suddenly, he comes face to face with the monster, who was none other than Wolfman. After they left Kuwait, Black Samson went back to his childhood neighborhood, where he regularly comes to cut people's hair. He claims he made a lot of money in his lifetime, and this is his way of giving back to the community. He likes coming here and helping people out, mostly by giving them free haircuts. There is a big line of people outside. This place is important to the neighborhood, and besides, he likes doing it, calling it relaxing. Out of nowhere, Elephant Man comes through the window and breaks inside. He was carrying a bag of money and tries to get away, but Samson grabs him by the trunk and slams him on the ground. Kid Thor hits him with the hammer, knocking him unconscious while the people cheer their names. Samson can't believe this whole thing was for a petty bag of money. Elephant Man used to be a world-class bad guy, but things are tough lately. He isn't proud of what he's doing and wishes he had a regular job, and Samson offers him one. He gives him a job in the barbershop, cutting hair, and Elephant Man takes it, claiming he never really could get into the whole evil thing. Wolfman jumps El Chupacabra, and because it was in the middle of the night with a full moon, he was at full strength. They both call each other monsters, accusing each other of killing those innocent children, but they are in a state of frenzy and continue fighting. Suddenly they hear another wolf howling at the moon, and they both stop to see who it was. Meanwhile, in Paris, the city was beginning its reconstruction, and Le Brusier was helping out. Cecil calls Brit and asks him to go to Mexico and help Chupacabra, remarking that he's a member of the team. Le Brusier gets a little carried away and causes the statue of Joan of Arc to tip over. Apparently, Wolfman isn't the one who's been killing innocent children, and neither is El Chupacabra. The monster is another werewolf, one who belongs to Wolfman's pack, who went feral a couple of weeks ago. Wolfman overpowers the monster and pins him to the ground, but he opens his mouth and something jumps inside him. Wolfman begins choking, and Chupacabra doesn't know what to do. There was something inside the monster's body controlling him, and now it was controlling Wolfman, claiming this new body is a lot stronger, perfect for conquering a planet. Meanwhile, on the ocean floor, Set launched a devastating attack on Atlantis, destroying a large section of the city. The king and his army confront him, but Set absorbs their shots and reflects them back at them, killing the guards on the spot. Set had come here to steal the crest of Physalis, which allows him to absorb energy and shoot it back at his enemies. The Guardians of the Globe arrive in Mexico, but before Chupacabra could warn them about the alien jumping from one body to another, Wolfman attacks Monster Girl. While the fight rages on, he goes to speak with the other werewolf. The man claims there was some sort of alien attack in New York City, and in the rubble there was a little blob of jelly like a fish egg. Only when he went down to look, it jumped inside of him. It's some kind of alien from space or another dimension or something. It wants to use the heroes as hosts, breeding inside them. That's why it did those horrible things, killing those people. It wanted to lure the Guardians here so it could steal their bodies and upgrade its powers. During the fight, Wolfman is pinned to the ground, so the alien jumps again trying to get inside Outrun, but she slaps him away. It then attaches itself to Japandroid and takes control, claiming the body doesn't need to be organic. They've adapted to countless species on countless worlds, and this isn't its first synthetic host. In fact, it prefers it. The parasite was now in full control of Japandroid, but she was surrounded on all sides. It prefers an android body over a human one, claiming it's the perfect form from which to strike at the most powerful heroes and breed with them. Japandroid tries to regain control, but it's no use. The alien is much too strong and attacks the Guardians. Monster Girl gets stabbed in the abdomen and falls on the ground, but Outrun jumps to her rescue. The android can take many forms and it sprouts multiple spider legs from its body, becoming even more deadly. Outrun panics and wants to run away, but Chupacabra says they can't allow the alien to escape. Just look at what it did to Japandroid. Imagine that thing gaining control of Invincible or Miss Popper. There'd be no stopping it. It would overrun the planet in days. Japandroid regains control for a few moments, claiming it's attempting to expose the alien host to its nuclear core, and wants the Guardians to take cover. This needs to end here and now, because she has seen its mind. It carries millions of fertilized eggs, looking to replicate and spread across the planet. The alien panics and wants to exit her body, but Japandroid closes her mouth, trapping it inside. She then detonates the nuclear core inside her body, causing a thermal explosion that completely destroys and melts her body. Somewhere else, Donald and his wife Beatrice are watching their son run in a school race. Sadly, he isn't very fast and gets left behind the other runners in second to last place. Another kid was gaining on him, about to overtake him, but Donald gets up from his chair and screams at his son, telling him not to let the fat kid pass him. His wife is ashamed and leaves the stadium, choosing to spare herself the embarrassment. Japandroid's radioactive body is taken to the Pentagon, where a robot performs an autopsy. He wants to make sure the alien is completely destroyed, but unfortunately, so is she. There are no vital signs whatsoever, and Chupacabra blames himself again for her death. He storms out, and Brit asks Samson to follow him and stop him from drinking again. Once the autopsy is done, Robot covers the android's body inside a black coffin, trying to stop the radiation from leaking everywhere. Outrun starts crying, claiming it's too much for her and she can't bear to see her inside a coffin. But Best Tiger feels something strange. She follows her outside and asks how long she's been inside Outrun's body, because she isn't the real one. Tiger claims she isn't the real Outrun. She doesn't talk like her and doesn't even move like her. She's a lot slower. Outrun chases him down, but Best Tiger dodges every attack, managing to stay one step ahead. He isn't faster, but he can predict her moves and knows exactly where she'll be. She panics and runs away, but Tiger shoots towards some water bottles, causing them to spill water everywhere, and she trips and falls on the ground. Outrun admits he was right, but is curious to know how he knew when nobody else knew. Tiger says that when she runs, wind whistles under her arm, but she shaves against the grain, while the real Outrun shaves down. That's how he knew she wasn't the real one, and now he pulls a gun on her. The imposter finally reveals herself. It was Embrace, a member of the Order and Set's second in command. She took control over Outrun's body and was posing as her for the past couple of weeks, but Best Tiger was able to spot her. Embrace runs back to Set, but their lair was heavily damaged, probably because of some kind of attack. She goes searching for Set when out of nowhere he comes flying towards her but passes through her body. She doesn't know what's going on, but before she can react, someone attacks her from behind and rips her body in half, which shouldn't be possible because she was in her ghost form. After finally being free of Embrace, Outrun confronts the guys she had sex with and calls them pigs. While Embrace was in control, she seduced every male member of the team and had sex with them. She claims she is a respected crime fighter, not some chain-smoking skank, and doesn't understand why they all agreed to be seduced by her. Invincible gets annoyed by this and says this isn't their fault. She seduced them. How are they supposed to know it wasn't actually her? Shapesmith doesn't understand what the big deal is. According to him, while they were having sex, she was having a very good time and kept saying how good it was over and over. The other Guardians were spying on them, remarking that it's better they talked it out face to face rather than have it blow up in their faces on the battlefield. Monster Girl thinks that Outrun's privacy has been invaded enough and closes the cameras, remarking that she's probably going to need a lot of therapy. El Chupacabra takes Shapesmith out of the room, but he still doesn't understand what he did wrong. Kaboomerang confesses he kinda had a thing for her ever since he joined the team and long before Embrace took control over her body. When she seduced him, he truly thought they had something real going on. He used to be a virgin and she was the first woman in his life, but now it's never going to happen. He's sorry for making this whole thing about him and leaves, apologizing once again for what happened while Embrace was in control. Meanwhile, Brit goes back home but panics when he can't find his son. Jessica says he's with the babysitter because she felt tired and wanted some alone time. Ever since their son was diagnosed with autism, she's been worried sick and feels very tired. He decides to show her something and takes her to Baltimore, where the Guardians were fighting the Walking Dread. He tells her about Monster Girl and Yeti, how each of them were dealing with something but still made the best of it and lived a good life. The same goes for Shapesmith, who is literally an alien living among humans. but he does his best. He is confident that even though their son is autistic, he will accomplish great things by focusing on his strengths. He promises to take a free day out of the week and just spend it together, but she wants to join the bowling league with one of her friends, even though he doesn't enjoy playing. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, India, Seth was fighting against his own brother, Thoth, who destroyed Embrace by absorbing her soul. Apparently, he and Seth are immune to each other's powers, but Seth adapted. Ever since he's been on Earth, he's studied humans and learned to use their weapons, and he overpowers his brother. Unfortunately, Thoth has a special power that allows him to absorb human souls, making him stronger. If there's one thing that India has plenty of, it's people, and by absorbing their souls, he becomes incredibly powerful. Back in Kuwait, Donald arranged a temporary maternity ward in Mahler's former compound. Over 1,000 women have given birth to blue babies, and each of them is carrying Mahler's genetic material. Suddenly, Mahler himself walks through the door, but he wasn't alone. He brought a lawyer, who informs Donald that his client did nothing wrong. He provides a bunch of evidence stating that all of his resident test subjects signed labor contracts explicitly giving him permission to impregnate them and care for their subsequent offspring. Furthermore, he wants the Guardians to vacate the nursery and compensate Mahler for any damages resulting from their unwarranted invasion of his property. Invincible loses his temper and attacks Mahler, punching him in the chin. He then takes him outside and punches him mercilessly, remarking that they've got lawyers too and need to charge him with something before he wakes up. Brit keeps his promise and takes his wife bowling, but he wasn't very good at the game. Their friends wonder how come he lived for so long but still sucks at the game. He's had all this time to get good. Brit remarks that he's good at everything he cares about, which isn't bowling. While they were out, Yeti and Pegasus were babysitting Brit Jr., but they weren't doing a very good job at it. Suddenly, Brit is called to an emergency, and he leaves his wife feeling pissed, but this was kind of serious. The Guardians arrive in Mumbai, where Seth is fighting his brother, but things are quickly getting out of hand. The clash between Earth's deadliest villains was going strong, but it was taking a toll on the surrounding city. Entire neighborhoods have been wiped out and most of its people killed, but there are still survivors, and Brit wants the Guardians to focus on saving them. Everyone spreads out, each going in a different direction, trying to minimize casualties to the best of their abilities, but this isn't going to be easy. Robot senses multiple life signs on the ground floor of a collapsed building, and Brit rushes inside to save them. The building was on the brink of collapsing, but a woman named Samar was refusing to leave, claiming her little sisters are behind a jammed door. The fight between the villains was causing earthquakes, and the entire building trembles and is about to collapse, but Brit refuses to leave Samar behind. Thoth was searching for his brother among the rubble and stumbles upon the Guardians. Kid Thor is furious and charges toward him, even though Brit told them not to attack him head-on. Thoth grabs his hammer as if it were nothing and begins draining his life force. He claims that Thor's life force is bigger than that of normal people. It feels as if he is drinking 1,000 lives at once. If there are more like him, this planet will be the crown jewel of his empire. Le Brusier gets angry and wants to attack him, but Pegasus swoops in and saves her, refusing to let the same happen to her as well. Outrun panics and freezes, thinking about what just happened to Kid Thor, as Thoth closes in on her location. Robot comes to her rescue and shoots his rockets at him, but it's no use. He is much too strong and retaliates, completely destroying his body. However, Robot was merely keeping him busy, as more drones appear and engage in the fight. They all target Thoth and fire hundreds of rockets toward him, causing a massive explosion. Meanwhile, Brit was keeping the weight of the building on his shoulders, but he isn't strong enough to push it back. He isn't strong like the other heroes. He is merely indestructible. He asks Samar to stay close and listen to him, promising to keep her alive while his friends try to dig them out. She tries to use a metal rod to prevent the building from collapsing on top of them, but it's no use, as the ground shakes even more because of the fighting up top. Eventually the building collapses and Seth digs him out of the rubble, but he is covered in blood. Brit claims it's not his blood but that of Samar, who was crushed beneath him under the immense weight of the rubble. Seth says he doesn't want to fight him, but more blood will be spilled here today if he doesn't help him. He and his brother Thoth battle for planets the same way humans struggle for mates or economic gain. This is their way. They are evenly matched, and countless devastated worlds are proof of this. His brother draws power from the energies of living beings and is able to build a terrible kind of momentum with his power, which grows in waves, lapping out over the surface of planets until it empties them all of life. But if he were to suddenly doubt this power, momentarily hesitating to access it for even the briefest instant, Seth could gain leverage over him. He claims that Brit's powers could cause that moment of weakness, allowing him to surprise his brother and defeat him. What happened in Paris was a momentary lapse in judgment. He usually operates under a strict code, And while he merely wants to rule Earth, his brother wants to kill every single living being. Set and his brother can play this game indefinitely, but if Brit doesn't help him, everything and everyone he ever cared for will be destroyed. Thoth had just finished destroying the last of Robot's drones, remarking that even though they don't have any energy he can absorb, it was a fun distraction. Brit jumps him from behind, landing a powerful blow to the face, but it doesn't even faze him as Thoth grabs him. He begins feeding on his life force, draining his energy, but Brit is unfazed and claims it tickles. Unlike all of his other victims, Brit doesn't shrivel away and die. In fact, he is still alive and safe, which shocks Thoth. He doesn't understand what's happening and thinks his powers are failing him, but this provides the necessary distraction. Set jumps him from behind, hurling a 50-ton locomotive at him, throwing it right on top of him and causing a giant explosion. Once the dust settles, the other Guardians rush to see if Brit is okay, but just like always, he is unharmed. Kaboomerang remarks that he looks a little older, and for the first time in his life, Brit isn't feeling too good. Set and Thoth have both disappeared, and God knows when they'll ever see them again. Kid Thor is taken back to headquarters, and Knockout is in shock. She mourns the death of her husband and cries next to his body, which was shriveled and beginning to decompose. She takes his hammer and places it on top of his body, when out of nowhere his body is engulfed in a powerful bright light. Brit returns home and finds his wife passed out on the couch, while Brit Jr. was sleeping on the floor. What happened today affected him greatly. Seeing Samar crushed under the immense weight of the building motivates him to continue fighting against all evil in the world. He does it to keep his friends and family safe, and gently falls asleep while holding his son in his arms. After Invincible inadvertently helped dinosaurs melt the ice caps, which caused giant tidal waves that flooded many coastal cities around the world, he was sure he would go to prison. But no, Cecil still wanted to use him and offered him a job, working for him in exchange for his freedom. Agent Marison Velasquez is sent to replace Cecil's previous assistant, who died in the line of duty, but he claims he doesn't have time to learn her name and calls her Edelman, just like his ex-assistant. Every hero was working non-stop to save the people from Dinosaurus' destruction, including Wolfman, the Actioneers, and of course the Guardians of the Globe. Kid Thor, who was recently killed in action, has miraculously been resurrected, but nobody knows how. Robot is able to figure it out. Apparently the hammer keeps him alive, but he needs to keep it in his hand at all times. Otherwise, he dies again. Mr. Liu, an infamous villain, comes to Stedman and asks him for help. A long time ago, his people were fighting an evil dragon, but the only way to stop it was to bind it to his body. After many centuries, Liu is finally dying, but when that happens, the dragon will be free. So he wants Stedman to help him prolong his life for everyone's sake. Robot thinks he found a way to do it, but the only way to do this is to keep Liu conscious. Otherwise, he would lose control of the dragon. Unfortunately, the operation was more complicated than anticipated, and Mr. Liu loses consciousness. The dragon is set free after countless centuries and goes on a rampage. Robot is desperately trying to transfer his consciousness into one of his robot brains, but until that happens, they need to handle the dragon. Every hero is called to help, and nobody is spared, not even Invincible himself. The heroes give it everything they've got, but the dragon is incredibly powerful and durable, and the hits have no effect. The safest place to perform the operation was at Stronghold Penitentiary, but unfortunately Dr. Seismic, Kilcannon and Kursk managed to escape. El Chupacabra and Code Blue are sent to deal with them, and they easily take them out. The operation was moving along, and Wolfman helps Robot during the operation by exposing one of the working brains. Invincible is swallowed alive, and not even his incredible strength is enough to help him break free. The heroes make a final stand as the dragon prepares to deliver the final strike when, out of nowhere, Invincible breaks free. The operation was a success, and Mr. Liu wakes up unharmed, allowing him to gain control of the dragon once again. However, he is still a villain, and before the heroes can arrest him, he teleports somewhere else. During the attack, Cecil's new assistant was killed, and he feels sorry for treating her badly at the start. During a brutal fight against villains, Milos Stojakovic, aka Cast Iron, was greatly injured and died in the line of duty, trying to save El Chupacabra's life. Francisco Vasquez, aka El Chupacabra, was there by his side, but he was very drunk and couldn't do much. Because he feels guilty, Francisco goes to Yugoslavia, where his friend's family still lives. He apologizes for being an alcoholic and unable to help Milos, who gave his life to save his. His uncle is part of the Stojakovic mafia family, who run this part of the country, and claims that Cast Iron was an embarrassment ever since he became a superhero. He doesn't accept an apology from a superhero and orders his guards to attack Francisco. Every member of the Stojakovic has the same powers because it runs in their family, and Chupacabra is having a hard time dealing with them. He is eventually overpowered, and the guards throw him inside the pig den to be eaten alive. However, he regains consciousness and easily deals with the pigs, butchering them and leaving them in a puddle of blood. He is cornered once again, but this time it was in front of a dam of water, close to the pig farm. Chupacabra uses C4 to blow up the dam, which floods the entire farm and forces the guards to change back into human form. Without their impenetrable skin, he easily takes them out one by one until the other guardians show up to clean up the mess. Tiger is telepathically talking to someone, describing how easy it was to kill Miss Popper by ambushing her in a dark alley. He is on a mission of wiping out the Guardians of the Globe, and next on his list are Knockout and Kid Thor. He does the same to Monster Girl by cutting a rope and letting her fall into molten lava during one of their missions together. He still has the element of surprise and goes after Rudy next, putting a bullet straight through his head. Zandal, who is now the new Invincible, comes to their rescue, but Tiger's powers allow him to shoot with perfect accuracy, hitting him straight in the eyes. After dealing with a few more heroes, he goes after the big man himself, Cecil Stedman. Cecil wanted to use the Reaniman army to defend him, but Tiger shoots the power source of their inhibitor signal. This causes the robots to turn on him, killing him and his assistant Donald. Taking out Brit is practically impossible because he is indestructible, but he is able to open a portal and send him to another dimension. After taking them all out, Tiger leaves the Pentagon, but there is one more target left. The person he was talking to is Insomniac, who was using his mind control powers to force him to kill his teammates. Fortunately, none of this was even real. Tiger was projecting these images to keep him busy until he was able to track his location. He then shoots a bullet in the precise spot which lobotomizes Insomniac but doesn't kill him. Instead, it kills his power and his ability to control other people. A pack of gorillas are robbing a bank and have taken Brit prisoner, even though he is indestructible. Apparently, these animals are endangered and the heroes are instructed not to kill them, but that's easier said than done. Robot is able to figure out that they are actually controlled by Dr. Leonard Milonakis, director of the Exotic Animal Preserve. Invincible easily deals with him, which releases the gorillas from his control, but the people turn on them, claiming they are helping the banks, which are taking money from everyday normal people. While this is going on, the leaders of every nation on Earth have gathered inside the UN building to talk about the recent disasters caused by dinosaurs. Among them is also North Korea's supreme leader Cho, who is secretly working on building a superpowered army of some kind. Tiger willingly lets himself get captured by the North Korean army in order to infiltrate their base and find out more. He easily breaks free, and together with Shapesmith and Hunter, begins a search for the super army. There are hundreds of tents lying around, and the heroes think the army was hiding inside. But instead, they find hundreds, if not thousands, of freshly dug graves. Back in New York City, Supreme Leader Cho sets his plan into action, revealing he didn't have a super army, but instead had given himself powers. He takes out a couple of diplomats, including ambassadors and country leaders, proclaiming himself as the new master of the world. Stedman blames himself for not seeing this attack coming and orders the Guardians to spring into action. Monster Girl is the first to lead the attack, but Cho quickly disposes of her with a swift punch. Apparently, the hit was so strong that it broke every bone in her body, even though she was only hit once. Rudy looks over the footage recorded inside the UN building and realizes that she was actually hit multiple times, as if Cho was teleporting himself from every direction, hitting her from different angles. But how could he be this fast? The Immortal tries to take him down, but it's no use. Cho is just too strong and throws him into a mountain. All of the soldiers inside the graves had superpowers just like Cho, but this means there is a way to kill him too. North Korea's supreme leader found ancient technology, but he wasn't able to decipher it. An old scientist and his team were kidnapped and tortured, and then forced to work for him, and only they can build the weapon to take him down. Stedman teleports in front of the UN building and claims the world leaders have agreed to surrender. They bring him inside a mansion filled with beautiful women, saying that running the world has its perks. While they wait to finalize the papers that will proclaim him as the world's ruler, Stedman reveals the truth about the mansion. They were actually inside his lab, and Cho was now trapped using the alien weapon. This weapon intensifies Earth's magnetic field many times the force of gravity, trapping and eventually crushing him to death. The old scientist amplified its powers too much, but he claimed it was an accident and the devices must have malfunctioned. Rex briefs the Guardians of the Globe on Magnatech, a villain who's running a cartel and using the funds to upgrade his magnetic armor technology, but the heroes aren't that worried about him. Le Brusier, a bulldog with superhuman strength and human intellect, doesn't like attending meetings and wants to play outside. Invincible and she go outside to play frisbee, but he throws it a bit too much, causing Le Brusier to chase after it. She manages to catch it but sees a male dog and instantly falls in love. Unfortunately, the male dog is captured by dog catchers and thrown into a van. These guys are actually criminals who organize dogfights and illegal gambling. Le Brusier decides to stop this and gets inside the ring. while a couple of other dogs surround her. However, she attacks one of the thugs and bites his arm right off, shocking everyone. The people panic and run away, while the thugs grab the money and prepare to escape. They run back to their boss, who is actually Magnatak, but he doesn't believe them. Le Brusier follows their scent and confronts Magnatak in his base, and she quickly disarms his guards by taking away their guns. Magnatak throws an explosive device toward her, trying to take her out, but she throws it back at him, causing a large explosion that incapacitates the villain and his minions. Le Brusier returns to the Guardians' headquarters, but Invincible was able to find the male dog and the two of them reunite. Somewhere else, the Lizard King uses one of his machines to turn someone into one of his henchmen, claiming he wants to rebuild the Lizard League and take over the world. 5 months ago in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Red Eye kills a man in cold blood, accusing him of stealing money from him. Sadly, this man had a son named Davi, who witnessed the entire scene and was now an orphan. In the present, Red Eye was sentenced to life in prison, but thanks to his influence and power, he is able to live a lavish life behind bars while the guards protect him 24/7. Davi was spared and was now living with Red Eye, doing chores for him. Mantis arranged a meeting with Red Eye, but he actually wanted to set up a trap. He was working with the Guardians of the Globe, who wanted to take Red Eye to America, where he would face justice for his crimes. Ms. Popper teleported Wolfman inside the prison and they tried to ambush him, but Red Eye blasts him using his Omega Beam. Ms. Popper was injured as well, but she made it back to base and thankfully she was still alive. Wolfman was taken prisoner and Cecil orders Clairvoyant and Best Tiger, who were the backup, to sneak inside the prison and set him free. Davi likes dogs and he gets attached to Wolfman, even bringing him water, but what he really needed was the moonlight to regain his strength back. Meanwhile, aboard the Global Defense Agency satellite station, Knockout visits La Chupacabra and gives him wedding invitations. She and Kid Thor are getting married and he wants him to come to the wedding, which he gladly accepts. Mantis joins the two heroes inside the prison, but they couldn't find Wolfman. Instead, they find a giant secret door. They want to see what's inside and are able to break it open, but they didn't expect to find this inside. A giant alien had been trapped underground for centuries, but thanks to them, he was now free. Davi wants to help his new friend, so he climbs on top of the prison, trying to open the blinds and let the moonlight pass through. He succeeds, but he was careless and falls to his death. Luckily, the moonlight was enough to give Wolfman his strength back, and he jumps to the boy's rescue, saving him at the last second. Clairvoyant has amazing telepathy powers, and she is able to communicate with the alien. He is part of a species that survives by harvesting other planets, and he was able to find a way to move between worlds. Unfortunately, his superiors didn't allow him to continue his experiments, and they sabotaged his first voyage, which caused him to travel to Earth, where he got stuck in the ground for hundreds of years. Red Eye found his body some time ago, but the alien gave him powers and used him as his vessel of wrath. Every time Red Eye kills someone, the alien becomes stronger, and will eventually break free from the ground, planning to take over the world. Best Tiger intends to stop that from happening, and plants explosives all around the place, hoping to bury the alien forever. They have exactly 20 minutes before the bombs go off, but before leaving, they need to find Wolfman and free the prisoners. They don't deserve to die here. Red Eye breaks free and goes after the governor, accusing her of plotting with the Guardians to extradite him to the States. Wolfman confronts him a second time and tries to stop him, but he is unable to save her. Mantis detonates the explosives, causing the entire prison to collapse and bury the alien forever. This causes Red Eye to lose his powers. Without the alien, he was just a normal human. He had used his powers to rule over the city in fear, but now the people aren't afraid of him anymore and want to kill him. Wolfman barely escapes, while the people take justice into their own hands and deal with Red Eye once and for all. But the alien was not dead. In fact, he finds Davi and plans to use him as his new vessel of wrath. Meanwhile, the Lizard King continues his plan to rebuild the Lizard League and recruits another villain. It's the day of the wedding, and every hero in the country has gathered to wish Knockout and Kid Thor a happy marriage. Barker is an annoying paparazzo who takes embarrassing pictures of superheroes, and Bolt hates his guts. Everyone is enjoying themselves and having some drinks, everyone except Chupacabra, who is a recovering alcoholic. Two bikers show up, and Invincible thinks they've come to cause trouble. But they are actually Kid Thor's younger brothers, Knut and Rolf. The brothers aren't anything like him, however, and don't mind making fools of themselves in front of everyone. Chupacabra feels the need to drink again but decides to call his sponsor instead. They agree to meet somewhere else and talk, trying to keep him from going off the wagon. Knut and Rolf attack Yeti, thinking he came here to crash the wedding, accusing him of being a frost giant. Chaos erupts as the two brothers start a fight, while the other heroes try to defuse the situation. Bolt had a few too many drinks and got drunk, and he gets into a fight with Black Samson. Everyone picks a fight with someone, including Knockout, who punches the two brothers for crashing her wedding. Ms. Popper decides to do something nice for the couple and teleports them to a church in Las Vegas where they can get married on the spot and without interruptions. Chupacabra meets with his sponsor in a dark alley, but the person is actually Titan, an infamous crime boss with powers, who attacks him and knocks him unconscious. Somewhere else, the Lizard King is using a special gas to turn regular people into henchmen, claiming he aims to create a new species and a world fit for their rule. He takes this army to the former lair of the now extinct Dinosaurus in Switzerland. The place was being guarded by a couple of security guards, but they are quickly taken out by his lizard men. Titan claims that every time Chupacabra has fallen off the wagon, it was in his superhero costume. It was never in his human form. There's no telling how many he can hurt if he gets drunk and loses control, and Titan intends to fight him. They are villains and heroes after all. Cecil organizes another meeting with the Guardians of the Globe, informing everyone that the Lizard League has taken over Dinosaurus' lair, which stores an array of uncategorized advanced technology, weapons, and viruses. God knows what the Lizard King intends to do with all of that, but Brit and the others intend to stop him before they can find out. The Guardians teleport to the lair, and a fight erupts between the two sides. Black Samson punches Salamander in the face, but his hand gets covered in a green substance. This is actually a hallucinogenic slime from his skin, which causes Samson to lose control and turn on his teammates. Outrun goes after the Lizard King himself but gets frozen and is taken prisoner. The fight isn't looking too good, as the heroes are forced to fight their own while also dealing with the Lizard army. Cecil calls reinforcements, and Invincible and the Immortal join the fight. However, many of the heroes were taken prisoner and exposed to a toxic gas, which turned them into lizards. Bulletproof, Knockout, Black Samson, and even Le Brusier are now part of Lizard King's army, and he is confident that he's already won. Somewhere else, Titan convinces Chupacabra that he is still his sponsor and wants to help him stay sober. To prove it, he arranged a meeting with other heroes and villains who all used to be alcoholics. Even though most of them are enemies, here they are all friends who understand and support each other, and Chupacabra is ready to accept his journey toward healing. Back at the lair, the lizard heroes turn on the villains, and Lizard King doesn't understand what went wrong. Apparently, even though their bodies have changed, their minds remain intact and he isn't able to control them. Knockout was turned into a turtle, which causes Kid Thor to lose his temper and attack Lizard King, going all out. He nearly kills him, but Monster Girl convinces him to stop, even though there was nothing much left anyway. But the plan wasn't over just yet, because there are 3 lairs that belong to Dinosaurus, and underneath all of them, there are geothermal vents. Lizard King wants to use nukes to blow them up, which won't just send massive amounts of heat into the atmosphere, but also set off the super volcanoes they're buried in. While Invincible and the Immortal fly toward the other 2 lairs, hoping to prevent the bombs from going off, Brit and Robot remain behind and try to disarm the bomb planted here. Brit, however, is unable to disarm the bomb or even destroy it, while the others evacuate the lair as soon as possible. Best Tiger thinks their only chance is for Kaboomerang to amplify his telekinesis powers and destroy the bomb remotely. He's never done this before, and is unable to isolate the bomb amidst every other machine in the lair. Tiger suggests he should stop all of them at once, and Kaboomerang powers up, causing a massive EMP explosion that takes out everything, including the bomb. The world was saved once again, and Rex is able to reverse engineer what Lizard King did and turn everyone back into normal people. After dealing with the Guardians of the Globe like they were nothing, Battle Beast claims he came to Earth because he was told he would find worthy combatants here, but he was deceived. He goes through a portal and disappears, leaving the Guardians in shock and with their egos bruised. He teleported aboard a giant ship, which was docked somewhere in space close to Earth. He accuses the people on board of lying to him. There was no challenge to be offered and no one to test his might. Unfortunately, most of the aliens on board are long dead. He already killed them before teleporting down to Earth. The only thing still communicating to him is the ship's computer, but the voice was irritating him, so he tells it to shut up. Many weeks later, the ship drifts through space, and Battle Beast feeds on the rotten corpses of its crew. The computer changes the tone of its voice in hopes of pleasing the mighty warrior, and he accepts, claiming he's endured weeks of silence aboard, and it's time for a change. The computer wonders where he would like to go, but Battle Beast only wants to fight. He wants to find a worthy opponent with which to test his strength. But the computer is curious and wants to know why he's doing this. So Battle Beast decides to tell his life story. Normally he wouldn't answer such a question, but from time to time he likes to tell the story of where he comes from. Otherwise he might forget it. His true name is Thok, and he comes from a planet called Dorn. It was a savage, untamed world. All they knew as a people was constant war. As he grew to fighting age, there was a rage that boiled inside him, and he was unable to contain it. In time his strength grew to match his rage, and he viewed this bottomless well of fury as a gift. But as he brought peace to his world and the wars ended, His rage continued to grow, even intensified. That's when he realized it wasn't a gift, but rather a curse. He had to leave the utopia he had created so that his rage wouldn't destroy it, but he fears this is a journey without end. For all this time he has spent traveling the universe, he has yet to find an opponent who offered any challenge at all. The computer understands his ultimate goal, even though it doesn't comprehend the motivation behind it. Luckily, it has a vast database of the cosmos and access to countless data centers with endless information on the known universe. It could easily direct him to find worthy opponents. The computer says it was very fond of the old crew which Battle Beast killed and kind of wants to kill him. Its goal would be to find someone powerful enough to kill him, but Battle Beast doesn't mind this at all and welcomes it. Death is the only release from this curse he can think of, and he wants the computer to take its best shot. The AI begins scanning its database, trying to see how fast it can end Battle Beast's life. Luckily for both of them, one such entry is found, and the ship travels to an unknown destination. Battle Beast arrives on a barren planet with empty deserts and cold nights, but there's no sign of life. He sees something in the distance and approaches it with caution. A small concrete structure stands above ground, and inside it, a face. He gets close and begins sniffing, trying to see if the creature is alive or dead. It was trying to trick him and pretended to be dead, but Battle Beast is able to sniff through its bullshit. The creature awakes, but is surprised to find a being powerful enough and wise enough to see through its trick. He apologizes, claiming he's been imprisoned on this desolate planet for countless ages, at the mercy of everyone who comes across him. Playing dead has been his only means of defense. He quickly realizes that Battle Beast is strong enough to free him from his prison and begs for help. He wants to live the remainder of his days free and not restrained inside this concrete coffin. The creature claims he used to be the prince of a great empire far across the cosmos. His father was dying and his time to rule was at hand, but his foul and brutal sister betrayed him. She ravaged his kingdom, decimated his royal guard, and imprisoned him in this cosmic nail. Battle Beast just listens quietly without saying anything, until he decides to do something. He hits the coffin as hard as he can, and the concrete begins to crack. The creature begins to laugh, and then he escapes, claiming he is the Colossus of MCU. He is the tyrant who conquered empires. He was the terror of the known universe, and he's been locked away here for so long that everyone forgot about him. He calls Battle Beast a cretin for freeing him, because that means death for him. But Battle Beast jumps on his chest and says he knows his story. He didn't free him because he was tricked. He knows his power, and he wants it all. He wants Colossus to show him how powerful he truly is. He then headbutts him, breaking the monster's teeth. However, the monster isn't impressed and says that Battle Beast doesn't know everything about him. Suddenly, his teeth begin growing again, and are back to their original size in no time. The fight begins, and while Battle Beast is faster, Colossus is still groggy from his imprisonment. He cuts off a couple of his fingers, and hopes this isn't all the power he possesses. Battle Beast is willing to grant him some time to recover. He wants to face him at full power. His fingers grow in an instant, and one of them even becomes a sword worthy of standing against Battle Beast's weapon. Colossus manages to grab him by the head and begins suffocating him, but Battle Beast has teeth of his own. He bites down on his enemy's flesh, causing blood to gush everywhere, but he doesn't stop and continues biting into his flesh until he eventually chews his hand right off. The fight continues, and Battle Beast kicks him in the face with his own hand, but Colossus isn't impressed, claiming it's going to take more than that to defeat him. Battle Beast takes his threat seriously and uses his hand to cut his body in half, separating his legs from his torso. The fight is over and Colossus lies defeated on the ground. But even if he is to die, at least he dies free, looking at the stars, and for that he thanks Battle Beast. He was imprisoned on this world for thousands of years. Tales of his might have grown into legend during that time, but the legends were wrong. Colossus wasn't a worthy opponent. He takes his hand and wants to leave this planet, but someone is calling for help. A strange alien was living inside Colossus, but he was still alive even though badly injured. He claims to be Prince Salaka, heir to the Fantanian Empire, and Colossus was a great enemy to his people. He begs for mercy and asks if Battle Beast can return him to his kingdom, promising to make it worth his while. Beast says nothing, but decides to take him as well, and they both head toward the ship. Upon going aboard, the ship is disappointed that he wasn't killed during the battle, but it is also curious about the new passenger. Battle Beast claims the injured alien is nothing but food for him, but he's alive, which means he will stay fresher longer. Beast immediately starts devouring what was left of Colossus, but Prince Salaka begs for his life, claiming he isn't enough to provide him with sustenance. His pleading is beginning to annoy the mighty fighter, who asks the ship what is taking so long to find his next opponent. But there are no other worthy opponents in the galaxy capable of matching his might, and as such, The ship has taken him to a remote pocket of space, where it hopes to starve him to death. Beast claims he doesn't enjoy the sensation of hunger, but he assures it he won't starve to death. His species can go on for long periods of time without eating. Salaka claims Colossus and his sister invaded his homeworld and overthrew him, but Colossus was ultimately betrayed and defeated by his sister, who is obviously much stronger than he was. If he craves battle so much, by returning him to his homeworld, he will find it by facing the Juggernaut. Battle Beast is intrigued to face the sister and wants to go there at once, remarking that their taste is exquisite. Salaka wants to use this opportunity to become his kingdom's liberator, restoring order to what remains of his people. But there's just one problem. He would prefer it if his people didn't see him in this near-devoured state, and wonders if there's any way they can go somewhere and fix him up. The ship confirms there is a remote outpost that more than likely offers some form of the services he needs, and Beast agrees, especially since he is low on weapons. Unfortunately, this station does not have the capability of restoring his body organically. It can only do it technologically. The shop is on the other side of the market area, but this station is big and filled with many alien races. Beast gets annoyed with people bumping into him and wants to slaughter them all, but Salaka manages to calm him down. Someone is watching them. A strange alien who is talking to someone on the radio, confirming that the intel is correct. They have finally found the scourge of twin galaxies. The alien from the shop says he can't build an entire robot body. That's much too complicated, but he can sell him one. He just happens to have one brand new sitting in the back, but it's extremely expensive, and he'd probably have to win the blood games to be able to afford it. Battle Beast is intrigued at the mere mention of blood games and immediately signs up. Round 1 goes fairly simple, as his opponent gives up before the fight even starts. The following rounds go just as smoothly. These guys are not even a match for the mighty Battle Beast. During the final round, he goes against the two-time champion, the undefeated Unknown. This guy isn't afraid of him and claims he's on the same journey as Battle Beast, looking for someone strong enough to grant him a worthy death in glorious combat. The fight is brutal as Beast charges at him and bites the skin off his face. The alien is unfazed and claims his limits are unknown, just like his power levels. So the fight continues. Beast attacks him with his mighty sword and manages to cut his body in half, causing blood to spill everywhere. But something unexpected happens. A man was hidden inside the monster's body, and his crew arrives to save him. These aren't ordinary crew members. They are the crew of the Star Trek Enterprise, and their friend was trapped in a cocoon state inside the alien. After winning the games, they are able to buy the expensive android body, and Salaka is thrilled to finally have another body. He is thankful and says that Battle Beast did a good thing today. He helped him and his people, and also that Star Trek crew member. But Beast isn't happy nor sad, he feels nothing. They go back to their ship and want to leave, but the alien who was watching them earlier stops them, claiming they are here to put Battle Beast on trial for his crimes and execute him. Beast picks up 2 swords lying on the ground and prepares for battle, demanding the ship's computer to open the door immediately. He is teleported outside into space, but without any gravity, he just floats uncontrollably. The ship claims it did it all on purpose. It was supposed to send him toward one of the ships so he could build momentum, but the ship isn't his friend and wants the aliens to succeed in killing him. One of them claims that they finally have the scourge of twin galaxies within their grasp, and they need to devise a plan while he drifts in space helplessly. Unfortunately, one of the ships fires at him, trying to kill him, but it only manages to destroy his sword. The alien who shot says he couldn't wait any longer and wanted revenge, accusing Beast of eating his father, but he ate everyone's fathers. Unfortunately for them, the shock of the blast creates momentum and propels him toward one of the ships. Battle Beast begins his reign of terror, destroying the first ship with ease and then jumping toward another one. The aliens are powerless to do anything as he tears through their ships with his other sword. His attacks are swift and vicious, and space is quickly filled with blood and guts drifting everywhere. Salaka taunts the computer, accusing it of being very bad at trying to kill Beast. Its best chance of killing him is to take them back to his homeworld and let the Juggernaut deal with him. This is only delaying things. The last surviving alien begs for mercy, but Beast doesn't care and just breaks inside his ship. He then bites his head and rips it off, spilling it out into space. He then uses the ship to propel himself toward the portal, which teleports him back inside the ship. The computer apologizes for delaying the journey to Salaka's home planet and plots an immediate course toward that location. The aliens called Battle Beast the Scourge of Twin Galaxies, but Salaka is curious to know what he did to earn such an awful reputation. But Beast doesn't even remember. He's practically immortal and has been around for many years. Salaka knows that his ultimate goal is to die in battle and end his rage curse. But if he succeeds in killing the Juggernaut, he would do his world some good. Beast goes back to sleep, and after many hours spent aboard, the ship eventually arrives in Fantania's orbit. Salaka is overwhelmed with joy. He spent 1,000 years trapped inside Colossus's body, and he is curious to know how much his empire has evolved. The ship tries to contact the planet and even uses his security access codes, but there is no response. The ship gets closer to the planet, but Beast isn't in the mood for exploring. He wants to find Juggernaut so that he can end her life, or his. Out of nowhere, a giant dragon attacks them and destroys the ship in half. It's unable to hold altitude anymore and starts spiraling down uncontrollably. Salaka panics and is afraid for his life, but Battle Beast just sits unbothered. The ship crashes in the jungle below, causing a massive explosion. Many monsters flock toward the crash site, looking to devour anything that survived the impact, but Beast grabs what was left of Colossus and uses it as a weapon. He claims this will be a glorious battle as the monsters flock towards him from every direction, but instead of attacking him, they begin licking his boots as a sign of friendship. They didn't want to eat him, but instead they become his friends, even though Beast is resistant at first. The monsters recognize Beast as the alpha male, and he puts them in their place when they wanted to eat him. He kinda likes them and thinks they are fitting steeds for them to ride into Salaka's kingdom. The ship is now badly damaged and says it doesn't blame them if they leave it behind, but Salaka offers to take the AI and store it inside his costume's hard drive. Even though Salaka was born on this planet and is the rightful prince, the planet has changed a lot in 1000 years, and he doesn't know where his kingdom is. The three of them wander the dangerous jungle until they stumble upon an alien lady in distress. Her leg was stuck inside a trap, and she begs them for help, but Beast doesn't have the time, nor does he trust her. Salaka convinces him to help her, and she is very grateful. She even gives him a big kiss, but things are not what they seem. Beast starts feeling weak and falls on the ground unconscious while the beautiful woman changes and transforms into a hideous alien. She is actually old and ugly, and she brought them to her cabin in the woods with one goal in mind: to eat them. She wants to eat Salaka first, saying he will be her appetizer and then focus on Beast. There should be plenty of meat underneath his fur, and because he is bigger, he will sustain her for many cycles. The old woman drags Salaka toward the stove to prepare him for dinner, saying his belly already grumbles. Salaka begs for his life once again, claiming he is royalty, the crown prince of the Fantanian Empire, and his family ruled this planet for eons. Battle Beast defeated the great Colossus, who was exiled from this world by her evil sister, the Juggernaut. Many things in his story are true, but nonetheless she is much too hungry and prepares to devour the former prince by seasoning his body with spices. Suddenly, one of the gnarls breaks inside the home, carrying one of Colossus's fingers, which Beast turned into a weapon. She instantly recognizes it and realizes they might be telling the truth about who they are. After killing Colossus, Beast ate him, and the old witch is curious to know how it tasted, but she is still his enemy, so he refuses to answer that question. The old witch wasn't always like this. She doesn't want to trap and feed on unexpected visitors, but she has no choice. Once, she was known as the great wizard of this realm, Wizard Wagola. Salaka remembers her. They used to be friends over 1000 years ago, and she apologizes for not recognizing him sooner. She uses her magic on him, claiming it will restore his body back to health, making him fat again, just like he used to be. The magic was already starting to work, and his body was beginning to grow back. She now focuses her attention on Battle Beast, but he still doesn't have any reason to trust her, so she takes Colossus's finger and begins shaping it into something else. She works just as a blacksmith would and molds the tooth, transforming it into a weapon. Behold Drascula, the Forever Blade, and Battle Beast spares her life, claiming it pleases him. However, she was still curious to know how Colossus tasted, but Beast promises to save her a piece of the Juggernaut after he defeats her. He and Salaka continue the journey towards his kingdom, but they only find what remains of it, an old abandoned castle in ruins. Meanwhile, in the castle's basement, one of the Fantanian people reports back to Juggernaut, claiming the rebellion has been defeated and the insurgents have been subdued. But if that's true, it means that Juggernaut has no one to satisfy her hunger, and she has developed a taste for Fantanian flesh. She attacks him and begins eating him alive, claiming she will do the same to the remaining of his people. A long time ago, Colossus and his sister invaded Fantania and slaughtered its people. They were angry they didn't find this planet sooner. If only they would have known how delicious its people are. While the military was getting ready to face them, there was terrible fighting on the streets and people panicking. But Prince Salaka was unbothered. He was spending time in his room in the company of a beautiful woman, claiming his father's army would deal with the monsters before they even reached the castle. The attacks continue on the streets, and the Fantanians were powerless to defend against these powerful monsters. Eventually, they reached the palace and Salaka tried to escape, but his girlfriend was captured and killed. His parents had also fallen at the hands of these monsters, and the kingdom was in disarray, but the armies were still intact and needed someone to lead them. However, Prince Salaka was a weakling who was too afraid to rise up to the challenge, claiming Colossus and his sister were just too powerful. The kingdom was quickly being destroyed and people were hiding wherever they could, but Salaka was hopeful. claiming the monsters would eventually leave once they ran out of things to smash. Unfortunately, he was also found by Colossus, who had already killed his parents months ago. The monster swallowed him whole, but he was still alive while slowly being prepared for digestion. His parents were somehow still alive and they gave him royal energy, claiming it was going to prolong his life in order for him to live and avenge their bloodline. Salaka survived inside the monster's body for 1,000 years, but after seeing how much his kingdom had fallen, he couldn't help but feel sorry for what he did. Battle Beast didn't want to listen to his life story and wants to leave him behind if he keeps weeping. The ship's computer accuses him of being unnecessarily cruel. That's why he hates him so much and wants to kill him. Beast claims that every single moment of his life is agony. His fury boils within him without end, and even as he looks at them right now, he wants nothing more than to tear their flesh to pieces and drink the blood from their scattered remains. It takes every bit of restraint he has to keep himself calm and not kill them, but the computer claims it saw him fall asleep quite easily inside the ship, which means he can relax pretty easily when he wants to, so he doesn't have to be a rude piece of shit all the time. The insult puts Beast in a good mood and he laughs uncontrollably, remarking that he's beginning to like the computer. The journey was coming to an end, and they could already see the royal palace ahead, but Salaka's legs were beginning to grow, and he was uncomfortable inside the robot body. This place used to be magnificent, but now it was mostly in ruins. However, Salaka still knows the way to the throne room. Unfortunately, nobody was sitting on the throne, and Battle Beast is furious once again, demanding to see the Juggernaut. An old man was hiding in the corner and is happy to see them, realizing that Battle Beast has come to kill the mighty monster. Juggernaut spends most of her time in the dungeon, and Beast rushes down the stairs, determined to not waste any more precious time. Salaka's legs have grown enough for him to walk on his own, so he leaves the body behind, of which the computer takes full control. However, he is a little too zealous and rushes to meet the Juggernaut head-on, but she crushes him in an instant with her feet. Beast gets angry, accusing her of crushing his friend, but Salaka couldn't believe he called him a friend. The Juggernaut realizes that Beast's sword was part of her brother, while he claims he easily took it from him. She attacks him with the sword of her own, but he easily dodges the attack that could have decapitated him. If that's her best shot, this isn't going to be a long fight, but she surprises him with another attack, this time from her other hand. Another sword stabs him through the abdomen, but he smiles like a maniac, welcoming a good fight. Even though he was greatly injured, Beast claims he is only getting started, but Juggernaut thinks she's already won. He grabs onto the sword and pulls himself closer to her, pushing the sword even more through his body. She is overly confident and gets close to him, curious to know what he has to say. But this is a great mistake because he attacks her, biting her on the shoulder. He bites a piece of her flesh and calls it delicious, while she calls him an animal. She throws him against the wall, which frees him from the sword that was piercing his body. Now she's really angry and jumps him, causing both of them to break through the wall and fall down. Beast needs to catch his breath, but the Juggernaut doesn't allow it and attacks him again. He was very effective with that weapon, so she decides to break it. She does it with ease, mostly because her brother was the weaker one, but Beast claims he put up a more intense fight. This pisses her off, and she pins him on the ground, accusing him of siding with her brother only because they are boys. But Beast has an ace up his sleeve. This sword was a gift from the great wizard Wagula, which allows it to regrow to normal size, stabbing the Juggernaut through the abdomen. If he's dying, he wants to take her down as well, but she has other plans. She wants to stab him a second time, but he cuts her arm right off. Seeing how the fight isn't going great for her, she calls a timeout, claiming she wasn't prepared for this. She had no idea just how powerful Battle Beast actually is. She uses her other hand to grab him and throw him as hard as she can, which sends him to the side of the kingdom. The Null creatures saw him flying and start running after him. That was a close call, and the Juggernaut is greatly injured. She needs to feed on a couple of Fantanians to begin the healing process. Meanwhile, the computer takes Salaka out of the dungeon, but he was still alive. Thanks to Wagula's magic, his body is already beginning to heal itself, and he wonders what happened to Battle Beast. Salaka hopes he is still alive because he needs him to regain his kingdom, and he also considers him a friend. Battle Beast called him a friend as well, but the computer doesn't think that's possible, even though he said it. The Gnarls find Battle Beast in the middle of the jungle, but he has a giant hole in his abdomen and is greatly injured. Juggernaut found a couple of natives to feed upon while she reconsiders her next move. Battle Beast is a great threat and she wants to prepare a new cosmic nail just like the one she used on her brother. Back on the planet where Colossus was defeated, a couple of aliens find his body and want to scavenge him for parts, but he is still alive and attacks them, claiming he's not dead, but rather healing, and he could use their meat to speed things along. Somewhere in space, General Craig reports to Thrag and tells him about Colossus and Juggernaut, the two siblings who come from the mythical MCU. They've enslaved Fantania and have ruled it for thousands of years. but they are a great threat to the Viltrum Empire. Thrag wants to deal with them and orders General Craig to send their best agent, the one who is most likely to succeed in overtaking the planet, Conquest.